I just made the frog's belly bigger and was abducted to the world of beheading gods. Not only did I become Han Ying's little husband, but I was also recognized as Lin Qiye's adoptive father. All because that frog was named Traveling Froglet, and every time it traveled, it would bring back local specialties from various worlds. I brought back the god Sparkle Fruit with the rule of destruction from the world of traveling pirates, giving me the speed and power surpassing light. I also stole the immortal Phoenix egg from the realm of the god Phoenix, granting me the ability to be immortal, and I even abducted Nyx from Lin Qiye's mental hospital, giving me a wife who can kill recklessly under the highest authority. The energy that can support the travel of tadpoles must be obtained by killing mythical creatures. So I secretly followed Lin Qiye, waiting for the mysterious trap to be set. Until one day, Lin Qiye and a few others encountered a ghost-faced person in the alley on their way home. Just as Jiang Qian and a ghost-faced person were about to die, a dazzling streak of light cut across the night sky, instantly capturing everyone's attention. In the darkness, a tall and slender figure slowly emerged. A touch of dark blood stained the edges of the red and white school uniform, remnants left by the two ghost-faced men just dealt with by Wang Xiao. Our school uniform, Li Yifei swallowed hard, speaking with disbelief. Jiang Chen knelt on the ground, her chest heaving as she breathed in the fresh air of a narrow escape. Her gaze fell upon me as well. Feeling a few glances, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As a social phobic, the last thing I want is to attract attention. Fortunately, I had already crafted a mask made of light particles before coming. The surface of the mask was constantly flowing with golden light, dazzling yet with a hint of mystery. I slowly raised my hand, and in an instant, countless dazzling lights gathered at my fingertips. A blinding beam of light shot out suddenly. The ghost-faced man was alert, but his reaction couldn't keep up at all. They tried to twist their bodies to escape quickly, but the terrifying golden light had already arrived. In an instant, the golden stream of light pierced through the air at an untouchable speed, penetrated the ghostly figure's body, then turned into a massive ball of light that swiftly engulfed it, leaving no trace behind. Upon seeing this scene, Lin Qiye's pupils contracted suddenly, trying to glimpse the trajectory of that beam of light. However, how could he, as he was now, observe the path of light? At this moment, the remaining ghost-faced person roared, all limbs touching the ground at once, crawling towards me in an extremely eerie posture. "Be careful!" Lin Qiye shouted hastily. I silently took a step forward, and the ghost-faced person who rushed at me first was crushed under my foot. After doing all this, I looked up at the bright moon and whispered, "Is it this late already? I should go home, or my sister might lock the door soon." As soon as the words fell, I raised my arm again, and several beams of terrifying light shot out simultaneously. In the blink of an eye, all the ghostly figures disappeared without a trace. After all this, I transformed into a stream of light and vanished into the alleyway. Lin Qiye leaned against the wall slowly, his heart pounding violently. He recalled the scene he had just witnessed in his mind, feeling as if blood was rushing to his head, causing his whole body to tremble. Today's events made him deeply aware that he needed a strong power to protect his family. And at that moment, the paper-thin window suddenly cracked, and a dazzling column of blazing light shot up from the ground, as if it were going to pierce through the sky and reach the clouds. I turned my head to look at the one who had long departed. "Have you awakened?" I thought killing all the ghost-faced people would prevent his awakening, and was planning to force him out myself, but it seems unnecessary now. A faint smile curved my lips. The miraculous city born from the realm of mortals was about to be stirred up. Fortunately, I already possessed the power to protect everything. At the same time, Team 136 on a mission was rushing to this location. 2 minutes later, Zhao Kongcheng, the first to arrive, looked at Lin Qiye with a slight flicker in his eyes. Without a doubt, the beam of light that just erupted here was caused by the black-haired youth in front of us. The beam of light was blazing and majestic, carrying a breath of creation. The only thing that could correspond to it was the mortal realm of the divine being codenamed 003 Michael in the dust domain. Zhao Kongcheng walked up to Lin Qiye and asked, "Did you encounter any monsters just now?" Lin Qiye nodded lightly. Seeing this, Zhao Kongcheng seemed to have already guessed the entire awakening process. It must have been the few ghost-faced men who escaped from his hands and met Lin Qiye, triggering his potential at just the right moment. At the moment of life and death, his divine domain awakened. Thinking of this, Zhao Kongcheng's face revealed a proud expression. Just by a small gesture from the other party, he could deduce the entire process. Indeed, his reasoning ability was as strong as ever. He then looked at Lin Qiye and asked firmly, "The ghost-faced people here were killed by you after you awakened in the god's ruin, right?" However, to his surprise, Lin Qiye shook his head. "Before I awakened, those monsters had already been killed by an unknown person. My deduction was actually wrong," Zhao Kongcheng said in disbelief. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye rolled his eyes weakly. He did not expect that after this guy heard his words, the focus was not on the unknown person, but on questioning his own deductive abilities. But soon, Zhao Kongcheng's expression turned serious again, and he asked solemnly, "Do you remember what that person looked like?" Lin Qiye sighed softly. That person was wearing a golden flowing mask, so I didn't see his face. He didn't know the identity of the middle-aged man in front of him, so he didn't reveal my identity as a high school student. After hearing his words, Zhao Kongcheng furrowed his brows tightly, almost contorting them into a character. He carefully searched his memory for impressions of the golden flowing mask, and as Zhao Kongcheng pondered, Lin Qiye's figure had quietly disappeared. Immediately afterward, several of the remaining members of the team arrived. Wu Shangnan walked forward and patted Zhao Kongcheng's shoulder. Was the one who triggered the movement of the divine ruins just now one of these students? Zhao Kongcheng subconsciously shook his head. Suddenly, he jerked his head toward the surroundings, but Lin Qiye's figure had already disappeared. He couldn't help but burst out. Where's that kid, man? Seeing this, Wu Shangnan held his forehead as he seemed to have guessed the whole story. He spoke up. Let's take a few of the students over their back first. Human lives are important. Are you saying that the one who killed the ghost-faced man was someone else, and that the kid who awakened the god's forbidden ruins gave it a run for its money? Chen Mai looked at Zhao Kongcheng and couldn't help but have an odd look appear on his face. Even after awakening the divine ruin, that kid shouldn't be able to escape from you, right? It's all because of that brat. What he said attracted my attention and he took the opportunity to give it a run. Zhao Kongcheng said somewhat helplessly. Chen Mai rested against his chin and thoughtfully chanted. Golden flowing light mask? Could it be the masked squad? Impossible. There's no one in the masked squad who wears a golden flowing mask, and it's unlikely that they'd change their masks. Wu Shangnan stood aside. There should be a surveillance inside that alley. Don't you know if you go to adjust the surveillance? Upon hearing this, Chen Mai and Zhao Kongcheng simultaneously turned their gazes towards him. You're pretty smart for a guy with thick eyebrows. By the way, where's Red Riding? Wu Shangnan touched his nose. She said that she had a younger brother at home who needed to be taken care of, and she went back after the mission. Without continuing to dwell on the subject, they quickly pulled up the surveillance of that alley. As the surveillance screen fast-forwarded, they finally saw the figure wearing the golden mask, and on his body, he was wearing the same school uniform as Lin Qiye. Surveillance taped the whole thing. Initially, Ning Yun hadn't put on the mask, but because his back was to the camera and because it was getting dark, only his back could be seen, and later, when the surveillance was able to see the front face, Ning Yun had already put on that golden flowing mask, covering his entire face tightly. Immediately afterward, it was the moment when Ning Yun used his shining fruit ability. The stream of light, as if dropping frames in the surveillance screen, disappeared simultaneously the moment it shot out. Seeing this, Zhao Empyrean City and Chen Mai looked at each other, seeing incredulity in each other's eyes. Zhao Kongcheng said with some disbelief, "This is at least the Pool realm. Even through the screen, I can feel that terrifying aura. At least the Chuan realm. For both men, the Kawasaki realm wasn't that incredible. Unbelievably, this Chuan realm powerhouse is still just a high school student." In the meantime, after Ning Yun left the alley, he returned home in a flash, almost back and forth. Just as he was returning to his bedroom, he heard the sound of the door opening from outside. "Yun, I'm back." Chapter 6 Sister Honging, you want to kick me again? Ning Yun took off his school uniform, which was stained with the ghost-faced man's blood, and changed into a clean outfit before walking out from inside the bedroom. Red Riding is changing his shoes at the doorway. She kicked the heel of her shoe and pulled one slender foot, encased in a white calf sock, out of the shoe. With that, he reached down and pinched the edge of the cotton stocking to ease it off. A small, slender, white foot was exposed, as frosty and icy as snow. Plain and simple movements, but exudes a charming imperial aura. But at this moment, Ning Yun's attention wasn't here, and he frowned as he looked at the bloodstains on Red Tassel's clothes. He said softly, "Sister Red Riding." At those words, Honging subconsciously shuddered lightly for a split second and raised her head to give him an apologetic smile. "I'm sorry, I came back a bit late today. Have you eaten yet?" Ning Yun shook his head. "Well, how about we go out to eat together?" Looking at the dirt on her body, Ning Yun sighed. "Go change your clothes first. How are you going to go out in these clothes?" She hastily lowered her head and swept the blood from her body. "Well, why are my clothes so dirty?" The redhead tugged at her shirt in some alarm. Seeing this, Ning Yun helplessly held his forehead. "Why don't you go take a shower first and then change your clothes?" "Aha!" Without the slightest hesitation, Red Ruffles hurriedly ran towards the bathroom. Ning Yun sat at the dining table in the living room, his index finger unconsciously but regularly tapping on the tabletop. In the meantime, in his mind's eye, the energy slots of traveling energy slowly emerged. After killing a few Ghostface, the travel energy had been replenished to 30%. As expected, the energy that the Ghostfaced people could replenish was too little, or that they were too weak. Perhaps after decapitating the Ghostfaced King that was born, they would be able to completely replenish the traveling energy. But after this battle, his development of the Shining Fruits ability deepened quite a bit. The harvest was pretty rich. Lin Qiye had also successfully awakened the Mortal Dust Divine Realm. Originally, he had thought that without the excitement of the Ghost-Faced Man, Lin Qiye might delay his awakening. and had planned to make a move to force him a bit. As a result, there was no Ghostface and Lin Qiye managed to awaken. Sure enough, the protagonist is the protagonist. With this in mind, Red Riding stepped out of the bathroom, having changed into a clean outfit. On top, she wore a wide white bodysuit that couldn't hide her slim and shapely figure, and underneath was a casual bustier that came down to just below her knees. The small delicate slender feet were wrapped in white calf socks. The edges of the socks had a circle of lace pattern, delicate with a hint of showiness. She stepped on her canvas shoes and stood in front of Ning Yun. Let's go out to dinner. After the shower she regained her original full of energy and her tone became much more relaxed and lively. Honging grinned as she took Ning Yun's arm and the two of them walked out. The night was deep and the stars were twinkling. Above the darkness of the night, a bright river of stars flowed by. Beneath the dome of the sky, lights flicker in the booming city, with traffic and pedestrians. Soon, the two arrived at a nearby snack street. Wander from this stall to that one. After wandering through an unknown number of stalls, the bag of food Ning Yun was carrying in his hand was about to fill up. He smiled rather helplessly. Sister Honging, I've already bought enough. Any more and I'm about to be unable to hold it. The red tassel twisted her head to look at him, and the corner of her mouth curled up slightly, revealing an absolutely beautiful smile. You have to eat even if you can't. You're growing up now. The two talked and laughed and were soon back home. Just then, Red Tassel's cell phone suddenly rang. She pulled out her cell phone and answered it. Captain, what can I do for you? Aha. After hanging up the phone, Red Tassel clicked on a picture sent by Chen Mai, which was none other than Ning Yun wearing a golden mask in the surveillance. The photos of the back, and the front wearing the mask, were sent by Chen Mai. Red Ruffian pressed his hands against the screen and zoomed in to look at the photo carefully. At that exact moment, Ning Yun passed behind her after washing his hands. Out of the corner of his eye, he glanced at the screen of her cell phone. For a moment, he felt his heart pound for a split second. Holy, there would actually be surveillance in that alley. Ning Yun couldn't help but feel a bit secretly grateful in his heart. Fortunately, he had already predicted this in advance and had put on his mask in time, not because he wanted to hide his identity. In fact, Ning Yun thought that joining the Night's Watch was a rather good choice. You won't be hamstrung in doing certain things, and you even have an official status to formalize your actions. Mostly, he hadn't figured out what he should say about his abilities. Forbidden Ruins? There are no abilities inside the Forbidden Ruins that are similar to the Shining Fruit. Agents of the Gods? Shining God? Gold Glitter is more like it. No matter what, revealing one's identity too early would lead to unnecessary trouble, so it was better to be a little more cautious. Without continuing to linger behind Hong Liao, Ning Yun walked across to her and slowly sat down. After a long time, Red Rouge suddenly raised his head, revealing a look of some suspicion. She lowered her head to take a closer look at her back and her cell phone, then raised her head to look at Ning Yun, who was sitting in front of her. How do you feel? This back, and brother a bit like it? Hiss. The more you look at it, the more it looks like. She rested her chin against her chin and looked thoughtfully at Ning Yun. Yun, stand up and turn your back to me. Ning Yun was slightly stunned, his heart suddenly a little nervous. Though it's okay to be found out, but it's like when you announce your grades after a test. Even if you already know the grades, the moment you hear them in person from the teacher's mouth, you still feel incredibly nervous. He stood up with his back to Red Riding. After a few moments, Red Ruffle said softly, okay, you sit down. The moment the words fell, the atmosphere suddenly became somewhat stagnant. Good thing, nothing happened. Although Honging perceived that the two men's backs looked alike, there were many backs like this one, so how could it be so coincidental that it was his own brother? Besides, how could his own brother have something to hide from him? Thinking so, Honging revealed a delicate smile. Yun, should we have a long talk all night tonight? It's been a long time since we've been like this. Well, Ning Yun pondered for a moment. Then first things first, you're not allowed to kick me. Why? Am I the kind of good sister who would kick her brother under the bed in his sleep? A slightly threatening smile gradually appeared on Red Riding's face. The meaning in that smile was obvious enough. If you say two more words, you won't be kicking you unintentionally tonight. You'll be kicking you on purpose. Ning Yun couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth. He's lost count of the number of times he's suddenly been kicked under the bed in his sleep. Chapter 7 Frog Spawns enjoying life. And next time never trusting Sister Red Ruffles again. After walking into Ning Yun's bedroom, Honging suddenly eeped as she quickly walked over to the windowsill as if she had seen something new and exciting. Yun, when did you get a little frog? Red Riding's head was bowed, and her eyes fell on a fish tank on the windowsill. Gazing with interest at the little frogs inside, she couldn't help but reach out with her finger and gently poke the surface of the tank. The little frog didn't budge a bit. Ning Yun walked over to her side, his eyes similarly falling on the little frog. who was currently holding a cup of steaming coffee in a very lazy position on a sun lounger. Hiss! The pose! So enchanting! Almost instantly, Ning Yun realized that something was wrong. Frog spawn striking such an enchanting pose was clearly not something that an ordinary frog could do. But there was no hint of surprise from the redoubtable face. He tentatively asked, "Sister Red Ruffles, do you think this little frog is cute?" Red Ruffles nodded. "Well, it's so cute when it's on its back. Not quite like the frogs I used to imagine. This one looks rounder and smoother." "On your back?" Ning Yun raised an eyebrow. But in his line of sight, Frog Pup was clearly lounging on a sun lounger. There was a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. Sure enough, what he saw in his own eyes was not the same frog spawn as what the red tassel saw. What you see in your own eyes should be the frog pup's true state. What the red raider saw was just a layer of artifacts put on to confuse her. Ning Yun was slightly relieved. His eyes fell back to the frog spawn. This guy really knows how to enjoy himself. And sun loungers and hot coffee. People are not as good as Frogs series. A few moments later, Hong Ying was already lying on the bed, and she patted the empty seat beside her, revealing a stunningly beautiful smile to Ning Yun. Ning Yun honestly laid down on it. Late night. Bang! The sound of something heavy hitting the ground thumped in the quiet room. A body wrapped in bedding suddenly fell under the bed. The minutes ticked by. The clock ticking on the wall continued to move the hands. At this moment, Ning Yun tilted his head back to look at the pure white ceiling, his gaze blank and his head blank. Why does my ass hurt so much? Did I just get kicked by someone? And, why are you lying on the ground by yourself? So cold. A ray of moonlight shone in through the window screen, falling just above Ning Yun's broken hair and coloring him with a mysterious glow. Sleep once again wrapped around him like a tidal wave as he slipped into slumber. Bang! A pillow suddenly fell. It smashed squarely into Ning Yun's face. He was just about to go into a sleepy state when he woke up again. Reaching for a pillow, Ning Yun sat up, suffocation written all over his face. He glanced at the hearty red writing. Sleeping face is exquisite and so beautiful even when she is sleeping. But, such a pretty sister. How come she's so dishonest when she sleeps? He himself was kicked to sleep. But Sister Hong Ying was sleeping so soundly? Ning Yun was even more stifled in his heart. In the dead of night, he clutched his pillow and the bedding on his body and walked to the couch in the living room to sleep peacefully. Although the couch was hard, it was a very restful place to sleep. At least, it's a place where you don't get kicked under the couch and come into close contact with the cold ground. Next time, we'll never believe the words of the red-tasseled sister again. It hurts my ass. Thinking so, Ning Yun finally fell asleep. The next day, Ning Yun had just opened his eyes when he saw that Hong Ying was squatting in front of him, her hands cupping her face, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly, as if there were thousands of stars reflected in them. "You're awake?" Red Ruffian inquired softly. Ning Yun sat up and rubbed his messy hair. Moments later, memories of the late night surfaced in his mind, and Ning Yun also thought about those bad experiences from last night. He had Red Riding Hood grudgingly. The red tassel knew that she was in the wrong, and after a hefty smile, she said, "I've already made breakfast, so go to school after you eat." Ning Yun nodded. After dinner, he came to school as usual, almost in a back and forth. He walked inside the classroom first, and then Lin Qiye walked in as well. Lin Qiye hadn't slept much during the night, and last night's experience was still fresh in his mind. Those eerie black figures are called Ghostface. Without waiting for him to continue thinking, he suddenly noticed Ning Yun's back in front of him. Next moment, Lin Qiye's pupils suddenly shrunk. How is this back so familiar? He scrutinized Ning Yun's back, then swept over the school uniform he was wearing. Clean, neat, not a trace of damage or blood. But that doesn't prove anything. After all, regular criminals know that you have to change into a clean set of clothes after committing a crime in order not to leave traces. If he's the mysterious man wearing the golden mask last night, Lin Qiye walked forward, purposely walking past Ning Yun, his shoulders squeezing him slightly harder. He quickly said, "Sorry, I accidentally squeezed you." Ning Yun smiled and shook his head. "It's fine." Suddenly, Ning Yun eeped. "Student Lin Qiye, aren't you wearing that black ribbon today?" He acted extremely naturally, as if he didn't know anything. However, Lin Qiye's heart thumped wildly. After losing his eyesight, he sometimes used his sense of hearing to make judgments about the wind around him, and over time his sense of hearing was enhanced, and for that reason, he is very sensitive to sound. He could almost be certain that Ning Yun was the little golden man wearing the golden mask from yesterday. He forcibly suppressed the fluttering in his heart and said sorry to Ning Yun before rushing away. Watching him quickly return to his seat and sit down, Ning Yun rested against his chin and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. His identity shouldn't be discovered, should it? If it was Lin Qiye, it wasn't impossible for this to happen. After all, Lin Qiye was far too smart compared to his own stupid red-tasseled sister. Forget it. Discovery is discovery. He hadn't intended to hide it for too long anyway. As long as one still continued to stay in Sangnan City, sooner or later, one would meet up with Squad 136. I only hoped that, when the time came, Sister Honging wouldn't beat herself up severely. Thinking so, Ning Yun returned to his seat. By the end of the school day, he could feel that a line of sight was watching him not far behind him. Unexpectedly, in the past, it was him quietly following Lin Qiye, but now it had turned into Lin Qiye quietly paying attention to him. It's really windy. However, this Lin Qiye kid had a good character and was a friend that could be made deeper. Ning Yun didn't care too much about it. Soon, school time. Carrying her school jacket, Ning Yun had just walked out of the school's entrance when the corner of her eye suddenly glimpsed a slightly lanky figure. There was a middle-aged man squatting right next to the street directly across from the school. Zhao Empty City. Chapter 8 Zhao Kongcheng. You still have this kind of fetish? Why doesn't this brat come out yet, causing me to squat here for a whole day? Asterisk 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 asterisk. Is it a student from this school again? The long hours of squatting without seeing anyone caused him to be a little unsure of himself. Holding a somewhat creased cigarette between his index and middle fingers, Zhao Kongcheng squatted beside the street across from the school, his pair of deep eyes staring deathly at the students walking out of the school entrance. Anyone who didn't know what was going on would have to see it and think he was a squatting human trafficker. The experience of fighting mythological creatures for years did not disappear, but rather turned into an aura of vicissitude and solemnity that lingered around him. Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng's eyes lit up. He finally saw the brat in the school uniform from yesterday. Lin Qiye was wearing a school uniform. His figure was upright, and his clear face stood out amongst the crowd of students. He wasn't wearing the black ribbon at the moment, but the aura he exuded stood out from the students around him. Without the slightest hesitation, Zhao Kongcheng stood up and ran towards Lin Qiye. Lin Qiye's heart pounded for a split second as he glanced out of the corner of his eye, and he similarly saw Zhao Kongcheng running towards him. The heart can't help it. Wasn't this the guy who had to pull himself up yesterday? How did he catch up? I didn't wear a black ribbon myself today. And this is recognizable? Lin Qiye didn't have time to think too much and pulled his legs out to run, one after the other, each using all their strength. The two men ran furiously through this student-congested street. He fled, he chased, he winged it. From afar, Ning Yun, who was watching this whole farce, couldn't help but burst out laughing. It was worthy of Zhao Empyrean and Lin Qiye, these two comedians. He was just about to follow him when he suddenly felt a warm spit coming from behind himself, followed by a slender jade hand gently resting on his shoulder. Instinctively, Ning Yun's mind moved, and a single point of light converged at his fingertips. But the next moment, a clear and crisp tone mixed with some tenderness was slowly transmitted into his ears, like a trickle of water that made his ears a little numb. Yun, what are you laughing at? Red Ruffles was standing behind him, tilting his little head and asking with some curiosity. The moment he saw that it was Red Tassel, Ning Yun breathed a sigh of relief, and the dots of light that continued to converge towards his fingertips dissipated in an instant. At this time, the sky was not yet deep, and the light of the remaining sun still covered the earth. Thus, the little bit of light at Ning Yun's fingertips didn't attract attention. He said with some surprise, Sister Honging, what brings you here? To pick you up from school. Red Rouge threw her arms around his neck. Let's go home. Feeling the faint aroma lingering on the tip of his nose, Ning Yun could do nothing to help her, although he was somewhat helpless. But, being embraced by such a big beauty like Honging, and seeing those students around him who couldn't help but cast envious gazes, Ning Yun was still a bit secretly happy in his heart. Enjoying a hug from the redhead, the two strolled home. Soon enough, one passes a lighted couple's hotel. The two men's eyes were also drawn to it. But, it wasn't the couple's hotel sign that drew her there. It was the two men pulling and tugging in front of the couple's hotel that drew her attention. So the two men stopped where they were without a second thought. In the meantime, brat, I'm telling you, you don't want to escape from me once again today. Come on, you and I will go in and find a place to talk. Zhao Kongcheng's speed was much faster than Lin Qiye's, and as he fled and he chased him, he quickly yanked Lin Qiye to a halt. Saying that, he tugged Lin Qiye's collar and was about to head inside the couple's hotel. Lin Qiye almost exerted his strength. He had thought that a little chat would be fine, and that he wouldn't lose a piece of meat anyway, and that he had nothing to lose. But the moment he looked up and saw the couple's hotel glittering with colorful light, it was as if his feet were rooted to the ground and he refused to go in. Just kidding. Can you follow me in there? Go in and come out unscathed? While trying to escape Zhao Kongcheng's clutches, Lin Qiye opened his mouth in panic. I'm telling you, it's all about the rule of law now. There are surveillance cameras everywhere. No matter what you do, there's no way to escape the law. You're going to let go of me. I'll never go in there with you. Zhao Empyrean glanced at him breathlessly. What are you babbling about? Don't worry. I'll just have a nice chat with you. I won't do anything else. It was fine if he didn't say it, but Lin Qiye struggled even harder after he said it. Just then, Red Ruffles and Ning Yun walked over. Red Tassel greeted towards Zhao Empyrean City, then joked, I said old Zhao. I didn't expect you to have this kind of fetish. It's quite unique. Zhao Kongcheng glanced back, and when he saw that it was Red Tassel, he revealed a smile, just like a kind old father. What are you talking nonsense about? And why are you here? Is this your? As he said that, Zhao Empyrean's line of sight landed on Ning Yun again. Hong Luo reached out and wrapped her arms around Ning Yun's shoulders, saying very intimately, it's my dearest brother. Yo! Taking advantage of the gap between the two chatting, Lin Qiye escaped from Zhao Kongcheng in a flash. He then hid behind Ning Yun. After a short analysis, he decided that hiding behind Ning Yun was the safest. From the conversation between Zhao Empyrean City and Red Tassel just now, these two should be in the same gang. And although Ning Yun is the younger brother of Hong Ying, he does not know Zhao Kongcheng. The image of Ning Yun wearing a golden mask was one that Zhao Empyrean also revealed a very puzzled expression when he first heard it. By reasonable inference, Ning Yun is not with them. Seeing Lin Qiye hiding behind Ning Yun, Zhao Kongcheng said somewhat breathlessly, you brat, don't hide behind others. It's not like I'm going to do anything to you. You can pull it off. Look what's behind you. Lin Qiye pointed to the couple's hotel behind him and tried to keep his voice calm. Zhao Kongcheng helplessly scratched his head. You brat, how can your thoughts be so dirty? He reached out and quickly tugged on Lin Qiye's shoulder, then looked at Hong Ying. You go home with your brother first. Leave the matters here to me. Lin Qiye still wanted to struggle. Ning Yun took a step forward and reached out to pat his shoulder, a hint of a meaningful smile in his eyes. Lin Qiye student, don't worry, my sister's co-workers won't be bad people. It sounds like a snarky comment between classmates. However, Lin Qiye instantly sensed the deeper meaning contained in his words. He knew who he really was. And one knows that he knows who he really is. He was telling himself that Zhao Kongcheng was trustworthy. Chapter 9 Ghostface King. The light that shines through heaven and earth. Ning Yun and Hong Ying didn't hang around outside and quickly returned home. As soon as he returned home, the red coma the whole person will be paralyzed lying on the sofa. So tired. Yun a moment later you want to do what dinner for me to eat Ning Yun looked back at her pretty face. Her large, beautiful eyes shining brightly as if they were filled with stars. He smiled. What would you like to eat? Red Tassel changed her position. Her whole body lying on the sofa. Her two slim little feet wrapped in white cotton socks rocking back and forth. She rested her hands on her cheeks and said thoughtfully, scrambled eggs with tomatoes then? Ning Yun smiled and said yes. After dinner, under Hong Lian's strong request, Ning Yun had no choice but to put her in his bedroom. Thus, late at night, bang, the heavy object landed with a bam. Ning Yun opened his eyes once more, and in his line of sight was still the familiar pure white ceiling. He sighed quietly, and simply carried his bedding to Red Riding's room. The next day, Ning Yun sat in the classroom, but his attention was not at all on the blackboard in front of him. Instead he couldn't help but look out the window. On what should have been a clear sky, dark clouds covered the sky, and the only remaining ray of light from the remnant sun was completely swallowed up, leaving only endless darkness. The black clouds are pressing down on the city. At this point, this is the scene. Looking out the window, Ning Yun couldn't help but narrow his eyes as a cold aura flashed through them. Rainy day, twilight hour. If I remember the plot correctly, the Ghostface King is going to make an appearance. Just then, the cell phone in the table pocket suddenly vibrated twice. Ning Yun pulled out his phone and skillfully unlocked the lock screen, and Red Tassel's dialogue box was at the top position. At that moment, a message came from Red Riding. Red Tassel, Yun, I'm going on a mission tonight, so I can't pick you up after school. So be careful when you go home by yourself, and be a good girl and wait for me at home, and don't go wandering around. Between the lines, the genuine concern of the Red Raiders flowed. Ning Yun felt a little warm in his heart. This sister of his, though she liked to kick him out of bed when he slept, really cared for him. Red Rhapsody had never told Ning Yun that her true identity was that of a night's watchman. The way she spoke to Ning Yun was that auxiliary officers who helped the police with their affairs, so it was normal for them to carry out their duties on such a rainy day. But he was clear. Red Tassel should be moving at the same time as Squad 136 at this point, searching for the Ghostface King. Your own stupid and arrogant sister, and that uncle called Zhao Kongcheng. Looking out the window, Ning Yun couldn't help but shake his head, then let out a light laugh. After being traumatized by a truck and flying, he was given a second life in this world as a result. Wouldn't it be pointless not to make the most of a second life? So save them. It's not just for your own frog spawn's traveling energy, also for change all the unfortunate endings. Without the slightest hesitation, Ning Yun stood up and spoke to the teacher before walking out of the classroom. In the meantime, Lin Qiye, who was at home, seemed to have sensed something as well. He walked over to the window and looked out. The rain was dripping noisily, but at the moment there seemed to be something more in this curtain of rain. Lin Qiye didn't think much and grabbed the door. Looking at his back as he left, Yang Jin slightly lowered his eyes, and then he also raised his eyes to look at the oppressive black clouds that looked like a heavenly tilt. Jab! A lightning bolt swiftly streaked through the dull, pitch-black clouds. Next moment, rumble! Thunder that seemed like a heavenly disaster resounded between heaven and earth. A thunderbolt fell. At the same time, a dazzling golden light flashed over the old town. But in just a few moments, the golden stream of light traveled through the clouds to an unknown destination. Zhao Kongcheng was carrying an immense and incomparable suitcase in his hands as he ran frantically through the streets. It was going to be even faster than when he ran after Lin Qiye before. Under the dark curtain of rain, other than the sound of rain dripping down, only Zhao Kongcheng's ragged breathing could be heard. He had an anxious look on his face. It's only possible if you evacuate the residents of the old town as soon as possible. Things would be unimaginable if the Ghostface King appeared over here. In time, he no longer dared to imagine the images of that time. Vigilantes. If the dark night finally comes, I will stand in front of 10,000 people, cross my sword to the abyss, and stain the dome of the sky with blood. It's his oath. So, this time he would guard everything behind him as well, including that brat, and his family, his everything. Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng's footsteps lurched. He jerked his head back toward a manhole cover. A foul odor was diffusing and spreading from under the manhole cover, as if to merge with the pouring rain. At this point in time, it is not the ghostly face that can appear. Then there is only one option left. Ghostface King. Zhao Kongcheng stopped and placed the suitcase in his hand on the ground as fast as he could, then pressed the button of the suitcase. Bang! The suitcase opens to reveal 3 notice boards. With his strength he would not be able to fight the ghost-faced man head-on. At the moment, the ringless airspace must be set up first. But, the ringless airspace was not meant for fighting, and could only temporarily delay the Ghostface King. A minute? 5 minutes? He's not sure, but when it came down to it, he would never run away from the battle. While Wu Shangnan's anxious voice came from his headset, Zhao Empyrean's state of mind was unprecedentedly calm. Life is like that. Tomorrow and the unexpected. Never knowing which will come first. He frantically set up each of the 3 notice boards. Then, with folded hands, he softly chanted, "Forbidden Ruins, Ringless Hollow." In an instant, it was as if an invisible barrier enveloped the place. In the meantime, the manhole cover burst open with a thud. In the next moment, an incomparably large figure slowly emerged from the rain curtain, like a small mountain of grandeur and majesty, pressing people a little breathless. There was no doubt that the Ghostface King, who was a mythical creature, had already stepped into the Chuan realm, and has some sort of divine ruin. Looking at the ghost-faced king in front of him, Zhao Kongcheng lit a cigarette, but it was mercilessly doused by the rain. He shook his head somewhat helplessly. Ha! It seems that the first to come is accidental and the mythical creatures of the Kawasaki realm fight, ironically to be beaten into a sieve, right? But, with that, he slowly stood up and reached out to grip the straight sword behind his back. Even so, it's a matter of putting up a good fight. The moment the words fell, Zhao Kongcheng's eyes instantly became resolute, and he made a move to slash towards the Ghostface King. Just then, jab! Lightning streaked across the sky, illuminating the heavens and the earth as if it were day. Rumble! Thunder descended as if to wash away the darkness of the world. A golden stream of light dragged a long trail, and in the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Zhao Kongcheng. Chapter 10. Have you ever been kicked by the light? It was as if there was only rain dripping in the world since the endless darkness. A stream of light floated out of nowhere. The water droplets converged to form a water surface that slowly rippled out in all directions. The footsteps came from far away until they were within reach. Immediately afterward, a young voice slowly came out. Not loud, but exceptionally clear in this heaven and earth. Looks like it's just about time. Not too late. The moment the words fell, Ning Yun slowly raised his head, his eyes looking forward blandly, looking towards the demonic-like and horrifying Ghostface King. In the meantime, not far behind Ning Yun, looking at the figure wearing a golden mask in front of him, Zhao Kongcheng couldn't help but set off shockwaves in his heart. The moment he recalled what Lin Qiye had said to him, the one wearing the golden mask is strong, probably stronger than you and I can imagine, so strong that it's hard to describe. While checking the surveillance with Wu Shangnan and Chen Mai, the 3 of them also concluded that the golden mask had at least arrived at the Chuan border. But at this point, it was only when he saw his back with his own eyes that Zhao Empyrean realized that he was wrong. He was wrong, and Wu Shangnan and Chen Mai were all wrong. This person is definitely more than just Kawasaki. It was merely a backstory, and even at this point, Ning Yun hadn't released a single ounce of power pressure. However, Zhao Kongcheng was as if he saw a volcano that had been pent up for a long time, and the moment it erupted would cause a terrifying shock that would destroy the sky and the earth. He had originally wondered how this man had broken the ringless airspace to come in. At this point it dawned on me. Seemingly sensing Zhao Empyrean's line of sight, Ning Yun turned back to look at him. Immediately afterward, he withdrew his gaze. After looking up and down at the Ghostface King not far in front of him, the corners of Ning Yun's mouth slowly curved up in an arc. As long as we kill this Ghostface King, the travel energy should be able to fill up, right? He was already getting excited about what new things the frog pup would bring back. With that thought, Ning Yun raised his hand. Countless points of light continued to converge towards his fingertips. The Ghostface King hissed. It is much larger than a normal Ghostface, and also unlike ordinary ghost-faced people who landed on all fours. The Ghostface King's legs stepped on the ground, and an even more hideous ghost face grew on his head. A long scarlet tongue waved recklessly in the air. Saliva mixed with rainwater dripping onto the ground. Boom! Its body instantly popped out like a cannonball. Seeing this, Ning Yun's eyes widened slightly, his gaze biting. The points of light on his fingertips also gathered into a dazzling to the extreme glow at this moment. Jabla! The light mass turned into light and shot forward violently. Even though he sensed the approaching danger, the speed of the light was too swift. The light had arrived as expected as the Ghostface King tried to dodge. In an instant, a bull-sized hole was made in the Ghostface King's shoulder, and the residual heat left by the light continued to sear its wound. Even the blood couldn't flow. A look of awe surfaced on its ghostly face as it turned around and wanted to flee the place. Zhao Kongcheng looked at the scene in front of him with some dismay. Is this still the same Ghostface King of the Chuan realm? You've just fought once and you're scared to run away? He shouted somewhat anxiously to Ning Yun. No, we mustn't let the Ghostface King escape, or more residents will be harmed. As he spoke, his figure had moved involuntarily, gripping the straight sword tightly in his hand. His eyes staring deathly at the Ghostface King, Zhao Kongcheng had only one thought in his mind. Definitely can't let the Ghostface King escape. He wants to guard the old city, guard the 10,000 people behind him, and also guard that brat called Lin Qiye, and his family. As the thought flashed by, he had already gripped his long sword and slashed down fiercely towards the back of the Ghostface King. Jabla! Blood spurted out. The Ghostface King's body that had been chopped by Chen Mai's thousands of holes once again added a slash mark. The blood and flesh rolled around and looked extremely frightening. After one slash, Zhao Kongcheng had thought to follow up with a second slash. However, the Ghostface King suddenly turned around and roared up to the sky. Ho 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 ho! After the thunder-like roar, the Ghostface King suddenly stood still, and an incomparably huge and hideous ghost face slowly emerged under his feet. Zhao Kongcheng's face instantly changed. He said incredulously, Forbidden Ruins Sequence 176, Ghostface Phase Land. Almost instantly, Zhao Kongcheng only felt that his five senses were confused. The sky and the earth were upside down, and everything in the world became blurred. The whole thing just staggered and fainted as if it had been stunned. Seeing this, Ning Yun walked forward at the right time and reached out to press down on his shoulders, allowing Zhao Kongcheng to slowly lean against the wall. That vertigo has only diminished a little. Subsequently, Ning Yun took another step forward. The eyes remained clear and light elementalized. He would not be affected at all by the Ghostface phase ground. As long as he is within the range of the Ghostface phase land, the Ghostface King can manage to deceive the senses of all creatures whose realm is below his. It's like a mirror. However, compared to the mirror water moon that Zanpakuto, Ghostface is much weaker, smaller scope and more restrictive. And mirror flower water moon only needed to be liberated once to achieve the effect of lifelong hypnosis, and was even able to do so by ignoring the disparity in realms. Ning Yun shook his head. This kind of ability couldn't do anything for him at all. At this time, he also had a clearer perception of his own strength. The mythical creatures of the Chuan realm were not his match. But, the Ghostface King in front of him was not the Ghostface King in its complete state. He had already been beaten into a state of serious injury by Chen Mai. Both the power and other aspects of the ability have become much weaker. Whether or not one's strength had arrived at the sea realm was still unknown. Seeing Ning Yun not move in place, the ghost-faced king gasped. The long scarlet tongue spat out from his ghostly face, slicing through the air. This human really can't resist his own Ghostface phase land either. In that case, then suffer death. Next moment, the Ghostface King's figure disappeared in the middle of the night. The huge, mountain-like body seemed to merge with the darkness of the night as it silently arrived behind Ning Yun. He raised his thick arms, his sharp claws glinting with cold. In the night, the sound of sharp claws breaking through the air suddenly rang out. Just this moment, Zhao Empyrean City suddenly felt that the ringless airspace he had set up had been broken once again. He lifted his head, bracing himself against the vertigo as his eyes glanced in the direction of his body. A dark-haired teenager stumbled over. Lin Qiye had been trying since just now. using his pair of eyes to find out the weakness of the ringless hollow realm. Finally, he found a weak spot and walked in without incident. But why do you feel that there is something wrong with the atmosphere at this moment? Raising his head, Zhao Kongcheng was sitting paralyzed by the wall, while in the distance was a slender and upright figure, as well as the Ghostface King who was dropping his sharp claws. Lin Qiye barely hesitated as his figure ran towards Ning Yun. Then, the next moment, an icy voice steeply rang out in the rain. Have you ever been kicked by the light? Chapter 11 The True Power of the Shining Fruit. Time pause. Underneath the clamor of the rain, countless crystalline raindrops connected into silvery threads fell from the sky. The wind, it seemed, had disappeared in the moment. The rain, too, was silent for the moment. Lin Qiye still maintained his stance of running towards Ning Yun. Zhao Kongcheng slowly raised his head, his rain-hazed vision looking towards Ning Yun. The moment Ning Yun's words fell, it was as if everything in the world had the pause button pressed. The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. When it reaches the speed of light, everything around it will come to a standstill. In other words, when one arrives at the realm of the speed of light, the world around him or her converges infinitely to a state of suspended time. The sharp claws raised by the Ghostface King flashed with glittering cold light, but at this moment could no longer be swung down by the slightest bit. The massive, sharp claws just hovered above Ning Yun's head, only separated by a brief distance of less than a meter. But at this time, the distance of 1 meter is like a gulf in a moat, out of reach. Ning Yun slowly raised his head. Countless points of light converged at his feet to mingle with the water. In an instant, a dazzling to the extreme light abruptly lit up, almost illuminating the pitch-black night as if it were day. Boom! 1 foot out the door. Endless light followed. The Ghostface King's huge mountain-like figure instantly flew backwards. At the same time, the world's originally stagnant time also revolved at that moment. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. The raindrops, which were connected into silver threads, dripped down again like falling jade plates, splashing puddle after puddle in the middle of the water. Looking at the Ghostface King, who had collapsed helplessly to the ground, Ning Yun gently took a step forward, his expression still cloudy and breezy, but at the corners of his mouth, he couldn't suppress an arc. Just a moment ago, it was as if a shackled yoke thumped and shattered in his heart, as if Ryo Baba Gnosis. The development of the shining fruit has stepped into another realm. The power of the shining fruit itself comes from light. Eating the shining fruit gives you the speed of light and the power of light. Incarnate as light. Manipulate the light. The extent to which Yellow Sara utilizes the shining fruit is limited to the manipulation of light. He can incarnate light, but has never developed the power to incarnate that dimension of light. It was only just now that Ning Yun had suddenly realized that his previous path of development had been wrong all along. He's always mimicked Yellow Monkey. Converge the light at your fingertips to form laser beams. Converge light on your leg to form a light speed kick. Solidifies and coalesces particles of light to form the shape of a sword, which is used as a melee weapon. But in truth, these are only the most superficial uses of the shining fruit, and the weakest ways to utilize it. The true power of the shining fruit lies in the properties of light itself, that is, incarnated in light. For an ordinary object to reach the speed of light, its mass would tend to infinity. But his own self who had eaten the shining fruit was different. He could transform into light, and arriving at the realm of the speed of light would become a breeze. The speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second. After reaching the speed of light, everything around him was like time standing still in his eyes, unless the opponent's speed can similarly arrive at the speed of light. Obviously, at least the current Ghostface King couldn't do that. As such, Ning Yun had also discovered a second path of development for the shining fruit. That's time. Not really a timeout. But when he himself increases his speed to the speed of light, everything around him will be pressed the pause button, and for him it will be as if time has been stood still. And it's a domain skill. The shining fruit with this power is perhaps the most powerful of all devil fruits, because he had already tentatively touched the edge of the laws of time. With that thought in mind, Ning Yun raised his eyes to look ahead at the Ghostface King, who was struggling to rise from the ground. He had not used his full strength just now. After all, such a good use of a sandbag. Always let him make more use of it again. At that thought, an extremely bright smile slowly surfaced on Ning Yun's face, like a big sunny boy who just got out of school. It was different from Ning Yun's bright smile. Struggling to stand up, the Ghostface King, however, couldn't help but tremble all over. He couldn't comprehend what had just happened. He had clearly confused the human's 5 senses, and had even become one with the night about to land a fatal blow on him. But why, all of a sudden, did he fly backwards? He only felt as if his consciousness had become much more sluggish in that instant. It was as if the body was disconnected from the consciousness for a split second of time. It was a realm beyond his reach. Perhaps only the true gods can understand. Looking at what was in front of him, Zhao Empyrean blinked as he looked at Ning Yun with some confusion. What's going on with? Just now? In the last moment, he had clearly seen the ghost-faced king raise his sharp claws and was about to swing them down at Ning Yun. He had already made plans to step forward to block the blow for Ning Yun. No matter what, Ning Yun couldn't die. Otherwise, the Ghostface King would truly be unrivaled. Even at that moment just now, the thought of using the Ghost God Guide had arisen in his mind. Even if the price he paid for it would be his own life. But why was the Ghostface King suddenly blown away in the next moment? In his realm, he couldn't understand it. That was an unknown realm that only those who had stepped into the realm of the gods could perceive and touch. Lin Qiye, who was originally running towards Ning Yun, also stopped in place, his pupils suddenly shrinking as if he was watching some incredible scene. Possessing the divine ruin, mortal dust divine domain, he had almost overdrawn all of his physical strength at that moment just now, yet he had only glimpsed the tip of it. The power of miracle was invisible, granting him a boost. But even that was just a glimpse of what was to come. His own power was too weak to touch that realm that belonged to the gods. He stood frozen in place, his throat a little dry, a trace of shock flashed in his eyes, and he murmured in a low voice, "Was that time just now suspended?" He saw it, even if it's just for a moment, incredibly subtle for a moment, and yet I still see one of the countless time periods in a second of lightspeed flow. But soon, Lin Qiye realized that it wasn't that time was truly suspended. Rather, it was due to Ning Yun's speed being too fast for time to react. But is there really a human capable of doing this? Almost in a single thought, he reversed his direction and ran towards Zhao Kongcheng. The battle over there was not something that he could intervene in at this time. Or rather, the entire battle is under his, Ning Yun's control. In the meantime, Red Tassel is speeding towards this place. Her insides were agitated beyond belief. Just now, she received a command from Sheng Nanwu. Chapter 12, I treat you like a sister and you want to marry me? Listen up, Red Tassel. You're now very close to old Zhao's heraldic locus, not far from the clearing directly in front of you. But, you have to be mentally prepared. Old Zhao's heraldic positioning hasn't moved for a long time. You also know that Ghostface King's strength is the Chuan realm. So, Red Ruffian let out a low growl. No way. Zhao Kongcheng, how could he be killed so easily? I haven't even formally introduced my brother to him. He could never be. Toward the end, the Red Tassel had taken on a sobbing tone in her voice as she spoke. To her, Zhao Kongcheng's existence was like an old father. Even though there was no blood relationship between the two, everyone in the entire Squad 136 was like family. She has yet to introduce her favorite brother to Zhao Kongcheng. She still wanted Zhao Kongcheng to attend her wedding with her brother. So how could she die so easily? The moment she thought of this, her speed increased steeply once again, and like a sharp arrow, she flew towards the location where the Zhao empty city coat of arms was positioned. But just for a moment, beneath the otherwise dark night, boom! A golden pillar of light rose up from the ground, rising straight upwards almost as if it were going to run through the sky, blazing, dazzling, and emitting an aura that constantly swept and spread in all directions. Red Tassel's dark eyes were illuminated by the golden pillar of light, glowing with a faint golden light. She looked up with some consternation. The eyes also couldn't help but look not far ahead. Upon seeing the shocking light in front of him, she couldn't help but swallow her throat, disbelief filling her eyes. It was a brilliant golden field that enveloped almost half of the old city. On the surface of the field, endless light flowed, swirled, and twisted, intertwining to form a sufficiently large golden field. The mighty pressure emanating from it continued to ripple, isolating the rainy night that poured into the sky. Too late to think about it, Red Tassel bit her bottom lip dead center and her speed climbed again. Ning Yun lightly closed her eyes, carefully feeling everything around her. Points of light were continuously converging around his body before overflowing again. Countless raindrops stagnated in the air, merging with the particles of light, intertwining and fusing non-stop, and eventually forming this one field of light. Suddenly, Ning Yun let out a light laugh, then murmured somewhat helplessly, "Sure enough, the ability of the shining fruit can do this. Yellow Sorrow, you're really screwing me over." After a brief period of trying, Ning Yun completely changed the direction of his development of the shining fruit. I wasted some time earlier, but it was good to turn it around in time. Afterward, Ning Yun slowly raised his head and looked towards the field of light that had been created by his own hand, a hint of a satisfied smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. The principle of the field of light is simple. Use the refractive properties of the particles of light with the surface of a raindrop. The light would refract back and forth between the different raindrops, eventually creating an immense field. If Ning Yun wanted to, he could expand the field of light to cover the entire rainy night below. But it's not necessary, because the Ghostface King can't escape from the field of light at all. In the midst of the realm of light, Ning Yun's degree of manipulation of light would reach an unprecedented level, and he could even slow down time to an edge infinitely close to stasis within range. It's almost the equivalent of time standing still. For example, Ning Yun slowly raised his hand. The Ghostface King's body, which was about to escape, stopped in place. Countless golden points of light slowly surfaced around the Ghostface King's body, eventually wrapping his entire body in it. It has fallen into the prison called light. In the prison of light, it is retarded to an extremely frightening degree as long as the speed does not reach the speed of light. Unless the Ghostface King was able to travel 300,000 kilometers in a single second, he would be able to escape from the cage of light. But the moment it reaches the speed of light, its own mass will also become infinite. This terrifying mass would crush the Ghostface King into a mess. True enough, this ability is indeed powerful. But so far, I've still only developed the shining fruit to the speed of light. Ning Yun knew very well that what he had eaten was the god-shining fruit. Sooner or later, the speed of light will be surpassed, as long as it continues to be constantly developed. 10 times the speed of light? 100 times? 1,000 times? He's not sure. However, he could feel that at this point, his development of the shining fruit was still in an extremely small state. Maybe just 1 part in a trillion? He had a vague speculation in his heart that the moment he fully developed the shining fruit, he might be able to comprehend some sort of law. The laws of light? It may even touch the laws of time. This meant that Ning Yun already possessed the qualifications to ascend to the divine throne. And most importantly, devil fruit is the undisputed pre-existing item that plays the most powerful role in the early stages of development. However, at this time, the shining fruit has already given him the qualifications to ascend to the divine throne. And in the future, what else will the frog cub bring back? Ning Yun is looking forward to it more and more. Suddenly, Ning Yun raised an eyebrow. The entire realm of light was under his conscious control. Naturally, he could sense that someone had broken in. He looked back and his heart thumped when he saw that stunning figure. Why is Sister Red Tassel here? But soon, he reacted that Red Tassel had come here to support Zhao Empyrean City. He rushed back, despite the golden mask on his face. If he locked eyes with the Red Tassel, there was a good chance that she would notice something. After all, both he and Red Riding were too familiar with each other. You know what the other guy is thinking when you fart. In the meantime, the Red Tassel passed through the realm of light, and the original ringless hollow had been broken by the aftershocks of the exchange between the Ghostfaced King and Ning Yun. It was said to be an exchange of blows, but for the most part, it was Ning Yun unilaterally beating up the Ghostface King. Just after stepping into the realm of light, Han Ying saw Zhao Kongcheng and Lin Qiye, who were leaning against the wall, and she rushed over. Seeing Zhao Kongcheng sitting helplessly on the ground, she panicked in her heart and hurriedly shook his shoulders. Hey, don't die. You haven't paid your share of the money for my brother and I's wedding. Zhao Kongcheng, Lin Qiye, Ning Yun. Ning Yun couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth. Well, I think of you as a sister. You actually want to marry me? Zhao Empyrean opened his eyes feebly. Don't shake. I'm not dead yet. Ha? Then why are your eyes closed? Tired? Don't close your eyes even if you're tired. She shouted. Red Coma thought that Zhao Kongcheng had been seriously injured, and it was only in this state that he was tired. So tired that he might not be able to open his eyes again after closing them. Just then, Lin Qiye whispered from the side. That, Ning Yun's sister. He is not injured. Chapter 13, Shining Fruit's Infinite Sword System. After hearing Lin Qiye's words, Han Ying froze for a moment. She suspiciously looked up and down carefully at Zhao Kongcheng, and was relieved to see that there weren't any wounds on his body. But immediately afterward, she said with some exasperation, Zhao Kongcheng, you're not hurt to yell about being tired. Zhao Kongcheng snorted. Anyway, I'm fine now. As for what you just said, about the share money when you and your brother get married, I will definitely give it. Don't worry. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying's pretty face reddened. She was so flustered just now, so flustered that she didn't even know what to say. That's why the phrase sharecropping was uttered. But, fortunately his brother is not here, otherwise wouldn't it be really embarrassing? Lin Qiye's expression, however, became a bit odd. Up until just now, his attention had been focused on Ning Yun. He had already guessed before that the figure wearing a golden mask was his classmate, Ning Yun. Just now, when Red Tassel said out that sentence, it was obvious to him that the figure trembled gently for an instant. It was only a moment, but it was still keenly captured by his eyes. Sure enough, he was Ning Yun. Lin Qiye frowned slightly. He didn't know if he should say this matter out. After some careful deliberation, he still didn't say it. Ning Yun was his savior, and at this time, he had also saved Zhao Kongcheng, so backstabbing him at this juncture would be a bit unreasonable. Lin Qiye lifted his head back up, his gaze landing on Ning Yun in front of him with more than a hint of blazing heat in his eyes. After knowing that Zhao Kongcheng wasn't injured, Honging also looked ahead. The originally dark night was now lit up like day. Within the realm of light, darkness will have nothing to hide. She looked at the Ghostface King, who was confined in place and unable to move, and said with some dismay, "Is that the Ghostface King?" In her impression, the Ghostface King was not weak. Even among the 136 squads, only the captain could compete with them. However, at this moment, the so powerful Ghostface King was bound, unable to move a muscle. Did that guy do it? This field was also unfolded by that guy. Honging murmured softly, and her gaze couldn't help but fall on Ning Yun. Looking at the back of the figure still wearing the school uniform, a very familiar feeling suddenly arose in her heart. It was the same as before when he saw the photos sent by Chen Mai. His back, and Yun's back seems to be almost the same person. Wait, if he's his brother, then what he just said, share money or something. Hong Ying's pretty face flushed red, swishing up to her ears. In the meantime, Ning Yun also felt as if he was on the edge of his seat. It looks like we can't keep experimenting with the Ghostface King, otherwise in a while, Irony Sister Red Tassel would definitely notice something. If she knew that she had kept so many things from her, she would probably be kicked out of bed every night from now on. At that thought, Ning Yun exhaled deeply. Subsequently, his demeanor faded to flatness. Next moment, the mind moved slightly. The particles within the realm of light suddenly became violent. The particles turned into butterflies, turning into a torrent that surrounded Ning Yun's body. With that, the thumping dispersed. The scattered particles of light once again converged in the sky, continuously coalescing and eventually forming countless golden giant swords of various shapes. Within the realm of light, his manipulation of light would be enhanced like never before. Light can be materialized easily. This feeling of manipulating everything with your hands is wonderful. The corners of Ning Yun's mouth slowly hooked up, then he raised his arm and abruptly dropped it. Jabla! The sound of breaking air resounded through the sky. Countless golden giant swords fell from the air with a bang. Imprisoned in the cage of light, the Ghostface King could feel the incoming danger, but his body was cut off from his consciousness. Even with all his might, he could not escape from the midst of this cage called light. Shasta! Smoke goes up in smoke. That mountain-like grandeur of the Ghostface King had already completely perished under the blazing light. There wasn't even the slightest bit of power to fight back. At the same time, looking at what was in front of them, Red Tassel, Zhao Empyrean City, and Lin Qiye all fell into silence, their eyes wide with incredulity. Red Coma murmured softly, her gaze looking a bit dull. Is this kind of terrifying power really something that humans can do? Zhao Kongcheng tugged at the corner of his mouth, a hint of disbelief similarly mixed in his tone. Humans are estimated to be enough to fight him. I'm afraid that the only ones who can fight him are the divine agents, right? A trace of shock flashed through the beautiful eyes of Hong Ying. Divine agent. Lin Qiye, on the other hand, was silent. Compared to the first time he had met Ning Yun, he seemed to have become even stronger again. Previously, each of Ning Yun's attacks had been monotonous and incomparable beam rays, but at this point, his attacks had become much richer. Even, some sort of means was used to imprison the Ghostface King until he was unable to move. This rate of growth is intimidating. How does it feel? This so-called mortal dust divine realm of one's own seems to be a bit of a waste compared to Ning Yun, one more sad agent of the gods in this world. Suddenly, Zhao Kongcheng looked like he thought of something. He stood up with a sharp carp, then shouted, "No, don't let him get away. It would be a waste not to be a night watchman for such a powerful and strong person." With that, he was about to charge up with a movement of his figure. Neither Red Tassel nor Lin Qiye were able to stop him. Within a few breaths, Zhao Empyrean City was already standing behind Ning Yun. "Senpai, please." Although he didn't know how old the other party was, when facing a stronger powerhouse than himself, there was quasi nothing wrong with shouting senior when he didn't know what to shout. Ning Yun didn't say anything, just remained silently in place. It's not that he won't say anything, it's that he doesn't dare to say anything. Sister Hong Ying is standing not far away. Won't he reveal everything when he speaks? Seeing that Ning Yun didn't say anything, Zhao Kongcheng wasn't discouraged. What he was best at was having a thick skin. "Senior, any plans to join the Night's Watch? Food and shelter are included, and you'll also receive a large amount of salary every month." Lin Qiye followed up and couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth when he heard Zhao Kongcheng's words. However, Ning Yun did not respond to Zhao Empyrean's words. After a moment of silence, he took a step forward. Phew! His figure turned into a dazzling stream of light and disappeared in an instant. In the meantime, the field of light turned into a roiling point of light and slowly dissipated before the eyes of the three. At some point, the pounding rain had stopped. Above the dark night, stars twinkled, turning into a long river of stars flowing by. The clouds dispersed and a bright, clear moon slowly emerged. The moonlight was like a light veil, spilling over the earth. Chapter 14, The Infinite Realm. Late night, in an ordinary residential home, illuminated by a dim light, a soft, toy-sized couch was set up in an exquisitely luxurious fish tank. At the moment, on top of it was lying a small, silky, smooth, glistening green frog. It crossed its legs in a rather enchanting position, looking languidly and falsely asleep. Ning Yun sat down on the edge of the bed and checked up on the progress bar of Frogspawn's travel energy replenishment. Upon seeing that the travel progress bar had been replenished to 100%, a flash of excitement appeared on Ning Yun's face. The travel energy replenishment is complete, which means that Froggy can start traveling again. A single God-shining fruit had already brought him so many surprises. He had a vague guess in his mind that the specialties and souvenirs that Frogspawn would bring back afterward would be even more powerful than the shining fruit. He feared. Right after Ning Yun pressed the button to start traveling, several prompt boxes flashed before his eyes. Traveling energy replenishment completed. Froggy is sleeping. Froggy will continue his journey at 8 a.m. tomorrow morning. Ning Yun? He turned his head to Frogspawn, who was lying on the couch, huffing and puffing, and for a moment was a little unsure of what to say. Walking over to the windowsill, Ning Yun reached out and poked the Frogspawn's soft, white, fluffy little belly. Frogspawn felt a poke in his stomach, so it turned on its side and changed its position to continue sleeping. Ning Yun was silent. Just then, the sound of the door opening came from outside the bedroom. Then, a clear and lively voice slowly entered the ears. Yun, I'm back. Ning Yun walked out of the bedroom, revealing a gentle smile to Hong Liao. Welcome back. Hong Ying smiled and walked forward, wrapping an arm around his shoulders, almost suffocating Ning Yun as if he were in his arms. Did you listen to your sister's words and stay home properly? Ning Yun struggled a bit. However, the red tassel was wrapped tightly around him, and he didn't dare to push too hard, and then he gave up resisting. He said rather helplessly, it was raining so heavily just now, I couldn't get out even if I wanted to. On the contrary, you, Sister Red, have you been paying attention to safety? Red Tassel smiled and patted his head. Little brother, actually still concerned about sister? Don't worry, before realizing my dream, I'm sure nothing will happen to my sister. Ning Yun tugged at the corners of his mouth and couldn't help but bellyache. This flag of the red tasseled sister is just flying. But, the dream in her mouth. Ning Yun suddenly recalled the words she had said to Zhao Kongqing not long ago. I haven't collected your share of the money for my brother and I's wedding. Sister Red Tassel wouldn't really have any bad intentions for herself, would she? Ning Yun shivered at the thought. No, absolutely not. Wouldn't you have to be kicked out of bed by Sister Red Tassel every day? This kind of thing should never be Hong Liao suddenly let go of Ning Yun's shoulders as she walked behind him, and after carefully sizing him up, her beautiful eyes flickered slightly. What's wrong? Ning Yun asked softly, pretending to know nothing. The corners of the red tassel's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a wry smile as if it were a kitten. She reached out to pat Ning Yun's shoulder and smiled. It's fine. It's just that suddenly I feel like my little brother has grown up quite a bit again. TSK, this body, this height. Are there any little girls in school who confess to you? Ning Yun said helplessly. What nonsense. Red Rouge rested her hands on his shoulders, her black hair tied into a ponytail swaying slightly as she laughed softly. I'm not bull asterisk ting you. Yun is obviously so handsome. How can there be no little fangirls to like him? No. Really? No really. Hearing these words, Red Rouge breathed a slight sigh of relief, but did not show this elation on her face. With her two small, slender white hands behind her back, she stood slightly on her tiptoes and laughed softly. So, do you want to continue the all-night conversation with me tonight? Ning Yun sneered. Don't even think about it. Tonight, I'll never get another kick out of you. Squad 136. Lao Zhao. You're not kidding? Chen Mai stood in front of the window, his expression looking incomparably grave and serious. Beside him, the expression of the vice captain of Squad 136, Wu Xiangnan, was not much different from his. Zhao Kongqing had already compiled a report of everything he had seen before. I saw it with my own eyes. Besides, do you think it's possible for me to joke about something like this? Zhao Kongqing sat on the sofa, rarely crossing his legs, his expression equally solemn. Ning Yun's appearance was undoubtedly a heavy bomb for Squad 136. Zhao Empyrean City still had palpitations in his heart when he recalled the scene from before. The huge field that looks like it was poured out of gold, the countless majestic giant swords of light, and the powerful strength that will play the Ghostface King in the palm of his hand. Moreover, he was not affected by the Ghostface phase land. Thinking of this, Zhao Kongqing said in a strict voice, that power is by no means just the Chuan realm. It could be the Sea realm, but it could also be beyond the Sea realm. Chen Mai followed up on Zhao Kongqing's unfinished words and slowly uttered those three words, limitless realm. When they heard the word, All three were very silent. Infinite realm. Other than Chen Mai, even if all 136 squads were deployed, I'm afraid that they wouldn't be able to do anything about the other party. The gap between realms was like a chasm in the sky. Chen Mai looked out the window, but his heart sank a point once again. He was already carrying a huge secret that he couldn't tell to anyone else. The Shiva grievance. At such a juncture, another such strong person suddenly appeared. It was impossible for him not to panic. But what about panic? He had to guard this Sangnan city, guard Squad 136, and guard the tens of thousands of people behind him. After a long time, he sighed quietly. Seeing that the atmosphere suddenly became a bit stiff, Zhao Kongcheng let out a dry laugh and spoke. Captain, I tried to invite that man, but he didn't say anything. Aha! By the way, the student you mentioned earlier called Lin Qiye, Zhao Kongcheng returned. He originally did not want to join the Night's Watch, but, after seeing that scene with his own eyes, he changed his mind. Perhaps, also planted the seed of guardianship in his heart long ago. Chen Mai nodded. I understand. As soon as he thought of Lin Qiye, Zhao Kongcheng couldn't help but smile and shake his head. Obviously before, he also bit down on the fact that he would never join the Night Watch and only wanted to accompany his loved ones. Is also a person with a hard mouth and a soft heart. And the man in the golden mask. He has appeared twice. For the first time, he saved Lin Qiye, saved himself the second time. If it wasn't for him, Zhao Empyrean City knew exactly what would happen to him. He would never be a match for the Ghostface King. Unless, turns on the ghost quotes. Chapter 15, not as pretty as Sister Honging. Froggy's all fed up and ready to go. Froggy's going on a trip. Froggy will send back travel photos and special souvenirs from time to time. So please check back. Upon getting up, Ning Yun heard a beeping tone coming from beside his ear. After a night's sleep, Froggy is finally ready to travel. I'm really looking forward to what Froggy will bring back next. In the meantime, travel energy has also bottomed out again. Looking at the empty travel energy, it was clear to Ning Yun that he would have to go searching for mythical creatures to replenish his travel energy again. He needed to finish replenishing his travel energy before the frog spawn returned. Wait until the next time and just let the Froggy start traveling seamlessly. Ha! The world is cold and the pain of this 996 must be experienced by the frog pups as well. Ning Yun yawned as he changed his clothes. After speaking with Hong Liao, Ning Yun left the house and headed towards the school. Even though the strength has become so strong, you still have to maintain the habit of going to school every day. Ning Yun yawned as he carried his school bag in one hand. Just a short distance behind him, Lin Qiye furtively followed him. Looking at the upright and slender figure in front of him, he pondered for a moment before finally stepping forward and gently patting Ning Yun on the shoulder. Ning Yun-san. At the sound of the voice, Ning Yun turned his head back, and upon seeing that the visitor was Lin Qiye, there wasn't much surprise on his face. He smiled and waved his hand. Lin Qiye student. For some reason, Lin Qiye was suddenly a bit nervous, but soon he was relieved. After having witnessed the terrifying prowess that Ning Yun had displayed last night, it would be strange not to be nervous, wouldn't it? After calming his mood, he spoke slowly. Fellow student Ning Yun, this should be the second time we've talked, and the first time we've formally talked. Yeah, the last time we met, it was in front of the couple's hotel. At that time, Lin Qiye was dragged by Zhao Kongqing towards the inside of the couple's hotel. Both have tacitly refrained from talking about this black history. Ning Yun continued to ask, looking for me for something? Lin Qiye hesitated for a moment before he whirled around and spoke. I plan to join the Night's Watch. Well, it's a good choice. Lin Qiye was a bit stunned. He didn't expect Ning Yun to answer his questions so lightly. The reason he had said those words was to test Ning Yun once more. Although he had basically established his identity, Lin Qiye had always been a cautious person. It just didn't occur to him. Ning Yun didn't even act a bit. Seeing him show this expression, Ning Yun shrugged. Surprised? Lin Qiye rubbed his nose. It's true that I'm a bit surprised. I thought you'd continue to hide your identity as a little golden man. Along with the fall of Lin Qiye's words. At those words, Ning Yun's expression froze, and then he slowly snapped out a question mark. Little gold man? What the hell kind of name calling is that? He tugged at the corner of his mouth and inquired. What's a little gold man? Because you flash a golden light every time you appear. So I've gotten used to calling you the little golden man. Lin Qiye also realized his slip of the tongue and somewhat awkwardly explained said. Ning Yun waved his hand and said indifferently. Forget it, a little gold man is a little gold man. By the way, there's something else I want to ask you. Well, you say. Lin Qiye spoke. Red Tassel from Squad 136 is your sister. You shouldn't have a stance against the Night's Watch. So why are you hiding your identity? Well, I didn't actually intentionally try to hide my identity. The first time I showed up wearing a mask, it was just because I was a little socially awkward. And then, well, it was because I was afraid that Sister Red Riding Hood would beat me up badly if she found out. Ning Yun smiled rather helplessly. After all, I've been hiding such a big deal from her. She'll definitely not be able to spare me when she finds out. Lin Qiye. After hearing Ning Yun's explanation, he couldn't help but fall into silence. It had been thought that Ning Yun had done so because of his cautious nature. So that's how it is. Not for any lofty reasons, but just because of sheer sociopathy and fear of my sister? What a plain reason. Ning Yun's image in Lin Qiye's mind instantly became somewhat grounded. After talking for a while, the two parted ways in front of the school. Lin Qiye had already made his decision. He's joining the Night's Watch. Originally, the reason why he didn't want to join the Night's Watch was because he couldn't worry about his family. But after experiencing that battle and seeing Ning Yun's terrifying strength, he understood one thing. Running away won't solve the problem. He had to get stronger. Stronger to be able to better protect his family. The Night's Watch, as an official organization, can help him. And the mental hospital in the back of my mind. When one unlocked the secrets of it, one might be able to have the power to guard everything. After coming to the classroom, Ning Yun was a bit bored as he took out his cell phone and swiped through the videos. Looking at each of the coolly dressed beauty queens, Ning Yun felt disinterested. Not quite as pretty as your own red-tasseled sister. Wait, how can one compare them with the red-tasseled sister? One's heart should nod also to the red-tasseled sister. No, never. That's Sister Red Riding Hood. The red-headed sister who kicks herself under the bed every night on time and on the dot. How could one like her? Thinking so, Ning Yun gradually settled down. He glanced at Lin Qiye's seat. He hadn't come to class. When he ran into himself on his way to school earlier, he probably did it on purpose, just to inform himself that he was joining the Night's Watch. So by now he should be inside Squad 136. Although his identity was exposed, Ning Yun wasn't worried. One was because of Lin Qiye's character. His very personality dictates that he's not one to backstab people. Besides, exposing his identity would not do him any good. Secondly, it was because, with his strength today, he already possessed the power to defend himself in the early stages of the plot's development. Even if the Church of the Ancient God came to attack, he would not be afraid. After casually swiping his phone for a while, Ning Yun began to wonder which place he would go next to find mythical creatures to replenish his travel energy. As it happened, he saw the news about Shangjing City, Upper King City. Among the many cities, Shangjing City was the most massive, and it was for this reason that mysterious births were the most rapid and numerous. As the city with the most mysteries, Shangjing City's town guards were also extremely powerful. The leaders of Squad 006, Xiaopingya and Chen Mai, are the white impermanent agent and the black impermanent agent, respectively. There, one might be able to encounter a mystery every 2 steps. For Ning Yun, who wanted to replenish his traveling energy, it was heaven. Of course, this is based on sufficient strength. So that was how Ning Yun decided. Traveling to Upper King City. Chapter 16. Do you play with light too? Late night, Shangjing City, Western District. After unlocking the bedroom door, Ning Yun directly jumped out the window and left the house. It then turned into a stream of light and flew off into the sky. Beneath the dark night sky, countless stars twinkled, and a dazzling stream of light traveled through the clouds. It was so fast that it didn't attract anyone's attention. In a flash, he had arrived above a certain street located in Shangjing City. Ning Yun scanned around and raised an eyebrow. Sure enough, most of the mysteries in the city of Shangjing were hibernating, with not a single breath leaking out. During the daytime, mystery would hibernate, or else it would easily attract the attention of Squad 006, and then it might not survive more than half a day before being erased. This was also thanks to the high level of pressure from Xiaopinggu and Squad 006, mysteriously afraid to show up during the day. But in the dead of night, when encountering a solitary pedestrian, these mysteries should press on, right? This was what Ning Yun was playing at. He was alone, strolling through the streets of Shangjing City, wherever it was out of the way. He specialized in walking. At this point in time, not a single resident could be seen in such an isolated place. The late-night Shangjing City was dense with a thin layer of fog. The wind was blowing and there were only a few residential buildings in the distance that still had lights on. Night owls. Ning Yun lowered his head and swiped his cell phone while continuing forward along the road beneath his feet. He gathered all his breath and disguised himself as an ordinary pedestrian with no hands. A few moments later, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. The eyes looked toward the darkness not far away. Sure enough, as he expected, humans in single form are like bait to mystery. A light jig and they're hooked. It's almost easier than fishing. Fishing is all about air power from time to time, but fishing for these mysteries can be a real hit or miss. Thinking so, Ning Yun's figure moved slightly. Under the dark night, a stream of light abruptly flashed by. A minute later, an upright and slender figure slowly walked out from the darkness. It didn't cause any commotion. as if it was just an accidental misstep while taking a walk. At the end of his death, that mystery didn't even understand how he died. Shouldn't this just be a regular roadrunner? You're up? One move straight up? Walk out after. Ning Yun dusted off his body and couldn't help but frown. Can the pool realm's mysterious actually only accumulate so little travel energy? He couldn't help but tug at the corners of his mouth as he watched the 1% progress bar on his travel energy. When he had beheaded the Ghostface before, one Ghostface was still able to increase its progress bar by 5%. So, as the number of trips continues to increase, so does the need for travel energy? Ning Yun quickly accepted the setting. As the night passed, Ning Yun caught up 13 Pool Realm mysteries and 1 Chuan Realm mystery. It does seem that there is enough mystery in SCOTUS. Even the Kawasaki mystery has a crappy feel to it. The Pool Realm is not as good as a dog, and the Kawasaki Realm is all over the place. But in the end, it only accumulated 30% of the progress bar. Looking at the progress bar of travel energy, Ning Yun couldn't help but sigh quietly. It's a long way to go. For the next few days, Ning Yun basically kept his routine of going to school during the day and coming to Shangjing City late at night to fish. Finally, his traveling energy came to 100%. Ning Yun couldn't help but have a pleased smile on his face as he strolled through the late-night streets of Shangjing City, looking at the travel energy that was already full of bars. Just then, he stopped suddenly, his eyes looking ahead. In the distance, a silhouette loomed. A powerful aura filled the air along with it. At least a sea realm. Noticed? Ning Yun raised an eyebrow, and he could sense that the aura emanating from the other party wasn't mystical, but rather, it was authentically human. That can appear in the Shangjing City should be a member of the 006 squad, right? He had long been prepared for contact with Squad 006. After all, one has come to someone's old home to kill the mystery. As expected, the next moment, a slightly gruff voice came from the distance. Your Excellency has been in Shangjing City for 3 days and has also killed several mysteries. May I ask what your honor's purpose is? The moment the words fell, a middle-aged man's figure slowly emerged. Ning Yun had a kind smile on his face, but in Yuan Gang's eyes it was rather provocative. Killing mystery for the sake of killing mystery is a bit of practice. Yuan Gang slowly walked up, wearing a vigilant uniform, a national face with a scar on the bridge of his nose. With that, he snorted coldly, just to practice a little? In that case, practice with me as well. Boom! Yuan Gang's figure disappeared in an instant. Next moment, the sandbag-sized fist appeared in front of Ning Yun, wrapped in the force of 1,000 pounds and smashing down heavily. Bang! The ground was shaken as if for an instant. It's like an earthquake. Ning Yun's eyes widened slightly. Meeting and fighting. Is that the tradition of Squad 006? But when he thought about what he had done, he seemed to be able to understand it again. This is 006 territory. He had killed a lot of mysteries here as an outsider and hadn't notified Squad 006. It's normal to be treated that way. If he wanted to run away, he could return to Tsungnan City in a flash. It's more convenient than 100,000 miles of somersault clouds. But, it was the first time I had encountered the strength of the sea realm. While we're at it, let's practice. Just in time to get a clearer picture of where your strength is positioned at this point. At the highest, he had only fought with the Chuan realm mysteries and could easily decimate them. But between the Chuan realm and the sea realm, it was also like a gulf between the heavens and the earth. With that thought, Ning Yun's figure moved as well. He transformed into a stream of light, which was particularly dazzling under the dark night. It was as if endless particles of light converged on his calf, followed by a booming kick. Light? Yuan Gang had just had this thought in his mind when his body had violently flown backwards. Ahem. Getting back up from among the smoke and dust, a hint of shock flashed in Yuan Gang's eyes. He's a sea realm. So easy to get a kick out of it? Lifting his head, his sights redirected to Ning Yun, he narrowed his eyes. Next moment, countless golden veins surfaced on the country's face, and a dazzling golden stream of light was also held in his hand. Instantly, an even stronger aura violently swept out in all directions. Boom! Flowers, plants, and trees flailed in all directions as if they had been subjected to an unparalleled level of wantonness. Seeing the situation, Ning Yun raised an eyebrow. The corners of his mouth slowly curved up in an arc. Are you also playing light? Jab! Ning Yun no longer concealed his own aura, and endless particles of light converged at his feet. Next moment, the light converged again. An incomparably dazzling giant sword floated in front of him. Chapter 17, A Severe Beating. The giant sword formed from particles of light floated in front of Ning Yun, releasing an unspeakably powerful aura. Ning Yun raised his hand and gripped it hard in his hand. He pulled his sword in an easy flourish. Immediately, an even stronger pressure spread and swept out in all directions. Next moment, his figure disappeared in an instant. Yuan Gang instinctively raised his hand, and the flare thundered in his hand. In the meantime, the sword blade sliced through the void, and the sound of breaking air resounded steeply. The dazzling giant sword of light came down with a bang. The moment the palm and the sword touched, powerful winds whistled in all directions, almost completely turning the place into an uninhabited ruin. Ning Yun quickly withdrew his strength. It's just a sparring match. It's not like it's a life and death game that divides both high and low. He withdrew slightly backward a few steps away. Dazzling points of light were still converging towards him. Yuan Gang looked down at the palm of his hand in disbelief. His hand was so numb that he could barely lift it. Just a moment of exchanging blows had inflicted such a terrifying injury on himself. He lifted his head and looked at the uninvited guest in front of him. Ning Yun stood still, his vision flat. A fiery, radiant light flickered in the dark eyes, as if they were gods. Yuan Gang raised his arm in disbelief, and a flash of dazzling light surged forth once again, emanating a frighteningly terrifying might. Blazing flares of light rolled through, and it was as if the moisture in the air was going to be vaporized. Shasta. Those golden mysterious words appeared on his face once again. Behind him, a golden circle slowly emerged, spinning and circling back. The strength of the sea realm was displayed by him at this moment. Yuan Gang clenched his fists and his voice boomed. Again! The corners of Ning Yun's mouth curled up slightly. Countless points of light converged behind him, forming an incomparably large pair of feathers of light. At this point, the power he was carrying within his body had already reached its upper limit, and the excess points of light slowly spilled out from the pair of feathers. For a split second, the two men's eyes clashed together again. He didn't unfold the field of light, because is no longer necessary. After unfolding the field of light, his manipulation of light would be enhanced to an unprecedented level. Within the field, Yuan Gang's power would also be weakened by light to an unprecedented level. What's more, the moment the cage of light was unleashed, there really wasn't the slightest bit of suspense to speak of in this battle. After letting out a long breath, Ning Yun casually loosened the giant sword of light in his hand. In an instant, the giant sword transformed into countless points of light and merged into his body. Last hit, fist to fist. At this moment, Ning Yun transformed into streams of light with his body. Light flickered between his fists, and the glow entwined and flowed between his fingers. He and Yuan Gang did not converse once more, but they took up their fighting stance with extreme tacit understanding. Bang! Punching! Yuan Gang's thousand-hammered body instantly flew backwards. It hit the ground hard. The originally clean and neat uniform of the Night's Watch had also become wrinkled and stained with dirt and weeds. He assumed a large shape, lying helplessly flat on the ground, his eyes looking distantly toward the sky. Numerous thoughts and ideas flashed through his mind, but in the end, it all converged into one sentence. How is this young man so good? He even gave up on continuing to use that huge sword in the end, and instead used his fists to fight himself. However, he was still punched out by him himself. So embarrassing. Shame on Squad 006. But soon, Yuan Gang recovered. Such a powerful character. Even if the other members of the squad, except the captain, it is estimated that there are not many who can beat it, right? Just then, a slightly clean-cut young face suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Hey, are you okay? Yuan Gang's tone of voice was not as bottomless as before. He reached out his hand towards Ning Yun. Brat, pull me up. I can't stand up by myself. Air. Ning Yun scratched his head and reached out to pull Yuan Gang up from the ground. Did he hit that hard? It's already winding down. How come it still hit him so hard he couldn't stand up? A few moments later, the two sat on a bench. As the sky was just dawning and a splash of fishbelly white rose in the distance, Yuan Gang handed Ning Yun one of the pancake fruits he had just bought. Brat, you didn't use your full strength just now, did you? Full power. After thinking carefully for a moment, in order to save Yuan Gang's face, Ning Yun decided to say that he had used his full strength. Yuan Gang clearly saw a flash of hesitation on his face. At once, he understood. This brat really didn't use his full strength just now. He's a sea realm. To actually be beaten by a kid who didn't use his full strength to the point where he almost lost his confidence. Yuan Gang couldn't help but hold his forehead. Only after a long time did he speak slowly. Brat, what organization do you belong to? Organization? Seeing that Ning Yun didn't say anything, Yuan Gang said somewhat suspiciously. You Shun T. Ning Yun said frankly, a hobo. Yuan Gang. Hobo? You're ing lying to cutie. And, can a hobo be that good? He said quietly. Brat, my name is Yuan Gang. I'm the night watchman of Team 006 in Shangjing City. Would you be interested in joining the Night's Watch? No. Ning Yun felt as though he had heard the name Yuan Gang somewhere, but the memories were too long ago and he had somewhat forgotten them. It seems like, is a drag queen? Hearing that he had rejected himself with such certainty, Yuan Gang became anxious. How could you not want to join the Night's Watch? The Night's Watch is a very good benefit. You are able to get a large sum of money every month and there are many hidden benefits. Even if you die in battle, your family will be treated with the highest level of protection. Ning Yun hastily stopped him, then tugged at the corner of his mouth somewhat breathlessly. Why does this guy look a bit like Zhao Kansheng? Talk about a set of perks. This set of words is probably exactly the same as the one that Zhao Kansheng said to Lin Qiye. He sighed and added, even if I join the Night's Watch, I'm not joining your squad 006. I'll be returning to Tsangnan City. Canyon City? Yuan Gang's eyes instantly widened. You kid is from Tsangnan City? Aha. Then what are you doing up in King City? Didn't I say so? There are more mysteries in Shangjing City. I came to Shangjing City to practice. Yuan Gang was speechless. Turns out, it's really here for practice. After thinking about it, Yuan Gang spoke up. Then if you don't add it, you don't have to add it. Can you give a contact information? Upon hearing this, Ning Yun looked at him with an odd expression. I don't have any strange fetishes. I'm warning you, I'll always like 18-year-old beauty queens. Yuan Gang kicked him off the bench. He almost laughed in exasperation. In the end, Yuan Gang was unable to persuade Ning Yun to join Squad 006. Still, it's something. At least got Ning Yun's contact info. Chapter 18 Laws of Destruction and Flowing Blade Wakizashi. Froggy's back. Froggy has brought you back a souvenir. The day after returning to Tsangnan City, Ning Yun welcomed the good news of Frogspawn's return. He tapped on the game interface in the middle of his mind. Instantly, several alert boxes popped up one after another. Skimming over a few of the prompt boxes that were of little use, Ning Yun's eyes fell on the last one. Too weak for your power. Froggy Pop has brought back a souvenir from the Corpse Soul world for you. Destruction, Flowing Blade Wakizashi. Hiss. Ning Yun couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. The last time, he was too slow, so he brought back the shining fruit for himself. This time it was too weak for his own power, so he brought back Ryubi Wakizashi? Feeling offended again. But upon seeing the weapon in the item bar, Ning Yun suddenly felt that being offended by Frogpup was quite good. I hope the Frogpups can take more offense in the future. He tapped on the item bar, where a plain and unassuming Zanpakuto was lying quietly at the moment. It was so plain and unassuming that it looked as if it was just an ordinary long knife. But only Ning Yun knew in his heart that this ordinary-looking blade, gently swung out, was a heaven-destroying pressure. Tap on the Flowing Blade Wakizashi in the item bar and a small window pops up. Destruction, Flowing Blade Wakizashi, the strongest and oldest Zanpakuto in the Inferno system, possessing the strongest attack power in the Corpse Soul world. Due to the lack of initial power, Frogpup specially sought out a hint of the Law of Destruction to inject into it, and between swings of the blade it can cause indelible flame scars that will be branded on it forever. Upon seeing the profile of Flowing Blade Ruofire, Ning Yun couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. The Law of Destruction? You're kidding. My Froggy obviously only eats and sleeps day after day, and eats when he wakes up. Ning Yun's line of sight fell to the side of the frog pup that was resting on a sun lounger in the fish tank. Its soft white and fluffy little tummy looking like a good poke. It wore a pair of sunglasses to shield it from the sun's rays coming in through the window. You're telling me that this little thing infused the laws of destruction into the Flowing Blade Wakizashi? Then again, in the eyes of Frogspawn, not even the Flowing Blade Wakizashi is considered a powerful attack? The fiery, most powerful and oldest Zanpakuto in the Corpse Soul world can't even get into Froggy Pup's eyes? Ning Yun no longer dared to imagine what other horrible specialties and souvenirs Frogspawn would bring back to himself in the future. He looked to his already replenished travel energy and couldn't help but get lost in thought. His previous thoughts of trying to make Frogpup 996 were also put to rest. When a Frogspawn is working so hard, it's only fair to rest. Remove Quicksilver Wakizashi from the item bar. Ning Yun held the hilt of the Flowing Blade Ruofire in one hand, and the sheath that sealed the blade in the other. Normally, the surface of the Ryubi Wakizashi is just a stylized ordinary taijutsu with a dark purple hilt and brown oval-shaped tsuba. Gripping the hilt of the blade tightly, Ning Yun slightly drew out an inch of the blade. The smooth surface of the blade glistened with a cold, chilling light, and its own quality was unquestionable. Mindfulness. Ning Yun's figure then appeared above the vast ocean. Reaching out, he gripped the hilt of the flowing blade of Wakizashi and slowly pulled it out completely. Next moment, a flash of blazing fire flashed across Ning Yun's eyes. Streaming blade of fire. Liberated. Upper King City. Squad 006. Xiaopinga sat on the reclining chair with a somewhat helpless expression. Old Yuan, I say you're not too young. Why are you still so reckless, causing such a large area of destruction all at once? Yuan Gang rubbed his nose in embarrassment. That can't be helped. I initially thought that kid was a member of the ancient god church, and that he came to Shangjing City for some sort of shady purpose. And I have unfolding ringless airspace coming up. And then, what happened? Yuan Gang exhaled a deep breath of turbid air and barely managed to pull out a smile. Complete defeat. Captain. If he hadn't stayed his hand, Captain, what you're seeing right now shouldn't be me who was still able to stand here. Probably would have died there. That good? Xiaopinggo raised an eyebrow. More than that, he didn't use his full strength. If you use your full power, infinity? Or Klein? Yuan Gang shook his head. He wasn't sure. By the way, he's still unorganized, and I tried to invite him to join the vigil, but the kid's a high school student from Canyon City. He said that even if he joined the Night's Watch, he'd go to Squad 136 in Canyon City. As Yuan Gang's words fell, he suddenly realized that Xiaoping's face was a bit gloomy. Canyon City. In the moment of hearing those 3 words, Xiaoping's brows then tightened. Just when the air seemed to have frozen, Yuan Gang suddenly looked out the window, looking a little puzzled. Isn't it just dawn now? Why are there suddenly flaming clouds in the distant sky? At the same time, he turned back to Xiaopingga. Captain, do you sense an aura that's not quite right? What's wrong? Xiaopingga was still pondering about Songnan City and subconsciously looked towards the window when he heard Yuan Gang's voice. Just then, the change suddenly appeared. The earth seemed to quake, and even the windows trembled for a moment. In the meantime, the misty sky, which was white with the whiteness of a fish's belly, was tinted with a dazzling scarlet in an instant. It's like an endless fire cloud spilling the setting sun onto the earth. Even from this far away, he was able to feel the commotion. Xiaopingga stood up and hurried to the window. At some point, a pillar of blazing fire suddenly rose from the sea level as if it was going to penetrate the sky. Not only Shangjing City, even Songnan City was vaguely able to see this incomparably shocking scene. The light from the pillar of fire covered almost half of the sky. The white clouds that floated by were colored crimson, as if they were on fire in the evening. Seeing the scene of light that had almost changed the climate of this heaven and earth, Xiaopingga and Yuan Gang's pupils suddenly shrunk, their eyes filled with disbelief. Who is it? Who caused such a terrifying power? Could it be another one of those lunatics from the Church of the Ancient God? Just then, the mutation arose again. Next to the original pillar of heavenly fire, dozens of pillars of heavenly fire rose up once again. Dozens of fire pillars emitted an incomparably hot aura, as if they had created some kind of connection with each other. And the waves of flames wrapped around the fire pillars like fiery dragons, as if they were the scene of divine dragons climbing the pillars. The monstrous flames continued to spread, scorching the calm sea. Squad 006 in Shangjing City and Squad 136 in Songnan City all saw the sight at the same time. Lin Qiye raised his head, a flash of fire reflected in his eyes. For some reason, his heart suddenly thought of Ning Yun. Even though he had never shown any flame-related abilities, Lin Qiye just felt that this scene was made by Ning Yun. Chapter 19, A Sea of Fire that pours out of the sky. Those who live on the coast see it most clearly. Countless pedestrians passing by ran to the shore, grabbed their cell phones and started taking pictures. Watching is a nature that can't be dulled even in the bones. Some people were shocked. Some people were mad. Some people were excited. Is that a tornado entwined with fire? It's like a fire dragon. A vision from heaven. May this year be rich. Human evolution didn't take me with it again? Only those who are truly in the know understand that this is not a vision, but a light created by someone's own hands. Even the one who made this light may not be human, but truly divine. Just for a few moments, the pillar of fire that almost connected the sky and the earth then instantly dissipated like a passing cloud, as if the sky and the earth were tumbling down. The extinction of the world's catastrophe, in the twinkling of an eye. But the sight has been captured by countless people on their cell phones. The Red Raider also took a picture of it as he went along. Then he sent it to his brother Ning Yun. The vigilante sector sprang into action instantly. They led public opinion to link the sighting to a mirage and the direction of a tornado, try to minimize the impact of this incident. Luckily, the vision was extremely brief, and the vigilance sector handled it much faster. Most people dismissed the sight as a mirage, become an after-tea chat on the internet. Far away in the center of the ocean, Ning Yun stood high in the sky, the burning flowing blade rule fire held tightly in his hand. With a wave of his hand, endless fiery flames swept toward the sea in front of him. On the sea level where dozens of pillars of sky-high fire had just appeared, the seawater inside had already been vaporized by now, forming several whirlpools that could look into the bottom of the sea. The surrounding sea water poured in like a waterfall. A trace of incredulity also flashed across Ning Yun's dark eyes. The flowing blade wakizashi that was infused with the laws of destruction actually became this powerful? Just the beginning of the solution has caused such a big commotion. However, it also almost completely emptied the power in my body. It's not bad because it's too weak for my power. That's why the frog pup specially brought back the flowing blade wakizashi. Can this power now compete with a true god? Just then, Ning Yun suddenly heard a ding-dong sound coming from the cell phone in his pants pocket. He took out his cell phone and skillfully unlocked the screen. And then I saw the picture that Red Tassel had sent. Red Riding Hood, Yun. Did you see that? What a horrible vision. Ning Yun's head briefly went down for an instant as his eyes slowly fell on the pillar of fire in the photograph. The photo shows dozens of columns of fire plunging into the sky from sea level. It reflected the sky in flaming clouds. Was the movement caused by the flowing blade wakizashi that big? Even what happens here can be seen by Canyon City. The instant this thought had just arisen in his mind, Ning Yun suddenly realized a certain place that he had overlooked. Daxia is shrouded in mist. Thinking of this, Ning Yun muttered, so this isn't outside of Daxia, but near the coast of Songnan City? Noticing that things weren't going well, the corners of Ning Yun's mouth twitched twice. Afterward, he hastily sheathed his flowing blade Rohawatsu, and the blazing, rolling flames dissipated. In an instant, his figure disappeared into streams of light. In the next moment, Ning Yun's figure re-entered the middle of his bedroom. Quicksilver wakizashi was also thrown back into his item bar. It can be removed from the item bar at any time with a thought. He rubbed his cheeks to calm down, then stepped out of the bedroom. Red Raider had already changed and was on his way to meet up with Squad 136. Ning Yun coughed dryly, pretending to be helpless. Sister Honging, we're just separated by a door. Is it necessary for you to send me a photo on purpose? At this moment, Ning Yun's acting skills reached an unprecedented peak state. Every look, every expression, every gesture, without a doubt could have taken home a little gold man award. With a piece of bread in her mouth, Red Riding Hood mumbled something, and then hurried out the door. Seeing this, Ning Yun was relieved. He re-entered his bedroom, his eyes falling on the little frog that was lazily lying asleep. He remembered, his own anchored destination was far there, no amount of commotion triggered would be noticeable. Wait, Ning Yun suddenly realized something. Could it be due to the fact that the shining fruit's speed has increased quite a bit, causing one's degree of control over speed to decrease? It's not unusual to lose control of speed due to a sudden spike in speed, but has caused too much commotion this time. Good thing he wasn't wearing a school uniform and had a mask on his face. The Night's Watch or the Church of the Ancient Gods would surely not be able to realize that the person who had triggered this commotion was the same person as him. Luckily, it's a fast run. Someone should have gone over there by now to check on the situation. I just don't know how many come from the Night Watch and how many come from the shadows. By the way, there's a class coming up today. With that thought in mind, Ning Yun changed into his school uniform and teased the little frog spawn a bit before leaving. He then left the house and headed towards the school. Upper King City, Squad 006. Xiaopinga said with a serious expression. Old Yuan, what realm do you think the one who caused that terrifying vision just now should be? Yuan Gang clenched his fist, then slowly loosened it. He shook his head. I don't know, but it has to be at least limitless. No, it has to be at least the Klein realm to start. He had just fought Ning Yun this morning. But compared to the terrifying vision just now, whether it was him or Ning Yun, the two were like infants. Ning Yun's ability to manipulate light like that was indeed very powerful, and he was ashamed of himself. But compared to this kind of vision that completely changed the climate of a party, it was a bit weak. After hearing Yuan Gang's words, Xiaopinga's eyes were slightly lowered and he did not open his mouth. A feeling arose vaguely in his heart that the visions produced this time might also be related to Songnan City. Just now, he had been notified. That area of the sea is fully blocked and shouldn't be unblocked anytime soon. People have already gone there to conduct searches and found nothing. There was nothing but a couple of massive whirlpools with seawater pouring in. He sat down in his chair and suddenly sighed. Speaking of which, the Night's Watch boot camp is about to start, isn't it? Old Yuan, you're still the commander-in-chief of the boot camp this time too. Are you ready? Yuan Gang nodded. It's been like this for so many years. It's not a big problem. Xiaopinga looked out the window slyly, his tone flat. I really hope that sometime in the future I can live a peaceful life. But, forget it. Chapter 20 Sister Red Tassel in School Uniform. Songnan City, Second High School. Ning Yun sat in the classroom, his left hand resting on his chin as he gazed calmly out the window. After coming back from Shangjing City, he realized that there was something not quite right about the atmosphere in the school. Some kind of mysterious aura was faint but truly pervaded the school. From his seat, he could just about see the situation at the school entrance not far away. At this moment, Lin Qiye, Si Xiaonan, and Hong Ying, the three of them were walking in companionably from the doorway there. Nanda Snake Demon. Relying on them should be easy enough. However, before Ning Yun could slip away, Red Tassel sent him a message first. Hong Yun, I'm inside your school right now. I have something to find you, so hurry up and meet me at the school entrance. After leaving the classroom, Ning Yun walked slowly to the school entrance. Soon, Red Riding saw him. She reached out her hand and yanked on Ning Yun's school uniform, directly pulling him into her arms. The broadness of his chest made him a little breathless. Ning Yun's line of sight couldn't help but fall on Red Tassel, who was wearing a red and white school uniform. Her figure is convex and curvaceous, and the wide school uniform can't cover it completely, reflecting the more and more pure temperament, as if the 18-year-old girl is as energetic. Bad. Is this a heart attack? Just then, Red Tassel spoke up. Yun, listen up. There are terrorists mixed inside your second middle school now, so you'll have to stay with us for the rest of the day. Got it? What a lame excuse. Terrorists. Ning Yun suddenly realized that he was very similar to Red Raider. Both are equally bad at making excuses and pretexts. He glanced sideways, his eyes landing on Lin Qiye and Si Xiaonan. These two were on the verge of stifling their laughter. After thinking about it, Ning Yun suddenly opened her mouth and asked, Lin Qiye, have you joined my sister's workplace now as well? Ha! At those words, Lin Qiye froze for a moment. He didn't expect the war to suddenly reach him. Looking at Ning Yun's impish smile, he awkwardly cleared his throat. Well, for various reasons, I'm sort of in early employment right now, and the pay is pretty high. With things as they were, he could only choose to accompany Ning Yun in his performance of the wave. Unfortunately, compared to Ning Yun's superior acting skills, Lin Qiye was still nearly on fire. But the Red Tassel is more single stupid, and does not see it. Si Xiaonan looked at Ning Yun with some curiosity. Is this sister Hong Yao's brother? Well, isn't it handsome? Hong Liao put her arm around Ning Yun's shoulders and said rather proudly. Si Xiaonan, Lin Qiye. After Si Xiaonan took a closer look, he said softly against his chin, with a nose and eyes, the growth is indeed not bad. Now it was Ning Yun's turn to be silent. Alright, just kidding, don't mind. Si Xiaonan's tone also became serious. Lin Qiye, how do we act next? Lin Qiye thought for a moment. You and sister Hong Yao go to the office building to investigate. I'll take Ning Yun back to the class to check out the situation. After speaking, he added, don't worry, I'll protect Ning Yun. The red coma nodded although there was some concern in her eyes. Ning Yun and Lin Qiye had been in the same class before, and the two of them were still on good terms. And although Lin Qiye had just joined the Night's Watch, his strength wasn't bad, so the two groups split up. Only after watching Si Xiaonan and Hong Ying's figures fade away did Lin Qiye slowly breathe a sigh of relief. He rubbed his nose and said rather helplessly, still not very good at lying in front of people I know, but I guess my performance just now was okay, right? Ning Yun smiled. It's fine. Sister Hong Yao is a fool. She won't notice. Lin Qiye was already accustomed to seeing this kind of loving tone between Ning Yun and Hong Ying, and only thought that this was a special way of playing between the young couple. He led Ning Yun towards the class, and he was tasked with the responsibility of reaching out to Lu Xiaoyan. At this point, Lu Xiaoyan had already been assimilated by the Nandu snake demon. On the way there, Lin Qiye began to explain the overall status of this mission to Ning Yun. To put it simply, there's a mythical creature with great camouflage ability mixed inside the second middle school that can easily turn into other people and communicate with humans normally. Moreover, this mythical creature is also able to do assimilation of humans, transforming them into the same mythical creatures. Infectious. Just like zombies, our mission is to find the source of this mythical creature's essence, the source of the infection. Ning Yun nodded. Well, you guys cheer up then. Aha! Lin Qiye was just about to nod when he realized that there was something wrong with Ning Yun's words. A little unsure, he asked, we refuel? Well, you guys cheer otherwise you want me to cheer together, but to help you cheer a little bit is not impossible. I mean, don't you make a move? There's no need for that. With yourselves you can already take care of it. Ning Yun said with a smile. The Nandu serpent demon was supposed to be just a blip. It was just extremely infectious, but not very strong in itself. And, if he himself kills Li Yifei, then he can really be dead through and through, the kind that lasts forever. Therefore, it was better to leave it to Lin Qiye himself. It was only after he killed Li Yifei that Li Yifei and the Nantucket snake demon became caretakers in his mental hospital together. Besides, already full of traveling energy myself, Frogspawn is also still in the middle of a break. Ning Yun planned to follow Lin Qiye today and wait until he finished solving the Nandu snake demon before returning home with sister Hong Yao. Well, pretty much perfect schedule. Soon the two were back in class. The math teacher was very surprised when he saw Lin Qiye and was just about to say something when Ning Yun spoke up first to relieve him. Casually sweeping a glance towards the class, Ning Yun, who had killed dozens of mysteries, instantly distinguished the two Nandu snake demons hiding in the class. He patted Lin Qiye's shoulder. There are two here, Han Ruoruo and Lu Xiaoyan. How do you know? Lin Qiye turned back and asked with some curiosity. He can tell infected students by their blazing angel eyes. What about Ning Yun? Ning Yun revealed a harmless smile. As long as you kill enough mysteries, you'll naturally be able to feel the difference between mysteries and ordinary humans. Although mystery can disguise itself as a human, the kind of aura they have on them is hard to completely hide, and after killing more of them, you can naturally tell them apart quite easily. Seeing Ning Yun smile and say these words, Lin Qiye coldly shivered. In a sense, this guy is going to be scarier than a mythical creature. Chapter 21, Lin Qiye's thoughts gradually diabolize. Lin Qiye's seat was right behind Ning Yun. He tapped his headset and softly said, Captain, the situation is very bad right now. I noticed when I was in the hallway just now that there are already 6 people in this dormitory building that have been infected, and there are 2 in the class. They can also. There's nothing more that can be done. They're just an empty shell now. The essence inside is a mythological creature, irreversible the moment they're assimilated. Chen Mai's voice interrupted for a moment, then continued to come through. Alright, you guys continue investigating and pay attention to safety. I know. After finishing his report, Lin Qiye gazed at Ning Yun, who was sitting directly in front of him. He reached out and patted Ning Yun's shoulder. I'll be distinguishing between the entire school during the flag-raising ceremony in a moment, but the situation is very bleak right now. The captain has already told me earlier that this mythical creature already has an infected body outside the school as well, and that the main body still might remain inside the school. Just then, the classroom door was suddenly pushed open. Li Yifei somewhat embarrassedly whispered to the teacher before returning to his seat and sitting down. He turned his head to look at Lin Qiye beside him. How is the situation now? At the sight of Li Yifei, Lin Qiye had already resumed his seat as if the person who had just conversed with Ning Yun wasn't him. Wait for the flag-raising ceremony in a little while, and you might find out something great. In the meantime, Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan also found 4 human skins in the girls' dormitory. The human skin hangs on the windowsill, rippling with the breeze. When they saw this scene, the faces of the 2 turned pale with a swish. It was too late to think about it, and Red Tassel hurriedly turned on her headset. Lin Qiye, we found 4 human skins on this side of the girls' dormitory, inside the same dormitory. At this moment, Lin Qiye and Li Yifei and Ning Yun were walking towards the square with the singing of the flag-raising ceremony. When he heard Hong Ying's words, Lin Qiye frowned as he turned his head to look at Li Yifei. Are Han Ruoruo and Lu Xiaoyan living in the same dormitory? Yeah, Lu Xiaoyan and Han Ruoruo live inside a dormitory. Saying that, Li Yifei's line of sight suddenly landed on a girl not far away. There's also that girl, who lives in a dormitory with them as well. At those words, Lin Qiye's heart skipped a beat. As he looked his gaze toward the girl in front of him, Ning Yun had already taken the lead and said, that girl, too, has been assimilated. Could it be that the first place this mythical creature went was inside the girls' dormitory? As he pondered the thought, he kept wandering through the ranks, until, that is, he saw the flag raiser. Lin Qiye directly charged up. Ning Yun rested against his chin and stood beside Li Yifei with interest. True to form, the protagonist doesn't drag his feet in the slightest. A few moments later, Ning Yun saw Lin Qiye walking in front of the student square with his banner raised. He didn't follow the original route, and after circling around 7 times he finally came under the flagpole, hastily tying the flag up. But in his heart he had already set off huge waves. Under the eye of the blazing angel, at least 60 students and faculty have been assimilated by the infection. If he could, he would love to please Ning Yun. If it was Ning Yun, he should be able to get rid of all of these mythical creatures in an instant. But Ning Yun had already made it clear that he wouldn't make a move. However, Red Tassel was also involved in this incident, so there was no way Ning Yun wouldn't be worried. Does this mean that Ning Yun thinks that resolving this incident will not be difficult for him? Could he be testing himself? Test yourself to see if you can live up to his expectations? Yes, that's right. Lin Qiye suddenly had a feeling of sudden realization, and after connecting all the events together, he suddenly understood a lot of things. The first time Ning Yun appeared, he personally saved himself. He even made a point of reminding himself that he could trust this person, Zhao Kongcheng. Later, he made a move to kill the Ghostface King in order to show his powerful strength in front of himself, thus leading him to join the Night's Watch organization. Now, he was testing himself to see if he could do it alone. If one could solve this incident perfectly, one would surely be praised by the Night's Watch. Sure enough, he was paving the way. It's about getting stronger. At some point, Lin Qiye's thoughts had gradually diabolized. In truth, Ning Yun was just a bit tired from killing too many mythological creatures lately. Thinking so, Lin Qiye's eyes flickered slightly. So what does have to do to meet the expectations in Ning Yun's mind? In a flash of lightning, an aura flashed through his mind. The situation at hand can no longer be solved without relying on violent methods, and more than 60 teachers and students have been assimilated into mythological creatures. It is no longer possible to continue to hide it. As things stand, there is only one last way. The big kill. Thinking about it, he pressed his headset. Captain, I need to open up the ringless airspace on the second middle school side, to completely seal it off, after which I will completely clear the school grounds. On the other end of the headset, Chen Mai, who was carrying a knife, was slightly stunned. I was planning to talk to you about this. There are already assimilated infected bodies coming outside the school. Next I'll have Lang Xian open the ringless airspace in Songnan City's second middle school. At that time your place will be completely isolated from the outside world. I'm counting on you guys inside the school. Lin Qiye nodded heavily. I understand, Captain. Please don't worry. I will complete this mission perfectly. Afterward, Lin Qiye turned off his headset. Chen Mai at the other end frowned. How did he feel? Lin Qiye seemed to have produced some kind of change, but this change doesn't seem to be a bad thing. In the meantime, looking at the teacher who walked up to him and was planning to reprimand him, Lin Qiye didn't even think about it. His eyes widened slightly and his pupils instantly turned golden. That moment, it was as if a true god was slowly emerging in the midst of the human world. The teacher in charge instantly felt a shiver run through his body. It was like seeing a flooding beast. Afterward, Lin Qiye turned around and left. He no longer had any extra time to continue to tangle with these teacher students. After re-entering beside Li Yifei and Ning Yun, Lin Qiye's voice was calm. Li Yifei, you and Ning Yun stay here. I'll go and take care of the infected body here first. After saying that, Lin Qiye turned around and left. Looking at his back, Li Yifei narrowed his eyes. He could similarly feel that the feeling this guy gave off had changed all of a sudden. He looked at Ning Yun with eyes that weren't quite right. Wait, it seems that between these two people, Lin Qiye MOA? The instant the thought was born, a bold idea slowly surfaced in Li Yifei. Nandu Snake Demon S main body S mind. Chapter 22, Messing with the Right People. Li Yifei looked at Ning Yun. Fellow student Ning Yun, should we go evacuate the students over here first? And help Seven Knights a little bit as well? Ning Yun revealed a faint smile. Fellow student Li Yifei is really a good person. Since you said so, let's go. Following Li Yifei, the two of them unknowingly arrived in one of the more remote gardens in the school. Ning Yun suddenly stopped. The corner of his mouth hooked into a playful smile. Student Li Yifei, this side doesn't seem to be a teaching building, does it? And there doesn't seem to be any students. Aren't we going to evacuate the students? It's so quiet here. Where are the students? Upon hearing this, Li Yifei also stopped his steps and then turned around, his gaze calmly looking at Lin Qiye. Yeah, it's quiet here. That's why I brought you here. Everything that happens next will not be known by Lin Qiye. After saying that, his figure suddenly changed. His body was like a monster transforming in a movie, constantly getting bigger and bigger, holding up his original skin until it burst open, revealing sharp snake scales that shimmered with a cold light. Almost in an instant, Li Yifei had turned into a monster with a human body and a snake's tail. Perhaps it would be more accurate to call them mythical creatures. The moment he saw Lin Qiye's attitude towards Ning Yun, another plan had already arisen in the Nandu Snake Demon's mind. He was going to assimilate Ning Yun. His purpose was to let Li Yifei's identity be integrated into the Night's Watch. For this reason it was necessary to make a considerable contribution to the whole affair of decapitating the Nandu Serpent Demon. And it had to be in the capacity of Li Yifei. Originally, he had planned very well, but he didn't expect to kill a Lin Qiye in the middle of the process. But it wasn't a big problem. He just needed to assimilate Ning Yun. Facing ordinary students, Lin Qiye could easily lay his hands on them. What about Ning Yun, Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan? He couldn't plant the snake seed. Ning Yun was just an ordinary student, and planting snake seeds was an easy task. It knew that Lin Qiye was able to explore the infected bodies that he had assimilated, but it didn't need to do much as Ning Yun. It only needed to stop Lin Qiye for a split second. As long as Lin Qiye hesitated for a slight moment, it would be able to use its main body to seriously injure Lin Qiye, and after that, it would become the savior of the students as Li Yifei. Lin Qiye wouldn't die and Li Yifei would join the Night's Watch. The world where only Ning Yun was hurt reached. Li Yifei let out a sardonic laugh, his snake eyes looking coldly at Ning Yun. It's indeed quiet here. So quiet. It's a good place to bury a corpse. What happens here will go unnoticed. So stay here forever. The instant the words fell, he violently raised his arm, and his sharp claws that flickered with a cold aura arrived before Ning Yun's eyes in a matter of moments. The Nandu Snake Demon's eyes glittered with excitement. As long as it could join the Night's Watch, it would never have to worry day and night about being killed again. Yet the next moment, in its vertically squinting snake pupils, a dazzling golden color was steeply reflected. Ning Yun slowly raised his hand, and countless points of light converged on his fingertips. Jab. Between the streams of light surging, the air seemed to be distorted. In the Nandu Snake Demon's horrified gaze, his huge body instantly flew out backwards and smashed heavily onto the ground. With that, Ning Yun slowly took a step forward and sighed quietly. It did not occur to me that you would actually take a shot at me. Can you talk to me about the reasons for doing so? With that, Ning Yun slowly crouched down in front of the Nandu Snake Demon. A stream of light twined and flowed around his fingertips, emitting a majestic pressure. The Nandu snake demon struggled to get up from the ground, a hint of awe flashing through his eerie snake pupils. It hadn't even seen Ning Yun's movements clearly just now. In a flash, his own body was already lying on the cold ground. He deadpanned, not saying a word. Seeing this, Ning Yun wasn't in a hurry as he chuckled lightly. If you're willing to chat with me for a while, you might even be able to live a little longer. Otherwise, just die now. As the words fell, he stretched out his bony fingers to make a slight point. A blazing and dazzling ray of light shot out. Shasta. Everything in front of them, flowers, plants, trees, all annihilated in the void. Watching this terrifying scene, the Nandu snake demon trembled even more violently. That's intimidation, right? That's definitely intimidation. But a little while longer is a little while longer. Better to die than to live. The Nandu snake demon spoke without the slightest bit of backbone. As long as I infect you to become one of the snake demons, Lin Qiye will definitely be delayed in his steps by the infected you, and then do something afterwards, so that after I become the savior in the eyes of the students, I can logically join the Night's Watch. At those words, Ning Yun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Although the plot in the original story was already a bit vague, after hearing these words from the Nandu snake demon, he suddenly remembered quite a few things. This Nandu serpent demon was afraid that he too would be purged by the Night's Watch after learning of the Ghostface King's death. So it finds ways to stop worrying about these things as long as it can become a member of the Night's Watch. The entire Xiangnan City No. 2 middle school was a setup laid by the Nandu snake demon for this purpose. Ning Yun laughed. Should I call you Nanda snake demon or Li Yifei? Forget it, it doesn't matter. The reason you want to join the Night's Watch is because you are afraid that you will also be purged like the Ghostface King, right? The Nandu snake demon's pupils suddenly shrunk. How did you know? Guess so. Ning Yun continued. But you don't want to die. And I don't want to die. So who exactly should die? The Nandu snake demon roared. I just want to live. What's wrong with me? Well, you're not wrong. Ning Yun smiled faintly. The Nandu serpent demon's plan was correct. Of course, the premise was that there were no words from himself or Lin Qiye. Ning Yun wiggled his fingers. Well, that's the end of the conversation. By the way, I'll tell you one thing. The Ghostface King was actually killed by me. The moment the words fell, the Nandu snake demon's body trembled violently, and the intimidating snake pupils couldn't stop shrinking to the size of pinholes. It said with a trembling voice, What did you say? The Ghostface King was killed by you? Grass. 10,000 grass mud horses raced past in the heart of the Nandu snake demon. Is this layoffs to the aorta and messing with the right ing people? Without the slightest hesitation, it turned around and wanted to flee the place. It didn't matter even if the Night's Watch found out. At least it was a million times better than being immediately decapitated right now. However, just the moment it turned around, Ning Yun's voice came out ghostly. To try to escape even now. Do you think you'll be able to run away? Chapter 23 Among the easy and hard modes. You chose the hell mode? The moment Ning Yun's words fell, a dazzling glow slowly converged in his hand. Next moment, his figure turned into streams of light and instantly disappeared. Jab. At the moment of dusk, a dazzling stream of light suddenly erupted violently through the school. The dazzling light attracted the attention of all the students. Even Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan subconsciously looked over in the direction where the light had erupted. Rumble. The entire school seemed to be ravaged by an earthquake, and the ground trembled for a split second. What the bee is this commotion? An earthquake? It seems like the commotion is coming from the garden side. Did some monster come out again? Don't scare me. I'm small-hearted and easily scared to death. Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan looked at each other and nodded to each other. And in the next moment, they ran towards the direction that had triggered the commotion. In the meantime, bang! The Nandu snake demon's massive body was pressed to the ground by Ning Yun's palm. The originally flat ground was instantly blasted out of an incomparably great deep pit by that huge force. In an instant, the Nandu snake demon completely lost its ability to act. Ning Yun stood at the edge of the deep pit, revealing a slightly bright smile. Don't worry, it won't kill you just yet. You can continue to rest in peace for a while. With that, Ning Yun pulled out his cell phone and sent a message to Lin Qiye. Dormitory building. One person, one sword. Lin Qiye almost killed through the entire dormitory building. He cleared all the infected bodies around him as fast as he could. And just after speaking with Chen Mai, he received a message from Ning Yun. When he saw the message from Ning Yun, Lin Qiye's complexion shook. Afterward, he reversed his direction and quickly rushed towards the location of Ning Yun and the Nandu snake demon. Due to the reason that he was closer to this place, he was the first to arrive here before Red Tassel and Si Xiaonan arrived. Seeing Lin Qiye's arrival, Ning Yun waved his hand towards him. You're here. Lin Qiye nodded, but his gaze couldn't help but look towards the deep pit. Only a snake-scaled creature with a huge body was lying underneath the deep pit, as if it had completely lost its breath of life. The corners of Lin Qiye's mouth twitched slightly when he saw the Nandu snake demon that was lying motionless within the deep pit. Is this the body of that mythical creature? Exactly. Upon seeing the fragments of the school uniform remaining on the Nandu snake demon, Lin Qiye suddenly spoke. Li Yifei? Although he had vaguely guessed something in his mind, his heart still jumped when he realized that Li Yifei was the Nandu snake demon. Ning Yun reached out and pointed at the Nandu snake demon within the deep pit. It and Li Yifei are one and the same, but it's the Nandu snake demon that dominates. Borrowing Li Yifei's identity, he led me here, and thought what he was going to do, but suddenly he took a shot at me. Geez, that really almost scared me. When he heard these words from Ning Yun, the corners of Lin Qiye's mouth twitched even more intensely. Scare you to death? I'm afraid that it's not the Nantucket snake demon that's going to be scared to death. It's not good to mess with anyone but Ning Yun. The entire squad 136 combined was probably no match for Ning Yun alone. Out of the easy and hard modes, he chose the hell mode. At that thought, Lin Qiye suddenly thought of yesterday. Those dozens of through-the-sky fire pillars that had almost changed the climate were like a heavenly and earthly destruction of light. He raised his head and looked at Ning Yun. Ning Yun? Yesterday. I know what you're going to ask. It wasn't my doing. Ning Yun shrugged. As you know, my abilities and flames aren't next to each other at all. And how could I possibly unleash such terrifying flames? It's really scary. Even the ocean almost burned away. Lin Qiye gave him a deep look and didn't pursue the question. However, in his heart, he had already concluded that Ning Yun was the one who had unleashed the pillar of heavenly fire yesterday. However, at this point in time, in his eyes, Ning Yun had his own reasons for whatever he did. He must have thought of something he hadn't. The moment Lin Qiye's diabolism deepened once again, Ning Yun patted Lin Qiye's shoulder. I'll leave first. When Sister Hongyao comes in a while, just say that you did everything here. By the way, the Nandu snake demon inside is not completely dead yet, so I'll leave the rest to you. After saying that, without waiting for Lin Qiye's reply, Ning Yun's figure instantly disappeared into streams of light. Lin Qiye walked onto the edge of the deep pit and gazed at the Nandu snake demon inside the pit. For some reason, he suddenly felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Ning Yun should be an agent of a certain god just like himself, right? Otherwise it would be hard to explain how he was able to be so powerful. Lin Qiye secretly compared his mortal dust divine domain to Ning Yun's power in his mind. Come to the conclusion that mundane divinity is a really weak ability. However, Lin Qiye always believed that there were no weak abilities, only weak people. Or is he too weak? Suddenly, a light flashed in his head. Could this be what Ning Yun was trying to tell himself? Even if one's power is weak, if one can utilize it properly, one can become immensely powerful. Jumping down into the deep pit and looking at the Nandu snake demon, Lin Qiye's eyes however became more and more determined. He would definitely not fail Ning Yun's expectations. With this thought, he swung his sword and chopped down hard towards the Nandu snake demon. Moments later, Red Tassel and Si Shaonan arrived here. When the two of them saw the corpse of the Nandu snake demon in the pit, their mouths subconsciously opened wide. When he saw Lin Qiye, who was covered in blood on the side again, Si Shaonan couldn't help but ask, Lin Qiye, did you do this? Lin Qiye nodded. That's right, just now Li Yifei suddenly exposed his true body to me, seemingly wanting to infect me into a snake demon as well. What? Si Shaonan Mei's eyes widened. That guy is actually the body of the Nandu snake demon. What a thief calling out to catch a thief. She was in a bit of disbelief. Li Yifei was a Nandu snake demon, and this guy actually intentionally became a temporary member of the Night's Watch? It's simply a provocation. Unlike her, there was a bit of panic on Han Ying's face. Where's Yun? Lin Qiye nodded. He's fine. I've already gone ahead and cleaned up the boys' dormitory, and student Ning Yun is waiting in the dormitory at this time. Red Riding Hood breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Seeing that the two did not suspect anything, Lin Qiye was also slightly relieved in his heart. If the two questioned him, he had already thought of something to say. When he enters the night, his power goes up fivefold. In this state, the Nandu snake demon was no match for him. As for this deep pit, with the power of a blazing angel, causing such a small crater shouldn't be a problem, right? In order to help Ning Yun conceal the red tassel, Lin Qiye felt that he had really contributed all of his lifelong acting skills. It's not great though. Chapter 24, Sister Hongying, what are you doing? The second high school of Songnan City, boys' dormitory. The red tassel was wearing a red and white school uniform. Her stunning face was unpowdered, and her lips were dotted with a light lipstick that gave off a faint pinkish sheen. The school uniform was wide, but it couldn't hide her slender and graceful figure, and her legs were straight and slender. She reached up and tucked in the stray hairs around her ears, revealing a flash of white. Standing there, a touch of youthfulness came to life. Soon, A tall, dark-haired boy with a clean-cut face came out of the student dormitory. The young girl grinned and reached out to put her arm around his shoulders. Yun. Well, Sister Red Riding Hood. Being forcefully embraced by Hong Liao in his arms, Ning Yun revealed a rather helpless smile. The Red Coma said with a smile, "Things have been perfectly resolved. God, terrorists have all been caught. The leadership said that special permission to let me have a day off. Let's go shopping. Aren't you tired after the mission you just went on?" "Not tired, but I want to go home and sleep." Come on, let's go play together." Hong Luo took Ning Yun's hand, her face showing what looked like a kitten-like expression of supplication. On the side, Si Xiaonan and Lin Qiye's expressions were like this sad face. Although when he was in the team on weekdays, Red Tassel acted extremely lively, but it was the first time he showed this kind of petulant-like expression. These two people really have something fishy, Ning Yun said rather helplessly. Then you have to go home and change your clothes first. Is this school uniform you are wearing to scare those terrorists to death? Upon hearing this, Hong Ying's face instantly puffed up, and she pounded Ning Yun's chest with both hands forcefully. What are you babbling about? What do you mean by scaring them to death? Sister, I'm a natural beauty who will always be 18 years old. There's no better way to wear this school uniform. Well, Sister Red Riding Sister will always be young and beautiful. At some point, Red Lasso had already snuggled into Ning Yun's arms as she said to Si Xiaonan, "That's it for now then. The captain has already approved my leave, so I'll be troubling the two of you for the rest of the report." Si Xiaonan held his forehead. "Alright, you dead brother controller. Humph. I have a brother to love. You don't have a brother to love." Si Xiaonan almost couldn't hold back a fist on her head. She kept chanting, "We are teammates. We have to be united. We have to understand each other." Finally, she suppressed the urge to hit someone. "We'll be off then. Bye." Squad 136, Captain's Office. Well done on this mission. 7 nights. Chen Mai crossed his arms and patted his chin, a hint of softness flashing in his gaze. Vigilantes with strength and intelligence like Lin Qiye were extremely scarce and precious. Lin Qiye nodded, but in his heart, he couldn't help but think of that back figure. A moment later, Chen Mai spoke again. "In order to celebrate your triumph this time, I've customized a banner, and I'll hang it at the entrance in a while. What do you think?" Xiangnan Wu on the side. "You really did what you said you would do. You just mentioned it before and you actually made a banner out of it." Lin Qiye tugged at the corner of his mouth. "The banners are even. Can't. It's done. Let the lieutenant hang the doorway later." "Wu Xiangnan, is it my turn to get late again?" After a moment of silence, Lin Qiye raised his head and slowly spoke. "Captain, I want to become stronger." "Well, everyone who joins the Night's Watch wants to become stronger, but it's a process. And, with the divine ruins, you have an unlimited future. So don't be in a hurry. You have to eat your food one bite at a time, and you have to take the road one step at a time." Chen Mai smiled and said, "In a while it will be the recruit training. By then you should have made a considerable gain. Looking forward to your progress." Only after Lin Qiye left did Wu Xiangnan sigh. This mission has been well accomplished, yet a number of people continue to die in the school, and the use of dream whispers has wiped out a number of people's memories. But although that little girl Hong Ying doesn't say anything on her lips, it must be very hard in her heart. Chen Mai smiled. "Don't worry, that little girl is strong inside," and gave her a day off to relax. She said she wanted to go shopping with her brother. The brother she's always talking about? Chen Mai nodded. Speaking of which, her brother was still in the same class as Lin Qiye before. That's quite a coincidence. After Ning Yun and Hong Ying went home, Hong Ying first took a shower. The original school uniform was thrown in the laundry basket and she changed back into clean clothes. As she walked out of the bathroom, Hong Ying shook out her wet hair and pouted in an almost sweet voice. "Ah Yun, help me blow dry my hair." Without waiting for him to utter the word consent, Red Riding had sat down in front of the mirror and held up the hairdryer in front of him, a wry smile tugging at the corners of her mouth. First things first, she had already reached the point of perfection in using this trick on Ning Yun. Ning Yun held the hairdryer she handed him, a faint smile slowly surfacing on his face. Two slim, white calves rocked back and forth, stepping lightly on the wooden floor with their toes. Ning Yun reached out and cupped a strand of showy, ink-colored hair, holding the hairdryer in her other hand as warm air ran out of the dryer, blowing her hair through the air. Aha! Red Ruffian rested his hands against the table, humming an unknown tune softly under his breath. She enjoyed the humdrum life. If no mythical creatures showed up, after every mission, her favorite fantasy was that in the future, she and Ning Yun would get married, have a child, and live in a very peaceful and tranquil place for the rest of their lives. Maybe it's the beach, maybe it's the countryside. Unfortunately, this harsh reality, the appearance of mythical creatures has shattered the dreams of countless happy families. it also brings brutal nightmares to the world. Just then, Ning Yun suddenly opened his mouth and asked, Sister Honging, what song are you singing? At that, the redhead giggled. The cruel world in his mind had also dissipated due to Ning Yun's words. In any case, at least Ning Yun was still by his side. She shook her little head, the ends of her hair skimming over the tip of Ning Yun's nose, emitting a faint scent of shampoo. If you want to know the name of the song I'm singing, I won't tell you, Ning Yun said jokingly. If you don't say it, don't say it. I won't go out with you in a while. Don't. Honging hurriedly turned around and pathetically grabbed his sleeve. Go go go. There should be a night market at night. I want to go to the night market. Ning Yun turned off the hairdryer. Blow it out and touch yourself. Red Tassel jumped up and said with a smile, I trust Yun's hair blowing skills. Let's go. Target Night Market. Chapter 25, Sweet Daily Life. The Red Tassel hurriedly ran out the door. Ning Yun hastily picked up a jacket and followed. You wait a while the night market and will not grow 2 legs to run. Saying that, he draped his jacket over Red Tassel and said helplessly, It's fall. Be careful of freezing into Alzheimer's. It's you. Hong Liao gently tapped her chin, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly as they reflected Ning Yun's face. She changed into a moonlight white dress, the lace material corseted to outline her slim waist that was in a firm grip, and the hem of the dress reached down to her ankles, swaying slightly along with the evening breeze. Ning Yun hadn't paid attention to it just now, and what he had picked up casually was a blue and white baseball jersey style jacket. There's something odd about a dress paired with a baseball jersey, but it fits so well on Red Riding Hood. Above the dark night, countless stars glittered. A bright moon slowly emerged from the clouds, and the moonlight spilled over the earth as if it were draped in a thin veil. The evening breeze whipped through the red-tasseled hair as it flew freely through the air. She held Ning Yun's arm, her beautiful eyes looking toward the lights not far ahead, and said excitedly, Ah Yun, I've already seen them. So many snack sellers. Ning Yun couldn't help but snicker. Eat too much at night. Be careful of growing meat, and then you'll have to chant about losing weight every day again. Upon hearing this, Honging gave a light hum, but her cheeks puffed up vigorously. Don't worry, I'll just taste one bite, and stuff the rest for you. Or wouldn't you have grown so tall for nothing? As they spoke, the two had already walked inside the night market. Even at night, the surrounding pedestrians but also come and go. Not at all than the daytime cold, and even more lively a little. Well, that one looks good. This one looks delicious too, eh? Yun, let's buy some of this and try it, please. This must be the last one. I'll eat them all. Yun, this really is the last time. Hong Luo pickpocketed Ning Yun's arm, her small mouth gently pouting, an expression of wanting to buy written all over her face. Ning Yun tugged at the corner of his mouth. Then, last time? Red Ruffles nodded his head as if he were a chicken pecking at a rice paddle. Ning Yun took out his cell phone and after scanning the payment code, he was just about to hand his purchase to Hong Yun. Turning around, he saw that his red-colored sister was currently standing in front of a small stall selling sugar gourds, with longing flowing out of her beautiful eyes. The corners of Ning Yu's mouth twitched slightly. Last time? A woman's mouth. What a deceitful ghost. He took the snack handed to him by the stall owner, and then he walked over to Red Raider. What kind of food do you like to eat, Sister Red? Well, my favorite. Actually, the regular hawthorn is delicious. The orange ones are good too, and the sun-dried fruit ones are my favorite. After reporting the names as if they were counted, Honging suddenly realized something and her pretty face reddened. That you don't misunderstand. You don't need to buy it for me. Ning Yun ignored her and walked up to the owner of the sugar gourds. How much for a string each of hawthorn, orange and saint fruit? Soon enough, Ning Yun paid, then reached out to take the paper bag handed by the owner. Wrapped inside the paper bag were 3 strings of shiny candy canes with a thin layer of sugar coating. Here, take a bite? Ning Yun pinched the wooden stick and pulled out a string of orange candy canes from a paper bag and handed it to her. The corners of Hong Ying's mouth slowly curled up, hooking out a wry smile. I want Ayun to feed it to me by hand. At those words, Ning Yun crossed the orange in front of her mouth, and the 8 petals of the orange glistened tantalizingly under the sugary skin. Reaching up to gather the hanging broken hair behind her ear, Red Riding reached up slightly on her tiptoes and gently opened her pink lips before biting into a sugar-covered orange. The orange itself is on the tart side, but the sweetness of the sugar rind neutralizes that tartness. The moment you bite down, the juice of the orange bursts in your mouth. A contented smile appeared on Red Riding's face. Yum. She smiled and squeezed Ning Yun. Hey, I said I didn't want to buy it, but you still had to buy it for me. I knew Yun was still good to me. Ning Yun pinched her cheeks. Getting a bargain is not good enough, is it? Next time I won't buy it for you. Don't. Yun, don't. Wow. Ning Yun walked in front, while Red Tassel chased after him. The boss selling sugar gourds behind him couldn't help but reveal a smile as he watched the two of them chase each other. What a young man nowadays. That's sweet. It felt sweeter than the elaborate homemade candy canes. Ning Yun carried a bunch of snacks, and the two of them returned home after strolling around the night market for a while longer. Despite the daytime mission, Red Raider was still full of energy. She leaned back on the couch with a pillow in her arms, the coffee table in front of her filled with snacks she had just bought at the night market. After strolling through the night market, her mind relaxed for the first time in a long time. Reaching out and patting the spot beside her, Hong Ying's beautiful eyes looked towards Ning Yun. Yun, come watch a movie together. Coming. Ning Yun walked up and sat beside her. She also found a horror movie somewhere, screaming the whole time. After a moment's time, Ning Yun suddenly felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. Craning his head to look around, Red Riding had fallen into a deep sleep resting on his shoulder. Ning Yun reached out and touched her head. Suddenly, he moved as if he realized something. I don't think I really like Red Riding Hood, do I? 10 minutes later, with a bam, Ning Yun, who was originally sitting nicely on the sofa, was kicked down by Hong Lian's long legs. He couldn't stop rubbing his brow. Sure enough, there was absolutely no way he could fall for Sister Red Tassel. He stood up and carried Hong Yun to her bedroom, and after gently putting her body down, Ning Yun turned around and went back into the living room. Suddenly, the cell phone made a ding-dong sound. Ning Yun took out his cell phone, and the lock screen showed an unfamiliar avatar. After thinking for a moment, he remembered that this was a new night watchman named Yuan Gang that he had met in Shangjing City. He skillfully unlocked the screen and tapped the chat box. Yuan Gang, brat, I've got an errand here that's perfect for you. Want to give it a try? Ning Yun, what errand? Yuan Gang, aren't you worried about finding an opponent? You even came to Shangjing City yesterday. It just so happens that I have a batch of disobedient recruits here, and I need someone like you to suppress them. After seeing the message he sent, Ning Yun couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Disobedient recruits? The Night's Watch boot camp? Seems like a lot of fun. Thus, Ning Yun reached out and typed in a few lines of text, then replied, Ning Yun, time, place? Yuan Gang, wait for the notice. Ning Yun, then you're talking about chicken feathers. Chapter 26, The Trial of the Flowing Blade Wakazashi. Time passes like water, bit by bit. 10 or so days had passed since the incident of the Nantucket snake demon that occurred at the second middle school in Songnan City. The nuclear flattened city of Songnan has also finally settled down for a while. Ning Yun's daily life was very simple. Wake up in the morning, tease your froggy a bit, press the travel start button in the meantime, and then watch silently as the froggy rolls over, with no intention whatsoever of going out on a trip. The daily routine of reaching out and poking at the frog pup's soft, white, flabby belly. In his free time he would find an uninhabited island located within the boundaries of Daxia and work on the shining fruit alone. Occasionally, I would bring out the Ryubi Wakazashi and practice some beginning in Bankai. Nowadays, Ning Yun could already skillfully do the beginning solution, but it is not possible to Bankai. That said, the delay in controlling the Bankai has to be blamed on Frogpup. If it had been the original Flowing Blade Ruofire, Ning Yun's strength could have easily caused the materialized Flowing Blade Ruofire to submit to him. But nowadays, the Flowing Blade Ruofire was tainted with the aura of the laws of destruction, and even the materialized Flowing Blade Ruofire had become extremely powerful. The aura of destruction was wrapped up in every move. A casual strike is a landslide. Ning Yun was suspecting that the Flowing Blade Ruofire, after being infused with a hint of the laws of destruction, was at least at the Klein realm in terms of its own strength. But he didn't feel any loss about it. Instead there was a vague excitement in his heart. The harder the materialized Ryubi Wakazashi was to defeat, the more powerful the Bankai became. Every day, besides eating and sleeping and petting frog pups, was trying to Bankai the Ryubi Wakazashi. The evening hours go to the redheads. There weren't many assignments during this time, and Red Riding had a lot of rare leisure, coming home a lot earlier each night. No man's land. The vast expanse of the vast ocean was flooded with dazzling waves, sparkling and rippling. Ning Yun sat down in the middle of the uninhabited island and sat cross-legged. A long sword with a purple hilt and a brown tsuba was resting quietly on Ning Yun's crossed legs. Behind him was a volcano. It's quiet here. It won't be disturbed in any way. Although it was located within the boundaries of Daxia, it almost bordered on misty. Even if it caused too much commotion, it could be covered up with a volcanic eruption that wouldn't attract the attention of the human hierarchy. It would never be discovered that someone actually existed on such a deserted island. At the same time, Ning Yun's entire consciousness slowly sank into another world. A world of fire with flames burning as far as the eye can see. Endless flames flared up from the earth, scorching the ground, surfacing countless cracks, emitting a scorching aura like a magma hell. In this world that was like a sea of fire, the void seemed to be burning and twisting. The dull, scarlet sky pressed downward, and a wave of heat washed over him. Ning Yun took a step forward. His figure loomed in the flames. A few moments later, Ning Yun arrived at the deepest part of this flaming hell. Phew! He let out a long breath, which in the heat but quickly dissolved into water vapor and dissipated. The flames around his body were like a fiery dragon sweeping in, spitting out tongues of fire capable of melting everything into oblivion, constantly raging and emitting a palpitating roar. Ning Yun's gaze fell distantly on a figure constructed entirely of fiery flames not far away. Streaming blades like fire. A humanoid blaze. This is the image of the flowing blade wakizashi after it has been materialized. Extremely fitting for the name of this blade. The corners of Ning Yun's mouth curled into a slight smile. I'm here again. This time I won't say any useless nonsense. Let's just get right to it. The moment the words fell, that humanoid blaze also slowly stood up. Shasta. It was as if countless magma waterfalls were falling from the sky, transforming into a long river of flames that flashed behind him. The world seemed to sense something as well and began to shake violently and continuously. Ha! It's scary how much it moves every time. Ning Yun couldn't help but shake his head, then reached out and slashed through the void. Next moment, a long sword with a purple hilt slowly emerged in him. He recited softly, Moro, all is ashes, and the flowing blade is like fire. The moment the liberating words fell, a flash of crimson flame erupted from the tsuba. The snow-white blade was by now completely wrapped in searing flames. In the meantime, the humanoid blaze on the opposite side made the same move. In his hand was the same identical type of flowing blade fire as Ning Yun's, even releasing an aura that was much more scorching and terrifying. The two have not yet exchanged blows. Just the collision of breath has already exuded a terrifying pressure that destroys the sky and destroys the earth. Finally, the humanoid blaze spoke slowly. Come on, defeat me, and you will have the full power of Ryubi Wakizashi. At those words, the corners of Ning Yun's mouth slowly grinned, his pitch-black eyes being reflected in fiery red as a hint of madness flashed through them. Next moment, his body transformed into streams of light, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the humanoid blaze. Madaka! The moment that the flowing blade wakizashi and the flowing blade wakizashi collided together, the ground around them instantly burst apart. The flames roared and burned, turning into fiery dragons that intertwined and tore, and it was as if all the water in the air was going to be completely vaporized. Ning Yun's figure twisted slightly. Next moment, light converged from all directions and wrapped around his calf. Bang! Ning Yun's figure shifted, and his calf kicked violently towards the humanoid blaze. The humanoid blaze slowly raised his arm, and a flame barrier instantly surfaced on his side, perfectly blocking the blow. Ning Yun tugged at the corner of his mouth. I knew it would be like this. What's the difference between that and being open? The bloodstain is thick again and the damage is high. Just as he was about to spit out a comment, fists flowing with lava swarmed him. Boom! Ning Yun's face turned white as his body instantly flew backwards. He stood up with difficulty, but his eyes became more and more determined. After being infused with a hint of the laws of destruction, the flowing blade wakizashi could cause damage to his elementalized body with every attack. It's almost like using a bully. The speed of light, which was unobservable to normal people, seemed to have slowed down a lot in the eyes of Ryubi Wakizashi as well. The surface of his body was also wrapped and protected by a flame barrier, which he could not break even with his own best effort. It's simply an all-around enhanced version of a superboss. Thinking of this, Ning Yun gripped the flowing blade fire in his hand tightly, and an incomparably large flaming colossus slowly rose up behind him. The flaming colossus has its head in the sky and its feet on the earth. The hands entwined with scarlet flames fiercely grasped towards the flowing blade wakizashi. Subsequently, the humanoid fiery form of Ryubi Wakizashi slowly raised his head, his lava-flowing face expressionless. He silently raised his flowing blade of fire, and the endless flames suddenly turned into nothingness. The blade refracted a burnt blackness, then swung the knife down. Chapter 27. How can Ning Yun beat a divine agent? Pacific Ocean. No man's land. Ning Yun's eyes snapped open as a drop of cold sweat slowly slid down his forehead. It was as if the scene just now was still reflected in his dark eyes. At the moment when the flowing blade was swung his sword down, it was as if he saw the sky crumble and the entire flaming hell turned into ashes and completely dissipated under the sword. He let out a long, heartfelt breath and looked down at Ryubi Wakizashi. That heaven-destroying and earth-destroying terrifying light was like a disaster of extinction. Sure enough, want to completely control the flowing blade Wakizashi and complete the Bankai. The current stage of him is not able to do this. However, every day he fought with Ryubi Wakizashi, his power was growing in a steady stream. Just then, the cell phone in his coat pocket suddenly rang. Ning Yun pulled out his cell phone and looked down. It's a message from Yuan Gang. He raised an eyebrow, and in the next moment, he disappeared into streams of light. Knock knock. Enter. Lin Qiye pushed open the door to the captain's office and spoke. Captain, you're looking for me? Chen Mai was looking down at a document. Well, This year's recruit intensive training is about to begin, and you as the recruit joining squad 136 this year are going to attend. It should be the same as previous years. This time, the new recruit training will take place in Shangjing City. There's no need for you to think about anything else. Just ask old Zhao and the others to take you to buy some necessities in a while. Lin Qiye nodded. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of that back. Ning Yun. Although he hadn't had many encounters with Ning Yun, he had saved himself and paved the way for him. No matter what, Ning Yun had a very great favor as far as he was concerned. This time, he traveled to Shangjing City to participate in recruit training, and he didn't know when he would see him again next time. Perhaps by then, himself will have been able to catch up with him? Upper King City. Looking for me for what? Ning Yun stood at the edge of the bridge, his hands propped up on the railing, his eyes looking furtively into the distance. Yuan Gang held a cigarette in his hand. The place where the recruits will gather for training has already been chosen, and the time has also been set. The location? Well, it's in Songnan City. Starting tomorrow, the boot camp officially begins. Yuan Gang said with a light smile. The logistics department has already built out a complete base in Songnan City, and I'm going to lead the team to depart for Songnan City today. What about you? Do you want to consider thinking about being an instructor at boot camp? Without waiting for Ning Yun to reply, Yuan Gang continued. Those new recruits this year are not very well disciplined. It may be difficult to subdue them with just the instructor I have on hand. Ning Yun sneered. If you're a dish, practice more. Yuan Gang laughed. If he didn't know that he couldn't beat this brat, he would have thrown the sole of his shoe in his face. In fact, in previous years, the recruit assembly training would be conducted in Shangjing City, but I don't know why it was changed at Songnan City this year. But it's not a big problem. It's the same thing in a different place. Don't you happen to live in Songnan City? Want to come? Ning Yun pondered for a moment. The reason why this recruit training was changed from Shangjing City to Songnan City was 100% because of Lin Qiye's mortal dust divine realm. Once he left Songnan City, the miracle effect of the mundane divine realm would disappear, and this city of canon, reborn by a miracle, will go up in smoke. Therefore, Lin Qiye couldn't leave Songnan City. After thinking for a moment, Ning Yun nodded. Recently, he had been thinking about how to defeat the flowing blade Roahua, and although a certain idea had vaguely arisen in his mind, it was as if his thinking had become stagnant, and he had never been able to reach that key point. It's not about the level of strength, it's about the character of the ability itself. Maybe there will be new insights after fighting some of those geniuses from all over. Seeing Ning Yun nod his head in agreement, the smile on Yuan Gang's face grew stronger. Only the scar in front of his nose looked more and more hideous. He spoke, this time in the recruit intensive training camp. There can be quite a few recruits whose origins are frighteningly large. Guangshan Bailey Group, the #1 family group in Daxia, is the second largest sponsor of the vigil besides the official, also known as the Museum of Forbidden Objects, and this time there is their family's young master. And from your Songnan City proper, Divine Agent, codename 003, Blazing Angel Michael, TSK, this person wouldn't be you, would it? Ning Yun shook his head. I've seen him before. Really? What's the strength? After pondering for a moment, Ning Yun spoke. Perhaps it will be very strong. Also, for you, all these people together may not be your opponent. Yuan Gang smiled rather helplessly. In his mind, he had already decided that Ning Yun was also an agent of a certain god, as could be seen in the battle with Ning Yun. This mythological god was supposed to be related to light, though he had not yet joined the Night's Watch and was not under its control. Yuan Gang, however, did not think that as an agent of the gods he would do something that would jeopardize society. It was intuition. Besides, Ning Yun had already shown a friendly attitude towards the vigilantes. He had the will to join them, and his willingness to agree to his own request to invite him to serve as an instructor had already confirmed this. If he really was a terrorist, he would have died under him himself the first time they met. Yuan Gang thought that his strength wasn't bad, but he couldn't bring himself to fight in front of Ning Yun. The difference was too great, and when you fought, you were just going to be killed in seconds. Yuan Gang leaned on the railing and laughed lightly. In addition to the divine agents, this time there are also 3 ultra-high critical level Forbidden Ruin owners, all of which are geniuses capable of holding their own in the future. How about that? Confident you can subdue them? Ning Yun twisted his head, the corner of his mouth curling up slightly. What do you think? After saying that, Ning Yun turned around and left without looking back, waving his hand with his back to Yuan Gang. Then, the next time I see you again will be tomorrow in the recruit training camp. Looking at his departing back, Yuan Gang resumed facing the sea, his eyes slightly lowered. This time, except for Ning Yun, he also invited the Mask Squad. It wasn't just to suppress this group of heaven-defying geniuses and demons. It's also for Ning Yun. Yuan Gang had his own thoughts in his mind. and he wanted to know which side was stronger, the special squad or the single-handed Ning Yun. He himself had already suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of Ning Yun. Now I just hope that the masked squad, which has created a glorious record, will give a damn. Otherwise, wouldn't it be a shame to be pushed down by a high school student? This high schooler, though, is strong. If, by then, the masked squad were to be defeated by Ning Yun as well, that would be far too dramatic, wouldn't it? Thinking of that agent of the god of time, a palpitation flashed in Yuan Gang's eyes. Ning Yun, you should lose this time, right? There was no way he could have defeated that divine agent. Yuan Gang's eyes gradually became firm. The moment Ning Yun lost to the masked squad was the best time for him to persuade Ning Yun to join the Night's Watch. Chapter 28 Explosion. Meteor Falling Debut. Recruitment Intensive Training Camp. Yuan Gang put down the binoculars in his hand and looked at the instructor beside him. This batch of new recruits are not small. They are all so-called geniuses, demons, and even divine agents. Alright, the intensive training will officially begin from today. Notify those geniuses and demons to gather at the training ground. Yes, an instructor beside him stood at attention and saluted, then left at a brisk pace. Meanwhile, Yuan Gang tapped on the dialogue window with Ning Yun after picking up his cell phone. The chat between the two is still stuck in yesterday. Ning Yun, that brat, although verbally promised himself to come to serve as the instructor of the recruit training camp, but up to now did not come. The will not put their own pigeon, right? The location of the recruit intensive training camp is very secluded and has a heavy guard system though. However, he knew very well that these would never be able to stop Ning Yun. Ignore the brat for now. With this thought, Yuan Gang turned around and left the command room, heading towards the martial arts stage of the training ground. The martial arts stage. At this time, all the instructors were already waiting on the martial arts stage. Yuan Gang stood at the forefront, his eyes sweeping over every recruit below. It's so far to the east that you can't even stand up. Stand still, all of you. Accompanied by an instructor roaring out angrily, the following recruits naturally tightened their grip. At least, stand more neatly. The aura of the 20-odd instructors was as surging as a flood, and as oppressive as a mountain. After watching for a long time, Yuan Gang slowly opened his mouth and said, "You must all be very proud of yourselves. You are geniuses, heavenly prides, and demons from the whole of Great Xia. But when you come here, you're just recruits, are rookies, are losers." While giving a passionate speech, Yuan Gang's mind conjured up Ning Yun's clear face. Damn, that brat is a hanger-on too. But yeah, Ning Yun's strength was strong enough and his fists were hard enough to beat him. So, get to the bottom of it. 1,000 words can only be gathered into one sentence. Vegetables, the original sin. Yuan Gang roared out, just based on what you are now. Your arrogance, cockiness, and blind confidence in yourselves. This will get you killed on the battlefield. And your comrades, the suppressive speech, obviously, caused dissatisfaction among the vast majority of recruits. They were all proud celestials from all over the Great Xia. When had they ever suffered such an insult? In fact, this kind of talk has been going on for I don't know how many sessions. Looking at the expressions on their faces, Yuan Gang smiled. What? Not convinced? Is it because you think I'm insulting you guys? After all, you also have a glorious battle record. For example, decapitating a marigold realm mystery? When he said this, the mockery in Yuan Gang's tone had not been hidden at all. It's just so naked and exposed. You've never seen the truly strong, and in front of those people, you wouldn't even last a single round. The forbidden ruins, backgrounds, and skills that you are so proud of are nothing more than children playing house in the eyes of those people. And looking at your expressions, it seems that you don't believe my words? As soon as Yuan Gang's words fell, a young man with an idle, hangdog demeanor spoke up. I don't believe it. In a flash, Yuan Gang's eyes looked over. Prick, that's the kind of prick he likes best. After all, what's the point of the speech if there's no prick to set it off? He opened his mouth and asked, state your name. Xin Qingzhu. Yuan Gang looked around again. Is there anyone else who doesn't believe or obey? Me. State your name. As Yuan Gang had predicted, as long as one prick appeared, then the next ones would spring up like rain. His eyes fell on the few portion of people who didn't raise their hands. Focusing on Lin Qiye, he smiled. Very well, since you guys are not convinced, let's give you a chance to be able to prove yourselves. With that, he took out his walkie-talkie and said in a faint voice, it's time for you to make your appearance. The moment the words fell, someone exclaimed out, asterisk 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 asterisk. Look at the sky. Someone is flying in the sky. That's the one that fell straight out of the sky? Seeing the performance of this group of recruits, Yuan Gang nodded in satisfaction. A bunch of new recruits need a little Night's Watch shock. Just then, he suddenly heard his cell phone ding-dong. Take out your cell phone. Above it was a message from Ning Yun. Only 3 words. I'm coming. The moment he saw these 3 words, an extremely ominous premonition surfaced in Yuan Gang's heart. This kid is not going to make a big deal out of it, right? Sister Honging, some classmates are looking for me to go out this afternoon, so I'll go out first, and I'll be sure to be home on time in the evening. Good, remember to bring back a little fried chicken when you come back tonight. After walking out the door, Ning Yun headed towards a deep alley with no surveillance or pedestrians. He carefully recalled the precautions Yuan Gang had said earlier. Going to put yourself in charge of suppressing those insubordinate recruits? That should require an extremely shocking entrance. Captain, why do we really have to jump out of an airplane? High above the sky, the vortex just opened his mouth, and the powerful strong wind blew open his mouth and poured in. Woohoo! Will you be quiet? It's making a lot of noise. Rose's beautiful eyes opened wide and she said in a bad tone. A man wearing a king mask slowly spoke. Alright, stop arguing. This freshman class is quite powerful, and Instructor Yuan probably had no choice but to ask us to take action. Then there's no need to just jump out of an airplane. What if you do fall to your death? Will you get a big pension? Captain, why don't we just shoot him? Just as a few people were arguing, suddenly, Wang Mian looked as if he had noticed something, and his eyes glanced towards the side. In the meantime, the other members of the masked squad also turned their heads in unison and followed Wang Mask's line of sight. A flash of incredulity instantly appeared on the faces of several people. Just see, in the distant sky, an extremely dazzling stream of light pierced through the clouds, dragging a long flame tail like a meteor. Almost instantly, the stream of light had arrived at the side of the masked squad. Asterisk 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 What the hell was that? Whirlpool asked with his mouth exaggeratedly wide open and his face full of incredulity. Don't talk and keep quiet, King Face said seriously. At this moment, even the freshmen on the ground noticed the scene. Holy, what is that? Could that be a meteor falling from the sky? After hearing the cacophony of noises around him, Lin Qiye subconsciously raised his head towards the sky above. The blinding sunlight was a little hard to open your eyes. However, just for a moment, Lin Qiye then saw the dazzling to the extreme stream of light. He couldn't stop his heart from thumping. That wouldn't be Ning Yun, would it? Chapter 29, Can you stand this? That dazzling to the extreme stream of light passed through the clouds, wrapped in an irresistible momentum, almost brushing against the masked squad, and then transformed into a torrent that landed with a bang. Boom! A shocking sound like thunder resounded through the heavens and earth. In the open space of the training ground, the torrent of light lasted for about 10 seconds before slowly dissipating. Then, a figure gradually emerged in it. Same time, the masked squad's quintet also landed peacefully under the gravity manipulation of the scales. Only, there were no longer too many freshmen whose attention was on them, but all focused on the figure that slowly emerged from the torrent of light. Bang! Whirlpool didn't stand still for a moment and went straight down on both knees. He is afraid of heights. Hastily raising his head towards the front, he subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief only when he saw that the gazes of these new recruits were not looking towards him. Whirlpool hastily stood up, only to realize that several of his teammates and the recruits were all looking in a certain direction in unison. The instant he looked over, his pupils shrank and, inside that stream of light just now is actually a person? Ning Yun dusted off his body and walked out without haste, wearing the mask of flowing golden light on his face. The flowing radiant glow set off his temperament more and more sacred. As if he were a true god, he lifted his head and scanned around for a while before finally finding Yuan Gang. After a moment's time, he walked over to Yuan Gang and spoke with a light smile. How's that? Not a bad way to come out as far as an instructor is concerned? Yuan Gang had thought that Ning Yun might make some sort of commotion during his appearance, but he hadn't imagined that Ning Yun had actually made such a big commotion. Even the masked squad's entrance from the sky was temporarily overshadowed by him. He no longer knew what to say. The brat. You hole out the movement is really not small. Yuan Gang pulled the corner of his mouth and whispered. Ning Yun smiled faintly. Thank you, Instructor Yuan, for the compliment. Didn't compliment you. Under the martial arts stage, Chubby Bailey patted Lin Qiye's shoulder, his eyes filled with shock. Qiye, did you see that? That guy's entrance was so cool. Lin Qiye's eyes widened slightly. It's pretty cool. He hadn't expected to meet Ning Yun once again so soon. Could this also be something Ning Yun did on purpose? Gradually diabolic Lin Qiye instinctively attributed all of this to the fact that Ning Yun had done it intentionally. There must be a deeper meaning in this for him. Masked squad side. Whirlpool quietly approached Wang Mian. Captain, we worked hard to jump straight down from the airplane, and we ended up letting this kid steal all the limelight. Can you stand this? Uncle can tolerate it, and can't. Chance felt her fists going hard as she slapped Swirl on the back. Step aside. Watch out, I'm going to kick your ass later. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes, ignoring Whirlpool's words as his sights looked toward Ning Yun. Also at this very moment, Ning Yun similarly looked towards him. In an instant, their eyes collided in the air. But just for a moment, the two men each withdrew their eyes. Although Yuan Gang's plan scene had a slight mishap, it was not a big problem. He swept his gaze sternly towards the many new recruits and continued to begin speaking his previous lines, his rough voice spreading throughout the training grounds. Those who were not convinced just now, I can give you a chance now. Saying that, Yuan Gang reached out and pointed at Wang Min and the others. They are the mask special squad from Dixia. With that, he reversed his direction and pointed his finger towards Ning Yun. And this one is the special guest instructor I found? You may challenge either side as you wish. The rules of the challenge are simple. It is now 2:30 p.m. And there is no limit to the number of people or the means used until 9 p.m. Challenge the mask squad. They will press their strength to the marquee. As long as you can unmask any of their team members, you will be considered victorious in the challenge. Challenging guest instructors. Yuan Gang paused for a split second, then spoke. As long as you are able to touch him for a moment, you will be considered to have won the challenge. The whole room was in an uproar when these words came out. The mask squad had a long-standing reputation, and Yuan Gang didn't have any problems saying so. But this special guest instructor only needs to be able to touch him a little bit to be considered victorious? This is too much to look down on. So, next is free choice time. Whether you want to choose the mask squad or the guest instructor, whichever side chooses the greater number, the minority follows the majority. If you win the challenge, I will apologize for you, however you want me to, and I will acknowledge your strength, and there will be no need for this year's intensive training to continue. But if none of you are able to fulfill the demands I have made, then rub your ridiculous pride and ego under my feet. Whatever the instructor says, you must carry it out. Listen up. At the last sound, Yuan Gang's voice was almost a roar. His voice echoed throughout the training ground. Suddenly, someone shouted. The entire masked squad suppressed their realm to the marigold realm. So where is this special guest instructor? Yuan Gang sneered. And just as he was about to drop the heavy bomb that Ning Yun was still just a high school student, Ning Yun suddenly stepped forward and pressed his shoulder. He then walked up slowly, his voice not too loud, not too urgent. It seems that you guys are worried that I will use my realm to suppress you. In that case, I'll change the conditions for winning the challenge slightly. If you choose to challenge me, I will stand here and block both feet in one hand, meaning that only one hand will be used the entire time. And, in addition to being able to touch me, as long as you can make me move half a step, I will be considered to have lost. Extremely tricky conditions. Moving or touching any part of the body for a second counted as a loss for Ning Yun, and he would only use one hand during the entire process. It's almost like it's here to give it away. Good. That's what you said. Someone shouted. Well, I'll never go back on what I said. Ning Yun revealed a very innocent smile, looking so harmless. Only, through a mask, these students naturally couldn't see it. The offer is too tempting. Hardly any of the recruits were able to resist what he had to say. Compared to the masked squad, who worked together seamlessly, Ning Yun was clearly a bit more bullied on his own. Thus, with the exception of a small number of people, most of them chose Ning Yun as their challenge. Chapter 30, Are You Afraid of Me? Ning Yun and the masked squad each occupied a position. In front of them were the many recruits who chose to challenge the two. Chubby Bailey stood beside Lin Qiye and poked him with his elbow. Hey, Qiye, why did we choose the masked squad? I feel like it's easier to win by challenging the guy in the golden mask than the masked squad, right? Lin Qiye looked at the ones who were challenging the masked squad along with himself. And there weren't many of them. He shook his head helplessly and turned his head to look at Chubby Bailey. If we choose him, we will have no chance of winning. Bailey Chubby shook his head with a blank expression. I don't understand. But, that special guest instructor and the masked squad are wearing a mask. Could it be that he's one of the masked squad? But it feels like the guest instructor's mask is much more handsome. Lin Qiye's gaze was fixed on the mask on Ning Yun's face. Ning Yun had been wearing this mask when they first met, and seeing it again at this time suddenly gave him a feeling of being a world away. Not for long. Numerous recruits had already chosen who they wanted to challenge. Most people stood in front of Ning Yun. Seeing this, Yuan Gang walked over to Ning Yun and asked with some uncertainty. Brat, what you just said about using only one hand, is that really stable? Don't have an accident later? I'll lose this old face. Don't worry, even if they added you, they wouldn't be enough for me to beat them with one hand. At those words, Yuan Gang's neck turned red with anger, and he barely managed to catch his breath. But well, I didn't expect that so many people would actually choose me. It seems that they still like to pick the soft ones. Yuan Gang held his forehead. You just said those words. It would be hell if you weren't chosen. The masked squad has been known for a long time, and their strength is unquestionable, while your identity is unknown. And you also say the conceited words of using only one hand. It would be strange not to choose you. Not a big problem. Yuan Gang nodded and didn't continue to discuss further on this matter. He turned to face the many recruits and exclaimed, "It seems that each of you has already chosen the opponent you wish to challenge, and as the minority follows the majority, I declare your challenge to be the special guest instructor. All the weapons you need can be found in the warehouse. So, the challenge is on." After saying that, Yuan Gang retreated backward, and in his place, Ning Yun slowly stepped forward and silently stood in the center of the training ground. In front of him are the 239 recruits who are participating in this recruit training intensive. A gust of wind whipped by, blowing the corners of Ning Yun's coat hunting. Suddenly, someone asked, "Instructor, may I ask if we start now?" Ning Yun spoke faintly, "It has already begun. So next, please give free rein to all of you." The moment the words fell, a figure flashed in front of him. The corners of Xin Qingzhu's mouth grinned, and a crazy sardonic smile surfaced on his face. "Instructor, just now I saw that you were very upset, and to say something so conceited. You've not looked down on us too much, have you?" Ning Yun glanced sideways, the corner of his mouth suddenly curving up. "If you want me to look up to you, then show me the strength to prove to me whether or not you are worthy of my recognition as vigilantes." Xin Qingzhu let out a cold snort and without the slightest hesitation kicked hard towards Ning Yun. Next moment, boom! Along with a burst of unparalleled aura violently erupting from Ning Yun's surroundings, Xin Qingzhu's body instantly flew backwards. Bang! 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 His body rolled numerous times in succession on the ground before finally coming to a slow stop. Seeing Xin Qingzhu in this miserable state, Lin Qiye couldn't help but sigh quietly. He had just seen it when he stood in line. Xin Qingzhu righteously sided with Ning Yun. It's only right that it should have ended up where it did. Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow. He was well aware of Ning Yun's strength. Even he was able to defeat him easily, let alone a Xin Qingzhu who was still a new recruit. Being so far away, one could feel the intimidating pressure. Seeing Xin Qingzhu blown away, a few of his juniors rushed forward to check up on his injuries. Meanwhile, Ning Yun looked at them and suddenly smiled. "Are you guys just going to fight me empty-handed like this? If I were you guys, I would have immediately rushed to the warehouse to find the most suitable weapon for me by now. I told you, I'll stand here and seal 2 feet in one hand." Hearing these words, they all felt a bit stifled in their hearts. 239 recruits ganging up on one of him, and they're actually going for weapons? This is too much of a downer. So they decisively went to the warehouse. Ha, that smells good. With many of the recruits having gone to the warehouse, there were only a handful of people left in the place at this point. Lin Qiye, Chao Yuan, and Bailey Chubby. Ning Yun closed his eyes and stopped talking. Like him, Chao Yuan sat with his legs crossed in the training ground without saying a word. Far away, Yuan Gang and the other instructors stood with the masked squad. Whirlpool came forward and asked with some curiosity, "Instructor Yuan, did you find that person?" "Well, it's a special guest I invited to serve as an instructor." Whirlpool gave a somewhat exaggerated expression. "That guy's stance out there is too scary. Is he doing it on purpose?" The corners of Chance's mouth couldn't stop twitching as she reached out and yanked on Whirlpool's collar. "Shut up, can you watch the battle in peace? One more BB and I'll throw you down with the recruits. You're a violent woman, don't want to talk to you." Despite the words, the vortex became quiet. Not for long. The recruits who had obtained their weapons from the warehouse then went back on top of the training ground. Ning Yun slowly opened his eyes and said in a faint voice, "Since you've all found your own weapons, what are you waiting for? Is it in fear? Do you even cringe at someone who seals 2 feet in one hand?" Ning Yun's voice was very soft, but it seemed to penetrate space and time, instantly reaching the ears of all the recruits. All they felt was a rush of hot blood from their feet to their heads. Compared to Yuan Gang, so obvious that it couldn't be any more obvious that it was an agitation tactic, Ning Yun's words were even more humiliating. Because his words poked at the heart of these recruits. They're afraid. Ning Yun had repeatedly relaxed his conditions, yet they still didn't dare to take a step forward. Seeing this, Ning Yun shook his head and spoke. "Since you guys aren't going up, I'm going to make a move." The instant the words fell, Ning Yun slowly raised the only right hand he could move. Shasta. Endless light converged from all directions, and a dazzling to the extreme glow glittered in his hands. Subsequently, Ning Yun flexed his fingers. Jab. The glow shot out as a ray of light. From the initial thickness of a thumb, it instantly became a thick pillar of light with a diameter of several meters. Wherever it passed, it was reduced to nothingness. By the time the smoke cleared, the clearing directly in front of them had formed a narrow, downward concave groove. The room was as quiet as a dead silence. It was as if the sound of a pin dropping was clearly audible. Chapter 31 1v239. Vegetables are the original sin. No kidding? Is this an opponent I can beat? Just one strike nearly destroyed the entire training ground. So strong. Bailey fat eyes wide. 7 nights. You see. Ilua Bina. Casually hit the highest damage in the game. Lin Qiye silently closed his eyes. He really couldn't think of any slightest way to defeat Ning Yun. Ning Yun's speed, his strength, was unquestionably crushing for both himself and these new recruits. And Ning Yun, although the mouth said self-seal 2 feet 1 hand. However, Lin Qiye had personally seen the scene when he killed the Ghostface King. There was simply no need to personally make a move, and countless lightsabers surfaced between heaven and earth with a single thought. That scene was still fresh in Lin Qiye's mind until now. Lin Qiye slowly spoke. If we want to defeat him, our chances of winning are slim to none, and the Sea of Men tactic doesn't have any meaning to speak of for him. But if I don't even have the thought of trying, I'll look down on myself, and such a me has no qualifications to be a vigilante. The moment the words fell, Lin Qiye took a deep breath and then walked a short distance ahead of Ning Yun. Perhaps, this was also a trial that Ning Yun had given himself. No matter how scary the opponent is, he'll give it his all. After Ning Yun casually blasted out a strike, his line of sight also landed on Lin Qiye, who was slowly walking towards him, and the corners of his lips slowly curled up in an arc. It looks like the second warrior of the day has appeared. Then, please begin your performance. Next moment, Lin Qiye's eyes narrowed slightly as a blazing golden flame flashed through his eyes. Boom! An incomparably strong aura blasted out in all directions with his center. At that moment, it was as if he had become the embodiment of the blazing angel Michael, with a grand and tall angelic false image floating vaguely behind him. Ning Yun scanned ahead. A shocked look passed through the eyes of those recruits who gathered around Lin Qiye. They were called geniuses, but Lin Qiye was the possessor of the divine forbidden ruins, a divine agent. Especially, this god was also the blazing angel Michael, codename 003. The gap between them and Lin Qiye was like a chasm in the sky. A genius was merely the threshold for meeting Lin Qiye. But so what? At that thought, the corners of Ning Yun's mouth grinned slightly. Agent of the gods, a true celestial pride who walks the world in the place of the gods. What a nice title. But if that's the extent of it, Ning Yun didn't continue on, but instead used practical actions to prove it. He raised his right hand without haste. Shasta. It was as if the air was trembling. The overwhelming particles of light turned into a torrent that quickly swept across the entire training ground. Next moment, the torrent thumped apart, converging in the sky to form countless giant swords of light of various shapes, emitting a terrifying pressure like the sword of Damocles hanging over everyone's heads. Ning Yun slowly pressed his palm down. Moment. The 2 light swords reversed their direction, their blades pointing at Lin Qiye, and a terrifying might surged forth. Next moment, Jabla. The sound of the sword blade breaking through the air seemed to tear through the void, turning into streams of light in an instant. It had already arrived in front of Lin Qiye's eyes. The power belonging to the killing angel erupted once again. Lin Qiye's eyes almost transformed into 2 great suns, burning with a never-ending flame. The 2 forces that seemed to be of the same origin yet very different collided together. Boom! The barrier in front of Lin Qiye only lasted for an extremely brief moment before it completely shattered under the tip of the sword made of light. That loud sound like glass breaking could be clearly heard throughout the training ground. Just like Xinxingzhu before, Lin Qiye's body instantly flew backwards like a cannonball. Seeing this, Ning Yun's expression remained unchanged, and he merely said in a faint voice, "Are there any more to come?" As calm as it was at the very beginning, it was as if nothing had happened. However, Xinxingzhu and Lin Qiye, who had already fallen, silently proclaimed an extremely cruel fact to these unruly recruits. The dish that is the original sin. Strength is everything here. Whoever has the biggest fist will do the talking. And at that moment, one of the recruits, an ultra-high critical forbidden ruin holder and a divine agent, were instantly defeated like dirt. Obviously, the one with the biggest fist here is Ning Yun. Someone deadpanned. Some people keep their heads down. Some people jump at the chance. Suddenly, someone shouted, "Even if he is strong, so what? We have 239 new recruits. Even if we use a wheel battle, we'll be able to pile him up. If we can't do it alone, then we'll do it together. One person's power is weak, but if we get together, we might have a chance of defeating him." Far away, listening to the words of these recruits, Yuan Gang couldn't help but laugh. He had originally been a bit worried that Ning Yun was being overly ambitious. After all, he hadn't used his full strength when he defeated him, but at this point, he had made one thing clear. That was that there was no way these 239 recruits would be able to defeat Ning Yun no matter what. Not to mention getting on the corner of his coat. "I'm afraid I can't even get close to him. This brat's growth speed is too fast. Fast to feel deeply intimidated." Just then, Wang Mian, who was on the side, suddenly spoke. "Instructor Yuan, Where did you find this one from? Well, it's a bit of a long story, but I fought with him once, and I can say that it was a crushing defeat without the slightest power to fight back. Is that so? King's face lapsed into silence. A moment later, he spoke again. Instructor Yuan, in a moment. I want to lead my team members to fight with him. Is that okay? Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang's eyes lit up. I can't wait to hear it. I had intended to have your masked squad spar with him. It would be great if I could thwart that brat's sharpness. I'll have a little more certainty of persuading him to join the Night's Watch when the time comes. Wang Nian shook his head. Instructor Yuan, I may not be able to do this thing you said. Yuan Gang first froze for a split second. Wang Mian continued. His strength is very strong. Even we won't be able to defeat him in a crushing manner. And even if we win, it will be very tough. Instructor Yuan let out a loud laugh. Don't worry, just be able to defeat that brat. As for whether it's a crushing stance or not, I don't really care. King's face nodded. Ning Yun had shown a lot of strength. If he had fought on his own, it would have been doubtful whether he would have won or lost. But if a few of his own players were added to the mix, then Ning Yun would have no chance of winning. Just as Yuan Gang and Wang Mian were talking, those recruits are finally getting serious too. Ning Yun hadn't been heavy-handed before, and Xin Qingju and Lin Qiye quickly came out of their comatose state. In front of this terrifying enemy of Ning Yun, they were united like never before. Chapter 32, Art is Explosive. Ning Yun stood in place, somewhat bored. The recruits were gathered together, not knowing what they were discussing. It should be thinking about what methods to use to defeat itself. Hopefully they can come up with some good moves that they can learn from then and use them to fight Ryubi Wakazashi. Lin Qiye, Xin Qingju and a few others gathered around. Xin Qingju could still feel a vague pain in every part of her body. Ning Yun hadn't dealt a death blow, or else he would never be able to wake up from his coma right now. But the force wasn't light either, and at least Xin Qingju would have to endure the soreness for the next few days. Xin Qingju gritted his teeth with a deadly grip. That bastard. I absolutely have to find a way to get him a beating. Lin Qiye glanced at him. He could sense that this guy wasn't the bad type. A little arrogance is not a bad thing. I'm young and crazy. Lin Qiye said that he could understand. But if he continued in that frame of mind, he'd only get an even more vicious beating later. Thinking of this, Lin Qiye cleared his throat and slowly spoke. He's the only one we have as an enemy, and judging from the current state, he won't take the initiative to attack us. So, we have plenty of time now to talk through our options. All of you should have seen my previous experience with him just now. If we were to fight alone, we would never be his match. With that, Lin Qiye pointed at himself and Xin Qingju. Xin Qingju inclined his head, as much as he didn't want to admit that he had been sent flying by a punch. It was the truth, and all 239 recruits present saw it. Shame on you. Lin Qiye continued. Our only chance of winning at the moment is to utilize the joint collaboration between multiple people, and by attacking one after another without giving him a single moment to catch his breath. In which case there might still be a sliver of a chance of victory. Suddenly, a red-haired girl stepped forward and spoke. It's what's known as a group fight, right? Lin Qiye looked over towards her before nodding. Right. The only option we have left is to utilize a sea of people to attack him. While I don't think he'll be subjected to our mano a mano tactics, it's the only way we can do anything else. Using underhanded tricks will only make it hurt a little more when he goes down on someone and punches them, and it won't have the slightest effect on winning or losing this fight. At those words, Molly tossed her long flame-like hair behind her and reached out to raise the large taijutsu, which was considerably taller than her person. In that case, let's begin. After saying that, she turned around and headed towards Ning Yun. Seeing this, Ning Yun revealed a harmless smile. Have you discussed what kind of way you're going to use to deal with me? Molly grunted, but mentally fought the urge to pay attention. Without the slightest sign or hesitation, her figure rushed out in an instant. In almost an instant, he had arrived in front of Ning Yun. She raised the large taijutsu, which was taller than even her own person, and then slashed down hard towards Ning Yun. Ning Yun's mind moved. A lightsaber flew in response. The large taijutsu in Molly's hand clashed with the giant sword controlled by Ning Yun. Bang! An extremely strong aura swept out in all directions. Molly grunted coldly, and the large taijutsu in her hand vibrated at an extremely weak frequency. Even the lightsaber controlled by Ning Yun was trembling incessantly. The forbidden ruin she held was the ultra-high-risk forbidden ruin. 10,000 elements frequent movement. Can control the vibrational frequency of all objects in direct or indirect contact with her within the forbidden ruins. That's why Molly chose to tough it out. She had noticed just now that the lightsaber controlled by Ning Yun seemed to be made of some sort of particle convergence, and by utilizing that nature it might be possible to use the universal frequency motion to shake it apart. And that's exactly what happened. The moment Molly unleashed the universal frequency movement, The lightsabers controlled by Ning Yun then reverted into countless points of light. He looked at Molly with interest and praised. Good idea, clear knowledge of her abilities, and good observation of her opponents. Very good personality. That's quite a compliment. Then, with that said, Molly once again gripped her large taijutsu and slashed towards Ning Yun. Boom! The particles that had been shattered into countless points of light by Molly slowly drifted away, and abruptly coalesced into countless giant swords that flashed with brilliant light. Ning Yun casually waved his hand, and a lightsaber fell vertically, blocking Molly's large taijutsu swung down towards him with incomparable ease. He chuckled lightly, but then again, you can only shatter one of my swords, so what if it's 10 million? See this scene. The recruits who were coming this way were on the verge of despair. It's simply open and shut, isn't it? Shattering a lightsaber, and then just re-emerging as an almost uncountable number of lightsabers suspended in the air? At this moment, as long as one looked up into the sky, one would be able to see the densely packed lightsabers seemingly weaving a huge net that was large enough to cover the sky and the earth. Yuan Gang couldn't help but open his mouth wide. Holy, is this brat even able to do this kind of thing? This is outrageous. He hadn't seen this move at all during the one time he had fought with Ning Yun. Wang Mian, on the other hand, had a sinking heart. The faces of several members of the surrounding masquerade squad were all equally grave. Even they did not seem to have absolute certainty that they would be able to win in the face of this kind of move that seemed to be open and shut. Little by little the time passed. There wasn't much time left for these recruits anymore. Molly, who was at the front of the line as a charge, had done the best she could. Next it was their turn to contribute. Same time, the moment Molly was blocked, Shin Xingju's figure had quietly surfaced behind Ning Yun. Blast me! He roared out hoarsely. A spark erupted from the ring on his finger. Bang! The air around Ning Yun seemed to have been affected by something, and in an instant, it seemed to have turned into countless bombs bursting apart one after another. Gas Min can control the air within the range. Again, one of the super high-risk forbidden ruins. It was also one of the 3 ultra-high-risk forbidden markets in this boot camp. Looking at the air that kept bursting in front of him, Shin Xingju could hardly hide the excitement on his face. Art is an explosion. Just by redistributing the ratio of nitrogen to oxygen in the air, it can be done to detonate the air within range. Even you can't resist it. Right. The matter of being shaken out by Ning Yun's outburst of chi earlier had always nagged at him. It was only at this point that I finally got a breath of fresh air. However, when the smoke cleared, the moment Ning Yun's figure slowly emerged, Shin Xingju only felt her heart sink to the bottom all of a sudden. Chapter 33, How can you call that a dragon? The roiling smoke and dust from the explosion slowly dispersed, and Ning Yun's figure slowly emerged in the crowd's line of sight, only to see that a barrier glowing with a light golden color surrounded his body. After the explosion stopped, the barrier also dissipated into countless points of light. Not a hair out of place. Not to mention taking half a step back, he didn't even touch the corner of his coat. The corners of Shin Xingju's mouth twitched slightly. No way. This is all fine? It's simply open wind spirit moon shadow. Right. Good idea. Ning Yun looked at Shin Xingju. Compared to your brainless forward-looking appearance in the beginning, it seems like you finally have that much of a brain now. Without waiting for him to finish, the recruits armed with various weapons rushed up one after another. For a while, all kinds of attacks were overwhelmed. It's rather like an MMO game where players siege large bosses. Ning Yun raised his hand and waved it casually. Immediately afterward, countless light swords broke through the air and engaged these people. Hey, Chao Yuan, are you just going to watch and not make a move? Suddenly, someone noticed the dark-haired man who had been sitting in the same spot since the beginning, without any movement. His eyes closed slightly. I won't make a move. I don't want to make any more kills. Just wait for the time to end. Chao Yuan sat on the ground and had no intention of attacking Ning Yun, and Ning Yun had no intention of attacking him either. In the meantime, Lin Qiye looked at Fatty Bailey beside him. What is your ability? Well, he scratched his hair. Does the ability to pay money count? Lin Qiye, no matter what the abilities are, use them all on him while you can, or else I'm afraid you won't have a chance to use them in a while. Chubby Time nodded, then from reached out and pulled it out of his pocket. Next moment, a large sword with a dazzling light was held in his hand. One transformation of 3,000. Shasta. The great treasure sword in Bailey Fatty's hand transformed into countless shadows suspended high above the sky. As is the name of this great sword itself, you can turn 3,000 shadows with one sword. Afterward, Chubby Bailey took a deep breath, his eyes looking tightly at Ning Yun before he swung the great sword in his hand with all his might. Give it to me, Shasta. Countless sword image silhouettes glittering with cold auras converged into a long rainbow, wrapped in an unrivaled aura that whistled toward Ning Yun. Lin Qiye's eyes gazed ahead as 2 blazing golden flames rose steeply. The divine might belonging to the incandescent angel Michael exploded. At the moment, It was already a complete state of pandemonium and chaos. Agents of the gods, holders of ultra-high-risk forbidden ruins, and kings of soldiers from all over the world, inheritors of special skills, an unprecedented situation. I'll go. So scary. Whirlwind's eyes were dumbfounded. Captain, if we go up there, can we this group? Wang Mian said with great certainty. Dry over. Provided it doesn't count him. Although Wang Mian didn't directly say his name, both Whirlpool and the other members of the masked squad knew exactly who he was in Wang Mian's mouth. Where did Yuan Gang get this special instructor from? How can it be so horrible? Without waiting for Vortex to continue speaking, the expression on his face suddenly froze, and his mouth opened as if he could stuff an egg in it. In his line of sight, the countless lightsabers intertwined into a giant web trembled. It then continued to converge and condense, eventually forming a dazzling dragon that covered the sky and the earth. A huge dragon formed by light hovered in the middle of the sky, its huge body blocking the great sun. The crowd's eyes were darkened, but then they were illuminated by an even more dazzling light. Wait. What the hell is that holy? Whirlwind burst right out in excitement. Yuan Gang's expression also became dull. That's a little over the top, isn't it? At this time, the most shocking thing on the field belonged to Bailey Chubby himself. He looked up at the long dragon of sword chi that he had summoned with his great treasure sword, and then at the divine dragon of light hovering above the sky that Ning Yun had brought together. The contrast is too strong. It is like a grain of rice to the moon, the loach to the true dragon. The impact of Bailey Chubby's head buzzed, and his speech became a little stuttering. Holy, I suddenly feel like what I summoned is a little loach. Chubby Bailey didn't think that his, Yao Guang, would be able to protect himself unharmed under this strike. Not being able to think too much, he hurriedly shouted at Lin Qiye, Qiye, help! When he heard these words, Chao Yuan was shaken. Ahead, Lin Qiye's entire brain went down for a split second. At the sight of the divine dragon of light that covered the sky, the only thought that remained in his mind was, this is ing open, isn't it? How does that make him fight? Even if you pull the full squad 136 now, and by the way, call out all the masked squad as well, plus 239 recruits, including myself. Under this strike, I'm afraid that all of them will be wiped out in the rhythm. He closed his eyes feebly. Destroy it. Everything is destroyed. He knew that choosing Ning Yun would be far less relaxing than choosing masked squad. The masked squad might just bring them a beating. Ning Yun, on the other hand, brought with him the abyss of despair. In my last life, I was selling chili oil stuffed with sesame oil to my customers, still mixing a bit of 6th godflower water in the watermelon juice saying it would refresh your mind. He did all the bad things in his last life and fought with Ning Yun in this life. Although, there has been some despair in the mind. Lin Qiye, however, didn't give up any hint of a possible victory. He was convinced that this was a test Ning Yun had given himself. Test yourself on your resilience, your fortitude to not give up and not give up. The degree of diabolization has deepened once again. He bit the tip of his tongue dead center, forcing the chaos in his head to calm down as the blazing gold flames in his eyes flared up again. Even now it's no longer useful to be afraid. The only option we have left is to use all our strength to defeat him. Just then, a voice suddenly sounded beside his ear. What's your last name? At some point, Chao Yuan had already stood beside him, his expression incomparably serious. Lin Qiye's face was filled with questions. At a time like this, you still have time to ask questions like that? Although he thought so in his heart, Lin Qiye still answered as fast as he could. Lin. When he finished speaking, he turned to look at Ning Yun, no longer paying attention to Chao Yuan behind him. The divine might of the blazing angel was once again unleashed. Under the effect of Starry Night Dancer, his speed was also strengthened to the extreme. One moment, Lin Qiye's figure then disappeared into thin air. Only Chao Yuan was left to murmur. Double wood standing. 8 gods go to 1. Into the night for 10 years. Ferrying my world. Lin Qiye. So that's how it is. I'm going to protect him. Chao Yuan's eyes widened slightly as he looked toward Lin Qiye's back. He then picked up a blade on the ground. Chapter 34, Black King Chopper? The flowing blade is like fire. The moment Chao Yuan drew his sword, it was as if the sky and the earth had fallen into a moment of stagnation. Then the wind swept in, and those near his surroundings shuddered. With the blade slowly emerging from its sheath, the terrifying killing chi coalesced into a solid entity, transforming into boundless pitch-black flames rising inch by inch from his skin. With him at the center, it was as if the surrounding area had come to winter all of a sudden, and the air pressure was low to the extreme. The clothes on his body fluttered and annihilated in the void like ashes, revealing a body full of scars inside with a coat coalesced by pitch-black killing chi. Seeing the pitch-black flames on Chao Yuan's body, Wang Mian's sight was dead on. That is the Forbidden Ruins ranked 31st, Black King chopping extinction. At those words, Several of the surrounding masked squad members shuddered. It was well known that the first 30 of the Forbidden Ruins were the realm of the gods, and those who could be ranked 31st in the Forbidden Ruins were naturally existences below the gods and above all beings. It is also known as the first person under the gods. Whirlpool, on the other hand, took on the responsibility of the atmosphere group and exclaimed from the sidelines, "Holy, it's actually the Black King Chopper. So isn't that kid on the opposite side going to be finished?" Chance really couldn't hold back and slapped him on the head. "Can you just stop cranking up the jokes at a serious time like this?" Whirlpool covered his head somewhat pitifully. "But, that's the Black King Chopper." Just then, Chow Yuan slowly took a step. Boom! A fierce aura that was as sticky as asphalt erupted. Next moment, his figure then instantly rushed out like a cannonball, arriving in front of Ning Yun in mere moments. A pair of heavy pupils as scarlet as blood abruptly opened. The long blade covered in pitch-black flames, wrapped in an aura that decimated everything, swung down with all its might. From the time Chow Yuan drew his sword to the time he landed the chopping blow, the entire process was barely an instant. Before anyone in the surroundings could react, the flickering cold blade in his hand had already been reflected in Ning Yun's eyes. Oh! Ning Yun raised his eyes slightly, and a reddish color flashed steeply in his dark eyes. Next moment, Madaka! An unmistakable ringing sound echoed through the training ground. At some point, a long blade was similarly held in Ning Yun's right hand, wrapped in purple ribbon. The hilt of the sword has a bronze-colored, rounded tsuba, and a sharp blade that glints with a cold, snowy white light. Ning Yun slightly flipped his wrist against the long blade in Chow Yuan's hand. The next moment, his lips moved slightly, and his voice was soft, so soft that no one around him heard what he said. "Moro, all are ashes. The flowing blade is like fire." The instant the words fell, a flash of extremely hot flames burst out. It continued to climb along the snow-white blade, resembling a fire dragon spitting a flaming tongue that instantly wrapped around the blade. The burning sensation continued to spread in all directions. Even the masked squad and instructors like Yuan Gang who were on the martial arts stage were able to feel it. Yuan Gang's eyes were as wide as bronze bells. This brat actually has a second ability besides being able to manipulate the power of light? No doubt about it. In their eyes, being able to manipulate light is an ability. And at this moment, the flames rising from the blade Ning Yun was holding were the second ability. Wang Mian narrowed his eyes. The Black King chopping destruction. Even members of the masked squad would perish on the spot under this slash if they suppressed themselves to the marigold realm. The ability to be below the gods and above all beings is no joke. But Wang Mian did not continue to speak the latter words out, because it's not necessary. Even though Chow Yuan possessed the Black King's chopping extinction, his current strength was too weak. So, in Wang Mian's opinion, he still won TB Ning Yun's opponent. And at this point, what he was looking forward to even more was the second ability that Ning Yun had displayed. Manipulate the flames. Among the many gods found so far, there are many gods associated with light and fire. Michael the Killing Angel is one of them. But today's Blazing Angel Michael had chosen Lin Qiye as an agent. What's more, the ability Ning Yun was using didn't seem particularly similar to Micah's. So, exactly which god would Ning Yun be an agent of? Ning Yun swung his arm, and in an instant, the flowing blade roll fire that burned with blazing flames blasted Chow Yuan out of the air. Looking at Chow Yuan, who was entangled in pitch-black flames in front of him, a bright light flashed in his eyes. This way of utilizing it seems to be very similar to the residual sun prison closed after Ryubi Wakazashi's Bankai, but the power is still too weak. As I recall, it should be Forbidden Ruins XXXI, Black King chopping and destroying, right? The ability is powerful. It's just a shame that you're not worthy of its true power right now, despite what the mouth says. However, the pitch-black flame close on Chow Yuan's body caused Ning Yun to have a new thought. As expected, fighting these various abilities would indeed lead to a constant stream of new inspirations. While thinking so, Ning Yun raised the flowing blade in his hand of fire. A flick of the wrist followed. Shasta! A fiery and fierce crimson flaming light shot straight up into the sky, transforming into a boundless and endless sea of pale fire wrapped around the divine dragon of light, which was condensed from countless points of light. The effect seems to be pretty good. Looking at the divine dragon emitting waves of terrifying flames perched high in the sky, Ning Yun nodded in satisfaction. This strike should be able to do quite a bit of good against Ryubi Wakazashi. As he muttered to himself, Ning Yun reached out and gripped the hilt of the flowing blade Ruofire, then gently swung it toward the front. Jab! The divine dragon was like the sky. Straight through. The divine dragon that could not be seen at the end of a glance carried the momentum of pouring heaven and earth and crashed down. Before Chow Yuan, who had just stood up, could react, his body was knocked out by the large dragon head. Wherever the huge dragon body passed, it was turned into a burning scorched earth. At the last moment, Ning Yun gathered his strength. After all, His purpose was only to suppress the arrogance of this group of recruits. It's not really about beating them to death. And you can't really beat this group of recruits to death. By the time they raised their eyes again, there were few recruits still able to maintain a standing position. Lin Qiye relied on the divine might of the blazing angel to barely block the strike. A golden light flashed around Chubby Bailey. It was Yao Guang, the long sword in Xiao Yuan's hand, which he had picked up from somewhere, also completely shattered into countless fragments after taking the brunt of the dragon head's blow. Molly's eyes were full of aftershocks, and there were still flames burning beside her at the moment, making the sound of sparks erupting. Shin Xingju was completely convinced, heartily convinced. Ning Yun smiled faintly, his voice flat, but this time none of them dared to ignore it. It seems that all of you no longer have the strength to fight again, so this match should be considered my victory, right? Chapter 35, We were beaten by him alone? Masked Squad's challenge. The moment Ning Yun's words fell, the entire room fell silent. Not a single person dared to say a word, because they're too beat up to stand up, not to mention having to talk. Can't do it at all. Seeing this, Ning Yun turned towards Yuan Gang. How's that? What you said about thwarting them should still be considered okay, right? Yuan Gang reacted from his daze and hastily coughed dryly. Good performance. I'll give you a bonus. Ning Yun smiled. A bonus is not necessary. After all, I've gotten quite a lot out of it. I'll leave for the day then. Contact me if you need any training afterward. I'll be here soon. With that, Ning Yun wanted to turn around and leave. Just then, Yuan Gang suddenly called out to him. Wait, I have something to tell you. Ning Yun stood still and turned back to ask. Is there anything else? Yuan Gang pointed to the masked squad member beside him. Captain Wang Mask of the masked squad wants to spar with you. How about it? Have you got the idea? If not, I won't give you a hard time. The corner of Ning Yun's mouth slowly curved up in an arc. Old Yuan, this is too low level of an incentive for you. Don't use it next time. I'm not one of those new recruits who will be easily galvanized by you. But well, if you want to spar, it's not impossible. When? Wang Nian walked forward at the right time, his eyes looking towards Ning Yun, his tone calm and with a hint of respect. Hello, I'm the captain of the masked squad, Wang Nian. When dealing with a strong person, respect is a natural thing to show in your tone of voice. You should have expended a lot of energy fighting these new recruits today. Ning Yun waved his hand. No, it didn't consume too much physical strength. At those words, Wang Nian's entire body froze for a split second. Then we'll start now? Could be. Yuan Gang hurriedly interrupted the conversation between the two. You guys wait for a moment. I have to go and announce the results to these new recruits first. Yuan Gang walked quickly to the training ground, and after sweeping his gaze around, he slowly opened his mouth. Do you have any pride left in you now? 239 people, while the other party is only alone. Even so, you still lost miserably, losing all the way to the ground. This is the genius of Great Xia? A heavenly pride? A demon? Do you deserve the title? Yuan Gang's voice grew louder and louder, and in the end it was almost a roar of rage. But how moody it was, only Yuan Gang himself knew. These little brats, one by one, their hearts are higher than the sky. If they are not frustrated a little bit, when they go to the battlefield in the future, it is a life that is thinner than paper. The recruits, on the other hand, were about to put their heads in the ground. It's a shame. 239 new recruits who were actually blown away by a self-appointed two-legged, one-handed instructor. 1 through 239. Now that you are facing a truly powerful mystery, you will only end up worse off than you are today. Instructor Ning Yun was specially invited by me, and as a fellow human, he certainly won't lay a hand on you. But, Mystery Club, becoming a Night's Watchman means you must go to war with the mystery. Since you have already lost, then as agreed before this battle, throw all your so-called dignity and pride on the ground and trample them to pieces. From now on, you have no other identity but one. And that is the new recruits in the Recruit Intensive Training Camp. Ning Yun almost couldn't hold back his laughter. It was a good thing the mask covered it, so no one noticed. This old Yuan discourse is really a set, especially suitable for dealing with these high-minded streams of geniuses. Just then, Yuan Gang suddenly changed his words. Today, you are still far from being worthy of the name of the Night's Watch. Now, it will be up to the masked squad to start a friendly match with instructor Ning Yun to show you what it means to be a true Night's Watch. Ning Yun raised an eyebrow. It can still be played like this? Wang Nian shook his head helplessly, and a ghostly cry came from under the mask imprinted with the word Wang. I knew Instructor Yuan wouldn't let go of this opportunity so easily. So, it's our turn to make our entrance next. King Face looked back. Whirlpool, Moon Ghost, Rose, Scales, you're coming with me. The rest of you who aren't fit to fight stay behind. Ning Yun stretched lazily, then followed suit. There was no longer the slightest hint of condescension in the eyes of the recruits as they looked at him when he made his appearance again. The strongest is king, and the losers deserve nothing more than to hang on the pillar of shame and be whipped incessantly. Ning Yun flashed a kind smile at them, but then realized that he still had the mask on his face. These recruits simply can't see themselves smiling so kindly and innocently. These recruits, I guess, hate him. It's a great feeling. There are many opportunities to fight with these new recruits in the future, and for their growth, they can make good use of this group of sandbags. Of heaven. Soon, the recruits struggled to get up from the ground, each helping themselves back out of the training field. Stay away from the center. One is the long-established special squad, Mask. One was instructor Ning Yun, who could unleash flames and divine dragons of light with his hands. Stay away, so you don't get caught in the wave later. Lin Qiye was standing in a corner, and beside him were standing Bailey Chubby, Mo Li, Chao Yuan, Xin Xingzhu, and others. They are considered the highest fighting group of recruits. At this point it was still able to maintain some residual power. Bailey Chubby was a bit curious as he came over to Lin Qiye. 7 nights. You said not to pick instructor Ning Yun right from the start. Did you know beforehand that his strength was terrifying? Lin Qiye nodded with a heavy face. I've seen him strike before, but in such a short period of time, his strength has increased again, becoming even stronger than what he had seen before. And this kind of growth speed is simply frightening. Chao Yuan couldn't care about anything else as he came up behind Lin Qiye and stood silently as if he was a licking dog. The Grandmaster said that Lin Qiye could save him. That's why he wanted to stay by Lin Qiye's side. Molly, on the other hand, pinched her forehead. Is that guy really human? So powerful. It can't be an old man under the mask, can it? At those words, Lin Qiye couldn't help but laugh out. Old man? He's a real high school student. High schoolers? The few people other than Chao Yuan all revealed expressions of horror. It's like saying, you're not out of your mind, are you? Lin Qiye didn't care about any of this as he took a step backward and leaned against the wall while his gaze was directed distantly towards Ning Yun, who was standing opposite of the masquerade squad. At this very moment, the masked squad's quintet, clad in gray cloaks, stood across from Ning Yun. Whether we can win or not, we can't lose our momentum. Chapter 36, I'm the agent of the god of time. Although the words, however, just by standing in front of Ning Yun, he was already able to feel a sense of oppressive pressure that made it almost impossible to raise his head. At this moment, they felt the same pressure as those recruits before them. The corners of Whirlpool's mouth tugged slightly. It always feels like the temperature has dropped a lot. A little panicky. Chance glared at him viciously. No such demoralizing words. Be careful, I'll hammer you to death. Whirlpool hastily shut his mouth and said nothing. Moonghost pulled out a dagger and twirled it back and forth on his fingertips to play with it, and said grimly, even if his power is strong, there are 5 of us. Even the sea realm won't be able to escape in our hands. Scales nodded as if by default. As a special squad among the Night's Watch, the masked squad had recorded countless glorious battles. There were countless Chuan realm deaths in their hands, and the sea realm could also be decimated, even the infinite realm. Just then, Wang Mian spoke faintly. Alright, all be quiet, don't bother about whether you win or lose, just do your best. After all, this battle, even I don't have a sure win. But well, Instructor Yuan has already helped us find a good excuse. It's just a friendly match, no matter who wins or loses. It's not a big problem. Then, go all out. The moment the words fell, King Face assumed a fighting stance. Compared to this, Ning Yun's standing posture was very casual and lazy. It was as if what stood in front of him was not the special squad, mask, but a group of hyenas. Yuan Gang walked to the center and said in a deep voice, is everything ready? Wang Mian raised his hand. Any time. He turned his gaze to Ning Yun. Do you really not need some rest time? Ning Yun shook his head. There's no need for that. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang nodded slightly, then spoke. Then, the friendly match between the masked squad and the invited instructor will now begin. After saying that, he moved away from this place as fast as he could. Kidding aside, this was an encounter between masked squad and Ning Yun. He wouldn't dare to stay where he was. Save yourself from being shot straight through a sieve later. That brat Ning Yun would definitely not show any mercy under his hand, and might even maliciously retaliate against himself. The moment Yuan Gang's figure disappeared, Wang Mian reached out and gripped the hilt of the knife at his waist. The black blade was incomparably smooth and vaguely refracted a reflection. For a moment, the world seemed to come to a standstill. In order to manage to inflict the maximum amount of blows on Ning Yun with the minimum amount of exertion, Wang Mian had reduced the range of time delay to the extreme. It was almost only able to work on Ning Yun alone. Next moment, an extremely terrifying pressure overflowed, and countless flickering swordlights weaved into a fine, gigantic net, attacking towards Ning Yun in a matter of moments. The degree to which Gokite grows almost exponentially when combined with the power of the god of time. To the side, the members of the masked squad were delighted in their hearts. Could it be that this is going to end straight away? Although the previous performance against those recruits was very explosive, but when it comes to masters like his own captain, it's really not enough to look at. In the distance, Lin Qiye and the others who were watching the battle also revealed expressions of surprise. Lin Qiye's brows furrowed as his vision deadpanned ahead. At that moment, the fine web of swordlight and swords had already arrived in front of Ning Yun. Why haven't you made a move yet? Shin Xingju snorted coldly. I've heard legends about the masked squad before. And that person wearing the king character mask is the captain of the masked squad, and is likewise an agent of the god of time. I'm afraid that special guest instructor is already deep in frozen time at this point, and is simply unable to resist. He can only bully us new recruits. It looked like Shin Xingju was still unconvinced in his heart. Just as Lin Qiye was about to retort, his pupils suddenly shrunk and he immediately looked over with his full attention. Wang Mian had some doubts in his mind. It was reasonable to say that Ning Yun's previous performance would never have been so mediocre. He is an agent of the god of time, yes, but is subject to the limitations of his own strength. Otherwise, if it was possible to suspend someone's time indefinitely, what business would there be for the gods of the heavens? He, Wang Mian, alone could kill through the roaming gods. Just then, it was like he sensed something, and the alarm bells in his heart rang wildly. A threatening sense of approaching death was descending, almost completely out of instinct. Wang Mian held the black blade in his hand with a death grip and backhanded it towards his side. Next moment, Madaka! The sound of swords clashing resounded steeply. King Face looked toward his side in horror, and a pair of dark eyes met his. Ning Yun flipped his wrist as if he were walking idly, the flowing blade like fire suppressing the black blade in Wang Mian's hand with absolute strength. Good on! Wang Mian wasn't alone. He had a few teammates. After a brief moment of head downtime, Chance was the first to react. A giant hammer wrapped in the force of 1,000 pounds sliced through the void, slamming down heavily towards Ning Yun. At that moment, the aura belonging to the Chuan realm instantly erupted. Feeling the howling wind behind him, Ning Yun's mind moved. Jabla! Countless points of light slowly emerged from the void, and then converged into a huge golden sword that emitted a terrifying might. In Rose's dismayed gaze, the golden giant sword seemed to possess self-awareness, and in an instant, it collided with the giant hammer in her hand. In an instant, an extremely strong aftershock rippled out towards the surroundings. Some of the recruits who were already unsteady on their feet were toppled out by the fallout. Seeing that his own teammates had already rushed forward, Moonghost followed suit. His figure flickered slightly, appearing incomparably stealthily beside Ning Yun like a ghost in the night. The dagger in his hand that flashed with a sharp and cold light stabbed out violently. Madaka! Ning Yun casually sent Kingface flying, and the flowing blade Ruofire blade once again collided with the dagger in the Moonghost's hand. Incomparably hot flames erupted from the tsuba, and the blazing waves of flames scorched the face of the Moonghost, vaguely as if a roasting sound was coming from it. Holy, it's hot, hot, hot! While saying that, the Moonghost hastily stepped backward. Ning Yun didn't block their backward stance, just stood silently in place, his burning flaming streamer blade pointing at the ground of fire. King Face deadpanned. If there wasn't that mask in front of him covering his face, one would be able to notice that at this moment, Wang Mian's expression was simply as if he had seen a ghost. He couldn't understand it. If Ning Yun broke his time delay effect, Wang Mian still felt that it was a probability that could exist. However, in that instant just now, he had completely failed to notice Ning Yun's trajectory. It was as if one's time had been suspended. But, clearly he is the agent of the god of time. Chapter 37, You chat while fighting? The king is deeply skeptical about the fact that he is an agent of the god of time. Could it be that he is actually a fake agent of the god of time? But at this point, there wasn't much time left for him to continue thinking about what was going on. He raised his head, his gaze deadpan on Ning Yun in front of him. Wang Mian gripped the black blade in his hand that was flashing with sharpness and took another step forward. It was as if time had once again come to a standstill. Countless saber lights intertwined and converged like silk threads, eventually forming a massive, dense net that almost covered the sky and sky toward Ning Yun. Such an attack, as if a black cloud was pressing down on the city, caused some people to be unable to catch their breath. The moment he swung out a blade, Wang Mian focused himself completely on Ning Yun. Thick threads of blood slowly surfaced in his eyes, and he wanted to use this to see exactly what was going on with Ning Yun's movements. However, in his line of sight, Ning Yun merely slowly raised the flowing blade Ruofire in his hand. Then softly, Shingoitis on. In an instant, endless flames rose from the Ryubi Ruohako's bronze-colored tsuba, spewing out along the snow-white blade. Waves of flames rolled over as if they were fiery dragons hissing. The blazing flames were like maggots possessing bones, attaching themselves to the sky-covering sword and sword shadows. It then went so far as to slowly engulf it until not a trace of the blade's light could be seen anymore. Sees the opening. The moon ghost transforms into an invisible moon. As fast as he could, he came behind Ning Yun. The dagger in his hand flashed with a biting cold light and stabbed violently with the swiftest speed. But the next moment, he couldn't stop his eyes from widening. See only, the dagger that had decimated countless mysteries had actually directly penetrated Ning Yun's body at this moment without causing any damage. Ning Yun looked down at the sword blade that had penetrated through his chest, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up in an arc. Elementalized bodies work so well. Basically, none of the physical abilities work on themselves. He raised his hand and slowly gripped the tip of the short sword in the moon ghost's hand, and a touch of flame twined along the tip, wrapping the moon ghost's entire body in an instant. 1. Ning Yun spoke slowly. Next moment, the flames dissipated, and the moon ghost was unharmed. However, he knew very well in his heart that he had been eliminated from the game. Just now, Ning Yun had intentionally left his hand open, which was why the blazing flames hadn't inflicted the slightest injury on himself. If this was on top of a real battlefield and he and Ning Yun were enemies, he was 100% certain that his body would be roiling in ashes at this point. The heat released from that smudge of flame was enough to dry up the sea and melt the mountains. Moon Ghost walked over to Wang Mian with his heart in his mouth, his tone tinged with self-reproach. I'm sorry, Captain. Wang Mian patted his shoulder. Go down. He didn't mean to blame the Moon Ghost, though Moon Ghost did get out a little fast. But in that situation just now, Moon Ghost's strategy was perfectly fine. While he and the others were holding Ning Yun at the front, he was cooperating in a sneak attack. The real problem is, Ning Yun's existence as an individual was so powerful that it was almost unreasonable. In that situation just now, whoever went up there would have the same result. Whether it's being able to move freely under the effects of your own time delay, or nullifying the sneak attack of a moon ghost's short sword. An epic boss with almost unreasonable all-round three-dimensional defense plus AoE wide-range attack mechanism, nullifying physical attacks with extremely high attack power and a huge attack range. Bosses like this were usually in existence in the game that could only be challenged by at least 100 people in a group. The masked squad had always given despair to others. When had they ever been given despair? Wang Mask took a deep breath and said in a deep voice, continue to follow our tactics to surround him. This is probably the most powerful enemy that Masked Squad has faced since its creation. The moment the words fell, he gripped the long blade in his hand, no longer relaxed as he had been initially. At this moment, his body was tense, and all of his attention was focused on Ning Yun. Just then, the cell phone in Ning Yun's coat pocket suddenly rang. He eeped, I'm sorry, you guys can keep attacking without me. After saying that, Ning Yun reached into his coat pocket and took out his cell phone, then skillfully unlocked the lock screen. The top chat box shows a name, Red Tassel. At the end of the Red Tassel's name, there is a love heart style suffix. This was something that Red Tassel had forced Ning Yun to add. That's all. On a battlefield where almost the entirety of the masked squad had been deployed, Ning Yun just chatted with Red Raider in a dignified manner. The corners of Wang Mian's mouth twitched madly. This guy actually let himself and others continue to attack? It's a bit too much to look down on the masked squad, but since Ning Yun had said so, wouldn't it be disrespectful to Ning Yun's personal will if he didn't do as he was told? At this point he is no longer the King Agent of Time face. Instead, it's King Belly face. The instant the thought flashed through his mind, he had already disappeared into thin air with the black blade in his hand. Rose and Scales and Vortex also followed him in a hurry. Next moment, Wang Mian, who held the black blade tightly in his hand, had arrived above Ning Yun's head, his eyes snapping open. The divine might belonging to the god of time, Kolonos, exploded. He swung the black blade. In an instant, an endless stream of pitch-black blade lights attacked towards Ning Yun like shadows. Rose held a pink hammer that almost covered the sun's glow and raised it above her head, slamming downward with the force of 1,000 pounds. The scales manipulated gravity, and the earth shattered into countless pieces of earth that looked like small mountains, smashing towards Ning Yun at an extremely fast speed, like meteors across the sky. The sound created by the combined efforts of the three was immense. Frightened, Yuan Gang hurriedly brought more than 20 instructors to reinforce the boundary. Just kidding. If the boundary was not reinforced, it was feared that it would completely disintegrate and shatter under this strike. When the time comes, destroying the newly built boot camp is a small matter. But if the recruits are really smashed to death, it will be a major military accident. What? A recruit died in training? How did you die? Shocked to death by the fallout caused by both sides of a friendly match? Thinking of this image, it was as if Yuan Gang had already foreseen the scene of himself standing in a military court. The moment the three launched their attacks at the same time, the boundary was also reinforced. At this moment, Ning Yun was still holding his cell phone in his hand. and was typing rapidly to chat with Red Tassel. Yuan Gang was about to die of anxiety. What is this brat doing? Actually chatting on the battlefield? He really wanted to go up and kick him. And yet at this very moment, from beneath Ning Yun's feet, blazing flames slowly rose, then coalesced into an inflammatory circle rising from the ground. A pillar of fire through the sky plunged into the sky with an overwhelming momentum. The moment it touched the pillar of fire, countless pitch-black swordlights, pink giant hammers that looked like a heavenly tilt, and rocks that fell like meteors all turned to ashes in an instant. Chapter 38. Sorry, my sister called me home. Without the slightest hesitation, the vortex instantly opened an incomparably deep and dark pitch-black black hole. The black hole spun very slowly, constantly absorbing the blazing column of fire in front of it. In the meantime, the vortex once again opened up into a pitch-black black hole. Endless flames erupted from the black hole, sweeping toward Ning Yun. Using the flames released by Ning Yun, he turned his head to hit Ning Yun. Needless to say, it was a somewhat murderous attack, yet an extremely stupid one. This incomparably hot flame was flowing from the flowing blade wakizashi, so how could it really harm the owner of the flowing blade wakizashi? And so, under Whirlpool's dismayed gaze, the flame reintegrated into the fire pillar in a split second. And at the moment, the vortex black hole he had released had also reached its limit, no longer able to incorporate a single ounce of heat. He hurriedly stumbled out backwards, and the few people beside him, Wang Mian, also made the same move almost at the same time. Next moment, the fiery pillar of fire slowly dissipated. Ning Yun's figure slowly surfaced in the middle of the crowd's line of sight. A few quick chat bubbles popped up on his cell phone screen. Red Riding Hood, how come Yun hasn't come home yet? Rouge, why don't I meet you at the school? And stop by the neighborhood superstore on the way. Ning Yun hurriedly replied with a few messages about going home right away, then put away his cell phone, lifted his masked face, and slowly opened his mouth. A hint of apology laced the calm voice. I'm sorry, my sister called me home to be with her, so let's just finish this fight a little faster. The moment the words fell, Chance hadn't even been able to react. A figure had stepped past her wrapped in a monstrous wave of flame. That moment, all that remained in her beautiful eyes was an infinite crimson color, as if she was in the middle of a sea of roiling fire. Second, Ning Yun spoke softly. When she came back to her senses, Rose could only feel that she was already covered in cold sweat, and her legs were about to stop trembling. If it wasn't for the pride and dignity of the masked squad still supporting her heart, I'm afraid that at this point, she would have already been unable to resist collapsing to the ground. Even if only for a brief moment, she still saw the hot inferno that covered the sky. Even the endless ocean would be vaporized into nothingness in an instant. The sky was dyed scarlet, the earth was scorched to the point of cracking, and the vast ocean rose like a dragon's flame. She clenched her teeth in a deadly grip, her hair wet with sweat and clinging to her temples. Himself is out of the game. Chance left the place helplessly. The masked squad was left with King Face, Scales, and Vortex. And at that moment, the recruits in Yuan Gang who were watching the battle from afar were somewhat unable to see what was going on in this battle. The pillar of fire that passed through the sky just now didn't help Rose. Instead, Rosebud took the initiative to leave from the center of the battlefield after Ning Yun walked up to her. Inexplicably, the feeling of not being able to feel your head. But only the members of the masked squad who were in the center of the Eye of the Wind understood what kind of existence they were facing directly at this moment. I am afraid that the only ones who can suppress the person in front of me are the few in the Night's Watch. Ning Yun didn't waste any more time. After Chance left the battlefield, he looked at the remaining three with a ghostly gaze. Going to admit defeat on this? The corner of Wang Mian's mouth pulled. There's no such word as admitting defeat in the masked squad. I see. Ning Yun responded, then took another step forward. At that moment, it was as if the ground had shrunk. In Wang Mian's line of sight, Ning Yun's figure just shifted slightly, and in an instant, he was already standing on the side of his body. In a flash, his back was almost drenched in cold sweat. This is very wrong. Despite having experienced it many times, it still didn't perceive exactly how Ning Yun did it. It was as if one's time had been suspended. The trajectory of Ning Yun's actions was completely invisible. At the same time, the snow-white blade was straight across Wang Mian's neck. Third, without waiting for Ning Yun to finish speaking, Wang Mian clenched his teeth as a flash of divine might from the god of time, Chronos, violently erupted from the black blade clenched in his hand. In this moment, he used up all the remaining power in his body, inspired by the majesty from the gods. Out of the blue, it was as if Ning Yun had arrived in a no man's land. In all directions there was an open sky, and at his feet was water like a mirror. A pair of incomparably sharp eyes opened steeply from the void. The god of time, Chronos. Ning Yun was instantly covered in chilling hairs, his scalp vaguely feeling a numbness, but there was no trace of fear in his heart. Instead, It was like a sea of fire instantly ignited with the will to fight. The will from the mortals and the will from the gods officially collided at this moment. Ning Yun's eyes widened slightly, and a radiance flashed through his pupils before they were swept away by an endless crimson color. A god. Isn't even a true god yet and already has this kind of power. The corners of his mouth grinned slightly. Ning Yun hadn't expected that he'd actually be presented with an opportunity to spar with a god so soon. Not really a god though. However, as the agent of the god of time, the divine might released by the king's face had already represented the will of the god of time on a certain level. After being briefly suppressed for a moment, Ning Yun's heart thumped like a giant drum. Boom! Two majestic auras instantly erupted from his body. In the large training ground, Ning Yun and Wang Mian stood opposite each other, both of them similarly holding long swords in their hands, but both of them very silently did not swing their swords. The entire training ground suddenly became so quiet that the sound of a dropped pin was clearly audible. Scales and Vortex seemed to realize what was going on and simply left the place. Far away, an instructor cautiously walked behind Yuan Gang. Instructor Yuan, is just what's going on now? Why aren't those two moving? Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes. Not moving? It's not immobility. It's a different way of fighting. At this point it's no longer a clash between the two of them, but between the gods behind them. Yuan Gang stared at Ning Yun dead in the face, curious as to which god was standing behind him. Lin Qiye similarly gazed at the two people in the center of the training ground. He already knew that behind Wang Mian was the god of time. Well, behind Ning Yun stands. Which god is it again? To be able to grant Ning Yun such a powerful force, one would think that the deity standing behind him would be equally powerful. But, whether it was Yuan Gang or Lin Qiye, both of their ideas were wrong from the start. The one standing behind Ning Yun had never been any of the gods. Rather, it's himself. In the meantime, two extremely powerful auras violently erupted around Ning Yun. Two silhouettes slowly emerged behind him. One gold and one red. It's like the statue of a giant god. Chapter 39, Cross Pressure 1. A giant statue was surrounded by endless radiant light that was extremely dazzling. A giant statue held a long fiery sword. Its eyes were like two burning suns, and crimson flames burned around its body. The two giant statues simultaneously erupted with an invincible aura that pressed across the world. Wang Mian couldn't help but have veins rippling up on his face, and every part of his body was doing its best to resist the pressure that the other party was raining down on him. The moment, the divine might of the god of time was actually vaguely overshadowed. Ning Yun took a deep breath as the power surging within his body poured out like a tidal wave. Boom! The pressure released by the two giant statues skyrocketed once again. Under this massive pressure, King Face's throat was sweet, his body trembled violently, and his knees creaked. The belief in his heart supported his shaky body, and his strong will made his body stand straight. Seeing this, Ning Yun let out a long breath, and the two false images behind him dissipated in a flash. It seems that even the so-called god of time is nothing more than that. Though a large part of this was due to the fact that Wang Mian's own power was still too weak to utilize the true power belonging to the god of time. Chronos. Ning Yun extended his hand towards him. It's just a friendly match. Point blank. Seeing this, Wang Mian gasped and held Ning Yun's hand, hesitating for a moment before speaking. Thanks a lot. It's nothing. It's just a friendly match. And it's not a life and death battle that divides both high and low. King Face nodded. He was exhausted, having used up all his strength. The fact that he was able to remain standing in front of him now was thanks to Ning Yun's timely withdrawal at that last moment. Obviously, he still retained a considerable portion of his residual strength, and hadn't even pressed his full strength. Even so, himself and the masked squad ended up in a crushing defeat. Moreover, Ning Yun's timely withdrawal had preserved the last vestige of the masked squad's face, or at least hadn't lost a great deal of face in front of these freshmen. At this point, however, he was still unclear as to why his time abilities didn't work on Ning Yun. In order to resolve this confusion, Wang Mian gazed towards Ning Yun. I have a question that I would like to ask you. Well, go ahead. Which gods are standing behind you? When he said these words, Wang Mian's expression was unprecedentedly grave, but it was impossible to see his expression at all through a mask. Ning Yun thought for a moment. Gods? Not one. Gods and stuff. That kind of thing I don't really need. After answering Wang Mian's question, Ning Yun continued. Then we'll call it a day for now. Please help me talk to Instructor Yuan in a moment. I'll be heading back today, and I can get in touch with you again afterward if I need to. As for the result of this friendly, let's consider it a draw. Then goodbye. After saying that, Ning Yun took a step and his figure instantly disappeared in place. When he saw him leave, Wang Mian's pupils shrunk violently. The feeling Ning Yun had when he left was exactly the same as the feeling he had earlier when time was pressed on the pause button. This guy really does have some kind of unknown secret in him. But King Face had no intention of exploring this, at least for the time being. It seemed that Ning Yun did not have a tendency to antagonize the vigilantes, and was even slowly moving closer to the vigilantes' side. To venture into investigating him would instead lead to unwanted consequences. Neither the King's Face, nor the Night's Watch wanted to see such a bad ending, along with Ning Yun's departure. And that's the end of this friendly match. Yuan Gang, on the other hand, had waves of shock in his heart. He slowly walked to the center of the training ground, and at this point, only Wang Mian, who was a bit lost in thought, was left behind. He patted Wang Mian's shoulder. "Where is Ning Yun?" It was only then that Wang Mian slowly came back to his senses and said in a low voice. He said that he had something to do, so he had to take a step ahead and leave. It also says that the result of this friendly match will be fine as a draw. Yuan Gang rubbed his chin. Then the real ending of this friendly match is. Wang Mian swallowed his throat with difficulty. It's us who lost in a mess, without the slightest chance of winning at all. Honestly, before formally engaging Ning Yun, Wang Mian always had an inexplicable self-confidence in his heart, even if he was a bit worse than Ning Yun. Then with the addition of his own masked squad, engaging Ning Yun should be an unquestionably victorious outcome, right? Yet the truth slapped him hard in the face. Even as an agent of the God of Time plus the entire masquerade squad, he was no match for Ning Yun alone. It's a harsh truth. Others praised him, Wang Mian, as a rare genius in the world, an agent of the gods traveling the world. But in reality, it is no better than Ning Yun a hair. Who the hell is that guy? Although Ning Yun said on his lips that he wasn't an agent of any of the gods, Wang Mian had already determined in his heart that there was bound to be a god standing behind him, and more than one. His two abilities are in two very different directions. Flames represent rage and power. The other power seemed to have a vague suggestion of the laws of time, yet it conflicted with his own temporal abilities. What saddened King Face even more was that both of them possessed time-related abilities at the same time, but it ended in a fiasco of its own. Whether it was his use of power or his control of temporal abilities, he was far inferior to Ning Yun. Talent, too, has its differences. Even if they were geniuses praised by the world, there would be 3, 6, 9 classes among them. He, Wang Mian, thought that he wasn't the bottom of the pile of geniuses, but he definitely couldn't compete with Ning Yun's talent either. Perhaps, there is going to be a new transverse one-world existence born. After hearing Wang Mian's words, Yuan Gang slowly spoke after a moment of contemplation. Since Ning Yun said so, then the result will be calculated as a draw. But, this is the goodwill the brat has unleashed on you. Yuan Gang shook his head. Although that brat has never clearly stated his position, there is no doubt that he has some sort of favorable feelings towards us. Yuan Gang was well aware of Ning Yun's reasons for proposing a draw. If it's true that the masked squad was declared to have lost to the lone guest instructor just like that, this was detrimental to the majesty of the masked squad. And simply put, it would make those recruits think that the masked squad was weak, not at all worthy of the name special squad. That's why. Just now Ning Yun defeated them in a way that preserved the masked squad's face. The boy was unexpectedly attentive. Upon hearing this, Wang Mian nodded. Then do so as he said. I owe him a favor. Yuan Gang laughed indifferently. That kid probably won't be able to use you as a favor. After all, he's so strong. Chapter 40, Buy Me Milk Tea. After leaving the recruit intensive training camp, Ning Yun first came to the alley near his home before slowly walking towards his home. From a great distance, he saw the red tassel that was standing in front of the window, with a pair of beautiful eyes looking straight toward him. Ning Yun stretched out his hand and waved it towards Hon Liao, a faint smile appearing on his face. When he walked up to the door, the moment he pushed it open, Hong Ying killed into Ning Yun's arms like a little bird, his white, bouncy, soft, pretty face full of collagen, rubbing around in his chest non-stop. Yun sent. Missed you so much. Ning Yun reached out and gently touched Hong Lian's little head, saying with some tears and laughter, we still ate breakfast together in the morning, and counting, we've only been separated for more than 10 hours, right? Thud. Red ruffles bumped against his arms in displeasure. But it's just that I miss Yun so much. What can I do? And Yun, you're being irresponsible by saying such things. What do you mean it's only been more than 10 hours apart? More than 10 hours is already a long time, okay? Ning Yun hurriedly begged for mercy and said in a pleasing manner. Wrong. Then do you want to eat at home tonight or? The red ruffian gently rested her chin against her chin, a pair of beautiful eyes flickering slightly as she seemed to be thinking about tonight's schedule. Suddenly, she twisted her head to look out the window, her delicate chin gently nodding. Well, the weather seems to be turning cooler. Is autumn going to pass? At the thought, red writing lights up. Then we'll have hot pot tonight. Ning Yun raised his eyebrows slightly and spoke with a light smile. The first hot pot in the fall? Red Ruffles grinned and took his arm. Yeah. Speaking of which, I haven't had my first cup of milk tea in the fall yet. Want Yun to buy me milk tea to drink. The tone of Red Tassel's speech at this point was downright sweet and tingly to the ears. After changing into a warmer outfit, the two walked out of the house. As the weather turns cooler, darkness comes earlier and earlier, and in the past you should still be able to see a blood-like remnant of the sun at this time of day. And at that moment, a bright moon had already loomed out of the layers of clouds. With Ning Yun by her side, Hong Ying's pace became brisk. On her head she wore a furry white fluffy hat, two ball-shaped pendants dangling slightly from beside her ears, swaying back and forth from side to side in time with the Red Tassel's footsteps. At times it brushed gently against the side of the cheek, at times it swept gently across the corner of the mouth. Hong Luo tightly wrapped her arms around Ning Yun, her slightly naive head resting on his shoulder. There were no words, but a wonderful warm feeling swept through both of them. The distance from the house to the neighborhood superstore wasn't too far, so it didn't take too much time to jostle around and get inside the superstore. Ning Yun followed behind Hong Lian, pushing a cart used to hold merchandise in his hand. Every time he came here with Red Riding Hood, he thought about what a scene it would be if he packed Sister Red Riding Hood into a cart. But, glancing at her long legs, Ning Yun silently cancelled that thought in his mind. This cart won't even fit those long legs. Red Ruffles walked back and forth by the shelves of goods with great interest, while her starry eyes scrutinized the snacks that caught her attention. Then, Yun, I want this. This chocolate-flavored bread seems to be pretty good too. Buy one and try it. If it's not good I won't buy it next time. Ha! This also looks delicious. If it's not, give it to Yun to eat. While muttering incessantly on her lips, Red Tassel's hands flew to quickly load a stream of snacks from the shelves on both sides into the cart behind her. The corners of Ning Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Sister Hong Yao, can you stop shoving everything into my mouth? No. Hong Luo came around behind Ning Yun and wrapped her hands around his shoulders. Can't waste it. Oh. Ning Yun spoke somewhat helplessly. Sister Hong Ying, forget it, let it be. Say, aren't we going to have hot pot? Don't you want to go buy a little bit of ingredients needed for hot pot? Red Ruffles nodded her lips gently. Right, oh. Let's go over there then. With that said, Hong Xia tugged on Ning Yun's arm and headed for the other end of the superstore. Just like buying snacks, Hong Ying stuffed almost everything she saw into the cart. Ning Yun couldn't help but hold his forehead as he silently pushed the cart behind Hong Ying. A few moments later, the originally empty cart was completely filled. This standard of living is difficult for the average family to support, but Red Tassel is a night watchman, a job that almost puts your life on the line and hangs your head on the waistband of your pants, and it pays ridiculously well. As the two of them walked out of the superstore, Ning Yun was carrying a very large plastic bag in each of his left and right hands, filled with snacks that Hong Lian wanted to eat, as well as ingredients for shabu shabu. As he passed a milk tea store, Red Ruffles stood still for a moment, staring intently. Which one to drink? Just as Hong Ying was about to open her mouth to say something, Ning Yun had already handed her cell phone to her. Looking at the type of milk tea on the screen of her cell phone, Hong Ying was somewhat stunned as she twisted her head to look at Ning Yun, her beautiful eyes flickering slightly, reflecting the bright stars in the night sky. How do you? Ning Yun shook his phone, scanned the code to order, and just go directly to pick it up later. The Red Tassel pouted. She hadn't meant to ask that, but, doesn't seem to matter. She reached out and scratched twice on Ning Yun's phone screen, then found the most classic pearl milk tea. Large cup, hot. She had wanted to make a note of 2 straws. After thinking about it, he deleted all the memo lines he had already entered. A straw is enough. She and Ning Yun use one. At that time, if Yun dares to dislike himself, he will kick him. Soon after, milk tea was ordered. Ning Yun walked to the store and was carrying a cream-colored plastic bag in his hand when he came out. Says it's an eco-friendly plastic bag. Hong Ying happily took it from him. The smile in her crescent moon-like eyes was about to overflow. Thank you Yun for sending me my first cup of milk tea in the fall. Red Ruffles knotted her lips with a cute expression, her little head bobbing gently as she said, but it seems like it's already going to be winter, so it should be considered the first milk tea of winter? With a snap, the tip of the straw pokes through the lamination of the milk tea. Red Riding took a satisfying sip. The black pearls were bouncy and tasted very peculiar mixed with the sweet milk tea. She doesn't really like milk tea. What she liked was the milk tea Ning Yun had given herself. After taking the first sip herself, Hong Ying handed Ning Yun the milk tea that was warm in her cupped hands. Yun, want a sip? Chapter 41, The Lovely Red Tassel. Ning Yun slightly lowered her eyes, her line of sight falling on the plastic straw inserted into the milk teacup. At the very top of the plastic straw, there was a neat little row of teeth marks right now. He tugged at the corner of his mouth. Biting straws is not a good habit. Upon hearing this, Hong Ying's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at him, her cheeks bulging like a small squirrel. She inserted her hands on her slender little waist and spoke in an unkind tone. Ah Yun, you don't think you dislike me, do you? No. Ning Yun revealed a very sincere expression. Then you take a sip. Saying that, Hong Ying passed the cup of milk tea she was holding towards Ning Yun once more. Looking at Hong Yun's blinking, wide eyes, Ning Yun pondered for a long time, then looked down and nudged his hands toward the large bag he was carrying. Seeing this, Hong Ying reacted to the fact that Ning Yun simply didn't have a free hand capable of holding the milk tea. She revealed an embarrassed smile and hurriedly passed the straw to Ning Yun's mouth. I'll feed you. Ning Yun's demeanor gradually grew difficult as he looked at the straw in front of him but hesitated to take a sip. You just hate me. Ning Yun hurriedly said as if he was compensating for a smile. No, how could I dislike Sister Hong Ying? With that, he hastily lowered his head and took a sip of his milk tea. And so, Red Ruffles watched as the milk tea, which had barely moved, was half gone in a flash. She snatched the milk teacup and looked at the level of the milk tea, then raised her eyes to look at Ning Yun again as she said with some incredulity, how did you manage to drink so much at once? A question mark slowly surfaced on Ning Yun's face. Then how much should I drink otherwise? It shouldn't be sipped sip by sip. Seeing Ning Yun's speechless appearance, Hong Ying very generously patted his shoulder. It's fine. It's just a cup of milk tea. Just drink it. Sister, I am not going to bother with you so much. Ning Yun was silent. This cup of milk tea is still paid by him. In the meantime, Red Tassel was holding the warm milk tea, and her beautiful eyes were dead set on the straw that was inserted inside the milk teacup. She then slowly lowered her head to take another gentle sip. Well, it seems to have gotten sweeter. A faint, tantalizing blush slowly surfaced on Red Tassel's fair face. Under the moonlight, it looked extremely delicate. She reached out one hand to hold the milk tea, while the other reclaimed Ning Yun's arm. Yun, it seems like something clucked at me. You're the one who had to buy the chocolate bar. Hong Ying looked down. The plastic bag Ning Yun was carrying in her hand was sandwiched between the two of them, and was currently fitting tightly against her thigh. Hurry up and go home. Aha. After returning home, Ning Yun began to pack up the ingredients he had bought. Red Rouge sat on the couch in the living room, her legs crossed over her knees, and her two little white feet gently tilted up. Yun, almost ready? As soon as her words fell, Ning Yun walked out of the kitchen carrying an electric pot. Seeing this, Hong Ying hurriedly stepped her two small white feet into her slippers and trotted over with a kick. She looked down at the spicy soup with a layer of oil floating in the electric pot. Wow, it looks so spicy. It makes me want to drink sweet Coke. Ning Yun revealed a look of having seen a ghost. Can you be normal? Humph. Unintelligible wood. With that, Red Riding kicked him gently in the calf. It didn't take long for all the preparations for the fondue to be completed. In the words of Red Riding, it was thanks to her that it was done so quickly. And really, she just sat at the table and waited to eat. What a beautiful thing to have a hot pot in cold weather. After finishing his meal, Ning Yun was just about to clean up the table when he received a message from Yuan Gang. Yuan Gang, brat, are you free tomorrow? Ning Yun, what's up? Yuan Gang, we're going to officially start training this group of recruits tomorrow, and we need you to sit in on it. Ning Yun, but I don't know any fighting skills or anything like that. Ah, I only know how to vigorously produce miracles. Yuan Gang, you don't need to do anything specific. Just sit in on the town. That group of recruits pack honestly. After thinking about it, Ning Yun replied with a good word. It just so happened that he was going to go to that place again to try and see if he could completely conquer Ryubi Wakazashi. He also learned a lot of new things when he fought against those new recruits. It might be able to have an unexpected effect. And with only having to sit in on boot camp by myself and not having to do anything else, and the pay being good, the job is still pretty good. After ending the chatty conversation with Yuan Gang, Ning Yun began to clear up the dining table. Just then, a crisp ringing sound suddenly resounded beside Ning Yun's ears. Sufficient travel energy detected. Froglet has rested. Froggy is ready to go on a trip. Froggy may bring back special gifts on this trip, so please be careful to check them out. When he heard the ringing sound coming from beside his ears, Ning Yun happened to push open the door to his bedroom, and then he saw his frog spawn furtively carrying a bundle. In front of it, a vortex slowly appeared that kept rotating, glowing with a mysterious color like the starry sky. The frog spawn glanced back at Ning Yun and even extended one of his froggy palms to wave. Then it jumped in towards that vortex. Somehow, Ning Yun always felt that there was a total sense of theft in this image. It was the first time he had witnessed the whole process of Froggy going out on a trip. That said, special gifts. Ning Yun mused for a split second. What could the special gift be? Frogspawn had previously brought back souvenirs and specialty items. Special gifts? Then it's definitely not an item similar to Devil Fruit and Zanpakuto. Is it hard to believe that the Frogspawn will bring back a creature? No way. It shouldn't be like this. While thinking this way, Ning Yun walked out of the bedroom and headed towards Hong Ying, who was leaning cross-legged on the sofa. Sister Hong Ying, lie down after eating. It's easy to grow meat. Humph. I'm not going to gain weight. Ning delicately twisted her waist, then reached out and tugged on Ning Yun's wrist, forcing him to sit beside her. Come watch the movie with me. Watching what? Random horror movie. Ning Yun raised her eyes, her sight falling on the television in front of her. The movie continued to play. Suddenly, the redhead looked sideways toward the window. What's wrong? Ning Yun twisted his head and asked. Upon hearing this, Ning softly said, It's fine. I just heard the sound of the wind blowing, and it seems to be very cold outside. Well, keep watching the movie. As she said that, Ning reached out and pressed down on Ning Yun's shoulders, twisting his sideways body back upright again. Then he found a more comfortable position to lean against Ning Yun's warm embrace, legs curled slightly and tightly together. A peaceful and calm evening was spent. As always. Chapter 42 From the Oppression of Convincing People by Reasoning. Boot Camp. It was 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. Moon Star. With a sharp whistle blowing, all the recruits all gathered in the training ground. Yuan Gang stood on the martial arts stage, his eyes full of fury, and his body exuding an aura that was not to be messed with. All stand at attention. Look at you hanging around like that. From today on, whenever you hear the whistle, no matter what you're doing, ting or sleeping, you have to come to the training ground and finish assembling within 3 minutes for me. After saying that, Yuan Gang said to the instructor at the side, Instructor Hong, I'll leave it all to you next. Yes. Instructor Hong stood at attention and shouted. With that, Yuan Gang found a remote corner and just wanted to pull out his cell phone to send a message over to Ning Yun before realizing that it was only just 3 o'clock in the middle of the night. For this group of new recruits, the reason for bringing them together in an emergency assembly at 3 o'clock in the middle of the night was to train them in obedience. But if one disturbs Ning Yun's beautiful dream at this time, after thinking about the consequences, Yuan Gang still put away his cell phone. By the time these new recruits had finished the first wave of training, it had also come to 6 or 7 o'clock in the morning. At this time, the sky was just dawning, and a touch of fish-belly white was rising in the distance. A cold air came in from all directions. This is the time of year when the weather is getting colder, but it had little effect on these Night's Watch recruits, who were far more physically fit than normal. After the training ended, Lin Qiye and the others arrived in the middle of the training camp's cafeteria. In the meantime, Yuan Gang seemed to have noticed something. He lifted his head to look at the sky. An extremely blinding glow pierced through the countless clouds and arrived in the training ground in the blink of an eye. As the dazzling light dissipated, Ning Yun's figure slowly emerged within it. He stretched his back and walked straight to Yuan Gang, speaking in a lazy tone. Has the training started already? Or am I early? Why can't we see a single recruit? Yuan Gang pointed to the cafeteria not far away. The first wave of physical training has ended. They are already all inside the cafeteria and are preparing to eat. That's quite a lot of work, getting up so early to start training. In front of Ning Yun, there was no need for Yuan Gang to continue acting. I've been shouting them all up since 3 in the morning. They have to be practiced hard. Suffering on the training ground is always better than bleeding and getting injured, or even dying on the battlefield. Yuan Gang knew it well in his heart. These recruits, every one of them, whose children they are, whose fathers they are, they carry a heavy responsibility behind them, guarding their families and their country. Having chosen to become a night's watchman, one must endure it all. At some point in the future, the 239 recruits, perhaps the vast majority of them, will be dead or wounded. That one tombstone of the Night's Watch is where they'll end up. This is the cruelty that the world has given to mankind, to keep them from becoming a famous tombstone. That's why they have to be trained hard on this nameless training ground. Make them stronger, able to survive the hands of a more terrifying mystery. After hearing Yuan Gang's heartfelt words, Ning Yun reached out and patted him on the shoulder. I'll go in and take a look at the situation. Aha! Yuan Gang thought for a moment and continued. Are you going to train them yourself? Ning Yun shrugged and helplessly laughed. Don't kid yourself. I don't know any combat skills. All I know how to do is just vigorously produce miracles. That's called one power down. Yuan Gang corrected. In the face of absolute power, any tricks and schemes were of no use whatsoever. Yuan Gang also understands this. But among these new recruits to the Night's Watch, there was no one to be seen who actually possessed this level of talent. At least not yet. Even Lin Qiye, who was an agent of the gods, was still just a small party of vegetables at the current stage. Once you meet a really powerful mystery, you're just going to get beat up. Whatever you say. Ning Yun waved his hand behind his back towards him, then walked towards the cafeteria. Just as he stepped into the cafeteria, he smelled the fishy odor of raw meat. He subconsciously looked up towards the front, only to see a large basin filled with raw beef sitting on the dining table. The other tub was full of white bread. At this point, Shin Shinju was grabbing a steamed bun, but violently threw it back when he saw the pot of raw meat. Is this something for people to eat? Who did this? Come out here. As soon as the words fell, an old man walked out from the kitchen. And when he saw Xinqingzhu's action of throwing steamed buns, his face darkened. Just as the old man was about to say something, he suddenly realized that the originally chaotic surroundings were suddenly quiet. The recruits, who had been making a lot of noise over the raw meat just a moment ago, didn't dare to breathe a word at this moment. In an environment so quiet you could hear a pin drop. An unmistakable footstep came slowly. The sound of footsteps from far and near, as if wrapped in some kind of irresistible monstrous might. The pressure of the recruits present all lowered their heads and did not dare to look up. Xinqingzhu twisted his head to look. At the sight of the figure wearing a golden flowing mask, his body trembled violently. The horrifying light created by Ning Yun himself yesterday was still fresh in his mind. The sea of crimson fire that was as powerful as the annihilation of the world, the extreme light that shone in the world, and the magnificent divine dragon that hovered in the sky left an indelible impression on every recruit present. This naturally included Xinqingzhu. He only felt a cold sweat break out on his back. A drop of sweat slowly slid down his forehead as well. Ning Yun walked on hurriedly to Xinqingzhu's side, then slowly reached out and put his hand on his shoulder. At that moment, an incomparably large force instantly descended on Xinqingzhu. He wanted to resist with his top shoulder, but realized that no matter what he did, it would be futile and useless. Underneath Ning Yun's light movements was a horrifying pressure that was like a titanic pressure. Xinqingzhu's face grew paler and paler, and his legs all seemed to be pressed into the middle of the ground. The intense pressure made him unable to utter a single word. Just as he was about to lose his grip, the pressure on his shoulders dissipated like a gentle breeze. Then, Ning Yun's flat voice slowly came out. "Let's eat." Just 3 words, but they carried the force of 1,000 pounds like 3 huge mountains. The moment they heard the words, the recruits hurriedly grabbed the raw beef and steamed buns, then sat down at the table and ate without a word. Off to the side, the old man carrying a spoon approached with some curiosity. "They actually listened to you that much?" Ning Yun smiled faintly, and the golden streams of light on the surface of his mask kept rotating and wandering, appearing incomparably mysterious. He whispered back, "Probably because I'm better at reasoning with people." Chapter 43, A Modest Gentleman. Warm as jade, the old man with the rice spoon muttered, "Convinced by reason?" He looked Ning Yun up and down carefully, his withered old hand rubbing his chin sluggishly, revealing a thoughtful look. Even though Ning Yun was wearing a mask, he could still vaguely sense the faintly bookish aura emanating from him. He stood there, erect and handsome. The old man was not very well educated, and a phrase unconsciously came to his mind. A modest gentleman. Gentle as jade. Convinced by reasoning. Well, convinced by reasoning, the old man muttered to himself, and was about to turn his head back into the kitchen when out of the corner of his eye he saw several cloaked figures in the distance slowly approaching this way. "Yo, elder son. Still working here as a cook after all this time?" Whirlpool's character was more lively. As he said, he went up and put his arm around Old Man Sun's shoulder. "Old Man Sun, hold a few good dishes to try." Just then, Wang Mian also walked up and bowed slightly. "Elder Sun, long time no see." The remaining few members of the mask squad also bowed and saluted. Old Man Sun smiled somewhat helplessly. "It's you little brats. Are these here to be instructors?" King Face nodded slightly. "Aha. I'll go make you guys a couple of dishes then." With that, Old Man Sun turned to look at Ning Yun and shouted, "That masked young man. Would you like to try the old man's handiwork as well?" Ning Yun pondered for a moment and spoke. "Then I'll thank Elder Sun for his kindness. Hey, I can only cook for you guys, and it's my greatest satisfaction that you can eat and drink well." After saying that, Sun Lao turned around and went into the kitchen. Wang Mian also noticed the unusual scene in the cafeteria at this time. All of the recruits sat peacefully in their seats, clutching raw beef and steamed buns and gnawing honestly, not even daring to raise their heads. As per usual, this is basically impossible to happen. But the moment he saw Ning Yun, he understood what was going on. With that, Wang Mian walked towards Ning Yun, slowly extending his hand after standing in front of him, to formally introduce myself. "My name is Wang Mian, and I'm the captain of the masked squad." After saying that, he swept the recruits in the hall with his afterglow and said with some tears and laughter, "It seems that after yesterday's battle, Instructor Ning Yun, you've already gained a reputation for being." Ning Yun coughed dryly. "It was all because Instructor Yuan told me to do that, saying that I wanted to thwart them. But, works well, doesn't it?" Without the slightest hesitation, he dumped the pot all on Yuan Gang. "But it's kinda cool to have one. But after having a good time, the one who gets the grudge can't be himself. And it's more than appropriate to dump the pot on Yuan Gang. Anyway, the debt is not too great. A lot of pot doesn't mean a lot. Yuan Gang has taken so many pot shots. There's no harm in taking another one." After hearing Ning Yun's words, Wang Mian couldn't help but touch his nose. The effect is indeed very good. After saying that, he beckoned towards Whirlpool and the others. You guys come and introduce yourselves as well. Whirlpool was the first to come forward. My name is Whirlpool, a member of the masked squad. Rose, Moon Ghost. After Moon Ghost's words fell, the members of the masked squad had all introduced themselves. Ning Yun also spoke softly. My name is Ning Yun. I'm considered a supernumerary member that Chief Instructor Yuan Gang has found, and I should be staying here for a while. I hope we can get along in this coming time. A few moments later, Old Man Sun brought up a table full of dishes. Being the livewire of the masked squad, Whirlwind's eyes went wide. Wow! Braised pork, chickens and mushrooms. He chimes in with the names of the dishes as if they were his own. The name of each dish was clearly pronounced by him. Taste it and see if the old man has regressed in his craft. Wang Mian smiled and said, Elder Sun's craftsmanship is definitely getting more refined. How could it go backwards? Brat, don't flatter me. Eat it while it's hot. After serving the dishes on the table, Sun Lao rejoined the kitchen. Then come and taste it. When Wang Mian finished speaking, he was just about to greet Ning Yun and move his chopsticks when he noticed the mask on his face. He said, somewhat hesitantly, that mask won't come off? It doesn't interfere with the meal. Having said that, Ning Yun's mind moved. In the next moment, the golden flowing mask turned into a size that could only cover the upper half of his face. Even so, it was still impossible to see through Ning Yun's true appearance, yet it was recognizable that he was definitely not old enough. Wang Mian pondered carefully. Ning Yun's voice sounded young as well. Guess it's just a college student. That is to say, he, who defeated the masked squad in a crushing manner is still just a college student. The moment this thought arose in his mind, Wang Mian couldn't help but suck in a breath of cool air. He had thought that the Ning Yun underneath that mask might be a middle-aged man who was just deliberately putting on a young voice to hide his identity. And yet it didn't occur to me that he was really just that young. If he lets him know that Ning Yun is actually not a college student, but is actually just a high school student, he is afraid that he will not be able to sleep. The sky is falling. As an agent of the god of time himself, take the battle-hardened members of the masked squad. Losing to a high school kid? No one would believe it if they said it. Ning Yun silently picked up his chopsticks and picked up a piece of braised pork, transforming into a merciless dry rice man. It just so happens that I haven't eaten in the morning. Sun Lao's craftsmanship is very good. Braised pork is fat but not greasy, fragrant and crispy. Wang Mian, however, didn't have much heart to eat. If Ning Yun really is still just a college student, then he will most likely be targeted by the ancient god church, especially since he had not joined the Night's Watch at this time. He was an excellent candidate for initiation into the church of the ancient god. Thinking about this crazy organization, Wang Mian's heart couldn't help but sink downwards. With that thought in mind, he looked toward Ning Yun and slowly spoke after a moment of brewing. Instructor Ning Yun, have you ever heard of the church of the ancient god? I've heard something. The instant he heard this, Ning Yun first froze slightly, somewhat confused as to why he would ask himself this question. But there was only a moment's hesitation, and then the choice was made to tell the truth. At his level, it would be rather strange to say that he hadn't heard rumors of the church of the ancient god. Wang Mian's expression also became serious. They are a group of madmen, doing things without considering any consequences at all for the sake of destroying, or for the sake of wreaking havoc in the world. After I became an agent of the gods, they tried to pull me in, but I refused. After I joined the Night's Watch, there were even several assassination plans against me, and to be honest, they were really close to being able to pull it off. But luckily I had a tougher life. Although you are not an agent of the gods, the talent you have displayed is of an unparalleled level, and it is likely that you will be noticed or even targeted by them as a certain target. Chapter 44, Church of the Ancient Gods? A prelude to the prison clothes of the remnant sun. Ancient Church of God? After pondering for a moment, Ning Yun said seriously, I'll be careful. Thank you for the reminder. Wang Mian waved his hand. All of them are on the side of human beings. Only by helping each other can they walk farther and more steadily on this path. As the words fell, the cafeteria suddenly fell into silence. Ning Yun could feel that not only the new recruits behind him, but even the eyes of the several masked squad members sitting at the same table were sweeping past him. If anything, he didn't care too much. Suddenly, Whirlpool tapped Chance's shoulder. Hey, stop staring at people. You shouldn't be. While saying that, Whirlpool wore a you-know-what expression. Exasperated. Chance almost didn't blow him out of the room with a hammer. Several of the masked squad members were not wearing masks at this time, and Rose's pale cheeks flushed a faint blush. It's by the vortex gas. Right along with the scuffling, a very sharp whistle snapped. Whirlwind was still playing with Rose, and when he heard the whistle he subconsciously tried to rush out. He had just stood up when he realized that several people besides him had not moved. It was at this point that Whirlwind recalled that he was no longer a recruit. He smiled sarcastically and rubbed the back of his head. Sorry. I thought I had just turned 18 and was still a recruit. Chance grunted dismissively. At the sound of the whistle, these recruits couldn't continue to finish eating, putting down the buns in their hands and rushing out towards the outside of the training ground. Seeing this, Ning Yun stood up as well. Then let's talk here for today. Wang Mian smiled helplessly. The next time we meet we won't know when yet. In a while we'll be rushing to the north on a mission. Good luck. Remember what I said about the Church of the Ancient God, and be careful. After thinking about it, Wang Mian added, I owe you a favor. If there's anything you need my help with that I can help with, be sure to come find me. At those words, Ning Yun nodded with a light smile. The odds are that he won't be able to use this favor. But words can't be too absolute. They can easily become flag. After waiting for Ning Yun to walk out of the cafeteria, Wang Mian and the few others continued to finish the meal in silence before standing up and donning their cloaks. At this point they were back to being that invincible masked squad. In the darkness of the night, against the light, training ground, all recruits assembled. After walking out of the cafeteria, Ning Yun walked towards the training ground without any haste. According to Yuan Gang, he didn't need to be involved in the training itself. Just standing here would be enough to become the most terrifying suppressing magic treasure. In this training camp, there were treasures that could suppress the forbidden ruins. However, Yuan Gang believed that Ning Yun's role was far greater than the role of this treasure. Amidst the gazes of the many recruits, Ning Yun walked over to the instructor's side and silently scanned the recruits in front of him. He didn't speak, but a terrifying pressure so huge that it was breathtaking slowly filled the air. Ning Yun looked at the instructor beside him. I was ordered by Instructor Yuan Gang to sort of supervise the training of these new recruits, so you don't need to worry about me. Just follow your own training program. Instructor Han nodded somewhat uncertainly. He had just been transferred here from the headquarters today, so he wasn't aware of the two gruesome battles that had taken place yesterday. I hadn't heard of such a thing as a supervisor before, but since it was the person that Chief Instructor Yuan Gang had found, it shouldn't be wrong. He took a step forward and looked at the recruits with a torch-like gaze. It should be clear to all of you that the main enemy we have to face is a mystery from amongst various myths. What are all the ways in which we, as human beings, can combat the mystery? And who can answer that? The next moment, Shin Shinju raised his hand. It's the forbidden market. In the meantime, Ning Yun sat cross-legged on the ground, slowly sinking his mind into the world within. A long, snow-white sword with a purple hilt and bronze-colored tsuba slowly floated above his legs. When he opened his eyes again, he had already arrived within the world of flowing blade wakizashi. What met his eyes was still the crimson canopy that was like the fall of heavenly fire. In the distance, the crimson silhouette sat cross-legged, its body burning with a scorching fire that was enough to ignite everything. Seemingly sensing Ning Yun's aura, he slowly opened his eyes. That moment, it was as if the world had a sun. Two great burning suns hung above the sky. Ning Yun couldn't help but reach out and rest his hand against his chin, gently rubbing it up. TCH, no matter how many times you come, your entrance is really always so shocking. However, today I have come with the realization that I will win. With that, the corners of Ning Yun's mouth slowly hooked up as he reached out and slashed through the void. In an instant, a flame swept across the room. As the flames slowly dissipated, a long blade appeared in Ning Yun's hand, its name being Flowing Blade Ruofire. Although he said on his lips that he had come with the certainty of victory, Ning Yun was truly unsure in his heart. You can't be afraid before you fight, can you? No matter what kind of enemy you are facing, you need to have plenty of self-confidence. Of course, only enemies that cannot instantly second themselves are included. You can't say that a level 1 player accidentally ran into a full level player and had to tough it out, can you? If you can run, you can't run and then you can do it. Looking at the crimson silhouette not far in front of him, Ning Yun took a deep breath, then softly said, Moro, all are ashes. The flowing blade is like fire. Boom! The flames roared out like a red dragon, rising up along the blade, but the searing flame did not stop there. Crimson flames emerged from the tsuba, spreading along the purple hilt all the way to Ning Yun's arm before covering his entire arm in its entirety. The moment the flames stopped, Ning Yun was already clad in a blazing suit of blazing sun. Seeing the situation, the crimson silhouette's eyes, which seemed to be like the blazing sun, widened slightly. This was clearly a skill that should only be acquired after Bankai, the remnant fire taijutsusai, the remnant sun prison cloth. But why was himself, a host, able to master it at the beginning of the dissolution stage? He couldn't understand it, but that didn't affect his battle with Ning Yun. The embodied body of the flowing blade wakizashi took a slow step forward. A flowing blade-like flame appeared steeply in his hand. The two men stood opposite each other. The surging out spirit pressure violently collided together like a vast ocean, instantly setting off a wind that covered the sky. The corners of Ning Yun's mouth slowly grinned. He had thought of this move when he saw Chao Yuan strike earlier. Compared with the real residual sun prison clothes, there are still a lot of shortcomings, such as, at this time, he is suffering from the burning of the fire every moment. After all, he hadn't really mastered the bankai of the flowing blade wakizashi. To be able to achieve this level was already an extremely terrifying talent. But even that might have been enough. Chapter 45, Fighting the Flowing Blade Wakizashi Again. Laws of Destruction. Ning Yun gripped the long sword in his hand tightly, and the blazing fire dragon wrapped around the snow-white blade and pointed at the flowing blade Ruahua remotely. In this moment, two strands of spirit pressure that were of the same origin yet represented different will spread out recklessly. Boom! The moment the spirit pressures collided, the entire world seemed to tremble. Subsequently, the crimson silhouette transformed by the flowing blade Ruafu slowly raised the blade like flowing flame in his hand, the tip of the blade pointing towards the sky, and then gently swung it downwards. In a single breath, the world seemed to fall into a silent deathly silence, but immediately afterward, a beam of fire erupted from the tip of the blade. In a matter of moments, it transformed into an infinite curtain of fire that split the world in two and swept across the entire lava purgatory. What a great start to the game as always. Seeing the situation, Ning Yun raised his eyes slightly, and they were as bright as red fire. With that, he gripped the long sword in his hand and placed it across his chest. The flames that wrapped around him seemed to start surging as if they were alive at this moment, converging in front of him in the most violent manner, forming a wall of inflammation. And so, the blazing curtain of fire that roared from the front came to an abrupt halt just a stone's throw away from his face. It is also like the beginning of birth, when it comes to be silent, and when it goes to be silent. Seeing this, the corners of Ning Yun's mouth slowly curled up as he flipped his wrist slightly, then transformed into a crimson-colored rainbow piercing through the clouds. When his figure reappeared, it was as if a golden meteor wrapped in endless flames had blasted down. Boom boom boom, tongues of fire spat and burst in all directions. Blades clashed with blades, sparks splattered with a crackling, manic clatter. Ning Yun gripped his longsword in a death grip against that blade-like stream flame. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the high imitation version of the remnant sun prison clothes condensed from the spiritual pressure around his body lit up to the extreme at this moment. The temperature and power emanating from the blade in his hand also climbed another level. He took a step forward, and the crimson figure took a corresponding step backwards. In this instant, Ning Yun briefly suppressed flowing blade wakizashi. A hint of surprise flashed across the crimson silhouette's eyes, with a few moments of doubt mixed in, as if it was unable to comprehend how Ning Yun had managed to do this. After all, in his previous encounter with Ning Yun, he had practically crushed his way to victory. And now, one's power is briefly suppressed? Among the successive hosts of the flowing blade wakizashi, there were very few who could do this so quickly. Moreover, the Shinigami who can obtain the recognition of the flowing blade wakizashi is already few and far between. In the long history of the corpse and soul realm, there had perhaps only ever been one holder that could be counted on the palm of one's hand. There was no doubt that these people's talents were also definitely considered top-notch in the Reaper sequence. For example, Old Man Yamamoto Genryusi, the previous holder of the Ryubi Wakabi. The monstrous spiritual pressure and endless killing aura created this killing god who was able to destroy the entire corpse soul realm with his own strength. But even for him, the progress towards complete mastery of the flowing blade Ruafire Bankai was not as swift as Ning Yun's. Even Ning Yun had already completed the preliminary remnant sun prison cloth without having mastered the Bankai, and this was no longer a situation that could be explained by talent. If it was his previous self, I'm afraid he would have been completely conquered at this point. Flowing blade Wakizashi thought so in his mind. But alas, the current him, the moment he had been called out by Ning Yun with his true name, had become one with some unknown power. It was a power filled with destruction and rage. It was even hotter, more violent, and more terrifying than the flames of the flowing blade Ruafire itself. One thought in this, he let go of the streaming flames in his hands and slightly withdrew a few steps backward. Seeing this, Ning Yun gently raised his eyebrows. Are you admitting defeat? The crimson silhouette transformed by the flowing blade Wakizashi slowly shook his head. Successive generations of Ryubi Wakizashi hosts have never admitted defeat. This is the opposite of the belief that the Zanpakuto itself holds, and if it goes against this belief, it will be discarded by the Zanpakuto. However, this has nothing to do with the battle at hand. With this thought, the crimson silhouette lifted his head again, and his eyes, which originally resembled two great suns, became incomparably calm. It was as if the raging waves had suddenly become silent, but underneath the soft waters was a lone pent-up, more violent, absolute power that was enough to destroy everything in the world. Somehow, at the sight of those crimson eyes, which were as calm as a lake, Ning Yun felt his heart pound for an instant. A certain extremely ominous premonition arose vaguely in his heart. The body's alarm bells are also going crazy. Facts. His hunch was correct. The corners of Ning Yun's mouth twitched slightly. So that move just now was really an appetizer. The one at this point is the super move unleashed by Flowing Blade Wakizashi Ah. Bushgate. My crippled version of the crippled sun prison suit hasn't even begun to make a real difference. And you're just handing over the big one? I'm thinking of a fight. You're thinking of a straight-up extermination? The instant this thought arose, Ning Yun's figure abruptly disappeared in place. He knew very well that at this moment, he had absolutely no chance of winning against this move. It's a joke. How can there be such a buggy move for the Flowing Blade Wakizashi? In an instant, Ning Yun's body had completed its elementalization, transforming into a stream of light that did its best to head off into the distance. The speed of light is immense, capable of traveling 300,000 kilometers in a second. However, at this moment, Ning Yun, who had transformed into light, seemed to have lost his way. Waves of flame rose up in all directions, and the entire world was ablaze with a world-ending fire that could never be extinguished. Fire erupted from the cracks in the ground, turning into an inexhaustible pillar of flame that rose up from the ground. The aura of destruction was spreading, completely enveloping this world. It was a place of imprisonment from which even light could not escape. It is the power of law that humans cannot grasp and only the body of a god can harness. Time comes to a standstill. Space continues to distort. An invisible light will be burned to ashes by this power. Training ground. Instructor Han reached out and pointed towards the new recruit. That little fatty over there. Was it you who just said you could defeat Mystic with your banknote ability? Chubby Time said with some confusion. Yeah, what's the problem? Instructor Han sneered. Here, you come up. Just in time for you to demonstrate what it takes to beat Mystery with the banknote ability. Saying that, Instructor Han held a wooden blade and swept a circle around the many recruits below. This demonstration is so that you can more clearly understand the technique of using a straight blade. After holding a wooden blade himself first, Instructor Han threw another wooden blade to Bailey Chubby and then asked, "Did you memorize the techniques I just explained for using a wooden knife?" Bailey Chubby revealed a look of difficulty. What technique? Instructor Han. He almost laughed in exasperation. Never mind. Love to remember or not. Now use your banknote ability to defend yourself against my attacks. Chapter 46 Sea of Spiritual Pressure. The Shattering of the Yao Guang. After saying that, Instructor Han's eyes narrowed slightly, and the wooden blade in his hand came out as swiftly as lightning. Then a crunch was heard. Very crisp sound. Instructor Han looked at the wooden knife in his hand with some dismay. At this point the wooden knife had completed its mission, and at the end of its life, it broke in half. Wooden knife, so my mission is to break in half? How in heaven's name is that possible? Instructor Han raised his head and looked at Fatty Bailey in front of him, only to see blinding golden light flashing around his body. Is that light? No, that's money power. It's the smell of money. Instructor Han seemed to somewhat understand what the banknote ability was in Bailey Chubby's mouth at this time. Sorry. It's all my fault. I forgot to turn this off. With that, Chubby Bailey wanted to shut down Yao Guang, but just then, his body suddenly lurched. Then somewhat incredulously, he looked up, only to see that the golden light that surrounded his body was flickering nonstop at an extremely high frequency. The moment he saw this, Bailey Fatty felt his body's cold hairs stand up. No! There's a problem! How did my Yao Guang flash so fast? As a defense-type forbidden artifact, Yao Guang's main function was to defend against attacks, and it also doubled as a bit of a predictor of attacks. The stronger the perceived power, the faster the flickering speed of the Yao light would be. And at this moment, the golden light that enveloped Chubby Bailey's body was flickering rapidly at a speed that was inaccessible to the naked eye. What this meant, Chubby Bailey knew very well. Flashing so fast, is there a mysterious invasion? Thinking of this, he hastily spoke. Instructor, there is a mystery. Without waiting for Bailey Chubby to finish the word incoming at the end, he felt the Yao light wrapped around him suffer from an extremely strong and terrifying pressure. Instructor Han had wanted to open his mouth to reprimand Chubby Bailey, and had just put on a serious expression. But he also changed violently at this moment. The speed at which it went from seriousness to disbelieving shock is totally worthy of a little gold man award. He turned around, his gaze deadpan toward Ning Yun's direction. In this moment, the air seemed to have suddenly come to a standstill. The birds that had been twittering and flying over the training ground were silent. With Ning Yun at the center, spirit pressure poured out like a wave, sweeping across the entire training ground in an instant. And instead of stopping the catharsis, it spread and exploded in all directions at a faster rate. Almost in an instant, the many recruits who had no resistance were instantly crushed to the ground. The only recruits who were still able to maintain their standing posture were Bailey Chubby, who was protected by Yao Guang, and Lin Qiye, who was struggling to resist with the power of divine might. Lin Qiye's lips trembled slightly while his gaze was directed towards Ning Yun, who was seated on the ground. A drop of sweat slowly trickled down the corner of his forehead, but it was vaporized the moment it hadn't even hit the ground. The water that filled the air was also being vaporized to the point of dryness and depletion at this very moment. The spiritual pressure that arose from the flowing blade wakizashi naturally carried the fiery attribute that belonged to fire. The full-bodied flowing blade is like fire, and a single swing of the blade can vaporize the sea and incinerate everything. A vast and boundless source of spiritual pressure swirled and spread out in all directions, thick as a mountain, furious as a raging fire, and profound as a long river. Instructor Han used all his strength before he could resist the blazing pressure, and he clenched his teeth in death. What is this situation? Lin Qiye's eyes took on a golden yellow color, and it was as if there were golden flames burning in them as the divine might from the incandescent angel Michael resisted the majestic spiritual pressure released from Ning Yun's body. He returned with equal difficulty, probably caused by Instructor Ning Yun. Ha! Is that scary? Instructor Han seemed a little less than convinced, but he no longer had the strength to retort. Bailey Fatty had Yao Guang protection, and was considered to be one of the more comfortable amongst those who remained in a standing position. However, click, accompanied by a cracking sound that slowly came out. Bailey Chubby looked at the golden light beside himself with a horrified expression. The Bailey group's perfectly selected forbidden item Yao Guang, which was able to withstand a blow from Instructor Han, was slowly surfacing countless fine cracks under this pressure. The number of cracks grew, as fine as a spider's web. Not just in the middle of boot camp. This blazing pressure was like a vast ocean floating above Songnan City, raising the temperature of the entire city by several degrees. The weather, which had turned cooler, seemed to have returned to the summer heat. This, however, was merely the spirit pressure that had accidentally spilled out from within Ning Yun's body. To be more precise, this spirit pressure did not come from Ning Yun, but from the flowing blade rule fire that he had placed on his coiled legs. The power of the law broke the barrier between the inner world and the real world, penetrating through countless layers of blockades and descending into the middle of this city called Songnan. But at the same time this power is minimized. Even the nearest recruits were merely crushed to the ground. Lava hell. After unleashing the strike wrapped in the laws of destruction, Flowing Blade Ruawa stood silently in place while his gaze looked far into the distance. After a long time, he spoke slowly, muttering to himself, although it didn't really defeat me, but nowadays, you are already worthy of my honorable title of master. I think with my master's strength, it won't be long before he can completely defeat me. I'm really looking forward to it somewhat. I hope that the next time we meet, my master can become even stronger and can defeat me completely. As the words fell from his lips, Quicksilver Wakefield turned around and resumed his place. In the field behind him, the ground, which was originally furrowed and burning with fire, had just turned into a void. It was true nothingness. Nothing exists. Dark, dead, empty. Under the effect of the power of destruction, everything would be ushered into annihilation, and not even a trace of ash would be left behind. The moment Streamblade Wakizashi resumed his position, endless flames ignited from the void, converged, and reformed their original appearance. Everything here is based on Ryubi Wakizashi. Destruction and birth, naturally, are just the work of his mind. In the meantime, among the outside world, watching the golden light around him continuously emerge with dense cracks, Bailey Chubby's expression was also terrified to the extreme at this moment. Next moment, the yawning light thumped and shattered. At this moment, Bailey Chubby finally felt the terrifying pressure that made it impossible to stand up. Just at the moment when he was about to be unable to hold on, the smudge of intimidation dissipated. Ning Yun slowly opened his eyes, and a flash of crimson abruptly flashed by. Chapter 47, Coach Han's Taoist heartbroken. Calling out to Chow Yuan for sword practice? It's hot. In the Squad 136 office, Red Tassel stretched out a white jade-like palm and gently fanned it. A light breeze slowly blew the beautiful black hair around her ears, revealing the crystal-clear pink and white earlobes within. She looked out the window with some confusion. When I went out last night, the temperature was obviously very low. Did the temperature go back up again today? Si Xiaonan leaned over the table and yawned lazily. Who knows? She touched her lips, which were originally moisturized were now slightly dry and lacked the moisture to soak in. In the meantime, Chen Mai, who was standing outside the building, slowly raised his head. The blazing sun hangs above the sky, but the heat wasn't from that great blazing sun. As an agent of the gods, he vaguely sensed an unusual aura, deep, destructive, and furious, represents the destruction of all things in this world. It was as if it was one of the countless laws that made up this world, and the source of this scent is over there. With this thought, his eyes looked away in the direction of the recruit intensive training camp. Ning Yun slowly opened his eyes. He only felt that his back had been drenched in cold sweat. In the battle against Flowing Blade Rule Fire, Ning Yun had thought that victory was assured. but he hadn't expected his opponent to directly offer up a crushing masterstroke. Originally, according to Ning Yun's original plan, he had first liberated the power of the Zanpakuto, and subsequently used a crippled version of the crippling sun prison cloth, coupled with the power of the shining fruit. Not to say that he defeated Ryubi Wakabe in a crushing position, he was at least able to usher in a tie, and the facts were not far from his suspicions. Even for a brief moment, Ning Yun suppressed flowing blade rule fire. As long as he continued, constantly grinding his blood, even if he faced a super big boss like flowing blade rule fire with a thick blood bar and high attack, he could always grind him to death. But what Ning Yun didn't expect was this. There's actually a second stage after this boss's blood level is reduced to a certain level? Isn't this purely open and shut? Compared to the first stage, the second stage's flowing blade Wakizashi didn't increase its blood quantity, didn't increase its attack power, and even its original berserk stance became as smooth as flowing water. That's right, the second stage of the flowing blade Wakizashi is only strengthened a little bit from start to finish. That's the power of the law. Power from the laws of destruction. Normal quality flowing blade Wakizashi was directly sublimated to destruction, flowing blade Wakizashi. Flame is also an extremely violent element in nature. The fit with the law of destruction is extremely high. Although the frog pup had only injected a strand of law power into the flowing blade Ruohuo fire, it was already enough for the flowing blade Ruohuo fire to wield a decapitation that would cause everything to be annihilated. Time and space were going to distort and stagnate under this strike. Even light could not escape from the decimation of the law of destruction. Even the entire lava purgatory was nearly destroyed. It even penetrated the barrier between the inner world and the real world through countless layers of barriers, causing the aura of destruction to ripple out in the real world. If this strike was executed in the middle of the real world, I'm afraid that the entire Tsangnan city would not be able to escape its poisonous hand. Canyon City, it's been a day of nuclear flattening, too. But it was also because of this slash from the flowing blade rule fire that Ning Yun's knowledge of the laws had made new progress. He originally had a vague and incomprehensible concept of the laws, and naturally, he was unable to sense and comprehend what the laws actually were. And at this moment, after having personally felt the power of the laws of destruction, the laws in Ning Yun's mind became clearer and clearer. As Ryuji Wakabe said, he's extremely talented. It is even so high that it is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Upon regaining his senses, Ning Yun opened his eyes to see the numerous recruits sprawled on the ground in front of him. Even Instructor Han, who was on the side, was sweating profusely at this time. That moment, Ning Yun couldn't help but flinch for an instant. What's going on here? Why are they all on the ground? With a hint of doubt in his tone, he spoke. Is this some sort of relatively newfangled ritual you are performing? At those words, Instructor Han couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. There was a long silence before he spoke quietly. The ceremony? Guess why we're where we are now. Ning Yun also realized that the state they were in at the moment seemed to have something to do with himself. He stretched out his finger to himself with some uncertainty. Is it because of me? Instructor Han stood up straight with difficulty and nodded. In the instant that the pressure dissipated, it was as if his body returned to the control of his own consciousness, and he could make any movement with ease and comfort. But at this point, he had little desire to move his body. The mind is full of question marks. He was the closest, so he could clearly feel where that aura that was like the pressure of a mountain came from. The terrifying pressure that made people almost gasp for air was clearly emanating from this harmless-looking cheap colleague in front of him. At this point, Instructor Han only felt that his professional journey had been challenged by unprecedented difficulties. Defeating the mysterious chubby guy with the banknote ability would have been outrageous. The instructor in front of him, who had suppressed himself to the point of immobility by merely emanating a pressure, was even more outrageous in his outrageousness. Why is there such a big difference between the same instructors? What's wrong with the world? Instructor Han's tough Dao heart nearly shattered. Fortunately, Ning Yun's voice pulled him back in time from the brink of a shattered Dao heart. Instructor Han, I apologize. Just now it was due to a breakthrough in my realm. That triggered this commotion. Just the realm breakthrough caused such a big sound? Instructor Han's pupils quickly lost their color. Invisibly, Ning Yun had ruthlessly sprinkled another handful of salt on his wounds. Lin Qiye and Bailey Chubby on the side seemed to hear a click in the air. Bailey Chubby muttered to himself in confusion. Hasn't my Yao Guang shattered? What is this sound of something breaking? Lin Qiye pondered for a moment. It should be a broken Dao heart, right? Bailey Chubby, whose Dao heart? Lin Qiye hesitated and slowly said, Instructor Han's? In the meantime, Instructor Han let out a long breath, and his expression became serious as he regained his composure. It was as if what had just happened had never happened. The pressure dissipated, and the many recruits who had just been suppressed climbed up from the ground at that moment, neatly arranging themselves in front of Instructor Han. Immediately, Instructor Han said sternly, since they've all recovered, let's restart the teaching of straight blade techniques. That little fatty just now. Go down and rest first. I'll replace it with another person to demonstrate. Instructor Han thought in his heart, just in time to replace this little fat guy with the money ability. Otherwise there's no telling what weird forbidden things he's going to fix up for himself later. I'm sure I can get my face back this time. Thinking so, Instructor Han reached out and nodded toward the front. You? Yes, that's you I'm talking about. Come on up. So, looking at the dark-haired youth who slowly walked up, the recruits were once again silent. Barely chubby, he shouted Chao Yuan to practice the sword. No problem, right? Lin Qiye, with Instructor Ning Yun around, there shouldn't be much of a problem? Molly, I hope Instructor Han won't have his Dao heart broken again. Chapter 48 Blade Skills Refinement. You want to beat me up? Ning Yun stood to the side, curiously looking at the dark-haired youth, Chao Yuan, who had walked up to Instructor Han. He remembered that the forbidden ruin held by Chao Yuan was the 31st ranked Black King's chopping destruction, and he hadn't mastered it very well, so his consciousness would briefly be suppressed as he held the blade, completely transformed into a killing machine. Instructor Han once again took out a brand new wooden sword and then handed it to Chao Yuan. However, Chao Yuan did not take the wooden blade he handed him, but let it fall to the ground. Seeing this, Instructor Han frowned. What do you mean by that? Lean. That little fatty has a forbidden object on his side even if it's not enough. But you, an ordinary teenager with an expressionless face and thick eyebrows, who just looks plain and ordinary, actually don't give yourself any face either? Just kidding. If I didn't show my hand today, I would really be shamed by this group of new recruits as a rookie. Instructor Han decided to regain the instructor's majesty that belonged to him. He narrowed his eyes. Pick it up. Chao Yuan shook his head. Sorry, I can't hold a sword. Just then, Ning Yun, however, suddenly spoke. Chao Yuan, pick it up. Don't worry about your forbidden ruins. At those words, Chao Yuan hesitated for a split second and leaned down to take the wooden sword on the ground into his hands. Even Lin Qiye and the others were relieved. If we let Chao Yuan get out of control like this, all of us here, one by one, will not be able to escape. But if Ning Yun was there, it was a different picture. Meanwhile, upon seeing this scene, Instructor Han? No. Am I the instructor or is he the instructor? However, before he could say anything, Chao Yuan had already gripped the wooden knife he had picked up from the ground. One moment. Instructor Han's sweaty hair stood on end. The moment he gripped the wooden blade, the clothes on Chao Yuan's body were instantly set ablaze into ashes. Black flames rose steeply from his body, and a slightly evil smile appeared on his originally wooden face. Instructor Han was powerless to spit at this point. You didn't read the calendar today? What's all this about? Next moment, when Instructor Han didn't react, the baleful Chao Yuan had already rushed towards him with the wooden sword in his hand. In an instant, the two wooden blades instantly collided and exchanged blows. Ning Yun narrowed his eyes and spoke. Watch carefully. All of the straight sword techniques that Instructor Han wants to teach you are contained within this battle. Do your best to see the trajectory of the exchanges between the two of them as they fight. It will be very helpful to you for the rest of your studies. After the words fell out of his mouth, Ning Yun also looked towards the two people who were fighting furiously together. In the middle of his line of sight, whether it was Instructor Han or Chao Yuan, both of them moved as if they had been retarded. Their movements slowed down to a very clear state. Ning Yun knew his own weaknesses very well. The abilities he currently possesses are based on the Shining Fruit and the Flowing Blade Wakizashi. Real skill is a bit lacking. Right now, it's a perfect opportunity to learn. Instructor Han's knife skills are strong. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible to fight Chao Yuan, who had been decimated by the Black King, for such a long time without being able to use the Forbidden Ruins. It was important to know that under that forbidden object that could suppress the Forbidden Ruins, Instructor Han's Forbidden Ruins would have been suppressed, but because Chao Yuan's Black King chopping extinguishing bit was too high, he was able to continue using the Forbidden Ruins instead. It was also for this reason that the skill of Instructor Han's straight sword could be highlighted. Aside from Ning Yun, there were equally new recruits who noticed this. For these fledgling, or even can be said to be stuck in the novice village of the Night Watchman, this is a very excellent teaching battle. How one should respond with one's own skill with the blade when facing a crushing foe. And Ning Yun's own foundation in swordplay was stuck at the stage of being a white boy, which made him just the right person to watch Instructor Han's straight sword instruction. In the meantime, Instructor Han fought with all his might, each of which had to find the best angle and the most appropriate strength to fend off Chao Yuan's maddeningly frenzied attack. The slightest mistake would cause him to catch a break and subsequently swing a terrifying blade wrapped in black flame. He had expected someone to come to his aid. Results. After blocking Chao Yuan's slash, the corner of his eye glanced to his side. Instructor Han then saw an image that he would never forget in this life, including Ning Yun, The 238 recruits were staring daggers at the battle between him and Chao Yuan, with no intention of stepping in to help. He almost exploded. Bushgate. I didn't see you guys being so serious when he was teaching just now. Did you? I'm being beaten by Chao Yuan and you guys are studying with a serious face? Instructor Han inwardly shouted madly, you guys are doing this on purpose. Deliberately watching me get beaten up in such a lousy manner. Seeing that Instructor Han was about to be unable to hold on, Lin Qiye hurriedly walked over to Ning Yun and spoke. Aren't you going to make a move yet? It seems like Instructor Han is going to be unable to hold on. Ning Yun came back to his senses as an afterthought, rubbed the back of his head, and said with some embarrassment, somewhat mesmerized by what I was looking at, Instructor Han's saber technique is indeed very impressive. In his field of vision, each of Instructor Han's swings was just right, as smooth and silky as a flowing cloud. All those sword techniques were burned into the center of his mind, rehearsing them over and over again. Ning Yun had been somewhat unable to resist the urge to practice his hand. With that thought, he took a step forward. With that, he slowly raised his arm and gently crossed it from the void. A raging fiery flame swept out like a swimming dragon. In the next moment, Ning Yun held onto the blaze that had ignited in front of him, and the hot and searing blaze dissipated in an instant. In its place was a long sword with a purple hilt and bronzed tsuba. Without beginning a solution, Ning Yun simply placed his long sword across his chest. The monstrous curtain of fiery flames and fires rose up as if it was splashing ink, suppressing the baleful aura around Chao Yuan in an instant. How could the soul-shocking fury fight against the flames of the burning ocean? Just for a moment, the baleful qi wrapped around Chao Yuan's body, then very consciously retreated back inside his body. The many recruits gathered around had long since seen it coming. The last time Chao Yuan had held his blade, he had been suppressed by Ning Yun in an easily crushing stance just like this. Seeing this, Instructor Han slowly sighed in relief. A moment later, he looked up at Ning Yun and said with a complicated expression, thanks a lot. Ning Yun waved his hand. No, I should be the one to thank you. Thanks to you, Instructor Han. Fighting Chao Yuan, I've learned a lot about sword techniques. Instructor Han. So, just to learn the art of the sword, you just watched me being chased and cut by Chao Yuan? Do you still have any sympathy, hey? These words were naturally impossible for him to say. After all, it was Ning Yun who had saved himself. Just then, Ning Yun looked at Instructor Han with great sincerity and said in a sincere tone, Instructor Han, can you please instruct me personally? Instructor Han? It's not enough to watch me get beat up, but you want to beat me up yourself? Chapter 49, Genius. But the threshold to meet him. Instructor Han almost smiled skinlessly and said, Instructor Ning Yun, stop joking. How could I be your opponent? Ning Yun said seriously, please rest assured that I won't be using any abilities other than my swordsmanship. This is the first time I've learned swordsmanship, so I hope that Instructor Han can instruct me on my shortcomings. Upon hearing this, Instructor Han asked with some uncertainty, seriously? Ning Yun nodded. Seriously? Instructor Han still looked at him with a bit of suspicion in his eyes. You're an instructor. Being an instructor and learning swordplay for the first time? Moreover, you're a knife player, and you're still able to release such a terrifying pressure. Aren't you lying to the devil if you say you don't know how to use a knife? Instructor Han hadn't forgotten the scene just now when Ning Yun drew his sword and suppressed Chao Yuan. But, seeing how insistent Ning Yun was, Instructor Han didn't refuse anymore. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the expression on his face gradually became serious and earnest. If nothing else, Ning Yun might be the most powerful opponent he had ever faced. He said in a deep voice, since it is for the purpose of teaching, it is a sparring match, so the use of a wooden blade will suffice. As he said that, Instructor Han's line of sight landed on the flowing blade ruofire in Ning Yun's hand. He was truly afraid that Ning Yun would rise up in a violent manner and split himself in half. Ning Yun smiled faintly and retrieved the flowing blade ruofire, before picking up the wooden blade that had fallen underneath Chao Yuan. Compared to holding a sword with both hands, Ning Yun was more accustomed to the position of holding a sword with one hand. The two of them stood facing each other. Ning Yun appeared somewhat light-hearted, while Instructor Han was tense as if he was facing an enemy. In the meantime, the attention of the many recruits under the field was all drawn to the battle between the two. Bailey Chubby turned his head toward Lin Qiye and asked with some curiosity, Qiye, who do you think will win out of these two? As soon as his words fell, Shin Xingju snorted coldly. Is there any suspense left to speak of? The strength of these two is simply not above a level. There's no doubt that it will be that masked guy who wins. Lin Qiye agreed with him, but disagreed with the answer given by Shin Xingju. Every time Ning Yun made an unexpected move, Lin Qiye would ponder it for a long time as a way to think about the deeper meaning it contained. It would be too classless to simply bully Instructor Han. It didn't make any sense to him. The two people fighting at this time. One was Ning Yun, who had debuted in a crushing position, i.e., at the top. One was Instructor Han, who had stalemated Chao Yuan for a long time with the purest of sword arts just now. Both men's strength was recognized from the bottom of their hearts by the many recruits present, but it was clear that no one thought Instructor Han would win, and at this point, Instructor Han gripped the long sword in his hand. "Make your move." Ning Yun nodded slightly, then his figure flashed, the wooden blade in his hand attacking towards Instructor Han at an incomparably swift and tricky angle. The wooden blade cut through the air, sending out a whistling sound of breaking air. Seeing this, Instructor Han's eyes widened slightly, and his body almost instinctively resisted the blade. A very common cut. It didn't contain any power of the Forbidden Ruins. Ning Yun was simply using his blade techniques to fight him. After the first exchange, the two figures kept moving and their wooden blades kept clashing together. Ning Yun's eyes were bland, his entire focus converging on the wooden blade in Instructor Han's hand in front of him. He didn't use the ability of the Shining Fruit to see the trajectory of Instructor Han's movements after his retardation. As a result, the form he showed became a bit of a struggle. But inside, there was a growing calm. The mind is like still water, clear as a mirror, like no one else's. In the meantime, Instructor Han's heart, however, was like a shocking wave had been set off, and the surprise in his eyes was unabashedly exposed. In that moment when the two first met, Instructor Han then realized in his heart that Ning Yun had not lied. It was really his first time touching a sword. Every blade that was swung exuded tenderness and rustiness, as if it were beginner-like and unfamiliar, completely unaware of the blade in his hand. But that wasn't what shocked Instructor Han. After the first cut, with each swing of the wooden blade, Ning Yun's swinging motion became a little more familiar. In other words, each swing of his sword represented an advancement in his own blade technique. After countless encounters, he had evolved to the point where he was able to separate himself from himself. Madaka! The two men's wooden swords clashed again. Instructor Han suddenly felt his tiger's mouth was shaken and raw. He now had a feeling as if he was fighting berserking Chao Yuan. What an outrageous talent for fighting! Instructor Han couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He himself had grown to his current level after years of hard practice, plus non-stop battles with mystery. Yet Ning Yun had accomplished this process with just one battle. He looked at Ning Yun and spoke. "Is this really the first time you've used a straight blade?" Upon hearing this, Ning Yun froze for a moment and replied, "Strictly speaking, this is the first time I've systematically learned blade techniques. Before that it was all just haphazard swings." That's really, for the first time, Instructor Han visualized what it meant to have a gap between people. The gap between man and man is greater than the gap between man and dog. Genius. Just the threshold for meeting him. A truly gifted player. Gifted dogs. What an abomination. Glancing out of the corner of his eye at the many recruits on the stage, Instructor Han sighed quietly inwardly. Afterwards, he slowly spoke. "Instructor Ning Yun, next I will use my life's learning, which I have comprehended from my battles with Mystic thus far." In this moment, Instructor Han realized something profoundly. Ning Yun was an existence that truly had the ability and hope to lead humanity out of its predicament. For this reason, he will, without reservation, impart to him all that he has. The payroll is no more than that. Seeing this, Ning Yun seemed to sense something as he nodded. "Please Instructor Han for guidance." Instructor Han took a deep breath. "Hold the long knife with both hands," he whispered. "Try to see the trajectory of my swings and you will feel something different." The instant the words fell, his figure was like an arrow off the string, and in an instant, he had arrived in front of Ning Yun. The wooden blade held tightly in his hand then slashed out horizontally. At the same time, Ning Yun unleashed his Shining Fruit ability. Increase your own speed to the speed of light. That moment, in the middle of his field of vision, the trajectory of the wooden sword swung out from Instructor Han's hand was clearly visible. With that, he raised the wooden sword in his hand and blocked it. But in this instant, Instructor Han's movements changed violently, the wooden blade in his hand reversing the edge. Madaka! Wooden knives meet. Ning Yun's eyes widened slightly, surprise filling the depths of his pupils. If he hadn't utilized the Shining Fruit, this wooden blade would have been between his neck at this point. Although it was easily blocked, Instructor Han still had a hint of pride on his face. "This blade of mine, it's pretty impressive, isn't it?" Ning Yun nodded in agreement. Chapter 50 The Art of Fighting. Are you interested in your sister? In that case, let's experience some more of what a true blade technique is. As the words fell, Instructor Han's figure kept wandering like a ghost. The wooden sword in his hand swung as if it were 100 flowers. A hint of undisguised astonishment flashed across Ning Yun's eyes. All along, his fighting style had been to unleash massive spirit pressure, and when the spirit pressure couldn't be resolved, he would then receive a streaming blade wakizashi, or use the Shining Fruit to create countless lightsabers to cut down your enemies. This represents the ultimate power play. Simple and brutal. It is the most concise and effective way to fight. However, instead, Instructor Han's sword technique showed him a brand new path. The addition of extreme strength and extreme skill would explode into a 1+1 effect. This is a form of existence sufficient to be labeled art. An art dedicated to combat. The gleam in Ning Yun's eyes blazed ever more brightly. In the meantime, after displaying all of his full skill in its entirety, his figure came to a halt. The wooden knife held in his hand slowly dropped, the tip pointing to the ground. As Instructor Han opened his mouth and asked, "What did you learn?" Ning Yun said without thinking, "Thousands of variations. 4 or 2 pounds." Instructor Han's eyes lit up and sighed in admiration. Worthy of being a true genius. Such talent is beyond my reach. It was many years after he became a night's watchman when he realized this. Ning Yun, on the other hand, had comprehended everything he had summarized in almost the first half of his life in just such a short period of time. Whether it's swordplay or swordsmanship, the ultimate of the 18 martial arts is 1,000 variations. Instructor Han might not be particularly proficient in one of the 18 martial arts, but he was definitely the most versatile one. And because of this, he understands the importance of 1,000 variations even more. A hint of relief flashed across Instructor Han's expression. He turned his head to look at the many recruits watching the battle and asked, "Did you guys see anything from my battle with Instructor Ning Yun just now?" Vigorous miracles. If the knife is fast enough, it will be able to do the most damage. At those words, Coach Han couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. This is all the shallowest of perceptions. Lin Qiye had studied with Chen Mai for a period of time, so he knew very well that the answers Instructor Han wanted were never these two. After pondering for a moment, he spoke. "A change in stance?" Instructor Han's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, not realizing that there was actually someone who could think of this. He revealed a trace of a satisfied smile before turning his head to look at Ning Yun. "Instructor Ning Yun, explain it for them, just so I can test your learning." Ning Yun nodded without the slightest bit of displeasure. If it was a high-minded person, I'm afraid that at this point, it would already be annoyed. After all, there was a huge difference in strength between the two, and Instructor Han was no match for Ning Yun. But Ning Yun knew very well in his heart, there are specialties in the arts. Moreover, in a sense, Coach Han has taught himself the grace of teaching. He did teach himself a stronger art of fighting. Ning Yun walked forward and swept a glance at the many recruits in front of him, then spoke. "Strength and speed are the key points in your ability to checkmate the enemy. But, you should pay more attention to the other point, the flexible use of the blade. Swordsmanship is by no means a rigid thing, and one must choose what kind of fighting style to use when facing what kind of enemy. Leaning towards speed, or leaning towards power, it all lies in what kind of enemy you have. But it's useless to talk about all this. Theory can only be better comprehended when it's combined with reality. I hope that all of you can move forward next with mutual encouragement." After saying that, Ning Yun slightly stepped back and resumed handing the place over to Instructor Han. He himself silently stepped aside, lightly closing his eyes and holding the wooden blade tightly in his hand, carefully experiencing that somewhat subtle feeling. That moment, the wooden knife seemed to become an extension of his arm. Swinging the wooden blade was as easy and relaxed as if you were swinging your own arm. In this world, the feeling is referred to as proficiency, mastery, comprehension. Put in the world of metaphysics, that was the legendary blade intent. Ning Yun was somewhat grateful to Yuan Gang at this point. The reason he would have agreed to Yuan Gang coming as an instructor before was because he wanted to learn something here. He did learn a lot. If you comprehend it on your own, you may waste a lot of unnecessary time. With the help of Instructor Han, the time for this comprehension was minimized to just the time of a single battle. The morning's training was soon over. What awaited the group of recruits was still steamed bread and raw meat. By this time, the recruits had each formed many small gangs. What shocked Ning Yun the most was still Chao Yuan and Lin Qiye. This guy is really a bit Li Qiye. From the time of dinner has been pestering Lin Qiye, but it has nothing to do with myself. The afternoon's training was simple, pulling them out of camp and starting a long, weighted cross-country run. Ning Yun didn't participate this time, but stayed alone in the training camp. Just as he was practicing his sword skills alone, the stout Yuan Gang walked over. "Hey, brat, what are you doing here alone?" Ning Yun said without looking back. "Practice." Yuan Gang walked up and saw Ning Yun silently lifting up his wooden sword and then swinging it down, and so on and so forth. "Practicing such a simple move?" Ning Yun asked rhetorically. "Is it simple? Isn't it easy?" "Easy? Don't you put this with me." It was Yuan Gang who finally terminated the cycle. He helplessly held his forehead. Who would have thought that you with such terrifying strength would actually practice swinging a sword? Ning Yun's eyes were as still water, not affected in the slightest by Yuan Gang's words. The simplest of movements, yet the way to increase my rapport with the blade in my hand. Yuan Gang shrugged. "As you wish, but I came to see you about something else." "What is it? Want to join the Night's Watch?" Ning Yun stopped moving. He turned to look at Yuan Gang. I am not worried about what I will encounter after joining the Night's Watch. My sister is one of the Night's Watch. It was the first time Yuan Gang knew that Sister Ning Yun was a night watchman. He gave a look of interest. You brat. Your sister is a vigilante. Why didn't you tell me that too? I was just wondering if my sister would kick my ass if she found out about me. After hearing Ning Yun's words, Yuan Gang suddenly revealed an intriguing smile. Sister? Is it really just a sister? Not your love sister? Do you believe I can hack you out of the air with a wooden knife? Believe it, but that has no relevance to my question. I can tell by the look in your eyes that the sister you speak of is very important to you. Chapter 51, The Story of You and Her. After hearing Yuan Gang's words, Ning Yun's expression remained incomparably flat, without the slightest hint of faltering. You're right. She means a lot to me. Upon hearing this, a slightly lewd smile appeared on Yuan Gang's upright national face, and Ning Yun took a few steps away from him in some disgust. Yuan Gang walked up and grabbed him by the shoulders. Hey, brat, even if you don't say it, I'm still able to see it. Old Yuan, I've been crawling around in this society for much longer than you. Often, it only takes a look to be able to tell what's going on in a person's mind. When he said this, Yuan Gang's gaze was somewhat distant, and it was completely at odds with the lewd aura he had just exuded. There also seemed to be certain secrets hidden in the depths of his heart. He continued, Can you tell us a story about you and that sister of yours? Old Yuan, I'm well read and may be able to relieve you of some of your troubles. Experienced? Is that about losing badly to a high schooler? Ning Yun spat out expressionlessly. Yuan Gang tugged at the corner of his mouth. This brat is so unappealing, he would just say things he doesn't like to hear. Was that the reason for his own crushing defeat at his hands? It was clearly because Ning Yun was too demonic. It was his cause, not his own. Kidding aside, even if we let Captain Xiaopinga come personally, I'm afraid that he's not Ning Yun's opponent. No, there might be a chance if it's Captain Xiaopingo. Since you want to hear it, let's tell the story of me and her. After a long time, Ning Yun sighed quietly. It's really just a very simple story. She used to live next door to my house. The kind of big sister next door that often appears in novels, and is actually of similar age. But she said she liked to be called sister by me, so she kept the name sister. Yuan Gang rubbed his chin and nodded his head with great approval. Well, I get it. It's the so-called childhood sweethearts. Two little ones, right? Ning Yun glanced at him with a somewhat strange expression. You know quite a lot. Just kidding. Although I, Lao Yuan, am already a middle-aged old denizen, I have never been out of touch with the world of the young, and I know all those popular phrases of yours. Far from it. Go on. Ning Yun nodded, a hint of nostalgia flashing across his gaze. Actually, the story is pretty simple after that, and we spent many days and nights like that, until later, when she quietly became the Night's Watch. We were briefly separated for a while after she became a Night's Watchman, but we've been living together again recently. Living together? Ning Yun rolled his eyes. Your ideological awareness still needs to be improved. Just living together with 2 bedrooms. Yuan Gang smiled sarcastically, then coughed dryly, as if trying to hide his embarrassment by doing so. And then what? Nope. No more? Yuan Gang said incredulously. Is that all? Ning Yun asked rhetorically. What else? Yuan Gang helplessly held his forehead. You kid really can't stand oil and salt. If I were your sister, I would have kicked you off long ago. At those words, a vicious chill ran through Ning Yun's body. Then it's better not to. Yuan Gang sneered. Ha, don't believe me. Just a straight man like you. You don't know anything about emotions at all other than being able to fight. No wonder you're not seeing anyone. Ning Yun, talking is talking. Why are you getting personal? And so, Ning Yun slowly raised his arm. His 5 fingers clenched into fists, and a touch of astonishing pressure slowly spilled out. Seeing this, Yuan Gang just wanted to say that you shouldn't be in a hurry first. It's useless to be in a hurry. But on second thought, spitting, while it makes you infinitely happier, is still worth more in life. He quickly waved his hand. Don't count me wrong. I'm afraid that my old bones will have to lie down for many days if I take a punch from you. Seeing that Ning Yun didn't have any reaction, Yuan Gang sighed. Your sister must be very patient, right? Ning Yun was somewhat puzzled. Patience? What does that mean? Literally. Ning Yun thought carefully for a moment, then spoke. Patience. I'm not too sure, but she used to be very gentle. A gentle big sister type that often appears in novels, but now she's changed a lot. More lively, more adorable. Instead of being the big sister next door, now she's more like a pampered sister? Yuan Gang sort of saw it. This guy is just a 100% pure straight man, retarded to the point of being emotionally unavailable. After thinking about it, Yuan Gang opened his mouth and asked, let me ask you, you and your sister, who usually cooks? Me. What would you do if she got sick? Taking care of her? Of course. What would you do if she pampered you and asked you for all sorts of things? Meet her. Upon hearing this, Yuan Gang clasped his hands to his chest with a heavy expression. This guy, he's not just a straight guy. He's a warm guy. Belonging is buff stacked. He continued to speak and asked, what would your sister do if you got sick? Will be too anxious to sleep, trying to find a cure for what ails me, and will stay by my side to take meticulous care of me. Without waiting for Ning Yun to finish, Yuan Gang hastily called a halt. He's here to ask questions, not eat dog food. Although he hadn't met the sister Ning Yun spoke of with his own eyes, Yuan Gang had already smelled the flavor of dog food from his words. A slow, sour stench of love wafted through the air. Damn, I should have known better than to ask. Get yourself so depressed now. Yuan Gang couldn't help but spit in his heart. From Ning Yun's words, he had been able to guess the relationship between the two. That sister of his is afraid to have been anxious to death. Obviously like the person in front of you, but analog like sluggish. Brain is nothing but getting stronger. Yuan Gang stood up straight and patted Ning Yun's shoulder heavily. You're just the authority on the sidelines. That couldn't be more true of you. You haven't seen what's really going on inside you. This kind of thing must still be comprehended by yourself. And if I were to say it, it would be more or less a waste of your sister's intentions. Suddenly, Yuan Gang asked, by the way, is your sister from the Vigilantes, Songnan City 136 squad? Ning Yun nodded. I said it. At that time when you were invited to join the 006 squad in Shangjing City you did not agree. It turns out that you have long had your heart belong to a TCH, your kid is really. Yuan Gang couldn't help but shake his head. Go for it, Junior. In that case, you can pretend I didn't say anything about that question I asked you at the beginning. After saying that, Yuan Gang waved his hand and turned to leave. Ning Yun, on the other hand, stood still, for the first time facing up to the relationship between himself and Han Yun. Chapter 52. Due to stealing the 9 heavenly divine phoenix pups, the frog pups were being hunted down. Emotional stuff. It's cut and dried. The best way to do this is to let it go. Time will give all the answers. Ning Yun stood in the middle of the training ground, swinging down his wooden blade again and again, trying to use it to calm his agitated heart down. But the memories of the past came flooding back like a tidal wave. After being reborn into this world, and still retaining the memories of his previous life, Ning Yun was very unfamiliar with everything around him. The city made of concrete and steel, with cars and roads and people coming and going, is not much different from the last life. As a reborn person, it was not an easy task to completely integrate into this world. Even though he had the mind of an adult, Ning Yun still considered himself to be very distant from this world. It was a strangeness and loneliness that existed in the world but drifted away from it. It wasn't until later that a brunette girl with a showy ponytail waved her hand towards him. Hello there, my name is Red Tassel. How about you, little brother? That is the scene where the two first met. Thus, Ning Yun was no longer rootless, and he truly belonged in this world. In the meantime, his entire person was also caught in an extremely subtle state. Along with the flashbacks of memory, the wooden sword in his hand swung as recklessly as wild bees flying. At times it was as oppressive and violent as lava, at times it was as raw as flowing water, and at times it was as swift as a blistering wind. In this moment, it was as if the wooden knife in his hand had come to life. The wooden blade became one with the arm, becoming an extension of the arm. After an unknown amount of time, Ning Yun was completely immersed in this arcane feeling. Until nightfall, a bright, clear moon slowly emerged from the clouds. The moonlight was like a light veil, spilling over the earth. There was a cacophony of noise coming from the entrance to the training ground. Ha 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 ha, that kid Wang Liang actually peeped at a woman's bath when he was a kid. I'm embarrassed to talk about him. Aren't you the same? I heard you learned to work with your hands in 5th grade? Oh, I also don't know who was outspoken about their love for mature young women. You hateful chow thief. Rolling, hitting people without hitting their faces, scolding people without revealing their shortcomings. Hearing these words, Lin Qiye, who was walking at the front, couldn't help but reveal a bitter smile. That's a really terrible punishment. He was in pretty good shape mentally as the only one who had passed the trial and the only recruit who hadn't suffered the poison of truthfulness. But even so, he was a bit distraught. And certain ones with less than stellar psychological profiles are in deep autism at this point. In fact, for them, having just suffered a social death, simply falling into self-imposed isolation is a sign of being psychologically strong enough. If it's an ordinary person, I'm afraid it's not directly. Rooftop wind is so strong. I'm so scared. Just then, Lin Qiye suddenly stopped in his tracks. As he stepped into the training ground, he noticed the figure in front of him wielding a wooden sword in the darkness of the night. One of the recruits wondered, isn't there someone who didn't go to the training with us? Idiot, that's instructor Ning Yun. Is instructor Ning Yun practicing his sword? Lin Qiye stopped where he was and carefully observed Ning Yun's every move. For some reason, he always felt that Ning Yun's sword technique at this time carried a touch of a very strange feeling that could not be described as bizarre. Although the sword technique was out of this world, there was an inexplicable and wonderful sense of incongruity in the whole. Moments later, a cell phone suddenly rang. Ning Yun stopped moving and reached into his coat pocket to take out his cell phone, then pressed the green button and slid it upwards, connecting the call from Red Tassel. Yun, why aren't you back yet? Are you playing outside with your classmates? Ning Yun was silent for an instant, then spoke. Well, I met a classmate I haven't seen in a long time, so I chatted for a while, and this is how I'm going back. Okay, by the way, I prepared a surprise for you Yun. Be back soon yo. After saying that, Red Tassel hung up the phone of her own accord. Incredibly bland dialogue. It was so bland as to be almost imperceptible to the slightest fluctuation of emotion. Ning Yun tilted his head up and looked towards the pitch-black night curtain that shrouded the sky above his head, with countless stars twinkling more than just a few times. Ning Yun. Thoughts were yanked back by a sudden voice. Lin Qiye was standing in front of him at that moment. Ning Yun, your blade technique just now was chaotic. Did you encounter any problems? Ning Yun gave him a dismayed look. Can you even tell? Lin Qiye rubbed his nose. I've studied with Captain Chen Mai for a while, so I'm well aware of the problems encountered in the process. But, the problem you're having shouldn't be about mystery because of someone? With Ning Yun's strength, I'm afraid that no mystery could affect his state of mind. Reasoning from this, the only one who could influence him was, I'm afraid, the lively ponytailed girl in Squad 136. Ning Yun didn't deny it. After nodding softly, he spoke. I'll leave you to it. See you afterward. Wait a minute. Lin Qiye tugged on Ning Yun's sleeve and spoke. When we stayed in Squad 136 before, Han Yao kept mentioning you to us. She cares about you a lot. Well, I know. Ning Yun waved his hand, then disappeared into a stream of light. Looking at Ning Yun's figure as it instantly disappeared, Lin Qiye rested his chin against his chin as a thoughtful expression surfaced on his face. From his perspective, Hong Ying was 100% fond of Ning Yun. Otherwise he would never have been mentioned on a daily basis, even with a hint of braggadocio in each mention. Though, a set of reasoning. But in reality, Lin Qiye himself was an uncompromising theoretical war god. Relationships are not talked about, and experience is abundant and complete. When she pushed open the door to her home, Red Riding was scrunched up on the couch with her legs closed, swiping at her phone. The two small white and slender feet came together, like tender lotus root-like toes slightly curled. In the light of the light flooded with a layer of attractive luster. Yun, you're back? Aha. Ning Yun nodded. He went back to his bedroom to change into casual clothes. When he came out, Rouge was looking at him with his hands on his cheeks and smiling eyes. Why do you keep looking at me? Good looking. At those words, Ning Yun was slightly stunned, somewhat at a loss as to how to reply. Yuan Gang and Lin Qiye both delivered assists of their own. Then it was Ning Yun's turn to operate a wave. As long as it's not an outrageous maneuver, it's unlikely to be flipped against the odds in this kind of windy game. Ning Yun pulled out a chair and sat beside Hong Yao. Sister Red Riding sister. You. Ning Yun chose to go straight for the big one. However, before he could finish his move, a voice from the system suddenly sounded beside his ear. Due to stealing the airborne of the 9 heavenly divine phoenix, your frog spawn is being hunted down by the divine phoenix domain in full force. Ning Yun? Chapter 53 You blackened maggot. Do you like me? Due to stealing the airborne from the 9 heavenly divine phoenix, he was hunted down by the divine phoenix domain in full force? The corners of Ning Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Then again, his own Zanpakuto and Shining Fruit couldn't have been brought back by Froggy Pup in this way, could they? Looking at the look of dismay that suddenly surfaced on his face, Hong Ying walked up and reached out to pinch his cheeks. Ah Yun, what's wrong with you? Nothing, just thought of something funny. By the way, what did you want to ask me earlier? Suddenly interrupted by the message from the traveling frog, Ning Yun didn't have the courage to stick his face in the open big. Thinking of this, he asked rhetorically, Sister Hong Ying, where's the surprise you were talking about on the phone just now? Red Rouge reacted with an afterthought. So that's what you wanted to ask. She flashed a mysterious smile at Ning Yun. He. Of course there's a surprise. I specially prepared it for you. I wanted to go with you. But, it wouldn't be much of a surprise if I told you. With that said, Red Riding turned and walked into the kitchen. She opened the door to the crisper section of the refrigerator and removed from it a gift box of cakes tied up with delicate ribbons. Clutching the cake gift box in both hands, the smile on Red Riding's face was barely concealed. Clank. Look, I went and got the birthday cake back today. After saying that, she turned her back and stood slightly on her tiptoes, her two small white tender hands twisting back and forth behind her back, like a little girl who has done something good and wants a compliment. Looking at the cake placed on the dining table, Ning Yun spoke after a moment of silence. Birthday cake? Aha. Hong Ying nodded, quietly glancing at him out of the corner of her eye. You've been like this since you were a kid. You don't even intentionally try to remember your own birthday. Ning Yun thought about it, and indeed it was. He doesn't deliberately try to remember his birthday or buy himself a cake to celebrate it. When needed, he would silently memorize his ID number and then find his own birth date from it. If it wasn't for Red Riding Hood, even though today was considered a very important day for him, it would have been spent only briefly. Gazing at the cake for a long time, Ning Yun revealed a sunny smile. Thank you, Sister Hong Yao. Sister Hong Yao is so kind to me. You heartless brat, blackened maggot. You know how to say thank you? Ning Yun touched his nose awkwardly. That. Here, give me a kiss. The redhead reached up and pointed to her face. It's not good, is it? Hong Ying raised his eyebrows. When did you become so pretentious? We're siblings, eh? Isn't it normal for siblings to have some intimate interactions with each other? Like this? Ning Yun thought about it, and felt that what Red Cloud had said made sense. And it's not mouth to mouth. He stood up and moved over to Red Riding's snow-white face, a strand of his beautiful black hair tickling a little as it gently traced past his nose. At this point, there was only a stone's throw between the two of them, and Ning Yun could even already smell the faint scent of shower gel from Hong Lian's body. Subsequently, he kissed Red Tassel's cheek. As it was night, it was dark outside the window and the house was not very brightly lit. Ning Yun didn't notice that Hong Ying's originally snow-white face was already so crimson at this point that it seemed as if it was about to drip blood. The ears also became hot, as if they were on fire. She forced her thumping heart to keep her facial expression calm, then spoke. It's time for cake. With that said, Red Tassel unwrapped the box of the cake, and took the cake itself out of it, along with a couple of candles. Count the number of candles corresponding to the age of Ning Yun. Afterwards, turn off the lights and make a wish. After completing the entire process, Hong Liao cut a piece of cake and handed it to Ning Yun before cutting another piece and placing it on her own cake plate. She dug a bite of cake into her mouth. It tastes okay. Saying so, Hong Liao's eyes looked towards Ning Yun, and she hit her idea on Ning Yun's cake again. Yun, why do I feel like your piece of cake is going to taste a little better than mine? Ning Yun. Before he could react in any way, Red Riding had reached down and switched the position of the cake in front of both of them, followed very quickly by a bite. Cheeks puffed out like a little squirrel, and Red Riding gave a satisfied smile. Sure enough, it's still Yun's cake that's delicious. Is that a cake for her? It's the flavor of Ning Yun. Meanwhile, across from her, Ning Yun raised his eyes and looked at Hong Liao, who was sitting cross-legged on a chair, and after a long period of silence, he exhaled deeply. After being interrupted once by Frog Pup, he felt like he could do it again. Thus, without the slightest bit of padding, Ning Yun looked earnestly at Hong Ying. Sister Hong Ying, do you like me? Of course I like it. At those words, Ning Yun's heart skipped a beat. Afterwards, Hong Ying continued. You're my brother, so if I don't like you, who will? Red Riding assured her that she had said the words in a completely subconscious state. If she had known that Ning Yun was asking about the kind of liking between a man and a woman, she wouldn't have answered like that even if she had died. All in all, it's just regrettable. It wasn't until after the evening wash that the redhead lay in bed. She looked up at the ceiling as a ray of bright moonlight pierced through the window screen and shone on the side of her face. The delicate face was glowing with a jade-white color under the moonlight. Her mind suddenly recalled the question Ning Yun had asked during dinner. Do you like me? Love it. By any stretch of the imagination. Wait a minute. Could it be hard for Ning Yun to say that the like in his mouth is the kind of like between a man and a woman? The redhead sat up with a carp, jerking. Her beautiful eyes widened slightly, and a trace of incredulity flashed in the depths of her pretty eyes. What did you answer yourself? Liked Ning Yun because he was his brother? Red Tassel. You pig brain. Aww. In the meantime, Yuan Gang, who was wondering how to continue torturing this group of recruits tomorrow, sneezed. Instructor Yuan, are you alright? He waved his hand. It's fine. It should be that the weather has suddenly turned cooler and my old bones haven't adapted yet. Yuan Gang and Lin Qiye had counted 1,000 times, but they hadn't counted on this ending after all. It's the downwind game. As long as Ning Yun charged bravely, it would be a sure victory. As a result, the Red Tassel directly gave the invincible tailwind game hard into a headwind game. Moonbats come and shake their heads. It doesn't matter even if I'm the one to connect you to. In the meantime, far away in the Divine Phoenix domain, Frog's pawn was frantically fleeing. Behind Frog Pup was an immense traveling backpack, even twice the size of Frog Pup's. The travel backpack was lifted up by a corner, revealing a reddish color like a blazing fire. Afterwards, this reddish red slowly began to change changing into 9 colors in turn: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, white, black. Chapter 54, The Transcendent Fertility of the Goddess of Darkness. Yun, I have something to tell you. For as long as the frog spawn ran, the owner of the Divine Phoenix domain chased after him. It fled, she chased it, and it couldn't get away. Finally, at a certain moment, Frogspawn stopped his figure that was traveling through the void and turned back to look at the crimson Divine Phoenix behind him that had almost shrouded half of the sky. The Divine Phoenix feathers were like clouds that hung down to the sky, tilting the heavens and covering the earth. The eyes were like great suns, and 3,000 divine flames blazed in them. The sheer size of the body cannot be described in words. Compared to the crimson Divine Phoenix in front of him, the frog pup's size seemed incomparably small, like a mayfly in the vastness of heaven and earth, or like a corn in the ocean. But the frog pup's big round eyes did not have much fear in them. The Divine Phoenix slowly lowered its head, its eyes slightly opened, and a monstrous flame that swept and stretched for millions of miles instantly ignited. The frog's pawn, however, was not the least bit intimidated, and reached out with his froggy paws to pull from the backpack behind him. Strange thing after strange thing was taken out of his backpack. Seeing this, the aura emanating from the Divine Phoenix's body instantly disappeared, replaced by a face of unbelievable astonishment. There was even a little gratitude mixed in. Thus, the frog's pawn once again tore through the void, and a dark vortex slowly floated in front of it. Under the gaze of the crimson Divine Phoenix, the frog pup leapt in with the bird egg on his back. When the frog's pawn reappeared, there was a circular green lawn at his feet. It eased the backpack down behind it, then with difficulty cradled the bird's egg and gently placed it on the lawn. Just then, a shadow slowly appeared on the frogspawn's face. It looked up, only to see a woman with long black hair standing right in front of it. The woman's face was gentle, yet exuded a faint hint of coolness. Black hair tilted down like a river of stars, reflecting skin as white as snow. She wore a gossamer-like black dress with golden bands and trim at the waist and lapels. Among other places, the swan's neck is long and slender, with gold veins under the eyes, and gold ornaments worn on the forehead, neck, and wrists. Although he was just standing there quietly, he still exuded an aura of sanctity and depth. She bent her slender waist and slowly took the frog pup in her arms. Just then, Lin Qiye's voice came from the distance. Li Yifei, how is mother doing these days? Should be pretty good? Lin Qiye looked at Li Yifei suspiciously. What do you mean it should be fairly good? Good is good. Bad is bad. Li Yifei was in a hurry. He wanted to punch Lin Qiye, but after thinking about it, he should not be able to beat him. At that time, he would also be beaten up by Lin Qiye in return, and that would not be worth it. Right at this moment, Lin Qiye suddenly detected a touch of something wrong as he hurriedly asked, "Where is mother?" "Just rest over there." Li Yifei pointed at the lawn that was not far away. Lin Qiye hurriedly turned his head towards Nyx, and from his angle, he was only able to see Nyx's back. "Mother." He hurriedly took small steps to Nyx's side. Then it was seen that Nyx was holding a glowing green frog in his arms. Li Yifei also followed. At the sight of the froglet in Nyx's arms, he couldn't help but eke out, "Holy crap, what's a toad doing here?" The moment the 3 words toad were uttered, Li Yifei then saw the toad in his mouth twist his head and glance at him. At once, a heavenly divine might roared down, but it dissipated in an instant. Li Yifei's face paled, knowing that he had angered the other party with his blabbering. He quickly apologized. Sorry, Frog Lord, forgive me." Lin Qiye, on the other hand, had a grave gaze. "This is a mental hospital. How did a frog get in here all of a sudden? How did this frog get in? And why was it able to get in? And why did Nyx have such a spoiled look on his face?" In an instant, a myriad of questions flooded his mind. Just then, Lin Qiye suddenly noticed that Nyx's healing progress had directly broken through from the original 48% to 51% at this moment. Is it because of this little frog? Lin Qiye only felt that the thoughts in his head were getting more and more disorganized. Could it be that this frog is also from some mythical god? He thought hard about it, but he couldn't think of any god whose body was a frog. Just then, Frog Pup jumped out of Nyx's arms. He stretched out his round froggy paws and pointed to the bird's eggs on the lawn. Seeing this, Nyx nodded. She then reached out and gently covered the surface of the bird's egg with her white jade hand. Frogspawn pulled out a brainful of the materials he had collected from his backpack, then melted them into a cloud of 9-colored fluorescent glow. The 9-colored fluorescent glow transformed into streams of light, perfectly blending with the divine phoenix scion covering the palm of Nyx's hand. Ning Yun was lying on the bed. The reclining position was surprisingly consistent with the red tassel next door. Both of them were staring blankly at the ceiling, their minds racing with thoughts. He was a little confused thinking about earlier in the day. This should be considered a straight A for yourself, right? And then the answer of the Red Ruffian was, that she liked herself because she was her brother. So it's just a family favorite? Yuan gang. Yuan gang. You're really hurting me. It's really hard to sleep now. Just then, Hong Liao's hurried footsteps came from outside the door as she knocked on Ning Yun's bedroom door. Yun, are you asleep? At those words, Ning Yun instantly tensed up. The heart rate rose instantly. Even when he directly soloed the entire masked squad and was slashed by Ryubi Wakazashi, his heart rate had never been this high. The heart thumped beneath the darkness of the night. He took a deep breath and tried to calm himself down. I'm still awake. What is it that you want, Sister Honging? The red tasseled me for half a day, but I couldn't say anything. Finally, as if she were broken, she said, I have something I want to say to you in person. Can I come in? Well, the door is unlocked, so come on in. Ning Yun usually doesn't lock his door when he's at home, nor would the Red Riding Hood barge into the middle of his bedroom for no reason. There was a wonderful understanding maintained between the two. Red Riding pushed the door open and stepped in. At this point, she was wearing a set of SpongeBob SquarePants pajamas and had a soft Doraemon pillow in her arms. The figure was long and slender, with a slim waist and full breasts. A faint blush spread across her delicate, pretty face. Under the moonlight, the black hair seemed to be draped in a thin veil of moonlight. It is like a light-colored veil worn by a bride. She walked in and sat herself down on the edge of Ning Yun's bed. What's wrong? I'm actually a little afraid of the dark, so can I stay in your house tonight? Chapter 55, Twin God Agents? That's the third god? Ning Yun moved to the side, leaving half of the empty space for Red Tassel. Red ruffles laid on very naturally, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly in an imperceptible smile. She actually wanted to come and show her feelings, but the words couldn't come out. It's not that you don't like it enough, but you like it so much that you can be afraid that the answer you get is not the one you want. Cowards are even afraid of happiness, and are even hurt by touching cotton. All the two lacked was an opportunity to speak their minds. Only when standing at the border between life and death, people will throw down all the concerns and shackles, and face the truest emotions of their heart. Perhaps, this opportunity is coming. Not for long. Red Tassel's well-proportioned breathing rang out. She nestled in Ning Yun's arms like a well-behaved kitten. Ning Yun looked down at the red tassel in his arms and slowly revealed a gentle smile. For the first time, he didn't call her sister, but by her first name. Red Tassel. I like you. Well, Hong Liao answered in her sleep, and her arms around Ning Yun tightened with renewed vigor. Suddenly, Ning Yun raised his eyes to look out the window. At some point, a faint touch of divine might slowly filled the air from the sky above Seongnam City. He murmured softly, the goddess of the night. Nix. Ning Yun had felt the divine might unleashed by the blazing angel Michael and the god of time, Kronos, with the aid of their agents. The blazing angel Michael's divine might is fiery and holy. The divine power of Kronos, the god of time, seems to pull one into the vortex of time. And right now, the divine might he felt released by the goddess of darkness, Nyx, was as deep as the night, as if it was going to envelop everything under the color of night. The one who should be bothered by the appearance of Nyx, the goddess of the night, is Yuan Gang. However, just as Ning Yun was planning to fall asleep while holding Redclaw in his arms, the system's voice sounded again. Your Froglet brings back a pet for you, the phoenix of immortality. Ning Yun's eyes were slightly stunned, then he reached out and clicked on the traveling backpack. However, there was nothing inside. Where are the pets that Frogpop brought back? Ning Yun was somewhat stunned. In the meantime, Yuan Gang was still thinking about how to torture this group of new recruits when he had just picked up his tea with the intention of taking a sip. A heavenly divine might swiftly swept through the entire Seongnam City like a tidal wave, and it's still bursting outward. That is, the mighty pressure that belongs to God. Without the slightest hesitation, Yuan Gang immediately stood up, and at the same time quickly contacted Xiaopinga, the leader of Team 006. Something's happened to the captain. Old Yuan, why have you become so flustered from your trip out? Like a new recruit. Yuan Gang's tone was grave. Captain, I don't have time to joke with you. There's a god descending on this side of Seongnam City. Xiaopinga's face stagnated, and the teacup in his hand fell to the ground, falling to pieces like Yuan Gang. Gods? Gods? Is it something we've had a record of? I can't tell, but in my personal judgment, it shouldn't be. I understand. You always pay attention to the safety and situation over there. I will assist you, as soon as possible, to ask for instructions from above. After hanging up the phone call with Xiaopinga, Yuan Gang clicked on Ning Yun's avatar. After thinking for a moment, he left a message for Ning Yun. Then in the next second he received a message from Ning Yun in reply. Yuan Gang, the gods are present. Come quickly. Ning Yun, Nyx, the goddess of darkness, need not worry. She won't do anything to Daxia. Upon seeing the message he sent, Yuan Gang froze for a split second. How did Ning Yun know the name of this newly descended god? Ning Yun. And you say you're not a divine agent. If it wasn't a divine agent, how could Ning Yun possibly know so much insider information? Owned up to being tricked by this kid again. However, this time he was truly wrong about Ning Yun. It was true that Ning Yun wasn't an agent of any gods, he only knew a little bit about the plot's development. But in this extremely dangerous world, knowing the progress of the plot would only lead to disaster if you didn't have the strength. But, Yuan Gang's trust in Ning Yun was still very high. Since Ning Yun had said so, there shouldn't be too much of a problem. Just even so, he needed to meet this goddess of the night once. Because, at this time, he was not representing himself, but the great Xia. The moment you put your cell phone away, Yuan Gang's figure had already arrived in front of Lin Qiye and Nyx. At the sight of Lin Qiye, his pupils suddenly shrunk and he forced himself to calm down. Vice Captain of the Great Summer Night Watchman Squad 006. Yuan Gang, may I ask if Your Excellency is the Goddess of Darkness? Nyx nodded slightly, his expression indifferent, looking at Yuan Gang as if he were looking at a tiny mole cricket. The hierarchical gap between gods and men was like a heavenly chasm. After receiving Nyx's affirmative answer, Yuan Gang secretly breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. That kid Ning Yun didn't lie to himself. The one who suddenly appeared in front of me was indeed the Goddess of Darkness. Nyx. But, what is she doing in Sungnan City? Upon noticing Lin Qiye beside Nyx, Yuan Gang seemed to realize something as he asked with some uncertainty. The Goddess of Darkness came to Daxia. Could it be that she came to look for an agent? A hint of bewilderment flowed through Nyx's eyes. Agent? Lin Qiye hurriedly stepped forward. Instructor Yuan, she is indeed here to look for an agent. Where's the man? At those words, Lin Qiye pointed at himself. Yuan Gang looked skeptical. You? Aren't you kid an agent of the Blazing Angel? It's a long story. Long story short. Then, well, since it's come to this, it's no longer possible to hide from you that I'm actually the dual god agent. The moment the words fell, Lin Qiye and Yuan Gang, however, changed their faces at the same time. In the distant sky, a flash of crimson momentarily illuminated the night like day. Endless flames swept across the sky and the earth, heat waves like wind, whistling along with the flapping of those tens of thousands of miles of feathered wings. Immediately after, an incomparably long phoenix sound resounded between heaven and earth. The three flame tails flickered with 9 colors. Seeing this, Yuan Gang's face was filled with incredulity. He swallowed his throat and looked at Lin Qiye. You just said that you are a dual god agent. So what is that? Can it be that it is the third god that came to find you? I'm not building it? Lin Qiye's head was also a mushy mess at this point. A wave of heat came over me. The incomparably large crimson divine phoenix transformed into streams of light, dragging its long flaming tail and disappearing from sight in an instant. In the meantime, Ning Yun watched as a small red bird slowly appeared in the empty space in his system backpack. Rebirth by Fire, Immortal Phoenix. Chapter 56, Phoenix Void Image. The Night's Watch hierarchy shook. Due to the fact that all of his attention was focused on the system's backpack, the flash of crimson that had just flared up in the nighttime canopy had not been noticed by Ning Yun. Disliking his own blood bar is too brittle. Ning Yun has long been used to the frog puppet's dislike. Earlier it was the fact that he was too slow, and then he brought back the shining fruit for himself. Again, he was too weak in power and brought back a flowing blade of wakizashi for himself. Nowadays, on the other hand, he was too brittle for his own blood bar, and brought back a pet for himself named Bathed in Fire, Immortal Phoenix. But, why do you feel that this thing doesn't look related to the so-called Divine Phoenix? Ning Yun's gaze gazed at the little red bird in his system's backpack, and all of a sudden, he became a bit dumbfounded. This is angry birds? But it is much cuter than the angry bird in the game Ning Yun played, with big round eyes and a bulging bird body, and it looks like a female. The 3 little tails kept changing, each of the 9 different colors flashing by. Feathery wings fluttered, and big, boo-boo eyes. Immediately, Ning Yun reached out and gently nudged at this little red bird. In an instant, all of the information from it was presented before Ning Yun's eyes. Rebirth by Fire, Immortal Divine Phoenix, the original Divine Phoenix Domain Master's only heir. Born every trillion years of the 9-colored Divine Phoenix. Frog pups use 9 kinds of heavenly treasures representing different attributes. To the goddess of the night Nyx's extraordinary fertility to make it evolve into the immortal Divine Phoenix. Death will no longer be the end of the line. Every death will make you stronger. Can borrow the power of the immortal Divine Phoenix to reshape the heavens and earth. The birth of the dead and the flesh of white bones, so that all things are born in the fire. Rebirth. Ning Yun's expression was slightly stunned. Immortal God Phoenix really does not die. He can immunize himself from all physical attacks by completely light elementalizing himself. The safety of life is ensured to the greatest extent possible. The immortal God Phoenix, however, was conceptually immortal. There are many ways to be able to counter the elementalization of the shining fruit. In the original it was dominance. In this world, perhaps the power of those gods can ignore the elementalization to do real damage to themselves. But even the gods couldn't truly kill themselves after contracting with the immortal god Phoenix. A true sense of being reborn in fire and immortality. Even each death will make one stronger. The ability to be absolutely clueless. Speaking of which, among the special squads of the Night's Watch, there seems to be a squad named after the Phoenix. Ning Yun thought thoughtfully. He twisted his head to look at the sleeping red tassel beside him, and didn't just directly summon the immortal god Phoenix out like that. What if we set fire to our own house? The shining fruit and the flowing blade wakizashi were both items, so they didn't need to worry about that. But the undying god Phoenix was a real living thing, and it was still crowned as the immortal Phoenix that was reborn from the fire. He walked out of the bedroom, his form flickering. In the next moment, Ning Yun had already appeared on top of the lonely island he often came from. Afterwards, the immortal god Phoenix in the system backpack was taken out. A chubby little red bird just lay on its back in his hand, its eyes lightly closed as if it were sound asleep. Ning Yun reached out and poked its belly with his finger. In an instant, this little red bird opened its eyes, and a flame-burning rune flashed in the depths of its eyes. But upon seeing Ning Yun's face, it chirped. Flapping its tiny wings, it flew over to Ning Yun's face and gently pressed itself against it. There was a flash of warmth. Then, under Ning Yun's stunned gaze, she transformed into a stream of light that instantly surged into Ning Yun's body. That moment, Ning Yun could sense that there was some sort of additional marvelous connection between him and the immortal god Phoenix. The deed is done. On Ning Yun's forehead, a crimson pattern in the shape of a flame slowly emerged. Fiery and mysterious, it symbolizes the immortal divine Phoenix reborn in flames. Each death will usher in a stronger rebirth. This is the true meaning of rebirth by fire. Behind him, an imaginary image of a phoenix soaring between heaven and earth slowly emerged. Honorable, ancient, and exuding an aura of pallor. The phoenix is the king of all birds and a symbol of auspiciousness in Daxia mythology. Yuan Gang watched as the phoenix, which had only just disappeared, reappeared, and the monstrous flames seemed to sweep over the entire world. A pair of phoenix eyes containing a terrifying pressure swept towards everything in the world. Judging from the direction, this time the phoenix surfaced on the far side of the sea, but even the city of Tsangnan was able to see it clearly. The phoenix flame was calm and warm, and the flames were so intense that they did not cause the slightest damage to Tsangnan city. Just for a moment, the phoenix avatar then disappeared once again. Yuan Gang and Lin Qiye exchanged a glance, both seeing deep shock and incredulity in each other's eyes. Holy, what's going on here tonight? Lin Qiye, you saw that false image just now, didn't you? See, is that a god? Yuan Gang was silent for a moment, not quite sure. Maybe? Whether or not the phoenix is a god is open to question, but there's no doubt about it. This phoenix was not here to find Lin Qiye. Yuan Gang was extremely unsettled inside at this moment. The appearance of the goddess of darkness had already shocked him, not realizing that a phoenix would appear again after the goddess of darkness. In Yuan Gang's conception, the phoenix also belongs to the gods that have emerged from mythology. That is to say, in the midst of this silent night, surprisingly, two gods appeared at once. One of them had chosen Lin Qiye as his agent, so there was no need to think about it. But another, Phoenix. Yuan Gang narrowed his eyes. There was a special squad in the Night's Watch with Phoenix blood as its heritage, and only those who were recognized by the Phoenix bloodline were able to join the Phoenix squad. Could it be that Phoenix god is also here looking for an agent? But the captain of the Phoenix squad, Xia Simeng, already had a god behind her, the goddess of war and victory, whose name is Athena. Suddenly, Yuan Gang thought of a possibility. If we go by the characteristics of the Phoenix squad, what the Phoenix represents is flame and rebirth. As of late, the only one he knew of who had anything to do with flame abilities and was still very powerful seemed to be that one person, Ning Yun. Could it really be that this kid was chosen by the Phoenix to become a divine agent? He's not the only one who thinks so. Lin Qiye's thoughts coincided with his, and at this point, Ning Yun didn't know it yet. Because of him, the entire Night's Watch has been alerted. One of the human sealings, Fuzi, was one step short of stepping into the city of Tsangnan. The captain of the Phoenix squad, Xia Simeng, was questioned for this. The result obtained was that she had not been chosen by the Phoenix to be an agent of the twin gods. And in the records of the Night's Watch Divine Sequence Archive, once again there are two new gods. One of them, the goddess of the night, Nyx, sequence 043. Another, suspected to be a Phoenix present, is temporarily sealed in the archives, sequence unknown. Chapter 57 Intercepting a missile with only one hand. God's gesture. The time at camp flew by. Lin Qiye and the others spent several months inside the training camp. They have also gone from being rookies to being veterans today. And today, Lin Qiye and the others, who were originally continuing their training, suddenly learned a piece of news. They are about to go on a 4-day vacation. The reason is that it's going to be New Year's Eve. The year is a very important day for Daxia, but apparently the meaning of the year has faded a lot for those who have become vigilantes. While Bailey Chubby acted happy, Lin Qiye on the side looked a bit preoccupied. Ever since that phoenix present, he's always seen a glowing green frog in his asylum. He didn't even know how the frog got in there, but thanks to that frog, Nix's healing progresses much faster. Looking at Bailey Chubby, who was cheering from his vacation, Lin Qiye sighed quietly. In the meantime, after announcing the vacation, Yuan Gang walked over to Ning Yun. Ning Yun, we're going to send them back to the city afterward, so we'll be relying on you for this period of time. Ning Yun nodded slightly. Alas, this time in addition to certain assassins who have come for power and wealth, I fear that those rats hiding in the shadows will also make a move. Be careful yourself. There's a good chance that the guys from the Church of the Ancient God will throw an olive branch at you. Make sure you don't join them. Ning Yun laughed. Captain Wang Mian also told me about this. You guys are really nagging like old moms. Yuan Gang was so angry that he almost blew his beard. But unfortunately he didn't have a few strands of beard that he could blow up. He slapped Ning Yun hard on his shoulder. You brat. I'm concerned about you. By the way, how is your relationship with your sister now? Pretty good. What do you two do every day? Ning Yun thought for a moment and spoke. In the morning, we'll eat breakfast together. At noon I'll pick her up and bring her home, and in the evening she'll sit in my arms and watch a movie. At those words, the corners of Yuan Gang's mouth twitched slightly. He said in a serious tone, Boy, you and your sister, this is too bland. And the old couple like, you have to branch out. Be passionate. Forget it, you're such an elm. You probably haven't even held a little girl's hand in your entire life. Have you? After a moment of silence, Ning Yun slowly spoke. I've only ever held her hand. Yuan Gang. At that instant, it was as if Yuan Gang had suffered 10,000 points of real damage inside. Grass. He then asked the question redundantly. Isn't that making things difficult for yourself? Brother, why don't you withdraw that? I was indifferent. It was my friend who broke the defense. It really wasn't me. I was just fighting for my friend. At this point, the few instructors standing beside the two were also dryly silenced by the words. Ning Yun sat in the front seat of the bus. Lin Qiye sat behind him and squeezed in with Bailey Chubby. The moment the bus left the training camp, they instantly felt some sort of shackle within their bodies burst open. The forbidden objects from the base that were able to suppress the forbidden ruins no longer played any role for them. Therefore, their most original power also erupted at this moment. Wow! I broke through. What's all the fuss about? Don't you crowd me, fat ass. Can you two stop? I want to sleep so much. Just as the recruits were bickering, Ning Yun looked like he had noticed something as he slightly raised his eyes towards the window. A crimson flame flashed steeply in the depths of his eyes. In the distant sky above, several shadows cut through the clouds and were coming towards them at an extremely violent speed. Seeing this, Ning Yun murmured softly, Missiles, that's a big deal. The moment the words fell, his figure had already disappeared above the seats of the bus. Where's Instructor Ning Yun? Holy, Instructor Ning Yun is in the sky. Heaven? With a startled cry, all the eyes of the recruits looked towards the window. One could only see a slender figure standing between heaven and earth under the blue sky in the distance. Clothes hunted, and the gusty winds high above the sky whistled like a roar. Not far in front of him, 5 missiles wrapped in a terrifying might came crashing down. Originally, 3 of the 5 missiles were used to destroy the muster camp, while the other 2 were to blow up the barrier with the bus. But since Ning Yun had already struck, how could he continue to let these 5 missiles continue to advance half a step further? He lifted his eyes and gazed toward the front. Then he slowly raised his arm. An endless light converged around him, coalescing to form a dazzling to the extreme field of light. The moment the 5 missiles entered the field of light, it was as if the world had been pressed into pause. The 5 whistling missiles stopped directly in front of Ning Yun not far away. With that, a flame bloomed steeply in the void. The flames fostered cracks, turning one of the missiles into a roiling firework that flourished like a firework. Immediately after, second, third, all 5 missiles turned into fireworks and burst with a loud thump, as if it were a salute for a grand salute that was about to occur. Seeing this, the crowd of new recruits in the bus chimed in unison. Holy, it's worthy of being Instructor Ning Yun. Even the stance of the strike is so impressive. Wow, it's fireworks, eh? It's beautiful. No, is that what the focus should be? That's a missile, isn't it? That's a real missile, isn't it? It was only at this moment that they reacted to the fact that if Ning Yun hadn't made a move just now, the odds were that they would have already perished under the terrifying power of that missile. Bailey Chubby wrapped his arms around Lin Qiye beside him with a deadly grip. 7 nights. Didn't the two of us almost karma? Let go of me first. I'm about to die from your squeezing. After saying that, Lin Qiye silently squinted his eyes and looked out the window. Just as he thought. This time out of the camp was indeed because they were being watched. It was just that the group of attackers were afraid that they hadn't expected that the missiles they had fired out would be easily erased by Ning Yun. You know, that's a missile. Not something that can be compared to a normal hot weapon like a pistol versus a rifle. It's a real weapon of war that can inflict horrific damage at a wide range. However, it was erased from the world just like that by Ning Yun in a gesture that was as light as a brush stroke. In the meantime, Ning Yun stood above the void. He then slowly turned his head and looked towards the distance. A long spear wreathed in flames was speeding in his direction. It was obvious that the lance wasn't aimed at him, but the missiles from earlier. At that thought, Ning Yun's pitch-black eyes narrowed slightly. The golden mask he wore on his face flowed with glittering radiance, reflecting his surrounding temperament as if he were a god descending to the world. Next moment, Ning Yun raised his hand in a false grip. The lance then instantly stopped in front of him. Chapter 58 Rats of the Church of the Ancient God? Annihilate. With that, Ning Yun gripped the lance in his hand. He gently shook it, and then he flexed his fingers. The lance let out a long clanging sound and turned into a stream of light that cut through the clouds and rushed up into the sky. Next moment, the lance then arrived in front of Red Tassel and slowly floated in front of her. Red Coma subconsciously narrowed her eyes and looked at the figure wearing a golden mask. The other side didn't show any hostility. It was friendly. Earlier, Zhao Empyrean City and Lin Qiye had reported the news about the golden masked silhouette to Squad 136. I just didn't expect to see it again today. And nowadays he actually stepped in and saved the bus full of recruits? It seemed like they would have to have the captain and the others interrogate Lin Qiye properly afterward. This kid probably knows a lot of inside information. However, since the training camp was in a closed state during the training camp, Lin Qiye didn't have a way to pass on this information. At that thought, Red Tassel reached out and gripped the lance floating in front of him and turned to leave. Seeing this, Ning Yun's figure flickered and disappeared into countless dazzling glows high above the sky. Intensive training camps. At the sight of the 5 missiles bursting in the sky, Yuan Gang's face turned blue. Those sewer rats, who only dare to hide in the shadows, actually dare to do such a thing. The anger on his face almost coalesced into substance. Even the air pressure around him lowered considerably. 5 whole missiles. It only took one to destroy that bus full of recruits. The few remaining ones, it didn't take much to know they were headed towards the setter camp. It is important to realize that with 239 recruits, there is still a good number of people remaining in the midst of the training camp at this point. If it hadn't been for Ning Yun, there was a good chance that misfortune would have befallen that bus, and the training camp would have suffered a missile strike. Even though he is sitting here, if something really happens then, fear not, fear not. This is a consequence that no one can accept. And, the news of the vacation was just raised today, and they have already taken a shot at the training camp at this time, and such a fast spreading speed, means that there is a mole among them. Thinking so, Yuan Gang's face sank. Missile Control Center. Looking at the figure in the middle of the screen, Snake Woman's eyes instantly widened as she said with an expression full of dismay, Hey, what's up with that guy? All 5 missiles were turned into fireworks and exploded with a bang? It's on, isn't it? That's 5 missiles, not 5 fireworks. Being in the Chuan realm, she was also able to keep herself from taking any damage under the explosion of the missile, but was unable to achieve the kind of glibness that Ning Yun had. Beside her stood a tall, thin figure who spoke slowly, wearing a golden mask, being able to use abilities related to light, and the power of flame. He should be the one we're most concerned about, the same as the double god agent. We have to pull him together as much as possible. If we can't, then we can't continue to let him live. He will cause a lot of trouble to our next action. The snake woman smiled delicately, but her smile was slightly sickly, mixed with a touch of bloodlust. I see, so let's get moving too. The tall, thin man nodded slightly. His eyes were cloudy and he exuded an eerie aura. The identities of the 2 men were clear at this point. The Church of the Ancient Gods, agents of the gods. At the same time, it was also the culprit that triggered the attack. And at this point, Ning Yun still didn't know that he had been targeted. On the second day of the training camp's vacation, Yuan Gang called Ning Yun. Ning Yun, there's a mole among us. Any idea who it is? It's still under investigation. Ning Yun nodded. I understand. You guys keep investigating. Nothing will happen to Lin Qiye's side with me. If it was someone else, Yuan Gang really didn't dare to trust 100%. But if it was Ning Yun, Yuan Gang wouldn't have any doubts. Sangnan City within the city is left to you. There must be the figure of the Church of the Ancient God in this incident. If it was other forces it would be fine. But it involves the Church of the Ancient God. There are many divine agents among them. There are Chuan Realm, Sea Realm, and even infinite realm existences. You must be careful. I know. After hanging up the phone, Ning Yun threw the phone on the bed, then turned his head to look at the fish tank on the windowsill. Frogspawn has been resting for a couple months. The last trip seemed to have made it very tired. In the past few months, Ning Yun had also traveled to Shangjing City to behead mist to replenish his travel energy. But nowadays, the replenishment of travel energy increasingly required an existence of a higher realm. The Marquee realm, the Pool realm, is already minimal in terms of replenishing travel energy. Only higher levels of existence can replenish energy faster. Those divine agents within the Church of the Ancient Gods realm should all be quite high. A good choice. There's no need to have any psychological burden to kill it. It's no longer clear who the real evil god is. During this time, the Frogspawn disappeared for a period of time each day, and there was no telling where it had gone. Suddenly, Ning Yun raised an eyebrow. Even though it was only for a moment, he still detected a trace of a burst of spiritual power. He stood up and walked out the door. After half a day of circling the streets left and right, Ning Yun came to an extremely hidden corner. There's a black van parked here. At that moment, there was an argument coming from inside the van. What did she ask us to spy on such a mother and child for? What a nuisance. Stop complaining. Scorpion 7. We have no choice these days. Ning Yun walked forward and gently knocked on the van's door. Look how polite this young man is. Soon the door of the van was opened and a not-so-friendly voice came out. What's your business? Ning Yun swept 2 glances inside the car. There were 8 or 9 people sitting neatly in the van. Ning Yun didn't bother to count. He spoke slowly and asked, "The Church of the Ancient Gods?" At those words, one of them glared, his eyes full of disbelief. The remaining few people all focused their attention on Ning Yun as well. How do you know? Seeing that they reacted so violently, Ning Yun's heart was clear. It seems that this is the person sent by the Church of the Ancient God. A flame then bloomed from the void, wrapped in destruction and burning out. The breath thumped and burst. A moment later, Ning Yun walked out from the corner, and behind him was already empty. This group of people were here to spy on Lin Qiye's family. It was just that they hadn't thought that Ning Yun's house and Lin Qiye's house were very close to each other. Just now, while they were talking, they had accidentally spilled out a trace of their aura, which had been captured by Ning Yun in just an instant. Thus, Ning Yun took care of them all in passing. Under the heat of the flowing blades like fire, not even a trace of blood remained. The entire van was also vaporized and evaporated instantly. I have to say, they do have a knack for finding hidden corners. There were no cameras that could monitor the existence of this place, coupled with the fact that the annihilation was too brief. Even if a passerby walked by at this moment, he would definitely not be able to imagine what had just happened here. They found themselves a perfect place to be buried. After doing this, Ning Yun turned around. Just as he was about to leave, he noticed a tall, thin figure standing in the shadows not far in front of him. Chapter 59, Snake Woman appears. Limitless Realm, Canyon City. They've all been taken care of. What's next? My lord has already traveled there. You only need to finish off Lin Qiye. Understood. Lin Qiye, well, dual god agent. What a nice name. It's perfect for my collection. Finish the mission as soon as possible, and if you can't persuade him to join us, kill him as fast as you can. The time left for us is running out. Snake Girl chewed her gum and said, somewhat bemused. Fine, I get it. After hanging up the phone, Snake Woman smiled contemptuously. Dual god agent? A dual god agent that hasn't grown up yet is nothing more than a milquetoast brat. Then, let me go and learn the strength of this genius next. The moment the words fell, a bizarre snake eye pattern slowly emerged under the Snake Woman's feet. In the next moment, her figure disappeared into thin air. In the meantime, Lin Qiye, who had just left the peace office, seemed to sense something, and his body trembled violently as an extremely ominous premonition surged through his heart. He looked up toward the sides of his body. On the surrounding buildings and the ground, countless snake-eye patterns suddenly appeared at some point, emitting a bizarre and terrifying aura. It was as if the world had been distorted into some unobservable likeness. The sky, the earth, everything around them took the shape of a snake's eye. Lin Qiye frowned slightly. In just an instant, he realized that he should have stepped into the middle of some unknown forbidden ruin. Come out, sneaky rat. Upon hearing this, the Snake Woman hummed lightly and slowly walked out from beside Lin Qiye with an enchanting stride. I came on behalf of the Church of the Ancient Gods, and I'm here specifically to invite you to join us. Ancient Church of God. Lin Qiye murmured. It really was this organization. When he was leaving, Yuan Gang had already given him a heads up. Lin Qiye didn't rush to make any moves, but continued to open his mouth to inquire, trying to get more information from the other party. Are you the only one coming? Snake Woman smiled delicately. I know what you want to ask. There's no harm in telling you. For you and that guy, we've sent quite a lot of manpower this time. What does that guy mean? Literally, that person wearing a golden mask, he seems to be your instructor again? This time, we have purposely sent a limitless realm to deal with him. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye's eyes plummeted. Limitless realm? Yuan Gang, your brain is still so bad. Don't you realize what I've worked so hard to lure you here for? Yuan Gang scanned around. To stall me, right? The man standing across from Yuan Gang heatedly laughed out. That's right, this is a bright and righteous Yan Plata. My presence is just to slow you down. In fact, according to the original plan, it will continue to wait for a few more days before we start our operation. But due to a little mistake in the middle, the plan has been advanced. A lot of means didn't come to be used, but all of this doesn't matter anymore. As long as we can take the dual god agent away or behead him for that matter, our plan can already come to a perfect end. At that, Yuan Gang raised his eyebrows. Is that all? It's more than that. Of course, we have something in store for that special guest instructor from your intensive training camp. Yuan Gang sneered. So, what realm have you prepared to deal with him? The man laughed grimly. You must have thought it was the sea realm? Yuan Gang was non-committal. It's not the sea realm. Oh, as much as it's hard to admit it, the strength he's shown is just too terrifying. So we purposely prepared an immeasurable realm divine agent to deal with him for this reason. The immeasurable realm. Even your squad 006 leader, Xiao Pinga, is just like that, right? At those words, Yuan Gang's face changed slightly. Although there was speculation that they had been preparing for this program for a long time. However, he hadn't expected that the other party would even send out a divine agent of the limitless realm. But then, the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. There was no mistaking that the infinite realm was strong. But in terms of the strength shown by that brat, it seems that just being in the limitless realm is not quite enough. With this thought, Yuan Gang slowly opened his mouth. Do you think a limitless realm will be able to do anything to him? In the alley, Ning Yun stopped and looked towards the figure. The man was dressed in black, as if he had become one with the shadows. Ning Yun narrowed his eyes and spoke slowly. Is it the Church of the Ancient Gods again? Seeing that he had been discovered, the tall, thin figure stepped out from the shadows and bent down slightly, as if he wanted to show his respect for Ning Yun in this way. With that, he spoke, his voice hoarse and uncomfortable. My name is Stygian Willow. I come on behalf of the Church of the Ancient Gods, and I welcome you wholeheartedly. Stygian Willow? Ning Yun frowned slightly. He had some impression of this name, but it didn't seem to have appeared many times in the original book, and there wasn't a lot of drama. That said, this guy should just be a run-of-the-mill set piece. Whether or not it was a minor role in a running gag didn't mean much to Ning Yun. He raised his eyes, looking to Stygian Willow, and shook his head slowly. I have no interest in joining the Church of the Ancient God. Stygian Willow was not discouraged. He had received orders to invite Ning Yun to join the Church of the Ancient Gods as much as possible, and to that end, even if certain shady tactics were used, it was fine. After all, the Church of the Ancient God was originally a shadow hiding in the darkness. I hope your excellency can give it some more thought. The Ancient God Church's forces are spread throughout all corners of the Great Summer, with more than 10 divine agents. Within our ranks our strength will definitely not disappoint you. There is still a lot of time, but it is already going to be too late. I hope that your excellency will inform me of the answer before tomorrow arrives, and I hope that we can be partners in working together in the future. Underworld Willow's voice was getting farther and farther away, and with it, his figure was about to dissipate into countless black mists. Just then, Ning Yun slowly took a step forward. Then, underneath the dark eyes, it was as calm as the sea. Did I say you could leave it at that? The instant the words fell, Ning Yun slowly raised his hand. Points of light flickered and surfaced from the void, as if they had transformed into countless stars surrounding his body at this moment. Ning Yun raised his eyes to look at Stygian Willow in front of him. Since you're here, then stay. That moment, light converged from all directions. In an instant, a cage was formed to imprison Stygian Willow. Just then, ding 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 ding, the ringing of the cell phone came suddenly. Ning Yun pulled out his cell phone from his coat pocket, and it was Yuan Gang calling. Brat, you're being targeted. The other party is a divine agent of the limitless realm. Chapter 60, The Mighty Pressure of the Infinite Realm. Shocking reversal. Delayed in hearing Ning Yun's reply, Yuan Gang asked somewhat anxiously. Brat, say something. Aha. Say a word. If you're not, just say the word aha back. Ning Yun raised his eyes and slowly looked at Stygian Willow in front of him. If it's not unexpected, that divine agent of the limitless realm you speak of, is standing in front of me at this very moment. What? Yuan Gang hastily spoke. Don't clash with him for now. The two of you will cause too much commotion if you exchange blows, and it's likely that you'll cause irreversible damage to the surrounding residential areas. Speak late. What? Ning Yun calmly said. You're too late. I've already done it. Yuan Gang helplessly held his forehead. Your kid is really. Forget it, try to stall him first. I will find a few night watchmen to go to your side to open the ringless airspace. Upon hearing this, Ning Yun looked towards the distant city center and softly said, no need. There's a ready-made ringless airspace within the city of Tsangnan at this time. I'll just take him there. Ha! Without waiting for Yuan Gang to say anything else, Ning Yun had already hung up the phone. Next moment, Ning Yun's figure flickered slightly, and in an instant, he appeared in front of He Lu. In the meantime, He Lu's aura sword, the terrifying spiritual power belonging to the limitless realm, instantly erupted. Along with his rising power, Ning Yun's cage of light shattered in response. The dense underworld chi spread out like a fog, almost completely blocking out the hot and bright sun in the sky. It was also possible to hear from Ning Yun's conversation with Yuan Gang just now that the other party did not intend to join the Church of the Ancient Gods. In that case, there is no need to continue to talk about it yourself. Keeping him would be a great scourge for the Ancient God Church. Thinking of this, He Lu coldly snorted. It seems that your excellency does not intend to join our Ancient God Church. Since this is the case, then I have no choice but to behead you here. What a quick change of face. Ha, man. Ning Yun didn't say anything, and his palm instantly blasted out. Shasta. His 5 fingers clasped Underworld Willow's neck in a deadly grip before he turned into a stream of light and rushed up into the sky. Lin Qiye's eyes were like the blazing sun burning, as well as the darkness of the night, as the divine might of the blazing angel and the divine might of the goddess of the night gushed out at the same time. The snake woman could no longer resist his divine might. Her body violently trembled for a split second, and even her head became chaotic. Seeing this, Lin Qiye held a straight blade and abruptly slashed downward. Madaka! The sudden halberd collided with the straight sword in Lin Qiye's hand. Emitting a crisp chiming sound, the massive force came in like a tidal wave, blasting Lin Qiye out in just one exchange. Unlike the snake lady, the new man who appeared was polite. He looked towards Ning Yun, his eyes as calm as a lake. One could even say that they were serene and peaceful. In the depths of those calm and serene eyes hid a touch of death wish. My name is Han Xiaoyun, believer, seat 13. The moment the words fell, the spiritual power belonging to the sea realm instantly swept over tens of miles in a radius like a volcano erupting. Lin Qiye stifled a grunt and couldn't stop himself from taking several steps backward. Han Xiaoyun twisted his head to look at Snake Woman. Go find him. You're not needed here. The Snake Woman looked at Lin Qiye unwillingly, and her figure disappeared with a slight flicker. The moment the Snake Woman left, Lin Qiye detected a hint of spatial fluctuations rippling out. It is the empty space of no precepts. That means the vigil has arrived. He was somewhat elated. There was only one vigilante squad in Sangnan City, and that was Squad 136. The unfolding of the ringless airspace transformed the area into a world under a curtain, and whatever happened inside would not affect the outside world. It's like an isolated island. In the distance, 7 cloaked figures slowly emerged. Wouldn't it be a failure if you didn't put a hand in such a shocking entrance? Shenmai was just about to open his mouth when he heard a breaking sound suddenly ring out. Some object blasted past his ear. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of a heavy object landing on the ground. Lin Qiye was somewhat stunned as he looked towards the figure that had smashed out a crater beside him. Snake lady? Didn't she just leave? Lin Qiye hastily raised his head towards the air as if he had noticed something. In the meantime, the entirety of Squad 136 similarly looked toward the sky. Han Xiaoyun couldn't help but narrow his eyes. What's the situation? Other than Squad 136 and Lin Qiye in front of them, could it be that there were other experts in this Tsangnan city? Is it hard to believe that guy didn't slow down Yuan Gang? And soon, he then saw exactly who the culprit was for causing this scene. Standing high in the sky, a stream of light swiftly arrived. Ning Yun tackled He Lu's neck and casually threw him to the ground as if he were a piece of trash. Boom! He Lu's body was instantly smashed into the ground as if it was embedded in it tightly. Ning Yun's figure slowly descended downwards until it stepped on the ground. What he had in mind was simple. By the time the night watchman that Yuan Gang had found opened the ringless airspace, I'm afraid that by that time, the aftermath of his battle with Stygian Willow would have completely destroyed the surrounding residential buildings. Just in time, he sensed the aura from the ringless hollow. Here in Canyon City, a certain number of vigilantes opened up the ringless airspace. The only vigilantes he should have thought of that would open the ringless airspace in Sangnan City would be Squad 136. At this point, He Lu slowly stood up from the deep pit he had smashed out of. The underworld chi hovered and accumulated around his body, and even the temperature kept dropping. As Han Xiaoyun saw his face, his eyes suddenly narrowed. As the 13th seat of the believers, Han Xiaoyun naturally knew the identity of He Lu, Infinite Realm, agent of Radamandes, judge of the underworld. He couldn't comprehend how the underworld willow of the limitless realm could be thrown on the ground like garbage. However, there was something even worse than Pluto. The snake woman. After Han Xiaoyun yelled at her to leave, she left without looking back. As a result, before she could walk out of the distance, she happened to run into Ning Yun, who had rushed to this place. Thus, Ning Yun didn't give her the slightest bit of buffer time as he kicked out. How terrible is the speed of light? The snake woman of the Chuan realm fell directly into a state of unconsciousness, due to the speed of the reversal. At this point, Lin Qiye was still a bit unresponsive to what exactly had happened. He ran through the whole thing. First, Snake Woman lost to herself. Then Han Xiaoyun appeared, saved Snake Woman and repelled herself with a single move. Immediately afterward, the ringless airspace suddenly unfolded, and all of Squad 136 arrived, ready to fight Han Xiaoyun. And then a double reversal. At this time, Ning Yun suddenly arrived. After a moment of thinking, Lin Qiye came to a conclusion. The advantage remains with me. The one who came was Ning Yun. Lin Qiye's heart was once again full of confidence. As long as Ning Yun was there, nothing would be a problem. If even Ning Yun couldn't defeat them, he himself shouldn't think of struggling and simply give up. Not far. Looking at the straight and slender handsome figure, Chen Mai and the others fell into silence. Well, Captain, are we being robbed of the limelight? Old Cho, you might as well keep your mouth shut. No one will take you for a dummy. That said, that guy, with the golden mask, isn't that the one who beheaded the Ghostface King before? I asked 7 Knights. And he seems to be 7 Knights instructor in the Recruit intensive training camp. Squad 136 collectively fell silent again. Only the red tassel. She narrowed a pair of beautiful eyes and looked carefully at Ning Yun's back. Ha! This outfit. Why does this look familiar? Chapter 61, The Sword of Hanging Heaven, Pouring Heaven's Might. For some reason, the moment he saw Ning Yun, alarm bells rang frantically in Han Xiaoyun's heart. However, before he could react in any way, Stygian Willow slowly stood up, her eyes shrouded in endless darkness. Being at the limitless realm, he was thrown to the ground like garbage by Ning Yun, which was nothing short of a strange shame. In order to wash away this endless shame, and in order to fulfill the mission of the Church of the Ancient Gods, he had to kill Ning Yun here. This guy is growing so fast. The first time I noticed him, it was still only to the extent of being able to kill the Chuan realm Ghostface King. The second time he was noticed was when a mole in the training camp passed on the news that he already possessed the ability to be an even match for the masked squad at that time. Don't rule out that it was a good show that he put on with the masked squad. Thus, it was initially judged to be above the sea realm and half a step above the limitless realm. That's why you're here yourself. And in Songnan City, without the presence of the ruin monument, he could use his full power with impunity. He raised his head and looked towards Ning Yun in front of him. With that, his hands slowly opened up as if he was embracing this side of heaven and earth. At that moment, the terrifying forbidden ruins belonging to the divine agents of the limitless realm instantly unfolded. With him as the center, the monstrous underworld chi swept in from all directions, turning everywhere it passed into underworld land. He Lu's expression was indifferent and his tone was calm. Annihilate. Since you chose to reject the invitation of the Church of the Ancient God, the only ending that awaits you next is to be buried here. The moment the words fell, he clenched his 5 fingers in a false grip towards Ning Yun. The underworld chi condensed to the point where it almost had substance, transforming into countless sharp gray blades that sped away. Each gray blade was wrapped in terrifying pressure, slashing through the void with an unbeatable momentum and descending with a roar. Just for a moment, even the Sea Realm's Han Xiaoyun couldn't help but take 2 steps back toward his side. Lin Qiye's face grew paler and paler as he hurriedly used his divine might to fight this terrifying underworld chi. At this moment, Chen Mai and the others arrived beside Lin Qiye. A few people worked together to construct a line of defense, blocking the incessant onslaught of sky-covering underworld chi outside of the line of defense. Captain, what's going on with that guy? Wu Shangnan asked with a somewhat shocked expression as he held up his frames. That's no longer the aura of the Chuan realm, is it? Could it be the Sea realm? Just coming out of the novice village, you encountered such a powerful opponent. 7 Knights you also shelled out. Zhao Kongqing made a small joke to sort of ease the atmosphere at this point. After all, in the Songnan City squad, the most powerful was only the captain, Chen Mai, who was only at the Chuan realm. If the other party was really in the Sea realm, it meant that their side would never be able to fight against the other party. Just then, Chen Mai slowly opened his mouth, and just as he spoke, the hearts of Zhao Kongqing's few people thumped. That halberd-wielding one is the Sea realm. That's an unquestionable fact. He looks a lot like someone I've heard about before. And another. Chen Mai gazed at Stygian Willow. If it's just the 2 sea realms, we might still be able to resist for a while before waiting for support. But obviously, the other party only has 1 sea realm, and the other is above the Sea realm. What realm is above the Sea realm? The members of Squad 136, who were members of the Night's Watch, were naturally incomparably clear in their hearts. Infinite realm. The realm division of spiritual power. The gap between each realm was like a heavenly chasm, a dividing line that could not be crossed. Only divine agents, and they even had to be agents of the top gods, were able to cross this dividing line. There is no doubt about the difficulty of fighting across borders. What's more, at this time, what they were about to cross was not just one realm, but two whole realms. I hit the infinite realm divine agent? Really? Marigold, pool, river, sea, infinity, Klein. Countless streams converge to form an inexhaustible ocean. The infinite realm, on the other hand, transcends the concept of quantity and is truly infinite in its infinity. It's the difference in levels. With this thought in mind, Chenmai looked furtively towards Ning Yun, who was not far ahead. Right now, the possibility of them being able to defeat the Church of the Ancient God was down to the last and only option. That would be Ning Yun. In the meantime, after seeing Stygian Willow unfold the Forbidden Ruins, Ning Yun didn't reveal any expression. The Infinite Realm. This is the first time he has fought with a divine agent of the Infinite Realm in the middle of the real world. Streaming blades of fire don't count among them. Previously, his strongest opponents were only the Masked Squad and Yuan Gang of the Sea Realm. Speaking of which, the Masked Squad seems to be able to kill the Infinite Realm's mystery with a full combined attack. Let's hope this Infinite Realm can replenish a little more energy for traveling. One thought in this. Ning Yun slowly raised his eyes. A flash of extreme crimson flashed in his dark eyes. Endless blades of underworld chi wrapped toward him, as if they were going to turn into an abyss and swallow him completely. In this moment, he stretched out his bony palms and gently crossed them from the void. The fiery flames rose steeply. The fire jumped. It was like a ferocious beast raging. It also keeps wandering like a red dragon. Finally, accompanied by countless flames erupting and splashing in all directions, a flash of snow-white blade reflected Ning Yun's clear face. He murmured softly, "Moro, all are ashes. The flowing blade is like fire." That moment, He Lu's eyes plummeted. A look of horror appeared on his face. His lips became much drier, and the feeling of thirst rushed over him. The water in the air was being evaporated, replaced by an oncoming wave of searing heat. This terrifying heat wave, the mighty pressure wrapped in it, was definitely more than just the sea realm. Ning Yun stood in place, his eyes gazing calmly at He Lu. A golden glow slowly spread from beneath his feet. Thousands of light flares coalesced into a field under the ringless airspace. Subsequently, the points of light converged again. A sword hanging in the sky slowly emerged from above the head of Underworld Willow, and the flame ignited at the tip of the sword, transforming into a red dragon that wrapped around the sword. There was not an ounce of hesitation. Ning Yun pressed his fingers together and gently pressed downward. The sword of hanging heaven erupted with the pressure of pouring heaven and crashed down. The moment. It was like a shooting star falling, a red rainbow piercing the sun, and a deafening roar resounded between heaven and earth. Without the isolation of the ringless airspace, this strike would have been enough to trigger a terrifying scene like an earthquake in Sangnan City. The power of light, the fury of flames, intertwined and converged into a most violent symphony. All things will be burned out, and heaven and earth will tremble. Even just the aftershocks nearly toppled the members of Squad 136 out. Zhao Empyrean City, who had only just set up the ringless airspace, looked at a notice board in the distance with some alarm. At this moment, the notice board even vaguely appeared to be moving to break. That's a bit open and shut, isn't it? Chapter 62, The Real Wind. Do you want to be relieved? Under absolute power, all techniques were vanity. After the sword of the hanging sky turned into a meteor and fell, an incomparably wide and deep pit had already been opened up on the ground at this point. The flames burned the earth, and everywhere they passed was turned into black scorched earth, with gullies and ravines. The originally clear sky was also covered with embers, turning it into a barren and ruined apocalyptic scene. Seeing this scene, Lin Qiye's eyes widened slightly, their depths filled with disbelief. The power of this sword was a bit too outrageous, wasn't it? If it weren't for the ringless airspace, I'm afraid that at this point, Sangnan City would have been destroyed by Ning Yun before it was even attacked by the enemy. What have you been protecting? Zhao Empyrean City's mouth opened wide as if it could be stuffed with an egg. Holy, is this the kind of damage a human being can inflict? The last time I saw him, it was still the Ghostface King. Such a short period of time. The progress of his strength is also a little too fast, right? The gap between people and people is really bigger than the gap between people and dogs. Si Xiaonan circled her small mouth. Her beautiful eyes were surprised. Wow, what a horrible power. This is the moment that it hits our body. Is it mailed? Hong Ying didn't say anything, but all of her attention was focused on Ning Yun's back. Whether it's the clothes or the figure, it's too familiar. She and Ning Yun stayed together almost every night, and she didn't know how many times she had seen his back. If there was anyone in this world who was most familiar with Ning Yun, it would definitely be her. Red tassel. Just then, Chenmai looked like he had noticed something as he squinted his eyes and spoke. Something's not right. This strike didn't settle the opponent. Same time, Ning Yun raised his eyes slightly, holding the flowing blade fire as he swung a writing-like slash toward the front. Boom! Shasta! The embers were split in two and slowly dissipated between heaven and earth. As he watched an unharmed Hei Lu reappear in his field of vision, Ning Yun revealed a hint of a somewhat astonished expression. The hanging heaven's sword condensed from the shining fruit and the raging flames released by the flowing blade wakizashi. Under such a mixed strike, the other party actually didn't receive any injuries? It seems that the infinite realm is going to be even more powerful than one expected. But that's just about it. Suddenly, breeze in your face, blowing Ning Yun's broken black hair around. In the meantime, a calm and neutral voice rang out abruptly. A great windstorm. Han Xiaoyun raised the halberd in his hand, his face solemn, and the biting gale came whistling out of nowhere. Bone-chilling winds, bone-chilling cold. Forbidden Ruins Sequence 079. The Great Windstorm. When a halberd comes out, stormy winds follow, and snow flies, like a natural disaster. Han Xiaoyun's eyes narrowed slightly, his toes stepped lightly, his halberd clenched in his hand, and in an instant, he stabbed forward with the power of the storm. The wind whistled as if it were a ghost crying or a child whimpering. Seeing the situation, Ning Yun raised his hand with calm eyes, extending a finger to gently point forward. Electricity. The fingertips of the fingers collided abruptly with the tip of the halberd. A flash of flame flared steeply from his fingertips. The rising streams of flame were as red as blood, winding around Ning Yun's body to block the bone-piercing raging storm. Two very different forces were constantly colliding. The wind and snow were mixed with flames, and the flames were wrapped around the wind and snow. But Han Xiaoyun was only in the sea realm after all, the inexhaustible sea realm spiritual power. Yet there was still a moment of exhaustion. Subsequently, Ning Yun slightly flexed his fingers, and his finger flick instantly struck. That moment, Han Xiaoyun only felt an irresistible, massive force coming from the halberd's grip, and it flew out of his hand in an instant, after circling numerous times in the air. Jab! The halberd plunged straight into the ground. Han Xiaoyun's eyes narrowed suddenly, and his tiger's mouth shook and cracked. Ning Yun spoke. Great Windstorm is still a good ability, just not very meaningful, because, even without that ability, it is still capable of inducing a storm. With that, Ning Yun slowly raised his hand palm upwards, and a flash of light slowly emerged. Shasta! Countless points of light emerged under the dome of the sky, coalescing to form a rain of light swords that covered the sky and circled around. Han Xiaoyun's strike gave Ning Yun an inspiration. The wind was created. After all, because of the extreme speed, the wind appeared between the flaps of the bushel. The faster the bushel fan is flapped, the stronger the wind will be. Then, just keep increasing the speed, and the power of the wind will be equally enhanced to a limit. A thought. The rain of swords hovering under the dome of the sky began to surge madly in the same direction. Under extreme speed, the wind, then, is born. A tornado that ran through the sky and the earth appeared in the middle of the crowd's vision. Ning Yun snapped his fingers. A flash of flame was then caught in the wind. Boom! The flames instantly ignited the entire tornado. In the face of a real natural disaster, human power seems to seem so small. No words can describe the scene before us. At this very moment, this natural disaster, which belonged to nature, was created by Ning Yun himself. Han Xiaoyun couldn't stop trembling. The scene in front of him had completely surpassed his ability to comprehend. Tornado. He could do the same by utilizing his own forbidden ruin, Great Wind Scourge, because he was able to create the eye of the storm. But why is it that someone whose abilities have absolutely nothing to do with the wind is able to do this? That's nifty to open up. Wind Spirit Moon Shadow Legacy Man? Frankly speaking, the moment he saw this scene, Han Xiaoyun had completely lost his confidence to continue resisting. As Ning Yun said, it's pointless. From his words, it could be heard that he had just realized it during the battle with himself. Such a horrible enlightenment. He is not a human being at all. A feeling of powerless despair enveloped Han Xiaoyun. Far away, Chen Mai looked at the bundle of tornadoes, and deep in his eyes was indescribable shock and surprise. To be able to easily induce such a heavenly disaster and instantly suppress a sea realm powerhouse, such strength was by no means something they could match. Next moment, Ning Yun raised his head and reached out for a gentle handshake. The tornado dissipated softly. The tornado he created was too powerful, and the one that continued to sweep on would completely tear apart this heaven and earth, and the ringless hollow realm would be easily disintegrated. And right now, the enemy has not yet been completely resolved. Ning Yun looked at Han Xiaoyun once again. Get out of the way. My target isn't you. I'm sorry. I can't take a step back unless you kill me. In my case. Yeah, then you want to be relieved? I can free you from the grip of ravings. Do you want to keep living? At those words, Han Xiaoyun's face changed slightly. but then he regained his composure. I have no reason to live anymore. Ning Yun lowered his eyes, his voice as calm as the surface of the sea. Fine, I understand. With the words falling slowly, Ning Yun's hand that was holding Quicksilver Ruofire lifted up. Immediately, a knife was swung. Chapter 63, Heaven and Earth Immortal, Divine Phoenix Immortal. That moment, the blazing fire that should be releasing a furious aura was incredibly calm and peaceful. A sword slashed out, and flames followed it like a shadow. A high-pitched phoenix sound resounded in the heavens and earth. Han Xiaoyun looked at the flames that wrapped his body in amazement, but there was not the slightest pain of the blazing fire, but instead, it carried a hint of warmth and tranquility. In the meantime, behind Ning Yun, a phoenix avatar swiftly emerged, its feathered wings spreading out extremely wide as 3 phoenix tails the color of 9 colors transformed into long rainbows that fluttered across the sky. The phoenix eyes contained the ultimate majesty and pressure. Even if a god was here, he would have to lower his lofty head in front of them. The 9-colored divine phoenix was originally the lord of a domain, with a terrifyingly pure bloodline. Under the incubation of the 9 types of almost rare and extinct heavenly materials collected by the frog pups, it directly sublimated into a higher level of the immortal god phoenix. Live with the heavens and share the borders of the earth. Heaven and earth will not be destroyed, and the divine phoenix will not die. In a sense, the immortal god phoenix represented the will of a world. 10,000 laws are added to the body, and 10,000 blessings surround it. At the sight of that phoenix imaginary statue, the entirety of Squad 136 was silent. Even Lin Qiye fell into silence. Phoenix. A few months ago, the phoenix's shadow appeared in the middle of the sky above Tsangnan City, and that scene was recorded by countless citizens taking pictures with their cell phones. The false image of the phoenix appearing in the world alarmed the entire Night's Watch hierarchy. Even, since it appeared together with the goddess of darkness, Nyx, the Night's Watch executives thought that there was likely to be some kind of connection between the goddess of darkness and the phoenix, and at the time, it took a great deal of effort on the part of the Night's Watch to completely shut down the news of the phoenix's presence. They erased the phoenix false image from the internet for various reasons, or rather, they falsified it so that the public would think it was just a mirage. However, the real situation naturally could not be hidden from Lin Qiye and Chen Mai, the informants within the bureau. Chen Mai said in a deep voice, "It's true. The phoenix appeared in the world to search for a divine agent, but I didn't expect that the agent he found would actually be, as a matter of common sense, the most likely person to be chosen by the phoenix to become an agent would be a member of the Phoenix Squad. As a result, I didn't expect that it would actually be this mysterious person wearing a golden mask who had appeared several times." Wu Shangnan spoke with a hint of shock. Is this the divine power belonging to the phoenix? Wait, I remembered that he used light-related abilities before. I didn't realize that he also possessed the power of a phoenix. Is a dual god agent like 7 Knights? Zhao Kongqing's eyes widened as he spoke in a shocked tone. I'm afraid it's not just 2 gods, but 3, a god related to light, a god related to fire, and the last one is the phoenix that manifests in the world. Although Squad 136 hadn't participated in the intensive training camp, they had heard about this from Lin Qiye. Sanshin, a term that has never been used before. In the Night's Watch, this has never been seen before either. How many unknown means does he still have that he hasn't revealed? This question surfaced in the minds of the entire 136th squad at the same time. In the meantime, Han Xiaoyun, who was directly in front of Ning Yun, had eyes filled with incredulity as he saw the Phoenix avatar. But then the surprise became calm. He has been able to accept his death with open arms. Or rather, it is the greatest pain for him to continue to live in the world. Phoenix, this power, your future is immeasurable. I don't know your name yet, but it doesn't matter anymore. I'm about to die and can't control anything in this world anymore. This is my last gift. Please accept it. With that, Han Xiaoyun used his last ounce of strength to contain all of his own power within that halberd. In this instant, at the junction of life and death, he finally broke through the grip of ravings, but only for a moment. It was enough for him. Afterward, the halberd transformed into a rainbow, slicing through the sky to land on Ning Yun's side in an instant. Han Xiaoyun knew very well that he was afraid that his power was no longer of the slightest use to Ning Yun. After all, in front of Ning Yun, even his own power seemed so small. Even so, this power must be passed on. Ning Yun didn't say anything. It was just that the flames of that phoenix had once again become much more vigorous until it completely submerged Han Xiaoyun. This was the first time he had used the phoenix flame. Unlike the raging flames released by the flowing blade Wakizashi, the phoenix was a symbol of auspiciousness, and its flames were gentle, calm, and peaceful. That was why Han Xiaoyun didn't feel a single ounce of pain or discomfort when he was being burned by the phoenix flame. However, as Han Xiaoyun slowly closed his eyes and was about to meet his death, Ning Yun suddenly spoke. Han Xiaoyun, if I say, that the person you want to see is still alive. Will you choose to continue to live? At those words, his originally closed eyes instantly widened. Ching ching. The voice rose a pitch steeply, and then it became soothing and flat again. But nowadays, I carry a monstrous sin on my body, and under the control of ravings, I have done many wrong things, and there is no more room for turning back. Ning Yun glanced at him. Is that so? If that's the case, then wouldn't you need to atone for your sins even more? What kind of martyrdom is there? At least, go meet with her again. Perhaps then you will be able to get the true answer in your heart, and at that time, it will be up to you to choose your own end. Actually, Ning Yun was incomparably clear in his mind. For Han Xiaoyun today, continuing to live in this world is the most painful. His comrade in arms has left him forever. But yeah, a lot of things can't be solved once you're dead. Live to create the future. The squad led by Han Xiaoyun had been dead for so long that the Phoenix Flame was no longer able to do anything to bring them back to Nirvana. Maybe one day, the day when Ning Yun was strong enough to command the laws, it is only then that one can do the reversal of life and death and turn back the river of time. In the meantime, Ning Yun closed his 5 fingers together. The fire of the phoenix rises, bathing in fire, while being reborn in Nirvana. This is the true meaning of the Phoenix Flame. One can be forcibly pulled back from the land of the dead. As long as there is still a trace of soul, you can recast your body with the fire of the phoenix, but the only requirement is that the death should not take too long. The moment the flames completely dissipated, the Han Xiaoyun of the past had been completely turned into ashes, and what would appear once again would be a new life that was completely reconstructed from the flames of the phoenix. The moment he regained consciousness, Han Xiaoyun also finally realized that what Ning Yun had said was true. He freed himself from the grip of ravings, because both the physical body and the consciousness were reborn under the purification of the Phoenix Flame. Under the baptism of the Phoenix Flame, how could the raving's ability be a match for it? The two are not on the same level at all. Chapter 64 Emperor of Yen. Burning Rage. When he once again saw Ning Yun's face wearing a golden mask, Han Xiaoyun's face was extremely complicated. After a long time, he let out a quiet sigh. Thank you. Ning Yun laughed softly. Actually, I had already thought about your end. Under the burning flames, your body will be incinerated to the point that only black embers will remain, floating above this land that you and your teammates once tried so hard to protect. For you, perhaps this is the happiest of endings, but you are carrying the several lives of the Gusa squad on your back. Your sins are heinous and unforgivable. So carry their past and future on your back and move on. Don't you want to avenge them? With that said, Ning Yun reached out and grasped the halberd that was stuck hard into the ground beside him, slowly pulling it upwards. Next moment, Ning Yun threw the halberd in his hand towards Han Xiaoyun. This halberd, it's better to keep it for your own use. I'm not in the habit of using other people's weapons. At those words, Han Xiaoyun was shaken. He reached out and fiercely caught the halberd that Ning Yun had thrown at him, and when he gripped it again, his state of mind was already different, but he didn't make it much easier. His heart was still filled with guilt. He understood that Ning Yun's words were trying to give him a belief. The belief to live. The so-called sins, the sins, were all just reasons Ning Yun had uttered in order to make himself no longer have a death wish. And he did find a reason to live. See her, as well as revenge. He would take his revenge on the ravings of that playful man, no matter what the cost. And at this point, the battle wasn't over. After resolving Han Xiaoyun's problem, Ning Yun's gaze crossed over his figure and looked straight at He Lu, who stood not far behind him. Under the control of the ravings, although Han Xiaoyun was unwilling in his heart, there was nothing he could do but delay a bit of time for He Lu. Ning Yun walked over to Han Xiaoyun's side and said softly, "Leave this place. The next battlefield still belongs to me." With that, he raised his eyes and looked towards the underworld willow that was gathering infinite underworld chi. This was the first time he had felt the evils committed by the Church of the Ancient God in this human world in an incomparably real way. They butcher the guardians. A family goes to ruin at their hands. What a sin for the Church of the Ancient God. They need cleaning. Thus, Ning Yun spoke slowly, his expression indifferent and calm. Church of the Ancient God, you deserve to die. At those words, He Lu, who had gathered a majestic underworld chi around him, laughed out loud. We deserve to die? But so what? Now that I've gathered enough underworld chi, even if you're as strong as you are, you won't be able to fight against a true underworld god. Hedria sneered. Then, the hands slowly opened. In this instant, the divine ruins, which emitted an incomparably bizarre and shadowy aura, unfolded with a bang. Between his hands, Hades' willow flipped his hand, and a shadowy underworld lamp that flickered with a chilling feeling all over his body surfaced. The fire in the wick leapt and then slowly opened a scarlet eye. Seeing this, Ning Yun looked toward him expressionlessly. Hedria didn't continue to speak. Underworld chi that was dense to the extreme surrounded his body, like two fog dragons constantly converging behind him. Subsequently, an incomparably large pitch-black figure gradually took shape and stood behind him. Ning Yun raised his eyes slightly. Is that what you want to use against me? Stygian Willow spoke to herself. It seems like you still don't understand the current situation. Ah, the reason why I would let Han Xiaoyan go and slow you down just now was for this moment. Utilizing such a long period of time, the amount of underworld chi condensed was incomparably huge. It almost completely enveloped the entire Tsangnan city under the ringless airspace. Witness the coming of the gods. Stygian Willow embraced the sky with both hands, then looked at Ning Yun with bloodshot eyes. And you are the first person to die under the hands of the god I honor. The moment the words fell, he moved his hand carrying the meditation lamp. In the meantime, the pitch-black figure behind him moved with him. One step and the sky shook. Endless plutonium tumbled out, like a maggot with bones quickly swept around, turning all the original happy land belonging to the human world into the land of the underworld. Seeing the situation, Ning Yun slowly raised his hand, fire bursting from his eyes. Is that all there is to it? He waved his arm gently. Subsequently, countless light swords cut through the clouds and hung high in the sky, like a sword of Damocles. Each lightsaber exuded an extremely terrifying aura, as if it was capable of annihilating everything in an instant. Phew, phew, phew. The swords were like rain, blasting away. Countless light swords pierced through that pitch-black body, and a hole was made wherever they passed. It's useless. A god's body won't be harmed in any way. Your power is ineffective against gods. A sardonic smile appeared at the corner of Underworld Ryu's mouth. Shasta. The holes that were penetrated by countless light swords regathered countless black misty underworld chi, and that huge body was once again restored to its original state. Upon hearing these words, Ning Yun's state of mind did not have the slightest ripple, only silently lifting the long sword in his hand. A pillar of fire rose up from behind him and plunged into the sky. Immediately after, second course, the third way, countless pillars of blazing fire connected the sky to the earth, forming a pillar that supported the sky. Ning Yun stood above the earth, his figure erect, and the countless pillars of blazing fire were like long rivers of waterfalls cascading down from beneath the dome of the sky. Lava tumbled and the air burst. Then, a cluster of flames flared up steeply from the void, as bright and clustered as 100 flowers. A crown constructed entirely of flame hung above his head, glowing and burning. 100 birds are on fire, and 10,000 fires are king. And so, in this moment, the Emperor of Yen was born. Ning Yun raised his head to look ahead, his eyes tinted scarlet as if they were the most fiery and dazzling crimson rubies in the world. He said softly, "Sink into a fiery hell." As the words fell, an extremely ominous premonition violently surfaced in He Lu's heart. If this strike wasn't dodged, he would definitely die. However, by the time he realized this, the pillar of red flame fire that was like a lava waterfall had already gathered and leaned together. Under Ning Yun's traction, the countless pillars of red flame fire eventually coalesced into a long spear. Ning Yun raised his hand and held it. Then, a spear stabbed out. The black shadows of the gods that were invincible in the mouth of the underworld willow were like confetti under this shot, turning into ashes that fluttered in the sky. This instant, hieroglyphics then knew that the tide had turned. He hadn't thought that the other party's strength was actually terrifying to this extent, snapping his fingers to decapitate the deity's shadow, but even in death, he'd have to pull in a few cushions. And so, He Lu's figure rushed out like a cannonball. Even if I die, I'm going to take a few of these people you're trying to protect, and I'm going to plunge you into eternal regret. Upon seeing the direction in which he attacked, Ning Yun's eyes trembled. He Lu didn't know who was most important to Ning Yun, so he randomly chose a lucky person to take away life, and that lucky one is Red Tassel. And so, in this moment, the will of the Emperor of Inferno swept in with monstrous fury. Vast spiritual pressure like the sea came crashing down. Chapter 65 The Power of Destruction. Killing for the protection of life. That moment, heaven and earth are silent. Spiritual pressure was like an ocean pressing horizontally over the heads of the crowd. Heavy and huge, like 1,000 mountains. It contained boundless and endless monstrous anger, and it was as if that anger was going to completely destroy the world, causing people to gasp for air. The terrifying sense of oppression that hit him head-on caused Zhao Conqing to stop gulping his throat, and his eyes looked toward the distance in horror. A drop of sweat slowly dripped from the corner of his forehead, yet it evaporated before it could fall. He felt it very clearly. The 3 handles of the notice board, used to unfold the ringless airspace, shattered. That means, just the pressure overflowing from Ning Yun's body was enough to crush the ringless hollow. Also, it proves one thing, that is, until just now, Ning Yun had never gone all out, with a shattering sound that came from far away. Unguarded airspace. In this moment, completely shattered. Zhao Kongqing's face was filled with incredulity. Just what realm of strength was able to achieve the complete crushing of the ringless hollow realm just by virtue of the pressure released? He took a deep breath and hurriedly looked at Chen Mai beside him. Captain, something's wrong. The ringless hollow is broken, and all the destruction caused next will affect the real Songnan city. Chen Mai very much wanted to step forward and stop Ning Yun, but he was also aware that he would never be able to block it for even a minute with his own strength. Even if he used his own forbidden ruins, the black impermanence, he would definitely not be able to fight against it. Moreover, after this sudden and terrifying pressure descended, not only was the ringless airspace completely shattered, even their bodies seemed to be fixed in place, unable to move. Under such a powerful pressure, it was impossible to even move. On the side, Han Xiaoyun narrowed his eyes and suddenly spoke. You won't be able to stop him. Not even me. I can feel it, the anger that wants to destroy everything in the world. All you can do is wait and see what happens. Of all the people present, perhaps only Si Xiaonan, who was the agent of Loki, the god of trickery, of the Klein realm, was able to continue his actions, but she wasn't good at fighting in the first place. To make a move would only reveal his identity. Aside, Red Rhapsody froze and looked at Ning Yun. In this moment, his back slowly overlapped with the one in his own heart. In the moment just now, when Underworld Willow rushed out, Red Ruffian felt a deathly black shadow envelop her entire body. Hedrio had turned on himself, and it was himself who he wanted to take life away from before he died. Is that why he became so angry? Will be angry at himself for getting hurt, no doubt about it. It's him. This was a one-man show belonging to Ning Yun, and it was also the time for the curtain to fall on Underworld Willow. No one can intervene in this fight. At this moment when the mighty pressure descended, Hayanagi's body, which had been catapulted like a cannonball, froze in place, every cell in his body screaming at the top of its voice for him to flee from this place. However, his body was completely immobilized. The terrifying pressure that emanated from Ning Yun's body was as sticky as asphalt, making his legs as heavy as lead. Subsequently, a low footstep came from far away and slowed to a stop behind him. Ning Yun slowly rested his palms on his shoulders, and his eyes, which had originally been as bright and crimson as gemstones, were unusually calm at this moment. However, if one looked closely, one would be able to find the boundless anger contained in the depths of those eyes. Did you just try to make a move on her? Along with the fall of the words, Ning Yun exerted a slight force with his palm. His voice was extremely flat, but in He Lu's ears it felt even more terrifying than those three ancient gods of the ancient god church. He only felt that his body was no longer controlled by his own consciousness, and with a thud he dropped to both knees. That underworld lamp seemed to be frightened, and the scarlet eyes in its wick instantly closed and died. He Lu was trembling non-stop. He wanted to say something, but he couldn't even open his mouth anymore under the terrifying pressure. Just then, a flash of fiery red reflected in his obscure eyes. When meddling Willow looked up, the sight was reflected to become blood red. The originally calm and blue sky was dyed a red richer than blood, and the white clouds burned endlessly as if they were flames. After the shattering of the ringless hollow, this monstrous fury, wrapped in boundless and endless flames, descended on Songnan City. This heaven and earth were following the will of the Emperor of Inferno, offering him the highest respect, a thought that changes the sky and the earth. At this point, in the middle of the urban area of Canyon City, a little girl suddenly pulled her mother's palm. Mom, look over there, nice flaming clouds. With that, the little girl reached up and pointed toward the distant sky. The mom and her mouth also looked along, and then her eyes trembled violently, and she hurriedly picked up the little girl and quickly ran towards the direction of her home. Yuan Gang, who was rapidly arriving, was also shaken when he saw the scene. This kid, making such a big commotion again. An anchor was holding a cell phone in his hand, and was telling the viewers on his cell phone about the local customs of Songnan City, but also, at that moment, stood frozen in place. Anchor, why aren't you moving? Did the anchor see a pretty sister so he couldn't walk? Anchor, what are you doing? The camera dislikes the ground. Without caring about the fervor of the viewers in the live broadcast room, this living area anchor hurriedly aimed the camera of his cell phone at the sky above his head. A dead silence ensued in the live broadcast. Clouds that burn like flames, skies as crimson as blood. It was like a drawing from hell. Then, at this point, the boundless and endless flaming clouds were extremely converged into a pillar of crimson light, converging in a certain corner of Songnan City. In the territory of Daxia, the color red represents good fortune and wishful thinking, auspiciousness and happiness. But when that red is ignited by anger, then it will be incredibly frightening. And at that moment, the culprit who ignited this smudge of anger was shivering in anticipation of the judgment that was about to descend. Reason still existed in Ning Yun's heart, not completely assimilated by anger. Otherwise, Songnan City would already be in ruins at this point. His target, since the beginning, was just Heilu alone, so the flames died down. However, it was not completely extinguished, but rather extremely cohesive into a long spear that emanated a god-slaying aura. In this moment, Ning Yun had vaguely touched the edge of the laws of destruction. Destruction is not destruction for the sake of anything, but destruction simply because you want it, and that is the purest meaning of destruction. And at this point, Ning Yun couldn't do that. The way he walks is to destroy for the sake of guardianship, killing for the protection of life. Cutting off karma is not cutting off people, but incomplete destruction, impure destruction, is also destruction. The power of destruction was something that the limitless realm could not resist. Ning Yun reached out and gripped the lance. The tip of the lance aimed at Underworld Willow's chest, then stabbed straight in. Chapter 66 Hell. Can't hide it anymore. The moment. Ning Yun's expression was so indifferent that it was as if it no longer contained an ounce of humanity. You have committed an unforgivable sin. I will torture you with the most cruel, painful means. Go to hell and repent. The moment he was pierced into his chest by the god-slaying lance, it was as if Heilu felt a great fear, and his body curled up and trembled. Subsequently, the flames are burning. His body turned into ashes in the sky in an instant. However, this is not the end. Ning Yun had said that he would be made to repent in an eternal hell, tortured for eternity in the most cruel and painful means possible. The moment when Willow opened his eyes again, he was already in a lava inferno. Next moment, a somewhat muffled voice came slowly from a short distance in front of him. Looks like you're the guy the master told me to deal with. Without waiting for Heilu to make any reaction, the crimson silhouette transformed by the flowing blade Ruofu raised its hand, and several chains burning with flames instantly attacked from all directions. The chains were like long snakes, and in an instant, they bound Heilu's limbs in the middle of the void. The fiery flames continuously scorched Underworld Willow's entire body. Moisture continued to evaporate until Heilu's entire body was shaking like a wind-dried corpse in this lava inferno. And at this point, he was still very much conscious. Flowing Blade Ruof was silently carried out Ning Yun's orders, and week after week, he inflicted the most brutal punishments on Stygian Willow. When he loses the will to live, he calls for the fires of hell to be poured into him. The pain that pierced his heart was like a million ants eating his heart. Quicksilver Wakazashi tilted his head up to look over the lava inferno, then lowered his head and resumed his gaze at the meditative Willow in front of him. Even in the midst of this world, he was able to understand what was happening in the outside world. By all accounts, at this point, Ning Yun had yet to completely defeat him and could not truly become the master of the flowing blade Ruofire. But the moment Ning Yun moved to anger, even this lava inferno was responding to his will. Therefore, in the heart of the flowing blade Wakazashi, it had truly recognized this murderous and decisive master. It's just that if you want to Bankai, you still need to defeat him completely in order to do so, which is the final and crucial step. Just then, Quicksilver Wakefield suddenly raised his eyes. Underworld Willow fiercely resisted, even breaking free from the several fiery chains. Yet the next moment, countless fiery flames converged under the dome of the sky, slowly coalescing to form a giant statue of flames that stood between heaven and earth. Afterwards, the crimson palm with countless cracks strewn across it came down with a loud bang. Stygian Willow was instantly smashed into the middle of the lava waterfall. This is the world of flowing blades and fire. Trying to defy the flowing blade Wakazashi here would be even more difficult than if he were to become a god on the ground. Only those who had been killed by Ning Yun himself could enter this world. Afterwards, the Underworld Willow was once again suspended in the middle of the void, accepting the suffering bestowed from purgatory. As Heilu's body turned into ashes, Yuan Gang arrived at that moment, and he stood in front of Ning Yun with a hurried expression. How is it? Are you alright? Although it was known that the shattering of the ringless airspace would most likely have a huge impact on Sangnan City, but at this point, Yuan Gang's first concern remained Ning Yun. Ning Yun shook his head. It's just a divine agent of the limitless realm. It's not much of a problem, and it seems like I accidentally broke the ringless hollow just now. It shouldn't have made much of an impact though. I pulled back at the last minute. Yuan Gang nodded, and then looked over to Squad 136 and Han Xiaoyun on the side. Ning Yun sighed quietly. I'll leave the rest to you. I need to take care of something first. The snake woman lying over there. She's still alive. Just pry any information you want out of her. And, Ning Yun's eyes narrowed, and it seemed as if the terrifying spirit pressure that covered the sky was about to be unleashed once more. Starting today, if there is any news about the Church of the Ancient God, let me know. I will completely overthrow the Church of the Ancient God. A light sentence, but it caused Yuan Gang's body to tremble violently. You're not kidding, right? That's the Church of the Ancient God. That limitless realm you killed today is at best a small leader of a relatively high rank. On top of it there are 3 gods of even greater antiquity. Whose strength? Ning Yun interrupted Yuan Gang. You don't need to think about that. You just need to tell me their coordinates. I'll do the rest. For Ning Yun, all it takes to overthrow the Church of the Ancient God is a single coordinate. They were hidden in all corners of Daxia, hidden so deeply that it was hard to find them. For this, the Night Watchman's information network is needed. After Ning Yun left, Yuan Gang walked over to Chen Mai and casually lit a cigarette. How do you feel? How about what? Strength. Yuan Gang said with a smile. Strong? So strong that one can't bring themselves to fight at all. Is he a new member of your team? How? Yuan Gang shrugged his shoulders and said rather helplessly. He has some affinity with your squad. And when I invited him at that time, he directly refused. Have a connection to our squad. Chen Mai hesitated for a split second. Speaking of which, this golden mask had previously made a move to save Zhao Kongcheng at the hands of the Ghost Mask King. If he hadn't made a move, I'm afraid that Zhao Kongcheng would have already lost his life at this point. When he saw Chen Mai's expression, Yuan Gang also realized that he seemed to have said something that he shouldn't have said. It's hard to believe that Ning Yun's brat's real identity. 136 squad is not clear. Thinking of this, Yuan Gang couldn't help but exclaim in his heart. This kid can really hide. Just then, Red Tassel came forward and hurriedly spoke to Chen Mai. Captain, I have things to hurry home. I want to take a day off. At this point, all matters had basically been resolved, and Chen Mai didn't let Red Tassel stay on. And he also saw Yuan Gang scowling at himself one after another there. Only after Red Tassel had left did Chen Mai ask in a low voice. Instructor Yuan, what do you want to do with your thieving eyes? That little ninny just now. Isn't her name Red Tassel? Yeah. What's up? Chen Mai looked a bit strange. Yuan Gang hammed and hawed twice without any style. Judging from the state in which Red Tassel left in a hurry just now, she must have discovered something. TSK. That kid Ning Yun is going to suffer. Yuan Gang thought so with some bloating. But, after going through this incident, maybe the relationship between the two will also heat up quickly. It's up to Ning Yun to figure out exactly how to go about it. Same time, Ning Yun returned home. He sat silently in a chair in the living room, while his eyes glanced toward the door every now and then. It was obvious enough what he was waiting for. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Hong Ying's stunningly beautiful face was reflected in Ning Yun's eyes. She had run all the way back. Her pink lips pursed gently as she took small sips of fresh air. Chapter 67 Love Master. See Xiaonan. Hong Luo quickly stepped in front of Ning Yun, a pair of watery, beautiful eyes gently narrowing as she looked Ning Yun's familiar face up and down carefully. She reached out and put her hand on Ning Yun's shoulder. Yun, I have something to say to you. At the same time, Ning Yun spoke at the same time. Sister Hong Yao, I have something I want to say to you. Ha? You first. You first. The two men spoke almost in unison. Will you stop talking like me? Hong Ying huffed and puffed up her face, her hands crossed at her slender waist. Her pretty face was straight up adorable. Ning Yun raised his hands in the air, but his mouth remained unforgiving. Then it's better for you to speak first. What do you want to say to me? Hong Ying's beautiful eyes widened slightly as she pinched his face with both hands and tugged hard. No. Yun, you speak first. The air froze for a moment. Ning Yun's vision fluttered a bit, and only after a moment did he slowly open his mouth and say, then I really must say it. Aha. Red Ruffian nodded with a good-natured look on her face. At this point, she had already vaguely guessed what Ning Yun was going to say to herself next. He should be trying to confess everything to himself, to tell himself that he was the one who had just killed Stygian Willow. Originally she wanted to come home to question Ning Yun for a while. After all, it's amazing that he's been keeping something this big to himself. Red Riding was angry, and the consequences were dire. However, since Ning Yun was willing to confess and be lenient, Hong Ying felt that he could still forgive Ning Yun. What's more, she can't really be angry with Ning Yun at all. And so, Ning Yun cleared his throat and spoke. Sister Hong Yun, do you remember the question I asked you earlier? Question? Red ruffles furrowed her pretty willow brows. What's the problem? Do you like me? After repeating this question, Ning Yun continued speaking as if he didn't intend to give her time to react. I like you. Not the kind of like between siblings. After meeting Han Xiaoyun, Ning Yun understood something in his heart. A lot of things need to be said before it's too late. After he finished speaking, Ning Yun stopped speaking and instead silently waited for Hong Yun's reply. And right now, Red Ruffian only felt his head go down for a split second. Is that what she wanted to ask? This isn't right, is it? But what Ning Yun wants to say to himself at this time, shouldn't it be about the thing that he hides his identity? Immediately, the snow-white face of the Red Tassel was colored with a touch of scarlet at a speed visible to the naked eye. It was crimson as if it were about to drip blood. The slender, snow-white neck was also haloed with a faint pink color, and her ears were rolling. She stammered and opened her mouth, then pursed her lips tightly. Her prepared words stuck inside her throat. slightly on her tiptoes. Her two small white as snow hands were behind her back and kept wriggling. Ah, but, why are you talking about this? After saying that, Red Tassel ran out of the room as if she was fleeing. Ning Yun looked at her back somewhat dumbfounded. So what's the deal with? Now, is that a rejection? Somehow, when thinking about this possibility, Ning Yun then felt as if something was suddenly missing in his heart. Empty. An unspeakable sense of loss swept over me like a tidal wave. Even when he had received that destructive slash from the flowing blade rule fire before, his mind had not been in such a tumultuous state as it was now. After running out of the house, Red Riding didn't know where she was supposed to go, and she walked to the peace office where Squad 136 was located. At this time, Si Xiaonan was the only one in the peace office. She was organizing the record of the battle situation that she was going to report up next. This sudden attack by the ancient gods' church. It was originally predicted that there would only be a sea realm strike, but it turned out that there was a divine agent of the limitless realm. If Ning Yun hadn't stepped in, it would definitely have resulted in immeasurably serious consequences. The good thing is, it still ended up being a peaceful day. Chen Mai was discussing with Yuan Gang what to do with Han Xiaoyun. Zhao Kongchang and the others stayed behind to take care of the remaining matters. Upon seeing Red Tassel walk in from outside, Si Xiaonan revealed a look of suspicion. Why is your face so red? What happened? Red Ryu started by pouring himself a glass of cold white water. Subsequently, tons and tons and tons. After drinking it, the blush on her face still didn't dissipate, but instead added a touch of delicacy to her. Minami, I have a serious problem now. Well, go ahead. Si Xiaonan put down the battle record in his hand, then pulled out a chair and slowly sat down. Red Rumor's pink fists clenched and she looked grave. I've been confessed to. The water Si Xiaonan drank into his mouth almost didn't spray out just after Red Tassel's words fell. Table. Confession? But just for a moment. Si Xiaonan came back to his senses and hooked up his lips with interest. The Red Tassel. I see your meaning. It seems like you want to agree to the other side, ah? Let me guess who could have confessed to you. It can't be that brother of yours, can it? At those words, Hong Ying's beautiful eyes widened slightly, and her pink lips gently opened. Xiaonan, how did you know? Si Xiaonan smiled mysteriously. You guess. Guess if I'm guessing. Upon hearing this, Si Xiaonan hastily waved his hand. Alright, no more joking with you. It's actually quite simple. Just by the change in your expression you'll be able to tell who confessed to you. Look at you now. This face is as red as a monkey's ass. Redder than a firecracker set off on New Year's Day. Aren't you so shy that you want to find a place to dive right in? As soon as Si Xiaonan's words fell, Hong Ying reached out her hand and tried to pinch her white face. Minami. I was wrong, red ruffled sister. Don't tickle me there. Under the clutches of the Red Tassel, Si Xiaonan also became red in the face. She also brought a hint of sultriness into her eyes as she looked at Red Riding. What a way to have a man and forget your sisters. Seeing color and forgetting friends. But seeing as you want to know so badly, I'll tell you, but I don't have much experience, so just listen to it as nonsense. Si Xiaonan solemnly passed on all the lessons he had learned from the internet to Han Ying. Typically, people who are confessed to will react in three ways. A feeling of intense disgust, a feeling of disregard so flat that it doesn't make any waves in your heart, and finally a feeling of joy from the bottom of your heart are three very different feelings. Loathing, well, it means that the person who confessed to you must be someone you really hate. A sense of ignorance means that the person you're confessing your love to, you probably don't even know the other person, and you haven't even spoken to them a few times. The last one, the sense of joy. Chapter 68, Love. What to talk about? One more chapter. Chapter 68, Love. What to talk about? One more chapter. Si Xiaonan heatedly laughed. Actually, you don't need me to say it. You know it yourself, right? It's only when someone you like confesses their feelings to you that your heart is this way. So the only person who would make you show that look would be the one you like. That brother of yours. Si Xiaonan thought herself logical and meticulous in her deductions. Reasonable. But at this point, the confusion in Red Riding's mind hadn't been fully resolved. She looked at Si Xiaonan suspiciously. You make a good point, but how do you know that the person I like is Yun? Si Xiaonan had a face that looked at a little cutie, as if looking at Red Tassel. Kidding aside, I'm afraid you're the only one in the entire 136th squad who doesn't know about this. You know, every time you mention that brother of yours name, that happy smile on your face, you really can't hide it, It's harder to press the corners of your mouth up than even AK. Do you know how hard it was for me and the captain and the others to hold in our laughter? At those words, Hong Ying's already flushed face rolled up more and more. She stood up and propped her hands on the desktop. Her eyes were full of incredulity. Really? Am I really acting that obvious? The redoubtable heart thumped. It's getting faster. She thought she was obviously hiding it well. But in Si Xiaonan's mouth, how is it that an individual is able to see through himself? Seeing her in this state, Si Xiaonan sighed quietly. Have you ever heard the saying? The authorities are confused and the onlookers are clear. You are in this state. Even 7 nights. Who joined at the end? He saw it more clearly than you did, and came to ask me earlier if you liked that cute little brother. The red tassel hurriedly said. You are not allowed to shout at his brother. This is something that only I can shout at. Si Xiaonan revealed an expression of I understand it all as she walked over to Hong Ying and gently patted her shoulder. Fine. I won't scream. But you have to realize that there are a lot of things that you can't escape. If you don't face up to your heart while you're at it, you're going to regret it later. One more thing. Red tassel, do you realize that you yourself are actually a very tough-talking person? When you were injured on a mission, you bit the bullet and refused to admit it. And that cute doll you like, I saw you that time when you snuck off to get it. Do you remember how hard your mouth was? Si Xiaonan quirky like a red tassel speech. Like Mr. Krabs Cricket's others. I bought it for my brother. He likes this. You're lying to me like I'm 3 years old, aren't you? But the only thing you didn't talk tough about was your brother. But you told me frankly and seriously. So yeah, brave maiden punch. Happiness, if you don't cherish it, is something that can be taken away from you by others. After saying that, Si Xiaonan continued to start organizing up the battle records. Everything she said was from the heart. Because she is experiencing the struggle and powerlessness of wanting to confess but not being able to at this very moment. And so, out of the corner of his eye, Si Xiaonan glimpsed that the luster in Hong Ying's beautiful eyes grew brighter and brighter. Phew, it's not a waste of time to talk to yourself. Let's hope that Red Tassel can really get the hang of it. After all, everything she just said she learned from the internet. To ask why you learned it from the internet, that's because she hasn't experienced it herself. Of course, as the saying goes, only an author who has never been in love can write the purest love. The 3 wingmen, Yuan Gang, Lin Qiye, and Si Xiaonan, provided Ning Yun and Hong Ying with their respective love treasures. Of course, except for Yuan Gang, the other 2's relationship treasures are summarized from the internet. Relationships are not talked about. Offline is something you can point to. And so, the redoubtable took a deep breath and blinked hard, trying to use it as a way to get herself into a most relaxed state of mind. Then she ran back towards the house again. Good thing she was a night watchman and didn't need to worry about stamina bars. Otherwise, at this time, if it was an ordinary girl, she would have been exhausted on the road. The distance from the peace office to your home is more than 800 meters. When you come home again, Ning Yun was still sitting in his original reclining chair, eyes languidly looking out the window. At this very moment, the time was nearing the end of the night. At dusk, unlike the previous discoloration of the sky and earth caused by the outbreak of spiritual pressure, the evening's flaming clouds were wrapped in a faint lethargy and coziness as they slowly drifted past from the sky. Sacrificed under these quiet times are the perseverance and support of countless vigilantes. Ning Yun suddenly remembered. It had been a long time since he'd been alone like this. Habits. What a terrible thing. Without realizing it, Ning Yun had gotten used to her beside him. Just then, the door was suddenly pushed open again. Ning Yun didn't turn his head to look, because he knew that the only person who would come here would be Red Tassel, who had hurriedly fled just now. You? Red Riding asked, opening his mouth tentatively. At those words, Ning Yun gave a soft Hong Ying walked behind him without a word, and even though Ning Yun didn't say anything, she was able to sense the other party's emotional loss. It's an unspoken agreement between the two. She didn't know how long Ning Yun had been sitting here, but it must have been a very long time for him. She reached out her hands to gently encircle Ning Yun's shoulders, the side of her face with a touch of warmth rubbing gently against the back of his neck. I haven't answered that question of yours earlier. I like you too. In the moment of hearing the words, Ning Yun's heart skipped a beat once more. He likes her and she likes him. So what were you running for? The red tassel vision fluttered. Some awkwardly said, because you have always been shouting my sister in the past. Well, suddenly confessed to me this kind of thing let me a little do not know what to do. She regretted it in her heart. Should have just agreed to Ning Yun's confession. I missed one myself last time with my head spinning. If he missed it again this time, Red Tassel would really even be suicidal. Luckily, this time, the red rope of the Moon Lord was not ripped off after all. Say, last time you were actually trying to confess to me, weren't you? Only I mistook what you were trying to ask for. The Red Raider didn't say the words that followed. Thus, the two established a relationship. Anyway, it was just very inexplicable that a relationship was established. Then, a more important question lay before the two men. That's how couples should get along. Both are nerds who have never been in love. So, how the hell do you fall in love? The instant they thought of this, Ning Yun and Hong Liao glanced at each other. an idea popping into their heads at the same time. Why don't we try holding hands first? Chapter 69, Frog Spawn Traveling, Daxia and the Ancestral Dragon, plus more. Upper King City, Squad 006. Captain, I brought the man back. Yuan Gang pushed open the door and walked into the office, and right behind him was Han Xiaoyun. Xiaopinga took out an information file, looked at it, and then looked up at Han Xiaoyun, who was standing in front of him. That's right, in person. Han Xiaoyun, former captain of the Gushu Vigilantes, possesses the Forbidden Ruin Great Windstorm of Sequence 079 and is highly powerful, but encountered the ravings of one of the three founders of the Church of the Ancient Gods many years ago. After that, you disappeared, your whereabouts unknown, and reappeared 2 years later as a believer. Han Xiaoyun nodded with a flat expression. I know you, Xiaopinga, the white impermanence of Shangjing City. I know that nowadays I have committed a mortal sin, and even though it is because I am under the control of ravings, the crime that I have committed has really existed. I will be judged, and it doesn't matter if it's a fasting house or death. I just wanted to see them again. Them, not just Cyan, but his teammates who still survived the world. Raving is good at playing with people's hearts and did not kill all of his teammates at that time, but left them alive. However, 3 were seriously injured and 1 was permanently disabled. When thinking about it, Han Xiaoyun's eyes slowly reddened. Instead of answering this question of his, Xiaopinga opened his mouth and asked, let's start by telling us a little bit about your experience. Han Xiaoyun gradually calmed down. My experience was simple. On the day we encountered the ravings, he's very strong, otherwise he wouldn't have controlled me to become his believer. If you guys come across the ravings, don't have any hesitation. You must run. Even I, after being controlled by him, don't have any way to get out of that control. After a word of advice, Han Xiaoyun took a deep breath and continued. My teammates and I resisted, but in the end, all in all, I became the 13th seat of the believers under his control. Xiaopinga nodded. Pretty much the same as I know. So, are you now free from the grip of ravings? Han Xiaoyun nodded. Under his flame, I was reborn. So, now that I am no longer under the control of the ravings, I will only live the rest of my life to get revenge on the ravings. If you're going to put me in a fasting house, I hope you can wait until my revenge is over. Xiaopinga closed the file and said somewhat helplessly, this is something I have no way to promise you directly for the time being. Specifically, we have to wait for the trial court's judgment. He was able to tell that what Han Xiaoyun had said was all true, not half a word of falsehood. He sympathized with Han Xiaoyun's experience, but there is no way to reverse it. After thinking about it, Xiaopinga continued to ask, so far, you are the most recent person to have fought him and still be alive. Any thoughts? Do you mean ravings or the golden mask? At those words, Han Xiaoyun gently closed his eyes and slowly spat out 2 words. Very strong. He is more powerful than you can imagine. Only after truly fighting him can one personally experience that oppressive feeling that makes one's body tremble. Xiaopinga smiled. I see. It was the second time he had heard the same comment. For the first time, it was Yuan Gang who spoke to him. Yuan Gang and Han Xiaoyun were at the same sea realm, and both of them spoke extremely highly of Ning Yun. This, coupled with the fact that Ning Yun's battle record was itself extremely terrifying. The first battle, King Ghostface, was an easy win. In the second battle, Yuan Gang, if he hadn't been merciful, Yuan Gang would have taken a severe beating. Although, he did take a beating as well, but Ning Yun at the time showed mercy. And, that means, at that point in time, several months ago, Ning Yun had already possessed the strength of the Battle Sea realm. For the third time, Ning Yun singled out the masked squad and drew. But according to Yuan Gang, he also let go in that battle. And this time, the Church of the Ancient God came to attack. This was, explicitly, Ning Yun's 4th strike. Thus, a divine agent of the limitless realm fell. This can be said to be an extremely horrible record. All the way to flat out, unbeaten, cross-pressing a world. Even Xiaopinga himself, back when he was partnered with Chen Mai, couldn't do so. One could almost say that the debut was the pinnacle. And that, in turn, drew the attention of the Night's Watch hierarchy. Soon a real human ceiling will go to Tsangnan City and meet him. Maybe this time, they were able to see Ning Yun's true strength clearly. Xiaopinga was becoming more and more interested in this instructor Ning Yun who he had never met before, but was already full of legends. He'd love to go and meet them in person, but it was helpless. He had to stay in Shangjing City to hold down this place. Suddenly, he twisted his head to look at Yuan Gang. By the way, Phoenix Squad, will they be passing through Shangjing City during their latest mission execution? Like there's such a thing? Xiaopinga laughed softly. Let them know. Just tell them that there might be someone they're interested in here. This matter doesn't need to be hidden from Mr. Ning Yun, and also, He saved Songnam City and the 10,000 people of Songnam City. We need to give him the highest respect. We will also be given orders from above based on this report. So just be patient. The name of the title he called out was Mr. It's a way of showing respect. Although Ning Yun had not joined the Night's Watch, everything he did was for the greater good. Sir, well deserved. However, this Mr. Ning Yun he was talking about was facing the biggest dilemma in his life. That's love. What the hell to do with it? Ning Yun sat on the sofa with Hong Liao, but there was a body space between them. The air seemed to be in some kind of unspeakable stalemate. A relationship was established, but both were people who had never been in love before. No one knows what to say at this point. Ning Yun was the first to break the ice. He slowly stretched out his hand and quietly touched it towards Hong Ying's slender and small jade hand. The movement was cautious to the extreme. Hong Liao didn't have much of a reaction, but if one looked closely, one would be able to notice that she was also very subtly handing her finger towards Ning Yun. It's a two-way run. This kind of action was almost routine for the usual duo. Holding hands, hugging, spooning and playing. But it's different now. With a change of identity between the two, everything will start all over again. Finally, Ning Yun touched the white and tender fingertips of the red tassel. In the meantime, this instant, Frog Pup, who was lying down in Ning Yun's bedroom, picked up his backpack. Froggy's full. Froggy's gone on a trip. Froggy's had a special incident. Special event, Rise of the First Empire. P.S. Thanks for all the giveaways. A special extra chapter is offered. For the sake of the author working so hard. More freebies QAQ. Thank you. Chapter 70, Dasha Origins. Black Dragon Robe. Froggy's gone on a trip? This thought flashed through Ning Yun's mind for just an instant. With that, all of his attention was focused on the red tassel beside him. He was able to feel the warmth that came from the tip of red tassel's finger. The same touch as when he held hands before, but the feeling inside was completely different. In the meantime, while being touched by Ning Yun's fingertips, Hong Ying's body shivered gently as if she had been electrocuted, and an indescribable tingling sensation quickly surged into her limbs and bones. The heart felt a flutter. All the limbs were a bit weak. She tried to pull her small hand out to retrieve it, but Ning Yun held it in a death grip. Obviously, Ning Yun had no intention of letting her go. He took hold of Red Riding's small, slender hands and, one by one, meticulously, pressed them through her fingers, tightly interlocking their fingers together. At first, the red tassel moved restlessly, then obediently obeyed him. Feeling the warmth in his hand, Ning Yun's sight looked to his side. Under the dull remnants of the dusk sun, he could clearly see the other man's face, neck, and ears were tinted with a tantalizing scarlet red. Hong Ying hung her head low, a strand of her beautiful black hair slowly falling from her temples. She reached out with her other hand and gently tucked her broken hair behind her ear, revealing a crystalline earlobe that had been dyed scarlet. Have you touched enough of that? Red Riding asked in a small voice. Ning Yun thought for a moment and said very sincerely, touching isn't enough. You really can't? I'm a little hungry. I have to go make dinner. With that, the redhead pulled her small hand out, then headed toward the kitchen. Walking posture has gotten quite a bit stiffer. Stepping inside the kitchen, Red Riding quickly unlocked the kitchen door. Next moment, her pretty face instantly reddened. The red tassel hands dead cover their cheeks. Cannot stop whimpering. Red tassel, red tassel. What the hell are you doing? Why is my heart beating so fast when it's just holding hands? There was a sharp popping sound in her mind. Holding hands? It's just a little thing. In times past, holding her 10 fingers closely together with Ning Yun was simply something that was taken for granted for her. But why do you feel so much shame inside now? Beyond the shame, there was a faint hint of elation and delight hidden. Speaking of which, it was clear that his original purpose was to ask Ning Yun why he was hiding his identity from himself. She is her sister. I can't believe I'm even keeping such a big thing from myself. And whether or not he treated himself as his sister. But, how did things give into this? Now I can't really ask myself. Because, he really didn't see himself as his sister, but as his girlfriend. A little bit of shame, but a little bit of excitement. Is he or she considered to have been interrupted from casting a spell? If Si Xiaonan was here, he would definitely be unable to resist spitting on her. Obviously, he was so happy in his heart that he was about to burst with joy, but on the surface, he had to pretend to be calm. It's the toughest mouth in the whole body, but when it's just himself, Red Riding becomes very honest again. She took out her cell phone and slowly typed out a few words using the 9-box input method. Subsequently, a series of web pages popped up. What should you do to deepen your relationship after you've established it? How to make your boyfriend more obsessed with you? Tips for couples. Outside the door, Ning Yun sat on the sofa, his fingers lightly tapping on the desktop. Red Riding went off to make dinner, and his thoughts were on the matter of Frog Pup's travels at that moment. Special event? It was the first time he had seen a special event. It should be literal. It refers to the special experiences that the frog spawn encounters while traveling. What made Ning Yun care more was the name of this particular event. The Rise of the Beginning Empire. Ning Yun rubbed his chin and pondered a little. This name was not unfamiliar to him. Or rather, every citizen of Daxia was absolutely clear about what this name stood for. Under the rolling wheel of the long history of Daxia, what can be called the Beginning Empire? Just one. The Great Qin Empire. In other words, Frogspawn should have gone to a realm related to the Great Qin Empire on this trip. And it is very likely to participate in the grand epic of Great Qin's unification of the 6 kingdoms and sweeping across the 8 wastelands. If that was the case, there was a high probability that the souvenirs brought back by the frog pups this time were related to Great Qin. Ning Yun began to look forward to it. He had a vague feeling in his heart that the treasure that Frogspawn had brought back this time was definitely extraordinary. It was even likely to be inextricably linked to Daxia. After all, the inheritors of Daxia, the unifier who unified the 6 kingdoms and swept through the 8 wastelands thousands of years ago. It's that emperor of the ages. The first emperor. But there's no telling when Froggy Pup will be back. And the amount of time Froggy Pup experiences on each trip is uncertain. One can only be patient. But Ning Yun knew that Frogspawn would never let himself down. Same time, tearing through a gap in space and carrying a traveling bag several times larger than his own body, a glowing green figure slowly appeared under the bleak sky. Frogspawn's gaze was calm as he looked towards the bottom. At a glance, countless soldiers lined up in front. The aura that erupted from every soldier was at least of the Jin Tian realm. The realm of the generals in it is much higher, under the vault of heaven. As if the black clouds pressing down on the city like pressure and killing aura almost condensed into substance. Lingering in the air above this place cohesion to form a circling black divine dragon. Being able to survive the endless battlefield so far, the blood on these soldiers' hands was by no means half a star. Each soldier taken out individually was a terrifying existence that could be labeled as a human butcher. They just stood there, not even posturing for an attack. Even so, when tens of thousands of people erupted with killing intent at the same time, it was as if the sky was tinted with a blood-red color, and the earth wailed. And naturally, the enemies they face are not regular people. Rather, they are truly mythical creatures. Countless dark figures were dark and deep, wrapped in an ominous aura as they stepped forward. Soldiers kill for no other reason than to guard the country and loved ones behind them. Crossing over these soldiers, Frogspawn came straight into the middle of the palace inside the city. The interior of the palace was filled with an austere aura, on top of a throne inlaid with real dragons. At this moment, there was a middle-aged man who was not angry. The man was clad in a black dragon robe, and his head was crowned with a tassel, as if star-like orbs were drooping down to hide his face. As he sat there, a nameless sense of terrifying pressure slowly spread out in all directions. However, on seeing the frog pups, the middle-aged man, however, revealed a look of doubt and gently eeped. This is Chapter 71, The Human Ceiling Wants to See You. Frog pup stares at the treasure. Yun, stick it to the side again. It seems a little crooked, a little further up. Yes, there it is. Ning Yun cupped a pair of couplets in his hand and managed to paste them up under the command of Hong Ying. The sides are very symmetrical and the heights are so flat that OCD can't even pick them out when they come in. On the 3rd day of the recruit training camp's vacation, the day after the attack of the ancient gods' church, Daxia ushered in the most important festival of the year. The old year is coming to an end and the new one is about to begin. It's New Year's Eve. It was still light. The stars twinkled under the clear night sky, and the fireworks blossomed uncontrollably. At this time, Ning Yun had already set off a firecracker at the entrance of his small courtyard. The red firecracker twisted around a dead tree branch. Red Ruffles stood not far behind him, his hands covering his small mouth as he kept huffing and puffing. Gusts of white mist drifted through the icy air. She was wearing a white down jacket and a pleated skirt with black cotton pantyhose underneath, making her already slender legs even straighter and slimmer. The wide down jacket couldn't stop her proud figure. Her waist was slim, outlining a touch of stunning and elegant delicate arc. Shio's long black hair was coiled into a cute pill head. Her small snow-white face was frozen red, and the tip of her small delicate nose twitched slightly. After Ning Yun lit the firecrackers, Hong Ying walked forward with a smile and reached out to put her arm around him. A pair of beautiful eyes reflected the stars in the sky and sparkled. At this very moment, in her large, fluttering eyes, the stars were hidden. The bright moon hid, and in an instant, only Ning Yun's figure remained. Originally, Chen Mai was planning to have Squad 136 spend the new year together. Lin Qiye had also returned from the training camp, and he can't go home yet. According to him, it was his intention to call over Hong Ying and Ning Yun to spend New Year's Eve together, but it was soon met with a stern refusal from the redoubtable. The reason is also simple. She and Ning Yun had just established their relationship, and now was the honeymoon period. The The perfect time to cultivate their feelings. Of course I want to be alone with Ning Yun. Lin Qiye strongly agreed with her. After all, as long as Ning Yun and Hong Liao were together, they would force dog food into their mouths in big gulps. Boy, that's not funny. However, it was agreed that Red Tassel would take Ning Yun to Squad 136 and we would all have a reunion dinner together. This shouldn't count as setting a flag. After the firecrackers crackled and burned, Ning Yun gathered up the remnants of the firecrackers and then walked over to Hong Liao. Hong Luo wrapped her arms around him, almost as if she wanted to bury her entire body into Ning Yun's arms. Just then, she suddenly tilted her head up, her bright, beautiful eyes just about meeting Ning Yun's line of sight. At once, an unspeakable wave of affection surged through his heart. She inclined her head a little shyly, looking off to the side. Seeing this, Ning Yun merely laughed, then reached out to cover her face, which was frozen until it was cold. It's cold outside. Let's go back inside. The annual time in Daxia usually began before it was even dawn. It was the dead of winter, and with no sunrise yet, the temperature outside the house was low. After returning to the house, the Red Tassel gleefully took off the down coat, and inside was a white high-necked knit coat, which set off the slender and long neck. She sat down at the dining table and said pitifully, "Yun, I'm hungry." "Well, in a minute." In the kitchen, Ning Yun answered. A few moments later, he walked out with the dumplings. The dumplings are fresh out of the pot, still steaming and giving off an appetizing aroma. Red Rumor couldn't wait to pinch one up and put it in her mouth. So hot. The piping hot juice scalded the Red Tassel's hoo-ha-hoo-ha. Ning Yun cried and laughed as he handed her a cup of cold juice. Just then, Ning Yun's cell phone suddenly rang. It didn't take much thought to realize that the only one who would send a message at this juncture would be Yuan Gang. Unlock the lock screen to tap out the chat window. Upon seeing the message sent by Yuan Gang, Ning Yun was somewhat surprised. This time, Yuan Gang actually didn't send a message because he had something to find him. Yuan Gang, Honorable Instructor Ning Yun, your salary and bonuses have been credited to your bank card. Feel free to spend them as you please. No need to be polite with me. Ning Yun, oh, my money, you're still polite on it? Despite what he said on his lips, Ning Yun still logged into his bank account. Looking at the string of zeros on it, he couldn't help but feel a little emotional. It looks like you won't have to worry about spending money for the rest of your life. It's what he deserves. After all, Ning Yun had played a crucial role in this attack by the ancient God Church. If he hadn't used a thunderous method to suppress the immeasurable realm divine agent He Lu, even if Yuan Gang had arrived, it wouldn't have been of any help. The limitless realm and the sea realm are two concepts. There is a world of difference. In fact, the Night's Watch was internally planning to reward him with a forbidden item, but it was really hard to think of which forbidden item should be given to him as a reward. He's just too versatile. So another reward had to be found, which is still under discussion. After this, the attack on the Church of the Ancient God is considered to have officially ended. A limitless realm divine agent was killed. Medusa's agent, Snake Woman, is arrested and imprisoned. Han Xiaoyun, once the leader of the Gusuku City Squad, returns and remains in custody. With a battle like that, you could almost say it was a big win. Yuan Gang continued to send a message to Ning Yun. Yuan Gang, you are now under the attention of the Night's Watch hierarchy, and soon there will be a real bigwig coming to Tsangnan City to meet you. So get ready. Ning Yun, so sudden? Yuan Gang, what do you think? Your single killing of the limitless realm this time is an extremely heaven-defying feat when you look at those special squads. Yuan Gang, and the date for the reopening of the Recruit Intensive Training Camp has been set, and that big brother will be there in person at that time. After putting down his cell phone, Ning Yun's gaze was calm as he looked towards Hong Yun. The mind, on the other hand, was a bit thoughtful. LOL. It was the new year, and I wondered if Frogspawn was doing well in that realm that might be related to the Great Qin Empire. It's been a day since I've seen you, and I've been missing the Froglets a bit. You can't poke at its round belly anymore. If Frogpup could read minds, he was afraid that he would be infuriated alive by Ning Yun. So you miss me just to poke me in the belly? And right now, Frogpup was crouching in the middle of the palace. In front of it lay a jade seal. The jade seal was crystalline and had several five-clawed divine dragons carved on it. A strong torrent of national fortune filled the air from above the jade seal. You want this? No way. This one is a real no-no. If you want anything else, I'll give it to you through and through. The frog cub, however, relentlessly pressed his small frog paw onto the jade seal, his pair of dead fish eyes silently staring at the middle-aged man in front of him. After a long time, the middle-aged man sighed. It's not impossible if I give it to you, but you'll have to let me go and see what that latter-day Daxia has become. Chapter 72, I'm being targeted by the Phoenix Squad? The carriage that stepped into the void. Recruitment Intensive Training Camp. After the new year was over, all the recruits had been called back in full. the attack on the ancient Church of God also came to an end. As a matter of fact, the members of the ancient God Church who came to Sangnan City to carry out their mission this time had not all been purged, and there were still quite a few remnants left. However, after the immeasurable realm divine agent Underworld Willow was forcefully suppressed, he fled like a dog. They could no longer pose any threat or harm to Sangnan City. Besides, the Church of the Ancient Gods' concealment methods were brilliant, and it was difficult for the vigilantes to find its traces. Nevertheless, the Night's Watch ended up capturing a follower of the Church of the Ancient God called Lu Liang. Lu Liang and Snake Woman were reunited in a sense. At least together they ate prison food. Following his daily routine before vacation, Ning Yun arrived at the training camp on time and on point, but there was nothing much to do. His presence was supposed to be a deterrent to the group of recruits who didn't know any better. And now, after months of refinement, this group of rookie recruits has successfully evolved into veterans. One by one, they're better than monkeys. At this moment, Ning Yun was guarding the edge of the training ground alone. He slowly sank his mind and focused all his attention on his own cultivation. As this group of recruits progresses, and he's moving on. Just then, there was a sudden sound of footsteps behind him, and Yuan Gang silently walked behind him, followed by a deafening laugh. I say, you brat, how can you remain so calm now? Ning Yun raised her eyes. Instructor Yuan, you're annoying my ears. Don't change the subject. Why aren't you at all curious about which big shot will come to our training camp today? Ning Yun laughed. Instructor Yuan, I see that you're a bit idle. Is it that this group of recruits have been too honest recently, making you feel powerless? Cut the useless grandstanding. Yuan Gang is also getting less and less standoffish. Nope, he never had a rack in the first place. After all, the first time he had met Ning Yun, he had been severely beaten up by him. To this day he still remembers this piece of black history enough to be remembered. I hope to get revenge someday, but odds are it's not going to happen. After a gag, Ning Yun also fell into a brief moment of contemplation. He had already heard Yuan Gang talk about this before. On a day when boot camp was reopening, a heavyweight presence would come here for the purpose of meeting himself. Of the heavyweight existences in Yuan Gang's mouth, Ning Yun thought for a moment that probably only those few human sealings could be so titled, right? One sword, one dignity, one husband, one ride, one void. I just don't know which human sealing will be the one that comes here. Suddenly, Yuan Gang coughed dryly and looked at Ning Yun with some embarrassment. Right. There's something else I need to tell you. What is it? You do remember the masked squad, don't you? Ning Yun nodded and spoke. Remember. What's wrong? Yuan Gang revealed a gloating expression. A special squad of the same level as the mask will be coming here soon, and it's specifically for you. The name of that squad is called the Phoenix Squad, and you are an agent of the Phoenix, so that's why they came to you. And of course there's a reason why that captain of mine is firing on all cylinders. So just look for my captain if you want. His name is Xiaopinga, the captain of Team 006 in Shangjing City. In short, don't look for me. Yuan Gang very unconscionably betrayed Xiaopinga to the bottom, according to his own words. That is, after spending a lot of time with Ning Yun, he had also changed into a dog quite a bit. Seeing Yuan Gang pick himself clean from this, the corners of Ning Yun's mouth twitched slightly. Xiaopinga, who was far away in Shangjing City, couldn't help but sneeze. Do people talk? I'm not human, but you're a real dog. Ning Yun did not deny the fact that he had been mistaken for an agent of the Phoenix. It couldn't be said that it wasn't a phoenix among the gods, but an immortal divine phoenix from another dimension. Could it? And the relationship between him and the immortal god Phoenix was completely different from the agency relationship between a god and a mortal. As far as agents are concerned, mortals walk the earth on behalf of a particular god, but Ning Yun was different. The immortal god Phoenix, at this moment, was within his body. In a sense, the immortal god Phoenix today was a part of him, very different from the meaning of divine agent. However, Ning Yun wasn't some sort of third-grade student, and couldn't possibly trot out all these big truths in his head. It would do him more harm than good. In that case, he simply made the mistake. Since they treated themselves as Phoenix agents, they were Phoenix agents themselves. At that thought, Ning Yun was silent for a moment. Information about the Phoenix Squad tumbled out of the depths of his memory in his mind. He had some memories of this particular squad called the Phoenix, but not many. All members in the Phoenix Squad are chosen based on the concentration of Phoenix blood, or how well they are adapted to it. Can't remember much of the details. Something like that. He also remembered that the captain of Phoenix Squad seemed to be a female Tyrannosaurus Rex. It was inexplicably impressive. After pondering for a moment, Ning Yun came to a conclusion. Phoenix Squad, they want to find themselves, for no more than two purposes. In their speculations, the probability of their own fitness with Phoenix blood as Phoenix agents would reach an extremely high level. Therefore, It was very likely that the other party would come and invite themselves to join the Phoenix Squad. That's one. Second, perhaps, the Phoenix Squad also wants to get some information about the Phoenix from themselves. However, just then, not waiting for Ning Yun to continue thinking about it, he suddenly felt that the atmosphere around him had become distinctly off. The originally noisy training ground was silent. Whether it was those recruits or instructors, they all stopped training and stopped in place. Yuan Gang, who was originally slightly dangling, also stood straight, and a color of respect surfaced on his rough national character face. Ning Yun raised his eyes slightly. He could feel a wave of power slowly permeating the air. It seemed that the being that Yuan Gang had spoken of had already arrived. Ning Yun's eyes looked calmly toward the front. At this very moment, from far below the sky, a reddish-brown carriage emanating the aura of vicissitude and ancient pallor came slowly. Wherever the carriage passed, it seemed as if traces of the river had run over it. The child's demeanor was relaxed, reaching for the reins. Somehow, at this moment, a famous scene from his previous life suddenly flashed through Ning Yun's mind. It's from an old myth. 9 dragons pulling coffins. In an instant, the carriage with the reins held by the little boy came to heel from the distant sky, and as if it had shrunk to the ground with the power of a divine ability, it came to a peaceful stop on the training ground. The moment he saw the carriage, Ning Yun was already clear about which human sealing had come to the training camp this time. At this moment, everyone in the middle of the training camp focused their gazes on that carriage at the same time. If you look closely you'll be able to spot it. Although the carriage stopped, it did not really land, but hung in the air. Chapter 73, Human Sealing. Husband Chen himself conferred the honor. After the carriage came to a stop, a somewhat thin figure slowly took a leg out of the carriage and then stood firmly on the ground. His face was pale and gray at the temples, but his dark eyes were shining. The visitor is none other than Mr. Chen. No, one husband, warden of the Lent House prison. Also, one of the 5 sealings of humanity. Below the gods, the pinnacle of humanity. At the sight of this white-haired figure, Yuan Gang hurriedly jogged forward and spoke in a respectful tone. Husband, this respect is not superficial. For the existing and even the only 5 human sealings, Yuan Gang respected them from the bottom of his heart. It was because of them that Daxia was able to rest in peace to this day. It was because of the existence of these 5 human sealings that they were able to suppress that group of curmudgeons. Husband Chen patted Yuan Gang's shoulder and revealed a kind smile. Afterward, he scanned a circle toward the front, finally resting his eyes on Ning Yun as husbandman Chen walked slowly toward him, the little boy following closely behind him. At this moment, the many recruits on the side had begun to whisper. Asterisk. The way to debut is so gripping. Do you still want to die? Why does this old den look a bit familiar? Do you guys know who he is? I don't know. I think it's the same as Instructor Yuan, also a member of one of the Night's Watch squads? Lin Qiye narrowed his eyes. The aura emanating from this white-haired old man wasn't old. It was thick like a lion, and it was as if he could cause rumbling thunderquakes when his chi and blood tumbled. Right at this moment, Bailey Chubby couldn't help but cover his mouth and exclaimed, I Lua Bean. This one will actually come to the training camp in person. Molly, Xin Xingzhu, and Xiao Yuan came over at the same time and said in unison, Who is this? Bailey Chubby was incredulous. You guys don't know him? He's that Mr. Chen, one of the human sealings. As the heir of the Bailey group, even though he was pushed out to block the gun, Bailey Chubby was also a bit more knowledgeable than the rest of the few. He instantly recognized the true identity of this old man who had arrived in a carriage. After hearing Bailey Chubby's words, several people were filled with shock. A human sealing? Although they hadn't seen the human sealings with their own eyes, they had more or less heard rumors about them. They would slowly begin to be exposed to these things once they were each assigned to a vigilante squad later on. Xiao Yuan rested against his chin and said softly, Among the Night's Watch, there are 5 people who are called the human sealing, who are the spiritual pillars guarding Daxia and the last city wall. Bailey Chubby nodded. That's right, and that one is one of them, whom the Night Watchman honors as Master Chen. After hearing the 2 men's explanations, Lin Qiye pondered slightly. Human sealings come to Ning Yun. He vaguely guessed the purpose of Chen Fuzi's visit. After all, on the previous day when he had decimated the underworld Willow, he had also been present. I'm afraid that it was because Ning Yun's formidable strength had attracted the attention of the vigilantes higher-ups that Fuzzy Chen had appeared here. Not bad for a Ning Yun. Easily did what they couldn't. In the meantime, after stopping in front of Ning Yun, husband Chen slowly spoke. If I'm not mistaken, Your Excellency is the agent chosen by the Phoenix, right? Ning Yun nodded. That's right. He didn't wonder how the other man could tell. Among the Night's Watch hierarchy, Chen Fuzi could also be said to be the bearer of intellect, and there were many ways in which he was able to come to this conclusion. What's more, One's various characteristics should have been recorded in the Night's Watch's files. As an anomaly that had suddenly appeared in Songnan City, it was impossible for him to go unnoticed. After replying, Ning Yun stopped speaking. For his part, husband Chen looked him up and down carefully, and then laughed out loud. Just as the rumors have it, thick chi and blood, full of spirit, and even his outward appearance is good-looking. Not bad, not bad, worthy of being the chosen agent of the Phoenix, a real talent. At those words, Ning Yun's expression became a bit strange. Do you come up here to compliment people like that? He was a little embarrassed by the compliment, but soon, he realized that this Chen Fuzi came from a bad place. Usually, the ones that come up with a few compliments are basically not very good. Of course, Ning Yun did not doubt Fuzzy Chen's determination to guard humanity. However, he also knew very well in his heart that husband Chen had definitely come here today with some sort of purpose. It was also at this moment that, without waiting for Ning Yun to continue speaking up and say something, husband Chen had already exposed his true intentions. Husband Chen squinted his eyes and smiled amiably. I heard that you haven't officially joined the Night's Watch yet? Right now, you're just here as an instructor as a supernumerary of the Night's Watch? Ning Yun nodded. Sort of. Ugh. What a big deal. Husband Chen revealed a look of regret. They simply don't understand how valuable a talent like you is. Talent is the most precious and valuable in this world. Yet in the next sentence, he revealed the old fox's tail. Are you interested in coming with me? Staying here is a waste of time for you. I will make you stronger in a short period of time. You possess a talent that surpasses ours. Whether it's a forbidden object or any other request, as long as you ask for it, I will absolutely get you whatever I can get. Husband Chen knew very well that for people in Ning Yun's realm, ordinary money no longer held any appeal to them. The only thing that is fundamental is to improve your strength. And this was an offer made by a human sealing himself, and countless people were rushing to it. In fact, the conditions offered by Chen Fuzi were also absolutely precious. He's the human sealing. A promise is a promise. There is never any possibility of falsehoods. These words were almost tantamount to the fact that he would become Ning Yun's protector. It was just a pity that he had the wrong idea this time. What kind of forbidden objects could Chen Fuzi take out? Can you compete with a frog spawn? Just kidding. If one agreed to the words of Chen Fuzi, I'm afraid that their future actions would inevitably be greatly restricted. And Ning Yun himself doesn't want to leave Songnan City, because here are the people and things he wants to protect. Ning Yun shook his head and politely refused. I'm sorry, I can't agree to your request. I'll continue to stay here. In Songnan City, there are people I want to guard here. Chen Fuzi nodded with a smile. The person who wants to protect is really a good reason. But, not waiting for him to finish, the little child behind him suddenly tugged on Chen Fuzi's coat. Fuzi, the purpose of our coming here. Upon hearing this, husband Chen revealed a hint of dawning realization. Sorry, I've gotten off topic again. He turned back to Ning Yun, a glimmer of light in his pale but godly eyes. Instructor Ning Yun, my primary purpose in coming here this time is to bestow an honor upon you. Chapter 74, Battle against Xia Simon. Phoenix versus Phoenix. The moment the words fell, Chen Fuzi turned his head with a smile on his face to look at the surrounding recruits, and his voice, which had been soothing, became loud and strong. Obviously, his next words were not only meant to be addressed to Ning Yun, but also to these fresh blood who would be joining the Night's Watch in the future. Instructor Ning Yun, in this attack on the Church of the Ancient Gods, you have taken significant credit. Personally kill a member of the Church of the Ancient God of the Infinite Realm, recapture a captain of the original Night Watch of the Sea Realm, and capture a member of the Church of the Ancient God of the Chuan Realm. Upon hearing Chen Fuzi's words, the surrounding recruits immediately listened to the sound. Asterisk. Limitless Realm. Although I've known for a long time that Instructor Ning Yun is very powerful, but actually this powerful? Damn yeah. I'm even bothering to beat the Chuan Realm right now. Being able to directly up the Limitless Realm. This is something that people can do? 1,000 words that finally converged into one sentence. Worthy of being Instructor Ning Yun. It's a full-on diabolical. In this intensive training camp, if there was any instructor that these recruits remembered the most, it would inevitably be Ning Yun. Husband Chen continued. Originally, what should have been awarded to you was a star medal. It's only given out when one kills a limitless realm mystery or when one quells some sort of scourge big enough for a region. And you, for one, have the qualifications. This medal, however, is only available to full members of the Night's Watch. And it is for this reason that we have decided, after careful deliberation, to create a special department for you, the Department of Heavenly Patrol, to patrol on behalf of the heavens. You can just take command of this department if you want. Ning Yun didn't immediately agree. his intuition telling him that this wasn't normal. He suspiciously looked at Chen Fuzi and opened his mouth to inquire. I take the liberty of asking, is there anyone else besides me in this patrol heaven division? Of yours? No. Ning Yun, he said, somewhat breathlessly, so it's not just a bare-bones job. What's the point? Husband Chen came forward and said smilingly, patrolling on behalf of heaven. Heaven is Daxia. If you are willing to take charge of the Heavenly Patrol Division, you can utilize the vast majority of the resources within the Night's Watch. Wherever you travel to any city in Daxia, the local vigilante squad will be at your disposal. And the division is in charge of the patrol division, which means you have great freedom. You can still stay here, guarding Tsangnan and the people you want to guard. At those words, Ning Yun's eyes lit up. If it was really as Chen Fuzi had said, then this was clearly something they had prepared specifically for themselves. He's a bit of a heartbreaker. Yuan Gang had softened his words for so many days, but Ning Yun hadn't even agreed to join the Night's Watch. The reason for this includes this, that after joining the Night's Watch, he will be bound to a certain extent. If he was forced to join, he would only go to Squad 136 and stay in Sangnan City. But nowadays, the Patrol of Heaven division proposed by Chen Fuzi had solved this problem perfectly. Ning Yun was satisfied, just as he was about to agree. In the distance, a lively and bright female voice suddenly came. Master Chen, I'd say you're too biased, aren't you? Such a free job for him? How come it's so hard for me to ask Commander Yi for a vacation? Along with this voice coming slowly, everyone's eyes looked in one direction at the same time. A beautiful woman with a slender figure slowly walked over. The light golden hair poured down like a waterfall, casually draped behind her, gently fluttering along with the breeze. The woman's legs are slim and straight, and extremely eye-catching against the black slim straight pants. In an instant, Xia Siming had already walked in front of husbandman Chen and Ning Yun. Seeing this, Yuan Gang hurriedly wanted to go forward to stop her, but he directly stopped in place under a look from Xia Siming. Kidding aside, he himself was only a sea realm, and Xia Siming had already stepped into the limitless realm a long time ago, and now it was even likely that she had broken through to the final realm. The woman on the other hand is also a violent maniac. When the time comes to be beaten up in front of many new recruits, then, this old face is also considered to be lost. Words. Why didn't the people watching the set camp report this to themselves? But in an instant, Yuan Gang realized what was going on. He held his forehead somewhat helplessly. The doors of this training camp are really equally ignored by every one of them. The mask squad, Ning Yun, then Fu Zi, and even now Xia Simong. How come every single one of them didn't go through the front door? Is it that hard to walk through the front door? In the meantime, Xia Siming raised her eyes to Ning Yun and opened the door. Kid, you have the aura of a phoenix on you. Do you want to come and fight? Ning Yun? Yuan Gang. Husband Chen. A host of recruits. You want to go straight into a fight? Do we know each other that well? Ning Yun turned his gaze to the side of Chen Fuzi. Chen Fuzi, however, said with some hesitation, this is not good. After all, today is the day to honor Instructor Ning Yun. But if Instructor Ning Yun is willing to do so, then it is not impossible to treat it as a friendly match and spar to your heart's content. Ning Yun, can you act any more fake than that? Chen Fuzi was hesitant on the surface, but the meaning of his words made it clear that he was letting himself and Xia Siming fight. The other party's intentions were so obvious that they couldn't be any more obvious, and the two had conspired to see for themselves what they were capable of. That abacus bead crashed right into his face. It's the acting. That's really not complimentary. Ning Yun felt like he had been embarrassed, and so, he revealed an extremely sunny smile and slowly spoke. I refuse. Okay, then we'll get started here. Without waiting for Xia Siming to finish, she suddenly reacted to the fact that Ning Yun hadn't agreed to her invitation for a date. She blinked those big beautiful eyes and rubbed her chin curiously. That's not the right reaction, according to what the husband said. Ahem. Husband Chen hurriedly cleared his throat from the sidelines. Oh, I'm sorry, I accidentally gave it away. Fuzzy. Husband Chen. You're really missing the point with that statement right now. He never should have let Xia Siming do this. Seeing the air gradually stagnate, Ning Yun opened his mouth to relieve himself at the right time. Although I'm not good at gladiatorial combat, since Captain Xia is adamant about wanting to spar with me, how about point blank? Thus, Chen Fuzi became even more embarrassed. There is nothing more socially dead than having one's small mind revealed and then having the other person make a point of making excuses for one to round back up. Damn, this kid has a black heart. He said that on purpose. Xia Simong, however, could not hear the deeper meaning in the words. She clenched her fist and said with an excited expression, really? That's just right. Can we start now, please? It was obvious that she really wanted to fight Ning Yun. At those words, Ning Yun nodded slightly. Come on. The moment the words fell, A wave of heat hit his face. Xia Ximing's brilliant golden hair rose upwards, and the silhouette of a red golden phoenix faintly emerged behind her. Boom! An extremely terrifying pressure instantly descended. Ning Yun raised an eyebrow. He wasn't sure about Xia Ximing's realm, but he was able to feel that the pressure was clearly much stronger than the previous underworld willow. In the meantime, Lin Qiye and the others who were watching the battle from the sidelines were filled with confusion. A few people were wide-eyed. How come the fight started straight away? Chapter 75 Phoenix and Athena. The ancestral dragon descends. Under the power of the phoenix blood, Xia Ximing's light blonde hair was gradually tinted with a touch of scarlet, and the flames around her body flickered more than ever. Never ceasing to pulsate, she slowly raised her eyes. A pair of beautiful eyes that had also been dyed the color of crimson gold looking straight at Ning Yun. Endless battle intent began to swirl out in all directions with her as the center. Xia Ximing really wanted to fight Ning Yun. She was eager to see what kind of power this mortal agent chosen by the Phoenix possessed. And, in the present time when the gods of Daxia had disappeared, the appearance of the Phoenix was tantamount to a stone-cold important news for the Night's Watch. There was only one Daxia deity that still existed today, Queen Mother of the West in Kunlun, or even just a diversion. At this point, even the purpose of this visit was left behind her. There were only two words left inside his head. Fight. Vast pressure swept in like a tidal wave. Countless tiny sparks flashed by, and the originally calm air stirred. Yuan Gang hurriedly shouted toward the several instructors beside him. Go unfold the unrestricted airspace. Ning Yun, who was capable of killing the immeasurable realm, and Xia Ximing, the leader of the Phoenix Squad, whose realm had reached the immeasurable realm a long time ago. The fluctuations caused by the battle between these two were able to sweep through the entire Tsangnan city. Xia Ximing's beautiful eyes narrowed as she slowly raised her palm, and a cluster of flames emitting a terrifying temperature flared up abruptly. Come on, show me how powerful a Phoenix agent can be. Ning Yun didn't say anything, but the same spiritual pressure tumbled around him. Spiritual pressure wrapped in astonishing heat slowly overflowed, almost condensing into substance, coloring the sky dome with a scarlet red. Behind him, a phoenix-like virtual image that covered the sky slowly emerged. Seeing this, Xia Ximing's beautiful eyes lit up. Is this the Phoenix god you represent? Think of it this way. Ning Yun's eyes were bemused as he rolled up his cuffs, then gently gripped them towards the void in front of him. A flash of fire exploded and appeared. Next moment, Ning Yun was already holding the flowing blade wakizashi in his hand. Oh, is that your power too? Ning Yun shook his head. No, it's just one of my weapons. On the sidelines, the two were like friends catching up, not the slightest intention to make a move. But in reality, the real encounter begins at this very moment. The two auras collided with each other with a loud bang from the void. Both of them possessed the Phoenix Flame, but they were two very different powers. The source of Xia Ximing's Phoenix Flame was Phoenix Blood, a product passed down from generation to generation of the Phoenix Squad. As for Ning Yun, the source of his Phoenix Flame was the immortal Divine Phoenix that had fused with him, the offspring of a lord from the Divine Phoenix domain of the Supreme Plane. In terms of bits and pieces, Ning Yun finished off Xia Ximing, and in terms of the majesty of the force, Ning Yun stood in place, his figure erect and handsome, and the spiritual pressure around him once again skyrocketed. The hot and terrifying spirit pressure spread out in a steady stream, filling this area between heaven and earth. Jab! It was the sound of moisture being vaporized from the air. It was right after the cold New Year and the temperature was as low as it could get. Yet it was in this instant. The shocking heat wave, however, dispelled the freezing cold. The high temperatures that made people tremble did not stop there, but went deep into the earth, baking the whole piece of earth until it was dry and cracked. Seeing this, Xia Ximing's beautiful eyes plummeted. She would also be able to cause such a sight if she exploded with all her might, but it couldn't be downplayed like Ning Yun did. She could feel a drop of cold sweat at the corner of her forehead evaporate from the air before it even fell. Being in the limitless realm, she was still like this, not to mention the surrounding recruits who were in an even lower realm. They were only able to feel a suffocatingly terrifying pressure wrapping itself around them, as if they were sinking into a blazing hell and gasping for air. And this, already, was after Ning Yun had gathered his strength. If he wanted to, he would be able to turn this place into a fiery lava hell in a matter of moments. Aside, Chen Fuzi couldn't help but widen his eyes. This power is really an intimidating flame. Originally, he had been skeptical about the fact that Ning Yun had easily subdued the limitless realm divine agent, because he's just too young. According to the intelligence presented in Yuan Gang's report, Ning Yun was still just a student at his age. Most importantly, he's growing too fast. Even Yuan Gang himself wouldn't have believed it if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes. No one would believe this even if they said it. But now Chen Fuzi had to believe it, because the facts were right in front of him. As the captain of the Phoenix Squad, Xia Simeng was also an extremely powerful batch amongst the infinite realm, not to mention that she herself was still an agent of the goddess Athena. But at this point, in the battle with Ning Yun's chi, she was at an absolute disadvantage. While others couldn't see it, Chen Fuzi could see it clearly. The moment the two men's auras collided, Xia Simeng's phoenix flame was then like a thin layer of paper, instantly crushed by Ning Yun's flames. It wasn't even a real sparring match. With just a single collision of auras, the highs and lows were immediately determined. But Xia Simeng did not admit defeat. Next, the real battle. The will represented by the Phoenix Squad is to burn eternally, to be reborn in fire, and to fight until the last moment. Her eyes were lightly closed, and her phoenix blood was extremely sublimated. The fiery flames transformed into feathery wings that slowly spread out behind her, transforming into countless fiery lotus flowers. At this very moment, Xia Simeng was like a daughter of the phoenix that had been reborn from the flames. The phoenix blood and the divine might of Athena, goddess of victory, erupted at the same time. The two forces kept intertwining, emitting a gut-wrenching sense of oppression. When she waved her arm, the flaming lotus flower transformed into a lance that broke through the air towards Ning Yun. She had once personally killed a limitless realm mystery with this strike, and it was terrifying to the extreme. However, the instant Ning Yun tried to raise his hand to defend against this destructive strike, he suddenly heard the system's voice beside his ear. Froggy's friends from the other world are coming through the void. Next moment, the originally calm wall of the world seemed as if a stone had been thrown down, splashing circles of ripples, space, distorting. In this instant, brilliant imperial might suddenly swept over. It is as if the king is in the world. Instantaneous. Inch by inch, the long spear that condensed a heaven-destroying aura began to shatter. Xia Simeng and husband Shen's faces changed at the same time, as if they were facing an enemy. Flames surrounded Xia Simeng's body as her power that belonged to the limitless realm erupted once again. However, under the monstrous emperor's might, the infinite realm's spiritual power was as shaky as a flatboat. Right now was no longer the time to compete with Ning Yun. Husband Shen droned out in a deep voice. Dare I ask where you are a god from? In the meantime, along with the descent of that terrifying emperor's might, a thick voice slowly came out. Is this the Dasha I have never seen? P.S. Politics is about to make its debut, so I'm begging for a wave of freebies. Kneel down and kowtow for all you readers out there. Chapter 76, The True Dragon of National Fortune. An emperor of the 1,000 years. Brilliant imperial might. Oppressing the world. Along with that majestic voice that resounded through the heavens and earth gradually fell. From behind Ning Yun, as far as the eye could reach, a great figure slowly emerged in the middle of the crowd's line of sight. The pitch-black dragon robe swayed gently with the breeze, and the 12 coronets were like countless stars flickering more than once. The moment this magnificent figure appeared, the great Xia, which was shrouded in mist, seemed to sense something, and the endless national fortune instantly surged up. A voice of a dragon's whistle shot up into the sky, shaking the world with its might. The wind and clouds rise, and heaven and earth change color. The moment, the national fortune belonging to the great summer all coalesced in the sky above Changnan City, transforming into an ink-colored divine dragon circling and swimming, its golden dragon scales scattering countless paths of light to envelop the earth. The three instructors had just unfolded the ringless airspace when they looked up and saw the scene. Even before the ringless hollow could be put to use, it shattered with the coalescence of the nation's fortunes. The might of the ancestral dragon could not be concealed. At the same time, regardless of which city you are in, you will be able to look up and see the ink and gold dragon rolling and swimming in the sky. Mommy, is that a dragon? Dragons? What dragons? How can there be dragons in this world? The young mom was just about to give her some common sense when she suddenly felt the sky darken. Immediately, she subconsciously looked in the direction of the little girl's small finger, and her clear face was instantly covered in shock. Turns out, her daughter wasn't lying. At this very moment, an ink-golden dragon shadow that covered the sky hovered above Changnan City, the blue sky that was originally as clear as day, and the dazzling sun that flashed with blinding light were all obscured by the dragon's shadow that kept swimming. Upper King City. Xiaopinga had just picked up a cup of cool white water, but his hand involuntarily shook for a split second. He felt it. That trembling imperial might was like a storm descending on Daxia. The glass of water shook, spilling its contents all over the floor. However, at this moment, Xiaopinga couldn't care less about this. He hurriedly walked to the window to look towards the sky, and thus he also saw the sky-covering dragon shadow that made his heart and soul tremble. He muttered somewhat incredulously, "Is this pressure the return of the gods of the great summer? Called the White Impermanence. He possesses the Yama temple which can carry the medium of divine power. Therefore, he was able to feel the changes in the fortunes of the great Xia kingdom through the Hall of Hades, and right now, he was able to clearly feel that almost all of the national fortune of the entire country of Xia was constantly gathering towards Changnan City. as if it was attracted by something. Those who can create such a great momentum. In addition to the return of the gods of the great summer, Uncle Sam's flavorful local food restaurant, Joe Ping Boy, 2 more bowls of rice. Here, rice. Joe Ping, dressed in the distinctive costume of San Uncle's flavored local cuisine restaurant, placed 2 bowls of rice on the guests' tables. Yet just then, he, who usually had a mind as quiet as still water, showed a rare expression of dismay. Before Joe Ping could react, he heard a few guests leaning against the floor-to-ceiling windows speak up in surprise. "Lon, look, what's that in the sky?" Hearing her companion call out to her, Ran subconsciously brought her head to the window and made to look up into the sky. A state-of-the-art exit followed. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Ran spoke in shock. "Is that a dragon?" In the meantime, Joe Ping silently put down the rag he was wiping the table with and then walked outside the restaurant. He raised his eyes and looked toward the sky. With his human ceiling realm, even though he was thousands of miles away, he was still able to feel the monstrous emperor's might permeating over there. He had seen the gods. This pressure, however, was extremely different from divine might. There was no divinity in this pressure. This means, the one who can emit such a mighty power is not any one of the gods who descended. However, there was no doubt that the person who caused this pressure was afraid that killing those gods would be easier than slaughtering a dog. At that thought, Joe Ping's eyes widened slightly. A certain will in his heart grew stronger as a result. In the body of a human being, it is comparable to a god, or even, suppressing the gods. Vigilante headquarters. Have you determined where the source of the outbreak is? Reporting to Commander Yi. The source is in Songnan City. Yi Fan's expression trembled violently. You said that it was in Songnan City? The moment he felt this terrifying power fluctuation, Yi Fan had already ordered an investigation into where its source came from. However, what he didn't expect was that it was actually Songnan City. Yet it seems to be expected. It's no surprise what's going on in Canyon City. He thought of Chen Fuzi. Chen Fuzi had already departed for Songnan City, and the Phoenix Squad was stationed over there as well. Most importantly, the recruit training camp was also in Songnan City, and that blazing angel Michael, who made a 10-year miracle, is also in Songnan City. The upstart who had subdued the limitless realm divine agents was likewise in Songnan City. We have to contact Mr. Chen quickly. One thought in this, Yi Fan couldn't help but launch a whine in his heart. How come everything is gathered in Songnan City? Chen Fuzi's body was taut. His entire attention focused on the magnificent figure in front of him. For some reason, he looked at the figure in front of him and had a vague guess in his heart. But the speculation was too much for him to believe. Chen Fuzi took a deep breath. He was clear that he was representing the face of Dixia at this time. Then he clasped his hands and said with a solemn expression, "Warden of Dixia's Lenten Institute, Chen Fuzi, may I ask who your excellency is?" It was not the gods, but whoever was in his mouth that he was asking. Words. The great figure took a step forward, his black dragon robe hunting in the wind. The great summer's national fortune surrounded his body, and the divine dragon of Qi hovered above his head. This instant, the great figure looked towards Chen Fuzi. Just a glance. Chen Fuzi, however, seemed to see an endless abyss. Even the gods of the heavens had never given him such a terrifying sense of oppression. Not answering husband Chen's question, the great figure turned around and walked over to Ning Yun. He could sense that Ning Yun had the aura of that frog on him. It seems that this is the one that the frog has chosen. But at this point, that wasn't his concern. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the vastness of the great summer kingdom around him. But the corners of his mouth unconsciously lifted upwards. And so, the past and the future meet in this moment. Daxia has been around for thousands of years and has gone through vicissitudes and prosperity. The land, furrowed and ravaged, is still the same land one knows. Immediately, he slowly turned around, his voice thick and melodious. Who am I? The moment the words fell, behind him, a grand and solemn vast palace slowly emerged from the void. 10,000 thousands of generals clad in black armor were neatly arranged in formation, killing aura, straight into the sky. In the meantime, the heavy voice of the great figure that carried the 1,000-year history of the Great Xia once again reached the ears of the crowd. I am the ancestral dragon of Great Xia, Emperor of Great Qin. Chapter 77. Are you willing to carry the Great Summer's fortune? The moment the great figure's words fell, the entire training camp was silent. Whether it was the new recruits or the instructors, their faces were filled with astonishment, and their hearts set off a wave of shock. Ancestral dragon of Daxia, Emperor of Diqin. Just 8 words. The reality of this magnificent figure was then revealed, sweeping across the 8 wastelands, swallowing up the 6, shaking the world with might, an emperor for the ages, unify the endless boundaries of Great Xia, the first emperor of Daxia in ancient times. First emperor, Ing Zheng. The moment the name surfaced in his mind, Everyone only felt their bodies' cold hairs stand up, and a wave of qi and blood rushed upwards against their heads. First Emperor, Ning Yun, the true old ancestor of Daxia. This character from history was actually standing in front of him at this moment. The intense shock that surged through the limbs and bones could no longer be described in words. And at this moment when he heard that Ning Zhang had personally recognized his identity, Chen Fuzi finally breathed a long sigh of relief. But the shock in his heart was like a wildfire that could not be quelled for a long time. Just now, he had already vaguely guessed in his mind that the other party was most likely the same first emperor who had unified the Great Xia 1,000 years ago. The iconic black dragon imperial robe, the star-like 12-tasseled coronet, and the Daxia's national dragon energy that constantly converged here in the sky. All of it proclaims who he is. At this moment, this magnificent figure standing in front of him was that ancestral dragon emperor from the long history, the oldest ancestor of Daxia, Ning Yun. And at this moment, Ning Yun's heart was equally unsettled. When he heard the system's voice just now, it occurred to him that the friend who came here to visit next was likely to be an unimaginably great person. But he didn't expect it. Frog pups make friends, refers to really this Shi Huang Dia, frog spawn, cow pie. In the meantime, Chen Fuzi stepped forward and walked in front of Ning Zhang and bent down slightly, showing immense respect when facing this old ancestor of Daxia. In response to husbandman Chen's respect, Ning Zhang simply waved his hand casually. No harm done. This era does not belong to me, and naturally there is no need to salute when you see me. He then turned to look at Ning Yun. I have returned to Grand Xia this time for two things. The first thing is to see that the great summer of today is still at peace. The second thing is for him. Saying that, Ning Zhang suddenly revealed an elusive smile and spoke. Kid, can you take me for a walk on this land? Ning Yun froze for a split second, quickly reacting to the fact that Ning Zhang was conversing with himself. He nodded. Good. Immediately afterward, Ning Yun looked towards Xia Simeng. Captain Xia, then today's encounter will end here for now? Xia Simeng nodded dully. It happened so suddenly that she hadn't even reacted yet. Looking at the departing backs of the two, both husband Chen and Xia Simeng were dumbfounded. Yuan Gang in the distance is also stagnant. Holy, this kid actually. That's Qin Shi Huang. Xia Simeng extinguished the phoenix flame that was burning around her. It slowly fell above the ground. The scene just now was still pounding into her head at this point, dizzying her, and even her battle with Ning Yun was put behind her. She and husband Chen glanced at each other face to face, and in the end it was Xia Simeng who opened her mouth to break the slightly stagnant atmosphere. Husband, is that person really our old ancestor? The first emperor of Daxia? For his part, husband Chen rubbed his brow. He wouldn't even question the authenticity of that magnificent figure. Because, at this moment, that endless Great Xia national fortune was transformed into an ink golden true dragon hovering over Tsangnan city at this moment. Who else but the first emperor could have created such a scene? Who else could it be but that first emperor that the Great Summer's national fortune would be so inclined to? Chen Fuzi also did not think that he came to Tsangnan city today. Will be such a twist. All the original plans were all disrupted. But in a sense, there is a good side to it. At least, he got a message. Ning Yun was associated with the first emperor, and there was no way that he would stand above the opposite of Daxia. And, does the return of the first emperor mean that the gods of Daxia are also about to embark on the cycle of return? Thinking about this, Chen Fuzi's heart beat rapidly. Holy ah, that's Qin Shi Huang ah. Bailey Chubby frantically shook Lin Qiye's coat. I actually saw the living first emperor. I've only seen it in history books before. Lin Qiye slapped his arm away. It's also my first time seeing a living Qin Shi Huang. Who hasn't had a first time? Lin Qiye swept a glance toward the side. Those recruits have been shocked speechless. Bailey Chubby's so epileptic performance in this group of recruits. But it seems extra. Normal. But that's normal. Who would be able to remain calm in their heart when they saw the first emperor of the Grand Xia with their own eyes? But Lin Qiye was different. His focus is not on Qin Shi Huang. Instead, it's Ning Yun. Lin Qiye hadn't expected that Ning Yun would become a phoenix agent with a casual strike. Once more, Emperor Qin Shi Huang had to press for him. The battle between Xia Simeng and Ning Yun hadn't even ended yet, and that first emperor had triggered such a vast soundscape, disintegrating Xia Simeng's phoenix lance inch by inch in an instant. Just kidding. What else could it be for if it wasn't to pressure Ning Yun? Ning Yun's connections were truly terrifying. Even the first emperor can be invited. If Ning Yun were here, he would have been designated to be rendered speechless by his entirety. What a brainiac. The Lin 7 Knights of the past is dead, and now standing before you is the king of Lin Brainwash 7 Knights. After being pushed away by Lin Qiye, Bailey Chubby ran to Molly again. Molly, that's a living Qin Shi Huang ye. Molly held her forehead, her face full of disgust and a whole big nothing. And after this incident, Ning Yun's status in the hearts of this group of recruits had risen another level. After leaving the training camp, Ning Yun led Ing Zhang to walk casually around the downtown area of Sangnan. Ing Zhang didn't say anything, only looking calmly at this familiar land. At this point, not too many people were paying attention to the two of them. Everyone's attention was drawn to the Chi-True dragon that was perched above Sangnan City. Even the usual Ing Zhang wearing a black dragon robe would only be considered a costume-playing enthusiast. However, that imperial might emanating from his body was the real deal. Under the brilliant imperial might, any mystery has nothing to hide. All of the mysteries hidden in Sangnan City fled in haste the instant they felt this imperial might. No matter where it was, it must never remain in Sangnan City. If you continue to stay here, you will only die. This is the gold of the first emperor. Wherever the first emperor passed, all evils retreated. Just as Ning Yun was searching in his heart for what exactly this old ancestor wanted to do, suddenly, Ing Zhang turned to look at Ning Yun. Are you willing to carry the great Xia's chi fortune? Chapter 78, The Late Generation. Willing to carry the great summer's fortune. Hearing Ing Zhang suddenly utter such a sentence, Ning Yun couldn't help but freeze in place. Seeing this, Ing Zhang smiled lightly and spoke. There's no need to be too anxious to tell me the result. You still have a lot of time to think about the answer to this question. Ing Zhang turned his hands behind his back and gazed longingly at every pedestrian and every residence on the street. This is the territory that belongs to his daxia. Even after thousands of years, it would still be his great Xia's territory. The only way to feel at ease is to step on the ground. Just then, suddenly a girl ran towards the two. She looked at Ing Zhang with excitement on her face. Are you cozying up to Qin Shi Huang? Ing Zhang stopped in his tracks and turned his head to look at Ning Yun, his eyes filled with doubt. What does this mean? Ning Yun coughed lightly. It was meant as a compliment that the costume was exquisite. Ing Zhang said thoughtfully, the costume is exquisite. Indeed. After all, this black dragon robe is woven from dragon tendons. At those words, Ning Yun couldn't help but twitch his eyelids twice. True dragon sinews. Not bad for the first emperor. At that moment, the girl blinked her big eyes and continued to ask, Sir, can I take a picture with you? Group photo? Ning Yun just wanted to explain, but realized that he was a bit at a loss as to how to do so. After organizing his words for a while, he then explained in a way that Ing Zhang could understand. A group photo means that both of you are recorded on a scroll at the same time. Ing Zhang nodded thoughtfully. Like this? It can be. Getting a response, the girl excitedly came over to Ing Zhang, and then snapped a picture. She then leaned down slightly with great appreciation. Thank you. Looking at the girl's fading backs, Ning Yun rubbed his chin slightly, as if he could see the doubt in his heart. Ing Zhang spoke. What? Do you think it's unbelievable? As the emperor of a dynasty, I would actually make such an affable move? Ning Yun smiled embarrassedly. He did think so. Ing Zhang, however, just curled the corner of his mouth slightly. No matter what I have ever done, it can't change a single fact. I am the emperor of Daxia, born for Daxia and died for Daxia. Even after millions of years, the people of Daxia are still my people. However, this era does not belong to me, and all I can do is to act as a mere witness. This means that what I symbolize today is not an emperor, but rather the original cluster of fire in the thousands of bloodline fires of Daxia. So, treat me like a common friend. At this moment, Ing Zhang no longer refers to himself as me. It was also at this moment that he would no longer be the emperor of old. He and Ning Yun, like 10,000 people, were all subjects of the Grand Xia. Afterward, Ing Zhang patted Ning Yun's shoulder. Perhaps, on this path, you will walk even farther than me. Ning Yun frowned. Road? What road? I'll leave that for you to figure out. After saying that, Ing Zhang raised his head and continued to walk forward, the 12 tassels gently swaying with him. Being able to witness the Daxia of the latter days with his own eyes, he wanted to take a closer look at the bustling landscape and the Daxia people of the latter days. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Perhaps, won't have that opportunity again. So, accompanied by Ning Yun, this old ancestor of Daxia strolled around Sangnan City for a long time. From the east of the city to the west, and then from the north of the city to the south. Until night falls, the sky deepens, and the last remnants of the sun at dusk set over the western mountains. At this time, the two had already left Sangnan city center and were standing on the outskirts of the city. The coldness of the deep winter was bitter, but this coldness could not affect Ning Yun and Ing Zhang. Above his head, endless stars twinkled, converging into a long river flowing in that vast starry sky. Under the night, two figures stood side by side, looking ahead at the thousands of lights illuminating the dark and gloomy night. Ing Zhang let out a long breath. Daxia is still at peace. In that case, it's fine. I don't know how long I had gazed at him before Ing Zhang slowly came back to his senses, then looked at Ning Yun beside him and spoke. I am satisfied with today's tour. Boy, thanks a lot. You're welcome, old patriarch. Ing Zhang did not deny the title. After all, in the sense of the great Xia inheritance, he was indeed Ning Yun's old ancestor. The two of them stopped here for a long time before Ning Zhang spoke again. Ning Yun boy, do you still remember the question I asked you? Ning Yun nodded. Aha. Ning Zhang still wasn't in a hurry to get an answer from Ning Yun. He looked at the deep starry sky from afar. The moment I came to Xia, I saw with my own eyes the endless mist that enveloped Xia. I know what that is, so I also understand that today's Daxia is facing a very difficult situation. That creatures from the mists and chaos are encroaching on the world. At the time I set foot on this land, I already knew everything that had been experienced in this land. The dissipation of the gods of the great Xia and the invasion of the foreign gods. At this moment, Ning Zhang looked more serious and earnest than ever before. He turned, his dark eyes slowly reflecting a dazzling flash of brilliant gold. I am the ancestral dragon of Xia, the first emperor of Xia. I shall bless Daxia for 1,000 generations. And when I die, I shall also become an ancestral dragon hovering under the Daxia heavenly dome. As he spoke these words, Ning Zhang unconsciously used the self-proclaimed title of me once again. Right now, this is the only thing I can do for you. The legacy of the great summer will be ignited once again. Kid, are you ready for this? Are you ready to bear this overwhelming responsibility? The moment the words fell, the ink-gold divine dragon hovering in the sky above let out a hissing sound. It was as if he wanted to fight against that endless darkness with his own strength. The great figure clad in the black dragon robe became taller and grander at this moment, until it was shoulder to shoulder with the sky. At this very moment, Ning Yun finally understood the meaning of what Ning Zhang had asked. Are you willing to carry the fate of Xia? If you are willing to do so, you will be recognized by Ning Zhang, and by the great summer's national fortune. However, while carrying this national fortune, he will also bear the heavy responsibility of pulling the tide from the collapse and supporting the building's imminent collapse. If you refuse, Ning Yun's eyes grew calmer. But in the midst of it, a flame rises that is strong enough to burn the darkness out completely. Past memories kept coming back and tumbling through his mind. Then the corners of his mouth slowly curled up. How could he refuse? The people he wanted to guard, the things he wanted to guard, were all here, in Songnan City, in Daxia, on top of this vast and boundless land. At that thought, Ning Yun let out a long breath. The hot breath turned into a white mist that rose slowly against the cold night sky. The late generation has no great ambitions, and if they were in a peaceful generation, the thing they would want to do most is to find a secluded place to spend the rest of their lives with their beloved. But the late generation also knows that no egg is left intact when the nest is overturned. And how can one be alone in a chaotic situation? Late generation. I would like to make a modest contribution to this great summer. The late generation would like to carry the great summer's national fortune. Chapter 79, Sealing Zen on Mount Tai. The spark of the great Xia inheritance. Before today, Ning Yun often pondered one thing. After being hit by that truck, why didn't he die completely, but was reborn into this world? A long time ago, he didn't have much of a sense of belonging to the world. There was just a sense of loneliness. That sense of loneliness of being outside the world is far more intense than any other feeling of being away from home in the world. This is not his hometown. The distance between the two was unattainable, and unlike the kilometers between cities, his homeland was separated from this side of the world by countless spaces, countless realms. He really felt a sense of belonging to the world a total of 2 times. The first time, it was at the sight of the brunette's returning smile. The second time is right now. When Ning Zhang spoke those words, Ning Yun only felt that something had broken out of the cocoon in his heart. It was a sense of belonging to the world. The earth under his feet was called Daxia. One thought in this. Ning Yun slowly raised his eyes to look into the night sky, and in his dark eyes, which were as quiet as still water, the bright stars under the starry sky were reflected. I don't know when, but the ink-golden true dragon that covered the stars and moon disappeared without a trace. Ning Zhang quietly watched him. What Ning Yun said was the answer he wanted to hear. Today's one-day trip to Songnan City, in addition to seeing what kind of appearance the latter-day Daxia had become, was likewise an attempt to test Ning Yun's thoughts. He was able to see what a person was like on the inside. As the emperor, the people and things he touches are diverse and incomparable, and that court is an endless quagmire, with everyone hiding their own thoughts in their hearts. Although Ning Yun wouldn't float his inner thoughts to the surface, he still couldn't escape the gaze of him, the emperor. It's not an easy thing to want to carry the great summer's national fortune. The path that will appear before you in the future is bound to be arduous and difficult, and the mountain of swords and the sea of fire will be nothing more than that. Ning Yun smiled. But so what? Upon hearing this, Ning Zhang's eyes widened slightly, then he laughed out loud and said, "Kid, you're very much to my liking." The moment. For the first time in this emperor's life, the aura called dashing appeared. Ning Zhang continued to speak. "I have given that thing to it, and it will bring it back for you. When you get your hands on a treasure like that, I will appear before you again." At that time, it will be the time for you to carry the great summer's fortune. But before that, I want to take another look at the mountains and rivers of this latter-day dasha, and this time, I don't need you to accompany me. As the words fell out of his mouth, Ing Zhang took a step forward, his magnificent figure slowly blending into the darkness of the night. By the time Ning Yun came back to his senses, Ing Zhang's figure had already disappeared. After thinking about it, Ning Yun decided to make a trip back to the training camp first. He still had to explain today's events to Yuan Gang and the others. Moreover, Ing Zhang's traveling to various parts of Daxia might cause some unnecessary misunderstandings, so he had to ask Yuan Gang to notify the night watchman in other cities. However, as soon as he stepped inside the training camp, Yuan Gang came to him at the fastest speed in his life. "Brat, you're finally back." Ning Yun opened the door and said, "Old Yuan, I have something to say to you." Yuan Gang froze, then he put his palm on his shoulder. "Come in first if you have anything to say. Fuzi and Captain Xia Simang are waiting for you." Ning Yun raised his eyebrows slightly, but then they stretched out. As one of the human sealings, Chen Fuzi, since he still stayed here, a lot of things would be better resolved. Under Yuan Gang's leadership, Ning Yun once again met husband Chen and Xia Simang. Only, at this moment, the two men's straight-faced expressions made Ning Yun look a little uncomfortable. At this moment, there were only Yuan Gang, Xia Simang and Master Chen in the room, as well as the four Ning Yuns who walked in. In the end, it was husband Chen who took the lead and asked, "Instructor Ning Yun, I would like to." Without waiting for husband Chen to finish, Ning Yun spoke up. "Husband and Captain Xia wanted to inquire about what happened during the day, right, Mr. Chen nodded. Ning Yun didn't have any intention of hiding it from them. He slowly spoke. "That being is the first emperor of Daxia, Ing Zhang. You may understand that I have been chosen by the first emperor to be his agent, in the same capacity as the Phoenix's agent." When these words came out, Yuan Gang and Xia Siming both sucked in a breath of cool air. Only Chen Fuzi was able to maintain some composure, but it wasn't all that subdued. Inside him the same waves of shock were raised. He wouldn't have been so surprised if Ning Yun had become a divine agent, or even an agent of one of the gods of the Great Xia. But it's the first emperor of all time, Shi Huangdi. The significance of this was too great that Chen Fuzi alone could not make a decision. At least discuss it with Commander Yifan before doing so. Yuan Gang swallowed hard. "So you're now a dual god agent? You could say that. *******. Yuan Gang directly a nationalist." Then he was watched by both Chen Fuzi and Xia Siming at the same time. Feeling that oozing line of sight, Yuan Gang hurriedly coughed dryly and lowered his head in embarrassment. "You guys continue to talk, without bothering about me." As the two of them turned their heads to continue talking with Ning Yun, Yuan Gang couldn't help but wipe the fine sweat seeping from his forehead. How had he, Yuan Gang, ever been so humiliated? But at this moment, he suddenly realized that in only 4 people here, he is actually the bottom. Ning Yun will not be mentioned. Chen Fuzi, human sealing. Xia Simang, special squad leader. Athena agent. Infinite realm. This humiliation, he'd better continue to suffer. Ning Yun continued. All the information about the first emperor should have been recorded in history textbooks. Other aspects related to mysteries, I don't know much about. One more thing, he is not leaving Daxia right now, but is preparing to travel to various places to see the Daxia River and mountains nowadays, so you'd better notify the vigilante squads in various places in advance. What? At those words, husband Chen's face changed. He hurriedly took out his cell phone and dialed Yifan's number. It was only after telling Yifan all the news from Ning Yun's mouth that husband Chen let out a long sigh of relief. In the meantime, between the flashes of his body, Ing Zhang had already left within the precincts of Sangnan City. Under the moonlight, he wandered between the mountains and rivers of Daxia, and the qi that belonged to the Great Summer had followed him since the beginning. Finally, he came before a mountain that towered above the clouds. Its name is Tarzan, the place of sealing. So at this moment, the Great Summer's national fortune converged from all directions and finally coalesced here. Caressing Tarzan lightly, Ing Zhang murmured, "Daxia ah." Even if the past has been annihilated in the middle of the river of history, the fire of inheritance will eventually be lit again. Chapter 80, The Source of Daxia. The Jade Seal of Transmission. The delay at the training camp was a bit long, and by the time Ning Yun returned home it was already late at night. When he pushed open the door, Ning Yun saw Hong Lian with bare feet and slightly disheveled hair, sitting on the sofa and staring blearily at himself. Her small mouth deflated and she said in a resigned manner, "Ah Yun, I'm hungry." Hearing this, Ning Yun changed her shoes while saying, "Then I'll go cook first." In the gap between him walking into the kitchen, Red Riding got up in a hurry and slipped both her tiny feet into her cotton slippers, then snapped and kicked them to walk behind him. "Yun, what's for dinner tonight?" As he spoke, The red tassel's beautiful eyes shone brightly. Ning Yun thought for a moment and said, "There are still some ribs left at home. Would you like some sweet and sour ribs?" Han Ying pursed her lips and said with some uncertainty, "It's not good to eat these at night. It's time to grow meat. So how about we go for a walk outside later after we eat to kill some energy?" "Aha, okay." As he watched Hong Liao sit back down on the sofa, Ning Yun silently gazed at her figure for a moment. Then, back to preparing tonight's dinner. Carrying the national fortune of Daxia. This is an opportunity and equally a heavy responsibility. This meant that he would be carrying the lives of tens of thousands of people in Daxia on his back. But, he would not regret his decision. Because this is his hometown. Because there are people here that he wants to protect. Because here, is named Daxia. Late night, Hong Ying changed into her Doraemon pajamas. Underneath her blue and white pajamas was white skin like snow. She was holding a soft pillow in her arms. Her eyes slightly nervous as she looked towards Ning Yun. "Yun, how about tonight?" Although Hong Luo didn't say it out loud, Ning Yun had already understood what she meant. He nodded after a moment of careful thought. The two had already established a relationship and were now considered boyfriend and girlfriend. In which case a little more intimacy was in order. But that's not what Ning Yun is worried about. After all, Red Tassel was already a repeat offender, and had acted entirely subconsciously in her sleep. But when he looked into Hong Liao's watery, beautiful eyes, Ning Yun simply couldn't refuse. How can Sister Red Riding Hood be so cute? And so, at around midnight, along with the sound of a heavy object landing on the ground, Ning Yun slowly opened his eyes and looked somewhat helplessly at the ceiling above his head. At this moment, Ning Yun couldn't help but be a little skeptical of life. He could be 100% sure that Sister Red Tassel definitely did not do it on purpose. But her sleeping position. After thinking about it, Ning Yun unconvincingly reclined again. This time, he held Red Riding in his arms tightly. He still doesn't believe it. And so, when Ning Yun opened his eyes again, he and Hong Yun were all lying neatly on the floor. Ning Yun, he was convinced, carrying Hong Yao and placing her back on the bed. Ning Yun couldn't help but be a bit frozen out of his mind as he gazed at her clear, sleeping face, snow-white pretty face without powder, small and delicate agar nose slightly open and close, accompanied by the sound of even breathing, long and erect eyelashes such as cicada wings fluttering lightly. Sister Red Tassel is so beautiful. Just then, out of the corner of his eye, Ning Yun suddenly saw a sneaky froggy figure leap past the window. The petite figure, carrying a traveling backpack 2 or 3 times larger than itself, was Frogspawn. Frogspawn tossed the backpack behind him into the void, and then lounged lazily on a sun lounger in its very own fish tank. With that, a small opening was torn out from the pitch-black void. A brilliant light of warmth and geniality poured down upon him. Seeing this scene, Ning Yun's entire body froze. The Frogspawn still had this kind of mastery? In the meantime, several prompt boxes surfaced in front of him. Froggy's back. Froggy has brought you a traveling special. After forking off the prompt boxes one by one, Ning Yun's attention rested on the last one. Thinking your luck is too weak, the frog cubs brought back the Jinshur, the jade seal of passing state for you. Are you saying that besides the phoenix standing behind him, there's also that first emperor who consolidated the great Xia with his own power? If nothing else, exactly. On the other end of the line, Night Watchman Commander Yevon was briefly silent for a moment. The news was so overwhelming that he didn't react for a moment. The first emperor. That's the first emperor. But why? Have the great gods and goddesses not yet returned, while this first emperor of the great summer human race has appeared first? What does this mean? All sorts of doubts pressed on Yifan's mind, making him feel like he couldn't catch his breath. But in any case, the appearance of the first emperor counts as a signal. The existences that once sheltered the great summer are awakening. Ning Yun, on the other hand, was bound to be in an extremely important position in this matter. Thinking of this, Yifan let out a long breath. Husband, no matter what, Ning Yun must be allowed to join the vigilantes. I understand. By the way, haven't you met him already? Tell me a little about him. What's he like? Husband Chen couldn't help but recall the image of Ning Yun sparring with Xia Siming during the day. In his body, Chen Fuzi did not see any kind of bad temperament. According to Yuan Gang's intelligence, he was still just a student who hadn't left the ivory tower yet, but there was no trace of the youthfulness belonging to a student in him, and after growing to be so strong, he didn't show any arrogance. After a few moments of careful contemplation, Chen Fuzi gave his answer. No arrogance, no arrogance, no humility, unparalleled talent. After hanging up the phone, Chen Fuzi found Xia Simon. Captain Xia, haven't you always wanted a vacation? Your Phoenix squad can rest for a period of time, but the scope of your activities is limited to within Songnan City, and you are not allowed to leave Songnan City. At those words, Xia Siming's beautiful eyes widened slightly. Husband, do you take me for a fool? You're clearly trying to get us. Before she could finish her sentence, husband Chen interrupted with a smirk. Captain Xia, just say this vacation. Do you want it or not? Want. Don't be a fool to have a vacation. Though nominally a vacation for the Phoenix Squad. However, Xia Siming knew very well in her heart that Chen Fuzi was trying to make the Phoenix Squad stay in Sangnan City and keep an eye on every move here. But if you have a vacation, that's not a problem. Don't take a vacation for nothing. Besides, during this period of time, Phoenix Squad had been on many missions, and they really needed to rest. In the meantime, Ning Yun tapped on the traveling frog's backpack. Excited hearts, trembling hands, looking at the jade seal that lay peacefully and quietly within the system's backpack. Ning Yun's pupils suddenly shrunk. Although he had expected it, when he saw this jade seal with his own eyes, his heart still could not be calmed down. The symbol of Daxia's national fortune. The Jade Seal of Transmission. Chapter 81 Human Divine Kingdom. Tarzan Seal. The world shook. Jinshur, Jade Seal of State Transmission, the thing coalesced by Daxia's national fortune, symbolizing the supreme authority of the Xianqin Empire. Representing the orthodoxy of Daxia's inheritance, those who hold this thing will be blessed with the fortune of the state, and can order Daxia's national fortune to suppress all evils, and can use this thing as a foundation for the creation of a divine state of the human race. The Jinshur heirloom jade seal was not just a treasure that enhanced strength or speed. It's also about more than that. The national fortune is added to the body, and the Great Summer's national fortune is ordered to suppress all evils. It's just a reflection of its power. The true significance of this jade seal was to be able to use it as a foundation to create a divine kingdom belonging to the human race. This was the reason why Ying Zhang had asked Ning Yun if he was willing to carry the national fortune. The gray mist descends and the outer gods invade. The gods of Daxia were transformed into a monument to the god of Jinghua. Holding that endless gray mist back from Daxia, Ying Zhang had come upstream from the long river of time, not only because he wanted to take a look at this latter-day Daxia, but also to personally witness the inheritance of Daxia's national fortune. After taking the jade seal of transmission out of the traveling frog's backpack, Ning Yun placed it on the palm of his hand and carefully scrutinized the jade seal through the moonlight outside the window. It is 4 inches square and carved with 5 dragons, with their heads and tails intersecting, exquisite and perfect to the extreme. On the front of the heirloom jade seal, 8 characters are engraved in seal script, granting orders to heaven, both life and eternity. It was just lying quietly in Ning Yun's hand, and he was vaguely able to feel a touch of warmth. At the same time, an incomparably familiar aura slowly diffused and overflowed Ning Yun. That is, the national fortune that belongs to Daxia. It was of the same origin as the true dragon that had previously coalesced over at Sangnan City. Ning Yun gazed at the jade seal of transmission, which didn't weigh much on its own. However, at this moment, it was as if Ning Yun had felt the heavy pressure of 1,000 mountains. That's the weight from Daxia. In his hands, he carries the whole of Daxia. Only after gazing at the jade seal for a long time did Ning Yun slowly put it away. But in the middle of his mind, he couldn't help an idea popping up. Since he has already obtained the jade seal of transmission. No, since I have already obtained the jade seal of transmission, should not the next? But then, Ning Yun laughed lightly and shook his head. He hadn't expected that one day the internet's teasing would actually happen to him. The segment comes to mind uncontrollably. I heard you dug up the jade seal of passage in your own yard. I have not. Really? Humph. The king has no words. Although the square jade seal wasn't dug out of the courtyard, no matter what, it ended up in his hands. Moreover, it was recognized by the first emperor, Ying Zhang. The next day, just as Ning Yun was preparing to head to the training camp, the magnificent figure once again appeared in front of him. Dressed in a black dragon robe and wearing a 12-tasseled coronet, Ying Zhang's figure was still straight and upright, but his face was faintly weary. After looking Ning Yun up and down, he slowly spoke. You have the scent of something like that on you, and it seems that it has been brought back for you. In that case, come with me. I'll take you to a place. Before Ning Yun could react, Ying Zhang had already reached out and pressed his hand on his shoulder. Next moment, the silhouettes of the two disappeared in an instant. When they appeared once more, the two of them had already arrived near a peaked mountain where they couldn't see the top of the mountain when they raised their heads. The mountain towers high into the sky. Ning Yun raised his eyes towards the mountain in front of him, a hint of shock flashing through the depths of his eyes. Here is. Ying Zhang tilted his head and said softly, the number 1 mountain in the world, Mount Tai. As the words fell from his lips, he reached out his hand and gently stroked the surface wall of Mount Tai. Everything here was so familiar to him. Even though the sea had turned into a mulberry field, Taishan was still the same Taishan that he was familiar with. Ying Zhang slowly said, Kid, do you know why I brought you here? Ning Yun returned. Tarzan seal? Upon hearing this, Ying Zhang nodded slightly. That's right, it's exactly the Taishan seal. With that, he turned back to Ning Yun and spoke. Bring out something like the one it brought back for you. What we're about to undertake next requires it. Ning Yun instantly reacted to the fact that the thing Zhang was talking about was the jade seal of transmission that Frogpup had brought back for himself. Without thinking, he took out the jade seal of transmission. Then, he handed the jade seal of transmission to Zhang. He couldn't help but ramble on. I haven't even warmed up the jade seal of state yet. Is Zhang going to take it back? For a Daxia man, the lure of the jade seal of transmission was too great. After all, that's the jade seal of passage. In the meantime, after receiving the jade seal of transmission, Zhang's eyes couldn't help but fall on it, and he couldn't take his eyes off it for a long time. Ning Yun wasn't in a hurry. He just waited silently. After gazing for a long time, Zhang raised his head and sighed quietly. The moment. It was as if heaven and earth were echoing this sigh of his. At this moment, there was more complexity in Zhang's eyes. He raised his eyes to look at Ning Yun. Kid, do you know the meaning of the phrase? Granting orders to the heavens, both longevity and eternity? At those words, Ning Yun was slightly stunned. Zhang let out a loud laugh. And then a domineering aura belonging to an emperor exploded. His voice was thick and solemn, as if it was wrapped in the weight of the entire Grand Xia. Boy, remember, the reason why heaven is that I have granted heaven the authority to do so. What I carry on my back is this earth that I tread under my feet, and its name is Daxia. What I am carrying on my back is the fortune of the great summer. It's the people's lives, both longevity and eternity. Since this is the case, I will make the people live long, and make the Daxia's national fortunes prosper and flourish. As the words fell, Zhang raised his head to look ahead, his eyes calm and composed. Go on, boy, climb to the top of Tarzan. The moment. Ning Yun understood Zhang's intentions. He was trying to get himself to climb Mount Tai and complete the Taishan seal. Perhaps only in this way would one be able to truly pass on the Great Xia's national fortune. Thus, Ning Yun walked towards Tarzan. At the foot of the mountain, he took his first step. With his physical strength, it could almost be said to be a breeze to climb Mount Tai. However, the moment he stepped out, a heavy pressure came crashing down. Ning Yun only felt like there were countless mountains pressing down on his body, the terrifying weight making it nearly impossible to stand up. Zhang spoke faintly. Boy, it's heavy, isn't it? But you should know that what you are carrying now is the fate of the Great Xia Kingdom. Keep moving towards the top of the mountain. At those words, Ning Yun clenched his teeth in death. One must know that he himself was an existence that was capable of killing a limitless realm divine agent with the snap of his fingers. However, at this moment, it was difficult to resist this heavy pressure that fell from the sky. Is this the weight of Daxia? At that thought, Ning Yun's eyes nevertheless became increasingly resolute. He took a deep breath. Then, another step was taken. Every time he ascended a step, he used almost all of his body's energy. Mount Tai, on the other hand, has thousands of terraces. As you can imagine, it is difficult to reach the top of Mount Tai. In the meantime, in the territory of the Great Xia, an incomparably towering divine mountain's virtual image slowly emerged. Following yesterday's divine dragon hanging in the air, it even surfaced again as a false image of a divine mountain. And all the people who saw this scene were completely stunned. Chapter 82 Daxia Shock witnessed the sealing of Taishan. It coincided with the time when the training camp was underway. Without the presence of both Master Chen and Xia Simeng, Yuan Gang regained his former majesty. That feeling of holding back is gone too. He continued to make his rounds of the recruits who were conducting their training, just as he had done before. Yet just then, there was a sudden outcry among the recruits. Yuan Gang raised an eyebrow. What's all the nonsense shouting about? Is it because instructor Ning Yun isn't here today and you guys have itchy skins and want to get beat up again? But immediately afterward, Yuan Gang noticed that apart from the recruits, even the other instructors looked up in unison in a certain direction. Subconsciously, he followed along and raised his eyes. Instantly, the pupils plummeted. Rumble, along with the rainbow light that looked like a heavenly inclination crossing over. Thunderous tremors rang out in unison. Beneath the distant sky, there was a terrifying mighty pressure across the sky, and space was trembling unceasingly. This commotion attracted the attention of everyone in the Great Xia territory. Subsequently, when that earthquake-like tremor ended, the shadow of a divine mountain standing between heaven and earth slowly emerged. The vast divine mountain towered straight into the clouds, and around the mountain floated colorful and beautiful clouds. Suddenly, a name that he had long been incredibly familiar with slowly appeared in Yuan Gang's heart. Ning Yun. This commotion was definitely caused by Ning Yun. In the middle of the training ground, Lin Qiye raised his eyes to look at the divine mountain silhouette that stood proudly between heaven and earth and subconsciously narrowed his eyes. With the enhancement brought about by the blazing angel divine might, in this moment his eyesight increased to the extreme. And so, he seemed to see something. Underneath the foot of that divine mountain's imaginary shadow, It was an indistinct figure. This instant, Lin Qiye's eyes plummeted. For, well versed in geography, he recognized it. In front of the eyes of the people floating in the middle of the field of vision of this divine mountain shadow, is certainly that the world's first mountain, Taishan. Since ancient times, Mount Tai has occupied an important position in the history of Daxia. Among them, especially that Taishan Zen saying is the most well-known. Thinking of the first emperor Yingzheng who had suddenly descended into the present world, he couldn't help but have an extremely bold guess in his heart. Could it be that first emperor is going to climb Mount Tai in the present world and complete the sealing of Mount Tai? But soon, he dismissed the idea in his mind. This was because the figure, although somewhat blurred, was far from the sure Huangdi Yingzheng that he had seen before. That magnificent figure, just having seen a glance, was unforgettable. And at this moment, the figure he looked at in his sight gradually overlapped with a certain back figure in his memory. That's Ning Yun. Since the divine dragon figure hovered in Songnan City for a day, the entire network of Songnan City was in an extremely frenzied state. The dragon's heir. The dragon is present in Canyon City. Daxia is blessed by a divine dragon. Topics such as these have created a high level of heat and waves in major forums. The night watchman was getting busy with this. In the end, it was only by relying on the abilities of one of the human sealings, that patron saint of the virtual world, Seiki J, that these heat levels were brought down at a very rapid rate. Yet only one night apart, after the Ink Dragon vision, there was once again the shadow of a divine mountain surfacing in the Great Xia territory. Thus, the Daxia network once again exploded. Hot searches about the sacred mountain quickly rose to the top of the list. The entire internet was filled with almost all the discussions and searches about today's divine mountain vision. Red Tassel sat in the office of the peace firm, and just as she wanted to take a picture of the divine mountain's virtual shadow, she was persuaded back by Chen Mai's silent gaze. She rubbed her head in embarrassment. It almost violated the principle of keeping secrets within the Night's Watch. But, Red Rouge looked out the window at the shadow of the divine mountain hanging above the sky, and couldn't help but fall into deep thought. It always feels like this scene is déjà vu. On the streets of Songnan City, Xia Siming was wearing a casual outfit and carrying a large bag just walked out of the mall. However, in this moment, the moment she raised her head, she subconsciously stopped where she was. In those watery, beautiful eyes, an unparalleled virtual image of a divine mountain was reflected. There was only one thought left in Xia Siming's mind when she saw this sight. Maru Spice, the vacation you just got for yourself has gone down the drain again. Captain, after beheading this Sea Realm mystic, where are we going to go on our next mission? Wang Nian gently pressed the mask on his face, then said softly, the next mission location is at. Not waiting for him to finish, the words came to an abrupt end. All the members of the masked squad looked in one direction at the same time. Captain, that is. Rose looked solemn. The tone of Wang Nian sank, his sight looking distantly at that divine mountain imaginary image. Songnan City. Yesterday's matter. The vigilantes have already sent out notices internally. There is a god present in the city of Songnan. Code name First Emperor. Sequence unknown. That one is the first emperor born since the history of the Great Xia, achieving divine greatness in a human body. Speaking of which, this god has something to do with him. I'm afraid that yesterday's divine dragon vision and today's divine mountain's false image are both related to him. Him? Wang Mian slowly spat out two words. Ning Yun. When they heard the words Ning Yun, the entire masquerade squad fell silent. After all, that was an existence that was able to powerfully suppress their entire masked squad with his own strength. Although at that time, due to various reasons, both sides failed to go all out due to too many scruples. But there is no doubt that Ning Yun's own realm had definitely stepped into an extremely terrifying ground. Even now, Ning Yun was like a huge mountain that always pressed above the hearts of the masked squad's crowd. His presence is despairing. Vigilante headquarters. Yi Fan had his hands behind his back, but his sight was dead set on that divine mountain imaginary image. It was a long time before he slowly spat out four words. Tarzan Seal. At this moment, he understood the intention of that first emperor, who was trying to complete the Taishan seal in the present world. Moreover, he was going to let everyone in Daxia witness this moment of sealing the throne on Mount Tai. Along with the emergence of this divine mountain statue, Yi Fan could already feel that the Great Xia's national fortune was undergoing a change that had never been seen before. And this change, which is positive, is auspicious for Daxia. After today, Daxia is going to change completely. Even Yi Fan, who was the commander of the Night's Watch and had to remain calm at all times, felt the sound of the heart beating more than buzzing at that moment. The Daxia bloodline within him chanted in unison. The blood in his body couldn't stop boiling. In the meantime, at the foot of Mount Tai, Ning Yun took another step forward. Phew! He raised his head and looked at the top of Mount Tai, barely pulling out a smile. How is this mountain so high? Chapter 83 Proclaiming the New King. Carrying tens of thousands of people of the Great Summer's national fortune is incomparably thick and heavy, like countless mountains pressed on Ning Yun's body, and his body couldn't stop clicking. Ning Yun only felt as if he was plunged into sticky asphalt, and every step he took required the exhaustion of his entire body. First order, 2 steps, third order. He didn't know how long he had been walking, but when Ning Yun raised his head, the top of that Mount Tai was still incomparably distant. That's a long way. Ning Yun couldn't help but narrow his eyes. If it was in the past, a single thought would be enough for him to climb to the top of Mount Tai. But now, when he was in the middle of Mount Tai, it was as if he was restricted by some kind of law, and was only able to advance with the power of this body of his own. But, Ning Yun had never intended to use any trickery. Because, there's no point. It was an obsession that was his own. At this very moment, in his mind, the words that Ing Zhang had said to himself once again surfaced. The path you will embark on in the future is bound to be hard and arduous. And right now, it's just the beginning of that path. If you can't even accomplish the first step of sealing the Zen in Taishan, how can you talk about inheriting the Great Xia's national fortune? At that thought, Ning Yun's dark eyes flashed with blazing flames. He would never allow himself to stop there. Thus, Ning Yun's body leaned forward slightly as he took another step forward. The heavy steps landed on top of the steps with a muffled thunderous sound. At the same time, in the middle of that divine mountain's virtual image, his figure also slowly took a step forward. The shadow of the divine mountain that floated among the many cities within the Great Xia territory became clearer and clearer under the weight of a certain law. And Ning Yun's hobbling figure was also reflected in the sights of countless Daxia people at this moment. On the internet, a new question has arisen. Why does that silhouette above the divine mountain look so tired? The question quickly shot up to number 1 on the Hot 100 list. And so, there were a lot of different opinions. Some say he's praying for Daxia. Some say he's honing the mind and body. Some say it was a mortal seeking the path to immortality. Sitting in the office of the peace firm, Red Ruffian's beautiful eyes gazed at her cell phone in fascination. What was displayed on the screen of the cell phone was exactly the silhouette of the man in the sacred mountain that had already spread like wildfire in all the major forums. The Red Raider was unmistakably clear. The figure was her Yun. Red Lasso didn't know what Ning Yun was going through, but she could tell that her own Yun was enduring an extremely terrifying pressure at the moment. He could no longer stand. The body was shaking like a building about to fall. Seeing this, Hong Ying only felt as if her heart was being clutched by a large invisible hand in a death grip. It made her feel suffocated by the tide. Far out in the set camp, Lin Qiye continued to use his divine power to enhance his vision, causing his eyes to be streaked with red blood. He seemed to have forgotten that he hadn't been able to condense this divine power for a long time. But even so, he was staring at the false image with dead eyes. Because, he knew the name of the owner of that figure. Ning Yun. That's Ning Yun. Ah! Ning Yun, who could suppress the masked squad with just one hand and overthrow the limitless realm with the flip of a switch. Lin Qiye wondered just what kind of pressure it was that caused that person to be so exhausted and unsteady on his feet. But in this moment, he seemed to be able to feel the weight carried on that figure. It's not just him. Around them, all the recruits who were in the intensive training camp, including the instructors, including Yuan Gang, had their sights simultaneously gazing at the figure that kept advancing upwards. An indescribable feeling pervaded everyone. They are the night watchmen. It is precisely because they are the night watchmen that they are most able to empathize with the heavy sense of responsibility that carries everything. If the eclipsing night comes to an end, I shall stand before 10,000 men, crossing the sword to the abyss, blood-stained vault. It was an oath that was clear as day in the heart of every night's watchman. Yuan Gang opened his mouth, but he didn't know what to say. As the figure became clearer, he recognized its identity. Besides, he had already vaguely guessed it in his mind. Other than Red Tassel and Lin Qiye, he was the one among the Night's Watch who had spent the most time with Ning Yun. He wasn't sure exactly what Ning Yun was going through, but he understood one thing. That kid never says anything with his mouth, but whenever danger comes, he rushes to the front. At this moment, he was still under some kind of pressure alone. At that thought, Yuan Gang whispered, "Go for it, brat." Not far from Tarzan, Ing Zhang's gaze was directed towards the young man who was still standing straight despite the heavenly pressure. It's really the latter. A trace of satisfaction also flashed through his imperial eyes that were filled with majesty at this moment. Even in his vast and boundless immortal Qin Empire, he had never seen such an outstanding descendant. Wanting to carry this thick and heavy Daxia's national fortune is not something that can be done with empty words. The Great Summer's national fortune will be given equally to each successor to try out. Only those who pass the trial can become that person who inherits the fortune of the Great Summer. The difficulty involved was no different from a mortal ascending the divine long step in a single day. And the Tarzan ceiling is one way to try out. There are many other ways to try. Just As the successor of the Jade Seal of Transmission, Ning Yun is the most suitable as the Taishan Seal of Zen. In all the dynasties, there are only a handful of people who have been able to walk this path in its entirety, walking on the steps to the top of Mount Tai. At this point, Ning Yun's head had become somewhat muddled, can't even tell night from day. The amount of energy he had expended was too much for his body to handle. One must know that his body was a body that had been strengthened by the immortal god Phoenix, almost comparable to a god's body, but it was on the verge of its limit at this point. This is enough to prove how difficult the path of Taishan's sealing is. Even so, he still stood straight. But Ning Yun had reached his limit. He's about to go down. The original surging heartbeat slowed to a halt. The never-ending furnace seems to be returning to an endless cold silence. Everything falls into a soundless silence. People didn't know what was happening, but they felt a wave of sadness coming over them. The heavens and the earth wailed. However, just then, a cluster of flames rose steeply from the void. A streak of crimson flashed vaguely at the center of Ning Yun's forehead. Then, the mark of the phoenix slowly emerged. That was the power of the immortal god Phoenix from the offspring born from the Lord of the Nine Phoenix domain. Boom! Endless fiery flames erupted out, wrapping Ning Yun's body like a tidal wave. And a warmth surged into his limbs and bones. A long phoenix sound resounded through the sky. Ying Zheng couldn't help but raise his head to look at the top of that divine mountain's false image. This is power from other realms. He murmured softly, "Boy, it's treating you real good. But, even without this power, you have already been recognized by me and by Daxia. Because, you have ascended to the top of that Mount Tai by your own will." In the meantime, at the top of the divine mountain, a crimson divine phoenix swayed its 9-colored tail feathers, transforming into a dazzling blazing sun that illuminated the world. Knock! It was accompanied by a sharp throbbing sound. The heartbeat that was about to stop rang out again, like a flood of bells. At this very moment, everyone heard it. The heartbeat that announced the birth of a new king. Chapter 84, Giving Auspiciousness. The sight of the gods. The beating of the heart grew stronger, resounding like a drum between heaven and earth. Endless national fortunes converged from all directions, coalescing at the top of Mount Tai and transforming into a crimson true dragon hovering above Ning Yun. The moment. Everyone felt their hearts beating at the same time. It was as if that bloodline belonging to the Great Summer felt something, and the blood in his body couldn't stop boiling. As the power of the immortal god Phoenix's fire bath slowly dissipated, Ning Yun leisurely opened his eyes again from the endless darkness. At that moment, his heart once again made an extremely strong beating sound. What followed was a long whistle from that red-colored true dragon. When Ning Yun raised his eyes to look over, the dragon's eyes, which were filled with endless pressure, were staring at him. Unlike the true dragon of national fortune evoked by Ying Zhang when he appeared, his true dragon of national fortune was ink gold in color, and the reason for this was that Great Qin belonged to water, and the black dragon's robe, which was also an ink-colored true dragon, and the true dragon of national fortune that Ning Yun had conjured up was the color crimson, symbolizing the blazing flames that burned without boundaries. Looking at the red-colored dragon head that had come up to him and almost covered the sky, Ning Yun instantly understood what this meant. This crimson true dragon was the embodiment of the Great Xia's national fortune, symbolizing the will of the Great Xia. Now, his presence means that he has been recognized by the other side. At that thought, Ning Yun looked towards his side. Without realizing it, he has climbed to the top of Mount Tai. He didn't even realize that he had completed the Tarzan seal. His consciousness and body had reached their limits almost simultaneously just now. In the next moment, Ning Yun stretched out his hand and gently touched the forehead of that red-colored dragon head. A golden scale shone with a blazing light. In this moment, a part of the Great Xia's national fortune was completely fused with Ning Yun. His power was growing rapidly at an unspeakable rate. From the gift of national fortune he had received after the completion of the trial, even without the power of the immortal god Phoenix's fire rebirth, the power of the Great Xia's national fortune would cause Ning Yun to awaken. Ning Yun felt an indescribable sense of warmth. That's Daxia's blessing. In the meantime, an incomparably vast aura centered on him, instantly rippling out towards the four directions of the Grand Xia. Even the gray mist that enveloped the Great Summer could not isolate the echoes of this new king's birth. The bloodline of the Great Summer resonated at this moment. Vigilante headquarters. Yifan subconsciously walked to the window and raised his eyes towards the red-colored true dragon. His heart, too, was pounding with the sound that resounded through heaven and earth. The calming emotions of being a commander could no longer be calmed, and the excitement was extreme. He couldn't help but murmur, "Is this the luck of the state of Daxia? It didn't occur to me that I, Yi Fan, would actually be able to witness the fortunes of the Great Summer in my lifetime." At this moment, Yi Fan finally realized the one thing he couldn't understand. It is not true that the Daxia kingdom does not exist. Rather, it has been blessing Daxia in an invisible way. Since the gods of Daxia transformed into a divine monument of the town to keep that grey fog out of Daxia, the night watchmen have gone through too many sacrifices. But that person who was recognized by the first emperor and the Great Summer's national fortune may now turn this situation upside down. Mom, just now I thought I heard a heartbeat going on and on next to my ear. Mommy heard it too. Don't be afraid. Nui nui. The woman took the little girl in her arms and gently stroked her back. That sudden beating sound in her heart, she wasn't sure what it represented, but she was able to feel that along with the loud heartbeat, her entire body seemed to be bathed in some sort of extremely warm glow. That's from the auspiciousness of the nation's descent. It is also a new life given to them by the new king. At the same time that the national fortune was added to Ning Yun, Ning Yun was likewise colored with the power of rebirth by fire for the national fortune. Whether it was the true dragon of national fortune or the immortal divine phoenix, what it represented was auspiciousness and peace. This power, divided into countless numbers, simultaneously spilled over the territory of the Grand Xia. In the meantime, some people can feel that years and years of injuries don't seem to hurt in this moment. Some people can feel it, and their thinking becomes much clearer. Some people can feel that the body becomes stronger and fiercer. This is the power of auspiciousness, but it will be the night watchmen who will feel it most deeply. They could clearly feel that their realms had risen considerably at this moment, as well as the scars from past battles with mystery. There were vague signs of recovery in this moment. Beyond the borders of Daxia, in the midst of the grey fog, some of the gods noticed that there seemed to be some kind of change taking place in that distant and ancient east. In the temple of the god of heaven, the two supreme gods opened their divine eyes at the same time. Brahma's eyes looked away from the void, as if he wanted to look through the endless grey mist. East, Vishnu likewise opened his divine eyes, and the two halves of his face, which had been divided into the smiling Buddha face and the angry Buddha face, now simultaneously revealed a look of horror. The wave of this aura was so wide that it almost pressed across the entire sky dome. He remembers, a few years ago, Zeus, the king of the gods from the west, had sent down a prophecy. In the midst of that eastern kingdom, a blasphemer will be born in one of the cities. But now, in that ancient country some unknown change seems to have taken place, a change far more intense than that supposed blasphemer. For some reason, Vishnu felt a cold chill through his heart. He had a feeling in the dark. The changes that took place in the middle of that ancient kingdom would pose a great threat to the temple of the heavenly god. Gotta act fast. It was necessary to take complete possession of that fertile land. Sun City. There's something weird about this change. The Great Summer has not moved for many years, but now it is as if it has been awakened by some kind of existence after being silent for a long time. The head of the 9 pillar gods from the Sun City, the Sun God Ra, similarly looked towards that distant and ancient east. But, the originator of this aura, I cannot see through it. This weird feeling. It's weird. Located on top of the divine pillar that symbolized the sun, a trace of doubt surfaced on the face of that blurry figure. The 9 pillar gods that stood on top of several other divine pillars were also like this. Nowadays, the matter of the great summer god stepping into reincarnation and not yet returning was not clear to Sun God Ra, and that Daxia seemed to have undergone some kind of unknowable change again, which he was only able to feel, but could not understand the nature of the change. Such things don't just happen in the temple of heaven and the city of the sun. High heaven plains, Asgard, Olympus, heaven. Among the various divine kingdoms shrouded in grey mist, almost all of the gods looked towards the distant east at this moment. That one and only, ancient kingdom that has not been eroded in the grey mist. The moment, the sight of the gods, descending. Chapter 85, Ancestral Dragon's Anger. Mighty gods, invincible road. The moment the sight of the gods fell, Ing Zhang, clad in the black dragon robe, took a step forward. Afterward, he slowly raised his head and looked distantly beyond the great summer. A flash of brilliant gold flashed in the dark eyes filled with menace. This instant, the heavens and the earth changed color. The originally blue sky was instantly gloomy, and black thunder rolled through the clouds as if it were a true dragon roaring. Ing Zhang let out a cold snort, then violently waved his sleeve toward the sky. Boom! The monstrous dragon's might turned into a long rainbow, and it rushed into the clouds with great vigor. The moment, among the countless divine kingdoms outside of the great summer, a terrifying pressure like a monstrous flood swept in. Almost in an instant, those gods who were high above overlooking the earth only felt a violent shudder run through their bodies. It was as if an extremely ancient existence had stepped through the void and stared at him. In the meantime, an extremely domineering word was transmitted into the kingdom of the gods. You and others are nothing but petty people. How dare you try to get your hands on Great Xia's land? Within the borders of Daxia, the gods are forbidden. The moment the words fell, gods with slightly weaker strength trembled on the spot to the point of being unable to act. Since that day, that magnificent figure has been like a nightmare that haunts their hearts and lingers like an endless shadow. Only those gods who had stepped into the Lord God or even Supreme God realm were unaffected. But even so, he felt a great shock. There was actually such a powerful existence within the Great Xia. He was originally unsure if the Great Summer Gods were still able to act. But now, the appearance of Ying Zhang has undoubtedly dealt them a heavy blow. At least for a short period of time. He would never dare to act rashly again. The moment the dragon's power dissipated, Ying Zhang raised his eyes and looked towards Ning Yun, who was walking down from the top of Mount Tai. The original face that was covered in majesty and anger also became calm again at this moment. He stepped forward, patted Ning Yun on the shoulder, and said with a smile, "Kid, if I wasn't in the way of the laws of the realms, I'd really want to take you back from here." At those words, Ning Yun smiled rather helplessly. With that, Ying Zhang spoke. "Now that you have completed the Taishan seal, there is only one last step left." With that, he reached out and gently flipped his hand from the void, and the jade seal of transmission appeared in the center of his palm. "You're able to feel the national dragon energy around you now, aren't you?" Ning Yun nodded. After completing the sealing of Taishan, he came to understand the true meaning of national fortune. In reality, the fate of the nation is not an esoteric product that exists only in the imagination. The existence of the national fortune was a kind of qi that had been continuously accumulated by the tens of thousands of people of the Great Xia over the long years of its existence to the present day. The luck of the Daxia kingdom comes from the Daxia people and has sheltered the Daxia people over the long years. This kind of qi always lingered within the Great Xia. By injecting the qi that you yourself possess into this jade seal, you will be considered to have completed the final step. Upon hearing this, Ning Yun was just about to do what Ying Zhang said, but suddenly remembered something. He opened his mouth and asked, "Give me this jade seal." "That?" Ying Zhang smiled. "It's just a jade seal. It's of great use to you who can't maturely grasp the dragon energy of the country today. But for me, who has already fully integrated myself into the Qin Empire, the role of this jade seal would really only be symbolic. I don't need it anymore." With that, Ying Zhang handed Ning Yun the jade seal in his hand. "From this day forward, it is yours." Ning Yun received the Grand Imperial Jade Seal, which was light in weight, but the meaning it carried was as heavy as a mountain. Afterward, Ying Zhang's eyes became serious. "Kid, you should also be well aware that in the present day outside the boundaries of this Great Xia where you are, there are countless outer gods eyeing this place intently. However, the Great Xia's national authority cannot be trampled upon by foreign gods. Anyone who offends my Daxia will be executed even though they are far away. Since you have taken over this jade seal, you will have to bear the responsibility accordingly." Ning Yun's eyes flickered slightly. The old ancestors' teachings are borne in mind. Frankly, even without this jade seal in his hand, even without carrying the Great Xia's national fortune, Ning Yun would still do his best to guard the Great Xia, irrelevant to anything else. This is a belief that exists in the heart of every Daxia person. After hearing Ning Yun's firm and unshakable words, Ying Zhang nodded in satisfaction. To be honest, before he came to this side of the Great Summer, he didn't hold much expectation for the person chosen by Frogspawn. There are not many people who can carry this heavy national fortune through the ages. Those who can do this are truly amazing people. It was an existence that was able to reach the peak in the endless realm. Talent, mind, and ability, you can't have one without the other. But after actually spending some time with Ning Yun, Ying Zhang realized that Ning Yun already possessed the qualifications to stand shoulder to shoulder with those existences. It's just that he's still short on time. It was thought that his previous shock to the gods had been enough to buy Ning Yun quite a bit of time. It was the last thing he could do for this offspring. In the meantime, Ning Yun tried to inject the Great Xia's national fortune into this jade seal in his hand. The moment he felt an extremely subtle connection between the Daxia national fortune he carried and the jade seal in his hand. One has truly mastered this heirloom. With the help of a certain opportunity, he would be able to use this jade seal of transmission as the foundation to create a human divine nation that belonged to the Grand Xia. But for now, Ning Yun hasn't found that opportunity. And after witnessing Ning Yun inherit this jade seal of transmission with his own eyes, Ying Zhang revealed a hint of a smile. "Kid, get a grip and become stronger. In the distant future, perhaps you will also have the opportunity to go among my great Qin Empire." At those words, Ning Yun nodded. He knew in his heart that this was the moment of separation. This old ancestor of Daxia, the first emperor Ying Zhang, he doesn't belong to this world he lives in. Instead, they came here across countless realms. That great Qin Empire, which was located in an unknown place, came from the same source as the Great Xia that he was in, and now is the time to return. Ying Zhang was also already satisfied. This latter-day Daxia is about to face countless trials and tribulations and setbacks, but there are already successors. Maybe the next time we see each other. The boy had then grown into an existence that even he could not match. It was incredibly clear in Ying Zhang's mind that Ning Yun was the biggest variable in this world. It's the overriding variable. Even the bizarre being from that gray mist, who was high above and manipulating this world, could never see through Ning Yun. Speaking of which, Ing Zhang suddenly remembered that on the day he came to this world, in addition to Ning Yun, he seemed to have sensed some sort of power fluctuation originating from karma. It seems that the water in this side of the world is very deep, but even 1,000 schemes will eventually fall apart in the face of absolute power. One force breaks all laws. This was the path that Ning Yun was traveling. Ing Zhang couldn't help but think of the aliases for this path in that heavenly realm. This rarely traveled road is also known to the world as Invincible Road. P.S. Thanks for all the gifts you sent. The author kowtows to all you readers out there. One extra chapter ode to the lords, to be made up on Saturday and Sunday. Forgive me for being a slow coder. Chapter 86 Ning Yun's True Face, causing a sensation. Time is running out. The time of the camp was like a white horse, passing by in a flash. Lin Qiye stood in the corner of the training ground and looked up at the blue dome of the sky. Several months had passed since that day. The day when that great being codenamed the First Emperor descended into the present world. The descent of that existence caused an incomparably great sensation in the entire Tsangnan city. No, it was the entire Great Summer. After that day, the night watchman took great pains to suppress all the news related to Ing Zhang. But within the night's watch, Ing Zhang's arrival was like a shot in the arm. It led to a much higher performance for both Chopped Mystery that month. However, what Lin Qiye didn't know was, the arrival of the first emperor, Ing Zhang, did not just trigger great heat within the Great Xia, beyond the borders of the Grand Xia, in the midst of the endless grey mist, countless divine kingdoms that stood above the void were shocked by their monstrous dragon chi. Just then, 7 knights, what are you standing here for? In the distance, a slightly rounded figure ran over upside down, then shouted at Lin Qiye, let's go, the instructor is calling us to gather. Upon hearing this, Lin Qiye turned his head to look at Chubby Bailey as he nodded. I'm coming. A few moments later, Lin Qiye and Bailey Chubby walked together to the gathering place of the training camp in previous days. At this moment, the many new recruits had already straightened up here and stood neatly in front of Yuan Gang and several other instructors. Today is the closing ceremony of the Night's Watch. Now, the points earned by everyone in the training camp had been displayed, and the corresponding rankings were listed according to the points. Everyone will be divided into squads that they are traveling to according to the point standings, and Lin Qiye's ranking hung high at the top of that scoreboard. The more points you have, the more likely you are to get into a better squad. Logically speaking, Lin Qiye, who was at the top of the list, would head to the 006 squad in Shangjing City, and would even cause the major special squads to scramble for him. His talent is indeed immense. Even in the boot camp where there were many capable people, it was an existence that overwhelmed everyone. But nay, was born at the wrong time. At this very moment, all the gazes of the recruits simultaneously looked at the figure standing next to Yuan Gang. It had been thought that Ning Yun was just an ordinary guest instructor, just a little stronger. However, the facts tell them, now standing before them is, suppressing 239 recruits with only one hand. One person single-handedly brushing an entire masquerade squad. Not striking out easily, striking out to dry crush the immeasurable realm divine agents with an extremely powerful stance. From the long history of the Great Qin Shi Huangdi agent of the Great Summer Divine Phoenix, that's not a horrible record. The many recruits present, if they did not have special chances in the future, I'm afraid that it would be very difficult to accomplish any of these battles in their entire lives. Only a very few people, such as Lin Qiye, Bailey Chubby, Xin Qingzhu, even among the many new recruits it was the heavenly among the heavenly that they were able to do it. Same time, Yuan Gang swept a glance at the crowd of recruits, cleared his throat, and a faint smile rarely surfaced on his face. He spoke, a hint of a smile in his tone. Congratulations, your year-long recruit training is over. Remember you guys on your first day here? At that time, you couldn't even stand up, and you were worlds apart from what you are now. Throughout the year, I know what you are most curious about. Is it because you want to take a look at Instructor Ning Yun's true face under this mask? At those words, the many new recruits under the stage instantly boiled over. I want to see Instructor Ning Yun's face under the mask. Instructor Ning Yun shouldn't really be a middle-aged uncle, right? After all, such a powerful strength. If it is still very young, then it is not too unreasonable, right? Listening to the whispers from the stage, Yuan Gang smiled mysteriously, then quietly walked over to Ning Yun and stabbed his arm with his elbow. Hey, brat, now that it's kind of a closing ceremony, how about just granting them a wish? Ning Yun, he helplessly held his forehead. Yuan Gang, you are really a old 6. But as things stood, there was no need for him to hide his true face anymore. With that thought in mind, Ning Yun slowly walked forward, then raised his hand to remove the golden flowing mask from his face. And so in this moment, His true face was thoroughly revealed to the many recruits. Clean face. Warm smile. Then, Ning Yun heard a burst of nationalistic sounds coming from the recruits on the stage. Asterisk 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 asterisk. I'm sprouting plants. How can Instructor Ning Yun be so young? I always thought Instructor Ning Yun was a middle-aged man. Instructor Ning Yun voice is very young but people long handsome even if strength is also so horrible. The gap between people and people is really bigger than a dog. Before someone could finish their sentence, the latter was added by the companion beside them. The companion then caught a furtive glance from the other. Come on, this is really worse than a dog. At this point, Yuan Gang didn't forget to add, by the way, this year, Instructor Ning Yun just graduated from high school, so he's just around younger than some of you, right? The moment these words came out, the entire room was directly dead silent. Originally, he was still able to comfort himself with the idea that Ning Yun was just young looking, but not young in actual age. But now, Yuan Gang's words are considered to have broken their self-consolation completely. It's one of those things where you are crushed to the point of no return on all fronts, and Lin Qiye had long since seen through all of this. After all, he and Ning Yun are still classmates to come. Just then, Bailey Chubby asked, 7 nights, is Instructor Ning Yun about the same as you? Lin Qiye nodded. Well, Ning Yun and I were in the same class. The moment he heard the words, a question mark slowly surfaced on Bailey Chubby's face. In the meantime, Shin Shinju, Molly, Chao Yuan, the few people beside Lin Qiye simultaneously revealed an extremely puzzled expression. You're in the same class as him? Shin Shinju asked uncertainly. Lin Qiye nodded. No, why didn't you say something so important earlier? Lin Qiye had an innocent face. You guys didn't ask me either. Blame me? Several people were speechless. In fact, even if they asked, Lin Qiye wouldn't say anything. But since Ning Yun himself had already revealed his identity, there was no need for Lin Qiye to continue hiding it. Just then, Yuan Gang shouted, quiet. He looked back to the recruits and continued to speak. Alright, all be quiet. Next I'm going to talk about what concerns you the most. The transfer orders regarding you have come down, and I will next announce which city's Night's Watch squad you will join. Chapter 87 Raving Nightmares. Immortal God Country. Yuan Gang began to read the transfer orders for each of the recruits. Gusou City. Weikyung City. Huaihai City. Whenever he shouted a person's name, Yuan Gang would raise his eyes towards the other person. In a vacant lot not far from here, Xia Siming clasped her hands to her chest and chewed a piece of gum in her mouth. Splendid golden hair fluttered gently with the breeze, and a hint of a sigh of regret hung on her delicate face. Phoenix Squad needs fresh blood too. There were also a number of good recruits among the recruits who attended the intensive training camp this time, such as that dual god agent called Lin Qiye. There are several other ultra-high-risk Forbidden Ruin holders, but what she wanted most was still the man called Ning Yun. It was a pity that Ning Yun would not be joining in any of the special squads. The next best thing would be Lin Qiye. However, Lin Qiye was not destined to join the Phoenix Squad either. There are already arrangements for them from above. Perhaps in the future, Lin Qiye will become the same as himself, the captain of a special squad. Thinking of this, Xia Siming sighed quietly and slowly opened her mouth. Alas, I really want to pull him into the Phoenix Squad. Such a powerful force does not come to be a cowhorse too bad. Standing beside her was fellow Phoenix Squad member, Ling Lin. Captain, you were saying? Xia Siming reached out and pointed at Ning Yun. I guess there are quite a few people who have their eyes on him, but none of them are much use at all. Ling Lin asked with some curiosity. What does it mean, Captain? You remember that event that stirred up Daxia a few months ago, when the first emperor in the history of mankind appeared in the world, and he was the agent of that emperor? At those words, Ling Lin remembered at once. That's him. So young. But Captain, why did you say it didn't work? Xia Siming lethargically leaned against the wall, reaching out to curl a strand of brilliant gold hair. The above hasn't given notice yet, but it should already be fast. After the camp, he will step down as a guest instructor, and then he will be in command of the patrol division. Although he is the commander, he is actually the only one in the entire patrol division. I'm not very clear on the specifics. The only thing I can tell is that he has an extremely special position in the Night's Watch organization, but in terms of Ning Yun's talent, Xia Siming did understand why he was so special. After the announcement of the end of the transfer order, Lin Qiye was transferred to Squad 136 in Sannan City. Shin Xingju expressed great dissatisfaction with this. Then, Ning Yun suppressed him directly. Ning Yun knew very well in his heart that Lin Qiye had to be left behind in Sannan City. This city has survived for 10 years because of him. And if Lin Qiye leaves Sannan City, then this city that was born because of a miracle will also go up in smoke. Obviously, this matter was clear among the Night's Watch hierarchy. Moreover, that captain of the 136th Squad in Songnan City, Chiang Mai, was also guarding the Shiva grudge. For this city to be safe until now, Lin Qiye and that blazing angel Michael were responsible for it. Without the miraculous power of the mortal dust divine realm, Songnan City would have long disappeared. Yuan Gang walked over to Ning Yun and reached out to pat his shoulder. Brat, soon I'm going back to Shanjing City, come see me often when you have time. Ning Yun smiled. It's a bit difficult for you to want to leave Songnan City so early. At that, Yuan Gang raised his eyebrows. What do you mean? Ning Yun didn't reply, but instead tilted his head to look above the dome of the sky. Along with the passage of time, the blue sky that was originally dust-free for miles was now surrounded by terrifying black clouds that pressed down on the city. The dazzling light from the sun disappeared into the endless clouds in an instant. It was very different from the feeling when Ing Zhang's dragon might erupted. The huge black clouds that covered the dome of the sky at this moment gave people an extremely depressing and heavy feeling. The tremor then erupted from the depths of the earth, and then it spread out in all directions. One of the three pillars of the Church of the Ancient God, raving, began to move. Feeling the sense of vibration, Ning Yun narrowed his eyes and then spoke. Old Yuan, get ready. In a moment you'll be able to lead this group of recruits on their first mission. It seems like it will be a while before you want to leave Songnan City. The instant the words fell, Ning Yun had already transformed into a stream of light that instantly shot up into the sky. Extremely dazzling streams of light pierced through the endless clouds, wrapped in unrivaled momentum toward Mount Zinan. In the meantime, Yuan Gang also received the latest intelligence from the side of Mount Zinan, but with just a glance, the expression on his face instantly froze. He then looked up with immense solemnity at the many recruits in front of him. Your first mission, here it comes. In an instant, Ning Yun's figure had arrived on top of Mount Zinan. At this point the place was already an unbelievably miserable sight. Everywhere there are collapsed and broken mountains and village buildings destroyed by mudslides. The villagers who still survive are trying to rescue their loved ones and neighbors. Ning Yun's silhouette slowly descended downwards, then stepped underneath the mud-covered foothills, raising his eyes towards the villages that had been destroyed beyond recognition. Without waiting for Ning Yun to do anything, a figure suddenly slowly stepped out not far in front of him. Seeing this, Ning Yun looked toward the front with an indifferent expression. Bastards of the ancient Church of God? Your Excellency is joking. The figure slowly stepped out from the shadows, moving very gracefully as it saluted Ning Yun. First time, I come from the Church of the Ancient Gods, named Rumor. Previously, the Church of the Ancient Gods had sent out several divine agents to try to invite Your Excellency to join us, only to have them all annihilated by Your Excellency. Ning Yun spoke. What are you trying to say? Murmur smiled slightly. I just wanted to invite Your Excellency to join the Church of the Ancient Gods once again. Do you think I would agree? Ning Yun asked rhetorically. Naturally not. I had anticipated Your Honor's answer, so I came here just to inform you of one thing. The earthquakes and mudslides that are happening in this area today were created by me using nightmares. I know very well that Your Excellency's strength has already reached the realm of realization, and the limitless realm is not Your Excellency's opponent. So from the beginning to the end I have never thought of hard contact with Your Excellency. But these innocent mortals facing the natural disaster are helpless. Just please, Your Excellency Ning Yun, savor this human tragedy. So it is. The corners of the originally expressionless Ning Yun's mouth slowly hooked up, but at this moment, he revealed an extremely bright smile. I see your scheme. Do you think that by utilizing the deaths of those innocents you can destroy my Tao heart? With their deaths, thus causing me to doubt myself? Rumor has it that you are indeed very good at attacking the mind. But, you don't know me. The moment the words fell, a flash of crimson that shone through everything flashed across Ning Yun's pitch-black eyes. That moment, the power of rebirth by fire originating from the immortal god Phoenix exploded like a storm. Chapter 88 Phoenix Domain, Immortality. Along with the explosion of Ning Yun's aura around him, a pillar of crimson light that emitted terrifying heat rose up from the ground and shot straight into the sky. That moment, the heavy black clouds that were originally piling up and surrounding the sky were instantly dispersed by this pillar of light. The Phoenix's virtual image, which was filled with an aura of sanctity and majesty, slowly floated above Mount Jinnan. A long phoenix sound resounded between heaven and earth. From a far distance away, this shocking scene was already seen in Songnan City. Citizens walking on the streets hurriedly took out their cell phones and photographed the phoenix burning with a flame that would never be extinguished, and then posted it in the major forums in the network. And so, once again, the heat about the phoenix vision went straight to the top of the list. In the meantime, numerous recruits rode in military trucks, and immediately after leaving the training camp they drove to Sunan to prepare for the rescue operation. However, before they even arrived at Zinan, they had already felt a shocking heat wave hit their faces while they were still on the road from afar. Feeling the terrifying heat that was enough to vaporize the air, Yuan Gang's pupils suddenly shrunk as he looked unbelievably in the direction of Mount Jinan. That's right, already without even having to think about it. Yuan Gang instantly knew that this was the movement triggered by Ning Yun. At this moment, Xia Simon was riding in another military truck, although nowadays it was vacation time belonging to the Phoenix Squad. Since she had encountered the Tsunan Mountain eruption disaster, she naturally couldn't stand idly by as the leader of the special squad. Thus, he led several members of the Phoenix Squad in Songnan City to come along to rescue them. She raised her curtains, her beautiful eyes looking distantly at the Phoenix vision under the dome of the sky, and then narrowed her eyes. This breath is a Phoenix right. Xia Siming can feel that the Phoenix blood seems to have some kind of interlife resonance with that Phoenix vision in the sky dome. Sunanzan, below the foot of the mountain. Ning Yun's expression was indifferent, and deep within his pitch-black eyes was a coldness like ice, in stark contrast to the endless flames that lingered around him. He raised his eyes to the ravings of the man who had raised his hand with all the grace of an aristocrat. With that, Ning Yun slowly spoke. You have a similar image to what Han Xiaoyan said in his mouth. You like to play with people as hearts, and single-handedly created the believers. Really nasty After having seen the flames of the phoenix with his own eyes, Rumination however continued to show no haste or panic. After all, what was here was just a nightmare projection of him. Even if the projection dies, it cannot affect the main body. He revealed a faint smile. After the departure of that god who descended into the present world, you no longer have any means and are left with an empty force. You know me well enough to be aware of my brainwashing tactics, but what good does that do? Facing this natural disaster that is enough to completely destroy the area of Mount Sunan, you and those night watchmen can defend themselves, but those unarmed mortals can only sleep here for a long time just like this. I told you I wanted you to witness their deaths. This is a carnival feast I built for you myself. At those words, Ning Yun sighed quietly. It seems that you didn't understand what I just said. Like I said, you don't really know me. When the words fell, at Murmuring's uncertain gaze, Ning Yun lightly closed his eyes, opening his hands as if he were the phoenix-like virtual statue above the sky. Next moment, the flames that had originally been blazing with ferocity suddenly stopped, coalescing around Ning Yun in an extreme manner. The hot flames converged to form countless water drops, wrapped in the breath of life and rebirth slowly dripping down on the ground that had been ravaged by mudslides and earthquakes. Immediately after, those flames were as if they were born to life, penetrating into the deepest depths along the furrowed earth. At this moment, the earth, which was originally dead, seemed to be re-energized. The flame of the phoenix is the flame of rebirth, the flame of life. It's the flame that symbolizes immortality. Where the fire of the phoenix is kindled, all things will not die or be extinguished. Furthermore, today's Ning Yun not only possessed the power of the immortal divine phoenix's firebath rebirth, but had also inherited the power of the Grand Xia's orthodox national fortune. On this ground beneath his feet, in the realm of the phoenix, no one would lose their life. And so, in the here and now, Ning Yun said softly, calm down. The moment. It was as if the gears of an octave box had suddenly come to a halt. Whether it was the horrific earthquake or the violent mudslide, they all came to a screeching halt at that instant. The world that ushered in the natural disaster felt like the pause button had been pressed. When he felt the tremor from the earthquake he created with his nightmare slowly disappear, Rumination's originally calm face vaguely revealed a touch of incredulity. He looked toward the mountains in the distance, and the raging, beast-like mudslide slowed to a halt. No, that's not possible. How can any human be able to do such a thing? Absolutely not. Rumor even ignored the gentlemanly image he was supposed to maintain, very different from the calmness he had shown before. His pupils shrunk. There's absolutely no way a human could do such a thing. What the hell are you? Upon hearing this, Ning Yun merely hooked up the corners of his mouth, revealing a warm smile. Me? Just a mediocre, ordinary guy. Ning Yun smiled and continued. Didn't you want me to witness the so-called carnival feast? The orgy has begun, but this so-called feast doesn't seem to be what you think it is. Coming from one of the three pillars of the Church of the Ancient God, Mr. Raving. Saying that, Ning Yun reached out and pointed into the distance in a murderous manner. Looking in the direction he was pointing, Rumor's mind completely collapsed upon witnessing a little girl crawling out of the ruins of a building and staring blankly ahead with her eyes. What the hell is going on in this world? The dead can come back to life? What a joke on him. Rumor's eyes widened as she looked at the little girl with a deadpan look of fear and shock. In fact, at a very early stage, Ning Yun had already known about Rumor's plan. After bearing the Great Xia's national fortune above this land, Ning Yun could sense certain auras that threatened the national fortune. What's more, he had read the original. It's just that, in comparison to the original plot, Rumor's plan seems to have produced some sort of change, and that change is due to yourself. From the beginning to the end, Rumor had no intention of going head-on into battle with Ning Yun. This was because the ancient god church's current battle power in Songnan City was simply insufficient to fight with it. So he took a different path, a sword, and created a natural disaster through nightmares in Mount Sinan. And in doing so, destroyed all life in the vicinity of Mount Sinan. The ravings attempted to use this to destroy Ning Yun's Dao-heart. After all, Ning Yun was a divine agent, and ravings could not brainwash a divine agent. If it had been anyone else, the ravings might have actually worked. But it's a pity that he is not facing someone else, but Ning Yun, who has mastered the power of immortality. Chapter 89. The national movement will shelter its people. Murmur's elegant face was filled with horror. He couldn't fathom just how Ning Yun had managed to do such a thing. Before he came to Songnan City, he had already made the most thorough plans. Ing Zhang hadn't shown up for several months, which meant that it was very likely that Ing Zhang was no longer in Songnan City. If Ing Zhang was still here at this time, Rumor would never dare to act rashly. The significance of a god is unparalleled. But with Ing Zhang gone, this is the best time to strike. Continuing to drag this out will likely trigger more difficult to estimate repercussions. Just then, Ning Yun suddenly looked over at him, an elusive smile hanging at the corner of his mouth. Pretty unbelievable? It seems that even the oldest of the three pillar gods in the Church of the Ancient Gods, the real nightmares, the manipulators of minds, are still swept through their bodies by that ineffable sense of fear when they encounter things they cannot understand. Rumor mouths hard. It's just a blindfold. If my real body were here, I could easily suppress you. Ning Yun's eyes were as still water as he spoke blandly. Speaking out of turn will only reveal the weakness and fear within you. The moment Ning Yun suddenly realized that the Church of the Ancient Gods was nothing more than that. When confronted with a situation they cannot understand, they will still look as horrified and shocked as mortals. They are no different from mortals without this God-given power. And after hearing Ning Yun's words, rumination completely broke his defenses. His figure disappeared in an instant, and the next moment he had already appeared beside the little girl who had crawled out of the rubble just now. He looked at Ning Yun with grim eyes. Although I don't understand what kind of tactics you've used to actually bring these mortals back from the dead. If I were to slaughter them with my divine power, I'm afraid that even your bizarre tactics wouldn't be able to do so. Before the words fell, Rumor had already reached out and grabbed towards the little girl. Behind him, countless horrific scrolls materialized from nightmares spread out. Even though it was only a nightmare projection of the ravishing main body, it still possessed the terrifying spiritual power of the sea realm. Ordinary sea realm was not even its opponent, let alone just an ordinary little girl. That moment, the little girl who had just crawled out of the rubble hadn't even had time to go to her mother before the ravings were reflected in her pure and shining eyes. That originally elegant figure, at this moment, was like an evil ghost in purgatory, coming with the most horrible and frightening nightmare. It was as if the girl had sensed something, and under the descent of this terrifying pressure, her tiny body was unable to move the slightest bit. The shadow of death-like despair wrapped around the little girl like a tidal wave. She closed her eyes in death. No. Mom, help me. Seeing this, rumination revealed a maniacal smile. That's right, Ning Yun. Witness innocent people die because of you. Yet the next moment, under the dark night sky, the moment the ravings were about to tear the little girl apart, a dazzling flame flared up steeply from in front of the little girl. Seeing this, a trace of dismay flashed through Rumor's eyes, which then quickly turned into a look of horror. The flames rose up to the sky, skyrocketing into a crimson meteor at a speed visible to the naked eye, and crashing down to the earth with a destructive aura. The shadow of death's despair was wiped away as easily as it had been cast. Scorched by the flames, Rumor wailed in pain and his figure hastily retreated backward. At the sound, the little girl slowly opened her eyes. The cluster of flames still danced slowly in front of her, but it was warm, like a favorite mother's embrace. Fear of fire is a memory engraved deep in the human genes. But now, instead of having any fear of the flames in front of her, the little girl felt an unexplained affinity. The reason is simple. After Ning Yun carried the Great Summer's national fortune, the flame of the phoenix then briefly merged with the Great Summer's fortunes. The phoenix fire, symbolizing auspiciousness, and the Daxia national fortune, symbolizing guardianship, will bless the Daxia human race for thousands of generations. Only in front of that endless darkness would this cluster of flames show its most furious and angry side. Murmur turned and tried to flee. However, before he could wait for him to escape, a shadow fell over him. At some point, Ning Yun had already stood in front of him. Seeing this, Rumor's eyes plummeted. He hadn't noticed Ning Yun's movements at all. Yet this moment, Ning Yun did not go on the offensive against Murmur. He walked over to the little girl and reached out to gently touch her head. For some reason, the little girl felt the same warmth and closeness in this big brother in front of her as she did in the previous flame. The two small white tender hands tightly wrapped around Ning Yun's thighs. Their voices soft. Big brother. Ning Yun didn't say anything, only reaching out to pick up the little girl and place her in his arms. It's okay, in a while Big Brother will take you to find mommy, okay? The little girl nodded and her eyelids soon closed and she drifted off to sleep. Ning Yun smiled somewhat helplessly. That's how little kids are. They can fall asleep no matter where they are. The moment the words fell, Ning Yun once again raised his eyes to gaze at Rumor. You'd say that's right, wouldn't you? Rumor? At this point, Rumor was panicking inside. Although, he was only a projection of the main body. It doesn't matter if you die or not, but faced with certain death, he also wanted to struggle. In particular, this death brought absolutely no gain. It's just, not that he doesn't want to run. He can't run. While Ning Yun was comforting the little girl, he had wanted to run away, but his body felt as if it had been poured onto the ground, unable to move in the slightest. Just then, Ning Yun suddenly raised his head to look at the sky. A red-colored rainbow was speeding towards his side. Is this familiar scent? Xia Simang? Boom! The ruddy silhouette landed with a thud. After the diffuse smoke slowly dissipated, Xia Siming's beautiful face slowly emerged. She reached out to gather the broken hair behind her ear, then looked at Ning Yun and Rumor in front of her. A hint of excitement mixed in her tone. Going to start a fight? Count me in. Ning Yun glanced at her. A fight? What kind of fight? But you've come just in time, and this little girl is all yours. Saying that, Ning Yun handed the little girl in his arms to Xia Siming. Before she could react to what was happening, Xia Siming had subconsciously picked up the little girl and held her in her arms. And so, she went from being full of excitement to being dumbfounded. And the whole process only took an extremely short moment. Xia's mine? Ning Yun? You're treating me like a babysitter. Upon hearing this, Ning Yun patted Xia Siming's shoulder and said in a serious tone, Honorable Nana-sama, please take care of the little girl in your arms. This is the responsibility of the night watchman. Xia Siming was almost so angry that she exploded, but then he looked down at the little girl in his arms. Well, it's still the kids that matter. Xia Siming hugged the little girl and left the place. Ning Yun, on the other hand, turned around and walked towards Rumor with a smile on his face. But for some reason, looking at his warm smile of warm sunshine, Rumor felt enveloped by a cold silent chill. Chapter 90, Those who are good at creating nightmares die in nightmares. Extra. The sound of Ning Yun's slowly approaching footsteps was like a hideous giant hammer that kept striking above Murmuring's heart. With that, Ning Yun stretched lazily. Alright, everyone who would get in our way has already left here. Until then, there are prizes to be won. Why do you think I have kept you alive until now? At that, Rumor froze for a split second. What do you mean? Literally, you should know very well that with your strength in the sea realm you wouldn't last more than an instant in front of me. And before you did this, you should have already prepared yourself for the loss of a nightmare projection. From the very beginning, you were already prepared to be decapitated by me, and never even thought of leaving from here alive. But aren't you curious? I clearly could have just killed you when I first met you, but I waited until now. An extremely ominous premonition slowly surfaced on Rumor's heart. He swallowed his throat. What the hell are you trying to say? Ning Yun still maintained that warm smile on his face, raving, as one of the three pillar gods of the Church of the Ancient Gods, you've always appeared in the public eye as an evildoer. So yeah, I'm curious as hell. Murmuring eyes instantly then gloomy. Curious about what? At those words, Ning Yun's expression suddenly became calm. Of course it's curious, whether you will have nightmares. Those who are good at creating nightmares die in nightmares. What do you think of that idea? The instant the words fell, Ning Yun took a step forward. The moment, in his dark eyes, a reddish to the point of destruction red light flashed. That reddish color was vaguely going to turn into boundless blackness. With that, Ning Yun asked his first question. Do you feel pain? After saying that, Ning Yun reached out and clasped Rumor's face with his 5 fingers, then violently slammed it towards the middle of the ground. Boom! As the diffuse smoke slowly dissipated, an incomparably large deep pit appeared at Ning Yun's feet. Ning Yun lifted his leg and stomped on Murmur's throat with ever-increasing force. Anyone who has ever been stepped on knows that the throat is an extremely vulnerable place, and that an overwhelming sense of suffocation is felt when stepping on it. And at this point, under the added weight of that massive national fortune behind Ning Yun, with only the ravings of the sea realm, it was no longer able to exert any power that should belong to the sea realm. Now that he was no different from a mortal, he would naturally feel the pain of a mortal. Murmur, who had been behaving very elegantly, struggled desperately to get up. The so-called elegance is but based on the state of having strength. If that god of the heavens were to be dragged down from the altar of the gods, I'm afraid that it wouldn't be too far from the performance of the ravings at this point. In the meantime, Rumor was only able to feel a suffocating sensation as if it were a tidal wave wrapping around his entire body. The pain of not being able to breathe was unbearable. He tried to liberate the power of the forbidden ruins, but realized that he was restricted by some mysterious power that prevented him from activating the forbidden ruins. Ahem. He coughed desperately. Seeing this, Ning Yun smiled and then asked a second question. Do you feel happy when you play with people's hearts? Without waiting for Rumor to reply, Ning Yun reached out and slowly crossed his hand from the void, and a bunch of flames continued to coalesce and converge, ultimately forming a blade-shaped flame. Ning Yun raised his hand and held it in his hand. He who plays with the heart must be prepared to be played with. Only, it's playful in the physical sense. The blade-like flames burned so hot that sparks erupted, almost vaporizing the moisture in the air. Immediately afterward, Ning Yun expressionlessly stabbed the knife-like flame into the midst of Rumor's heart. Jab! A burning odor filled the air. Murmur let out an extremely miserable yell. His body couldn't stop twisting and trembling. In the meantime, in order to prevent Rumor from dying just like that, Ning Yun raised his other hand, and the flames belonging to the immortal god Phoenix swept over Rumor's entire body, always keeping him on a lifeline so that he wouldn't just die so easily. Murmuring with an unmistakable facial grimace, he kept hissing, I'll make sure that the main body will break you into pieces. You wait for me. The burning sensation almost burned his insides to ashes. However, the flames of the Phoenix repaired his body from time to time, causing him to maintain a healthy physique at all times. He bounces back and forth on the line between life and death. The price to be paid for this is pain that regular people can never bear. He endured the intense burning sensation from the flames every moment of every day. Every cell in his body evaporated and repaired again, his skin turning scorched black only to return to its original state. Pain worse than death. He hated to just die completely. To die is to be relieved. Yet how could Ning Yun let him off so easily? Ning Yun then slowly asked the third and final question. Why are you able to inflict this pain on those ordinary people with a blank face when it is obvious that you can't endure it either? As the words fell, Ning Yun's mind recalled the words Han Xiaoyun had said to him at that time, as well as the mudslides that rolled down with the horrific earthquake that covered the entire MT tsunami area. If he doesn't know the plot, how many people will die? How many people will be displaced? How many children like that little girl will be buried under the rubble? The evils of the ancient Church of God are too numerous to mention, especially after Ning Yun had carried the national fortune. He could see the massive black aura that loomed over Mount Zinan. It was the opposite of national fortune, the scent of calamity that symbolizes death and the end. To be honest, Ning Yun wasn't very good at this kind of torture tactic. Thus, after swinging the final blade, Ning Yun directly pulled Rumor into the middle of the flowing blade Ruofire's purgatory world. It's been a long time since he's been in this world. Master. After seeing Ning Yun, the humanoid flame walked up to him and spoke in a respectful tone. Ning Yun nodded. I've brought a new punished person. Quicksilver Wakazashi nodded. I understand, Master. After saying that, he casually waved his hand, and 4 flame chains burst out from this lava inferno. With that, he bound the raving's hands and feet. Ning Yun was just about to leave when he suddenly heard a vicious curse. Asshole! You shall not die. Just kill me if you have the guts. Ning Yun raised his eyes and looked, and it was the underworld willow that he had suppressed half a year ago. I didn't expect to be completely numb after months of purgatorial torture, but that's fine. It could make him suffer for a while longer. At that thought, Ning Yun laughed softly. Hey Lu, you won't be alone from now on. I've brought you a new companion to keep you company. At those words, the eyes of the chained underworld willow suddenly shrunk. His body shook for a moment, and even the flame chains made a not-so-small commotion. At that moment, Heilu also finally saw the silhouette that was bound not far from his side. He gasped out incredulously. Raving Lord? P.S. An extra chapter. Ask for a free gift, please. Readers, Grandma, please, please, please. On your knees. Chapter 91 next. It's a fight that belongs to me. The moment he saw Rumor, Heilu's emotions were shocked. Murphy, with one of the 3 pillar gods of the Church of the Ancient Gods, the Peak Klein Realm Raving Lord was no match for Ning Yun? No way. It's absolutely impossible. Heilu hastily dismissed this thought in his mind. That is to say, this murmur in front of me should just be a nightmare projection of Murmur-sama's main body. At that thought, Heilu's expression was a bit complicated, and at this moment, Ning Yun didn't have any intention of continuing to pay attention to the two of them, turning around and wanting to leave from the midst of this lava purgatory. Yet just then, Murmur suddenly laughed indulgently. He tilted his neck. Boy, you're going to regret this soon. At those words, Ning Yun turned around and raised an eyebrow. Regret? Why would I regret it? Naturally, it's the matter of regretting being an enemy of the Church of the Ancient God. The blazing fire spreading on the 4 chains continuously burned Rumor's body. The feeling of high-temperature scorching was like a million ants devouring the heart. The body and the mind were both experiencing unbearable pain at the same time. He clenched his teeth in death and said, It was only killing a divine agent of the limitless realm. And you are so complacent. You don't understand at all. The true powerhouses amongst the Church of the Ancient Gods. Ning Yun snorted out a laugh. The Church of the Ancient Gods. It's also worthy of being linked to the word strong? It's just a bunch of sons of Es who are running amok on this land by the power of the evil god. Don't worry. I'll send them to meet you one by one. Rumination wasn't angry at Ning Yun's mockery. In the midst of extreme pain and suffering, he laughed coldly. Do you really think that the actions of the Church of the Ancient God will end here? In the midst of this operation, everything was done to delay as well as to cover up. I guess. He's getting close. It took countless hours of careful planning to come up with what we have today. And in the shadows unnoticed by those 5 human ceilings of the Night's Watch, he is coming. To the side, Hades Willow's eyes suddenly shrunk. Lord Rumor is the one you're talking about. In Hades Willow's mind, a name slowly emerged. One of the 3 oldest, most mysterious gods in the Church of the Ancient Gods. Pathfinder. Compared to the moon Acacia and Ravings, the Pathfinder's movements have always been invisible, wandering in the shadows of Daxia. If one wanted to send one of the gods from the Church of Ancient Gods into Seongnan City without causing those 5 human ceilings, an extremely well thought out plan would be necessary. And there can be no mistakes or errors in this plan. The only people who can do this are ravings that specialize in brainwashing and creating nightmares. Captain, the members of the Church of the Ancient God who were captured by our own hands just now had a secret order searched out of them. Kingface turned around and took the secret order handed by Rose. The secret order is extremely advanced in design. Encryption is performed in several ways, but for Wang Mian, it was easy to unravel it. No one else. The hand is familiar. He had seen secret orders like this one too many times. However, the moment he unlocked the secret order, Wang Mian's eyes, which were hidden under the mask, suddenly shrunk. Rose also sensed that things seemed a bit off, and she quickly asked, Captain, is something wrong? Wang Mian took a deep breath. Rose, you and Moon Ghost and the others stay over here. This intelligence is of great importance. I need to report it as soon as possible. Understood. Hearing Wang Mian's tone so grave, Rose knew that something big was about to happen. King Face, what did you say? Wang Mian's tone was very calm. Commander Yi, I'm currently not confirming whether this information is true or false, but it was indeed seized from a member of the Ancient God Church. A certain god among the Ancient God Church has already arrived within Seongnan City. If the information is accurate, then this god should be one of the 3 oldest gods among the Church of Ancient Gods. Pathfinder, the Peak Klein realm. Yifan frowned back and forth, but quickly sighed in relief. I understand. After hanging up the call with Wang Mian, Yifan once again made the call to the Phoenix Squad that was currently located in Seongnan City. With that, he told the Phoenix Squad about this matter, as well as Yuan Gang, who was currently located in the Seongnan City Squad. It takes time to try to rush to Seongnan City. With the strength of the Phoenix Squad it was about possible to stall a Klein realm, but the key problem was that this most ancient god was not an ordinary Klein realm, but a peak Klein realm that was just a foot away from the human ceiling as well. In this moment, Yifan's name slowly surfaced in his mind as Ning Yun. Nowadays, Ning Yun remained in the middle of Seongnan City. Ning Yun and the Phoenix Squad should be able to stall a peak Klein realm if they attacked at the same time, right? As long as they could delay until Fuzzy Chen arrived in Seongnan City, they would be fine. In Yifan's opinion, although Ning Yun was extremely talented, he still lacked the time to grow. Even though it was enough to easily suppress the immeasurable realm a few months ago, the immeasurable realm and the Klein realm were completely different realms. A world of difference. The difference is like a chasm in the sky. For some vigilantes, the limitless realm would already be the upper limit, and it would be difficult to break through to the Klein realm in this life. The Klein realm, on the other hand, and the peak Klein realm were 2 completely different realms. In just 6 months, can Ning Yun grow to such a point? Even if his talent was strong, he couldn't do this, could he? After leaving Lava Purgatory to depart, Ning Yun's figure reappeared at the foot of Mount Zinan. Just then, the cell phone that was placed in his coat pocket suddenly rang. Ning Yun reached out and took out his cell phone, then answered it. Brat, I have something very important to tell you. According to Captain Kingface's intelligence, there has been a god of the Church of Ancient Gods who has stepped into the middle of Seongnan City, and his strength is at the peak Klein realm, an existence that we absolutely cannot defeat. That's why you're needed to step in with the Phoenix Squad and delay until the Fuzzy arrives. Understood? Yuan Gang finished explaining the orders given by Yifan as fast as he could in this lifetime. He didn't think that Ning Yun could defeat a peak Klein realm. That's Klein. It was still the peak level Klein realm, not an existence that the infinite realm could touch. Ning Yun did not respond positively, but instead asked rhetorically, Old Yuan, there were no casualties among the residents in the neighborhood, right? At those words, Yuan Gang froze, then said, How do you know? The corner of Ning Yun's mouth slowly curled up. It's fine. I just wanted to confirm it. Alright, old Yuan. You and Phoenix Squad are responsible for evacuating the neighborhood. Just leave the rest to me. Yuan Gang was a bit anxious. Brat, what are you talking about again? You're definitely not allowed to mess around this time. The other party is a peak Klein realm. You're in no way a match for him. Ning Yun smiled and continued. Trust me, old Yuan. I won't lose. Ancient Church of God or Gods. The next is the battlefield that belongs to me. Chapter 92, the terrifying sword that splits heaven and earth in two. Supreme chopping strike. After being hung up on by Ning Yun, Yuan Gang's face was filled with anxiety. This bastard boy is really angry with me. He trusted Ning Yun's strength, but the other party was a pathfinder from the Church of the Ancient Gods, a peak-level Klein realm. It's also just one step away from those 5 ceilings in the human race, below the gods, above all beings. I'm afraid that even a special squad wouldn't be able to compete with it. Only a ceiling strike would be able to repel it, and it would even be difficult to completely kill the opponent as well. Just as Yuan Gang was more than torn, Xia Siming walked towards him. Immediately, Xia Siming spoke. Captain Yuan, how is the situation on his side? The members of the Phoenix Squad have arrived and are ready to go for support. Yuan Gang clenched his teeth, then took a deep breath and said, that kid said for you guys to evacuate the neighborhood. There's no need to support him. At those words, Xia Siming frowned slightly. No need for support. He's not kidding, right? Peak level Klein realm is a completely different concept from a divine agent of the infinite realm. He is so confident in himself? Yuan Gang showed a rare bitter smile. I don't believe in it either, but since he said so, let us follow his words. So far, at least, everything he said has come true. Moreover, although all these residents are unharmed, it is still a very large project to evacuate the disaster area safely. If that god from the Church of the Ancient Gods were to fight Ning Yun, the resulting fallout would likely affect this side, causing a secondary disaster. Before the words were finished, Yuan Gang's voice ended abruptly. He suddenly realized why Ning Yun had asked himself and the others to evacuate the neighborhood. If he were to engage in a battle with the Qianlongs, the commotion caused would definitely be a heaven-destroying level of pressure. By then, even if that tremor has disappeared, I'm afraid that a second earthquake will be caused by it, or even a mudslide will be reintroduced. This kid, what a ing heart, obviously just a fresh graduate, but he thinks so much. Yuan Gang couldn't help but wipe the corners of his eyes. When did it rain? Why are the corners of your eyes wet? After letting out a long breath, Yuan Gang looked at Xia Simeng and spoke again. Captain Xia Simeng, please go support him. I believe in him, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to put his life on the line over this. For the neighborhood, I'll mobilize all the Night's Watch to do their best to evacuate. After that, I'll be right there to back you up. Yuan Gang changed his mind. He couldn't just let Ning Yun fight alone. After saying that, Yuan Gang took out his cell phone and gave the latest notice to all the recruits. Do whatever it takes to evacuate the neighborhood. It is necessary to safeguard every human life. Ning Yun is also among this list. Even if he were to die, he would have to die before Ning Yun. At least Ning Yun had the hope of continuing to grow stronger. And he, Yuan Gang, I'm afraid that's all there is to this life. Stopping at the limitless realm, or even the high probability of not being able to become limitless. It's kinda worth trading your life for a future human ceiling. Hearing this, Xia Simeng nodded. I will let the members of the Phoenix Squad help with your evacuation operations. Support, I am sufficient alone. After saying that, Xia Simeng transformed into a crimson stream of light and swiftly paddled towards Ning Yun's direction. Yuan Gang was close behind. Ning Yun stood still, waiting for that god of the Church of the Ancient Gods. He didn't go looking for the other man because he knew that he would find him on his own accord. The Ancient God Church's primary target for this operation was him, strangling the geniuses that have not yet grown up in the cradle. This is the idea of the Ancient God Church. Just, not yet grown up? Ning Yun smiled and shook his head. Just then, Ning Yun suddenly raised his head and looked toward the sky with a calm expression on his face. Originally by the pressure of the city like black clouds ensemble shrouded the dome of the sky. At this time even bizarrely snow. Keep in mind that this is in the heat of August. The ravings materialize the nightmare, creating that endless, pitch-black cloud. And at this point, in the midst of those clouds, dark and dull snowflakes slowly drifted down. In the meantime, from the distant horizon, a tall, thin figure slowly emerged. In an instant, that silhouette was already standing in front of Ning Yun. At this instant, the two men's lines of sight steeply collided and exchanged together from the void. With that, the other party slowly spoke. First time meeting, my name is Pathfinder. I come from the Church of the Ancient God, and I have come here to take your life. Ning Yun, however, suddenly laughed. I've realized that all of you shady, dirty rats are quite polite. So did that raving fellow, who behaved like a gentleman when he first met me. Only the elegance didn't last long. Would you like to go and see him? At those words, Pathfinder said expressionlessly, it's just a nightmare projection of his main body. I know of your exploits, beheading Stygian Willow, an agent of Radamandes. You're strong, but that's about it. In front of the Klein realm, the limitless realm is as small as an ant. It's a gap in realms. Ning Yun's eyes were calm as he said in a faint voice, is that so? When the words fell, Ning Yun raised his right hand and slowly crossed it from the void. Moro, all are ashes. The flowing blade is like fire. Blazing flames rose up. The moisture in the air was instantly vaporized. The snow-white blade wrapped in blazing flames pointed towards Qian Mo from afar, and a terrifying pressure came down with a roar. Feeling the pounding heat, Pathfinder's heartbeat sped up for a split second. Instead, he just laughed contemptuously. Nice ability, but it won't do anything for me. The moment the dull snowflakes falling from the sky above the dome of the heavens grew colder and colder, almost freezing the entire heaven and earth completely. Behind the Pathfinder, the chilly pressure converged into a massive iceberg that loomed over Mount Zinnan. The incomparably cold power transformed into a cold current, wrapping around the dull snowflakes to form a terrifying blizzard. It hadn't even been fully formed yet, and the aura it gave off had already surpassed that of Han Xiaoyun's tornado. The two are not in the same order of magnitude at all. It can even be said that it is no longer in the same dimension. A mere limitless realm, and you dare to fight against the gods? With that, Pathfinder raised his hand and slammed this storm into Ning Yun. As he watched the blizzard completely submerge Ning Yun, Qian Mo shook his head in some disappointment. But that's just it. Yet the next moment, in his eyes, a crimson chopping strike that almost split heaven and earth in two was reflected. Crimson instantly chopped the snowstorm that poured into the sky. The heavens and the earth fell into a soundless silence. Afterward, Ning Yun's bemused voice slowly came out. When did you get the illusion that I only have the infinite realm? Since the terrifying pressure that covered the sky and the earth, Ning Yun's figure reappeared. He looked to Pathfinder, his eyes calm. Be prepared, because next, I will take your bones, one by one, crack it completely. Chapter 93 One Punch. Everything crumbles. Accompanied by the fall of Ning Yun's words, the blizzard that had enveloped the entire Jinnan mountain came to an abrupt end. He took a step forward, his calm eyes colored scarlet. Next moment, since the endless emptiness and coldness, a hot and fierce flame abruptly exploded. The fire pulsed as if it were alive, recklessly emitting a terrifying heat that was enough to burn everything. The coldness that covered heaven and earth was melted away without a sound. The moment Pathfinder's eyes plummeted. Subconsciously, he took a step backward. It was as if he had seen some unbelievable sight. Behind Ning Yun, a terrifying spirit pressure so huge that it almost crushed the void came crashing down. The spirit pressure that was enough to overturn the sky and the earth could no longer be simply called a might, but rather coalesced into substance, turning into a crimson sea that pressed horizontally across the bleak dome of the sky. The dark and lightless clouds were also reflected to turn into fiery clouds that covered half of the sky. The entire world was dyed crimson, symbolizing flames. Xia Ximing's speed soared to the extreme. Every minute she arrived late meant one more minute of danger for Ning Yun. Although his mouth said that one person was enough, Xia Ximing did not have a bottom in her own heart. However, before Xia Ximing could reach the spot where the battle erupted, the figure came to a violent stop. In front of her, a wave wrapped in terrifying heat met her face and continued to sweep and spread in all directions at an extremely fast speed. The scorching breath emanating from the heat wave spread out recklessly between heaven and earth. The muddy soil that had been mixed with the snow and water instantly became dry and cracked. The entire land seemed to be undergoing some kind of calamity, gradually falling apart. Seeing this, Xia Ximing subconsciously raised her eyes toward the sky. The next moment, her entire body froze in place. That's something. At some point, above her head, a crimson sea hanging under the dome of the sky appeared. As soon as the red-colored waves rolled over, boundless and endless waves of heat gushed out. The snowflakes, wrapped in an icy atmosphere, had already been melted away before they could fall. Boom, boom, boom. The crimson ocean was like a blazing hot curtain across the world, almost bisecting the sky and the earth. Looking around, the entire Jinnan mountain was enveloped in that crimson ocean. The trees and dry grass that grew in the neighborhood were all set ablaze. The river that surrounds Mt. Sunan was evaporated to reveal a dry riverbed. When she felt this amazing heat, Xia Ximing couldn't stop a trace of shock from flashing through her beautiful eyes. What is this Red Sea vision all about? She was a divine agent with phoenix blood. Ah, if ordinary flames couldn't even cause a single bit of damage to her. Yet in this moment, when faced with that crimson sea burning with monstrous flames, her body actually instinctively reacted with awe. But soon, Xia Siming realized who the person who triggered this vision really was. At this moment, he was the only one who could erupt a wave of flames with such a terrifying pressure. Just that person. She couldn't help but mumble to herself. Ning Yun, his power. Has he actually become so powerful to such a terrifying degree? Xia Siming suddenly understood why Ning Yun had chosen to stay alone in Jinnan Mountain, leaving himself and the others to evacuate the neighborhood. Because this battle was no longer at a level where they could intervene. The realm gap between Ning Yun and the girls was not in the same dimension at all. For some reason, a thought suddenly arose in Xia Siming's heart. If that real god descended, would it be Ning Yun's opponent? Come on, this way, line up in order and get on the bus one by one. Auntie, watch out for the gravel heads under your feet. Be careful. After Lin Qiye helped an older woman onto a military truck, he was about to continue helping other residents evacuate the place when his heart skipped a beat. As if sensing something, he hastily raised his head towards the distant sky. He then saw the same light as in Xia Siming's eyes, the crimson sea that hangs below the dome of the sky, carrying the sky and covering the earth. He opened his mouth, but he was too shaken to speak. When they came back to their senses, Chubby Bailey and Molly ran to his side and gasped. 7 nights, the neighborhood has been evacuated. We've just reported what happened here to Instructor Yuan Gang, and he told us to evacuate this place as soon as possible as well. Upon hearing this, the stunned look in Lin Qiye's eyes had yet to dissipate, but he nodded. I understand. Evacuate this place as soon as possible. Ding 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 ding. The ringtone of the cell phone suddenly rang. Ning Yun glanced at Qianlong, who was standing in front of him, and lowered the hand he was just about to raise. He then took out his cell phone and answered the call from Yuan Gang. Have they all been evacuated? I see. What? You and Zasiming are coming over to back me up? Don't come. This kind of opportunity to go all out is not easy to find. You come will only affect me. Well, don't talk so much nonsense. You also hurry up and leave with them. Only after hanging up the phone did Ning Yun relift his eyes to look at the Pathfinder in front of him. Feeling Ning Yun's icy sight, Qian Mo's eyes couldn't stop trembling slightly. When facing this power that is obviously not the infinite realm, his heart actually felt the emotion called fear? That's absolutely impossible. How he felt fear, even if he erupted such a terrifying pressure. It was nothing more than a bluff. At that thought, Pathfinder exhaled a cloudy breath. With that, he raised his eyes toward Ning Yun and spoke in a cold voice, tripping over themselves in battle, even mouthing off. If that's all you have, I can only say that you don't understand the power that the Klein realm wields. At those words, the corners of Ning Yun's mouth slowly hooked up, a hint of mockery mixed in his tone. Yes, but, is there another possibility that you don't know me? As the words fell, Ning Yun clenched his 5 fingers tightly, and a cluster of blazing flames wrapped around his fingertips. I told you, it will break every bone in your body one by one. I hope your mouth will still be this hard after a while. When the words fell, Ning Yun raised his right hand, which was wrapped in blazing fire, and leaned forward slightly. Without the slightest hesitation, a fist blasted out. The action is like a flowing river, light and breezy. Behind him, the boundless sea of blazing flames and fires moved along with him, following him like a shadow. Boom! A fist came out as if a volcano erupted, annihilating everything. Qian Mo couldn't even react in time, and the terrifying punch that was wrapped in a heaven-destroying aura was already reflected in his line of sight. Qian's body was instantly smashed into the earth, blasting out a huge and incomparable deep pit. In the meantime, rumble! A sound like thunder smashing into the ground abruptly rang out. The fist power came wrapped in monstrous flames, but it did not stop there. And so, behind the Pathfinder, that Mount Sinai, which should have stood between heaven and earth, crumbled. Chapter 94. This is the moment of God slaying. Lying in the deep pit burning with crimson flames, Pathfinder only felt a sharp pain coming from all over his body. He struggled to get up from the deep pit. The 5 viscera and 6 bowels were as if they had been shifted, and I don't know how many bones were broken. A cold and icy energy traveled around inside him, repairing his body. Just as Pathfinder stood up, the corner of his eye subconsciously glanced behind him. Immediately afterward, the pupils shrunk. That Xinan mountain, that spans hundreds of kilometers, is gone. In a mountain range that stretched for thousands of kilometers, there was only an incomparably regular circular black hole left in the location belonging to Mount Xinan. In the hollow, only burning flames and charred black embers littered the ground remained. With just one punch, the mountain range was cut off. Mount Sinai, which was right in the center, was vaporized right out of existence. Pathfinder's heart pounded for a split second, and he couldn't stop the corners of his mouth from twitching. He hadn't even slowed down at this point, and his entire body was in a bit of a trance. This is too outrageous, isn't it? Just then, a footstep came slowly from in front of him, from far away to near. getting closer and closer until it was clearly audible. Ning Yun slightly lowered his eyes, his sight falling on Shenlong's body with a hint of surprise in his tone. Oh, is this power of yours actually capable of repairing a broken body as good as new? That's a really nice ability. The corners of Ning Yun's mouth widened in a somewhat reckless smile. Originally, he was worried that he would kill Pathfinder with a single punch. Now it seems that the peak-level Klein realm is not as fragile as he thought. But thanks to that, he no longer needed to suppress his full power and could strike at will. If he had been in Sungnan City before, and he did not restrain himself to a certain extent, I am afraid that he would completely turn Sungnan City into a piece of rubble under his random strikes. But now, all the residents in the area of MT Tsunami have been evacuated. He was also finally able to go all out. Even the Church of the Ancient God had thoughtfully sent over a sandbag for itself that could repair itself automatically. One thought in this. Ning Yun raised his eyes and looked down at him. Seeing Ning Yun's monarch-like defiant stance, Qianmo clenched his teeth in death, his lips trembling slightly. The Church of the Ancient God had ravaged the territory of the Great Summer to this day, and even the Night's Watch had been unable to cut them down to the roots. And as one of the three pillar gods of the Church of the Ancient God, how had he ever suffered such humiliation? Pathfinder looked angrily at Ning Yun, his temples bulging vaguely. It was proof of anger to the core. I'm really underestimated by you. Don't think that just now. After briefly suppressing me for an instant, you're showing a winning appearance. The Church of the Ancient Gods will surely destroy everything you are so proud of, return everything to chaos, and recreate a world of new order. All the things you wish to guard will be reduced to nothingness under the trampling of the Church of the Ancient God. As the words fell, Pathfinder violently took a step forward. Bitter, biting winds howled and layers of black clouds suppressed. Dark and dull snowflakes once again slowly drifted down from the sky, piling up and converging behind Pathfinder to form a huge iceberg that reached through the sky and through the earth. The iceberg erupted with a terrifying cold that was enough to freeze 10,000 miles, spreading rapidly in all directions. Wherever the cold air passed, it was turned into ice sculptures. Pathfinder stared at Ning Yun dead in the face. And so, the massive icebergs that stood above the earth collided with the crimson sea that hung below the dome of the sky. This instant, the heavens and the earth were silent, and everything lost its color. It was as if the entire world had fallen into a vacuum, and even sound ceased to exist. After evacuating the neighborhood, the soon-to-be vigil recruits rode in different military trucks. The long evacuation operation had caused them to be very tired at this point. Yet just then, boom! It was accompanied by a commotion as if it were a flat thunderstorm. Instantly, everyone was awakened. One of the recruits looked like he had noticed something, his eyes widening wider than brass bells as he exclaimed in disbelief. Holy, look over there you guys! Following the direction of his finger, everyone looked towards where the sound erupted. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Was that a ING nuclear bomb dropped? Watching the rising mushroom cloud, some people couldn't help but state the exit. But then, someone noticed something was wrong. Asterisk 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 asterisk. Where's that big Mount Zinnen? Where's my Tsunanzan? Why is MT Tsunami gone? On top of the military trucks, the sound of nationalist voices one after the other just didn't stop. Bailey Chubby hurriedly pushed Lin Qiye. 7 nights. That damn well even blew up Jinnan Mountain. Ha! It was Instructor Ning Yun who did this, wasn't it? Instructor Ning Yun is too ridiculously strong? Lin Qiye was similarly incomparably shocked inside. He hadn't expected that Ning Yun's strength had been terrorized to such an extent that he would be able to annihilate Mount Zinnen with a single thought. That's almost considered divine might, isn't it? Under the fall of that massive iceberg, the Crimson Sea emitted a terrifying heat wave that was enough to ignite everything, transforming into a great sun under the dome of the sky and vaporizing the icebergs in an instant. When the surrounding water mist slowly dissipated, Ning Yun's figure once again surfaced in Shenlong's eyes. His eyes widened incredulously, his pupils suddenly constricting. Under the nuclear leveling strike that was enough to completely level the Jinnan Mountain region, Ning Yun actually didn't suffer half a single injury? Even the corners of the coat were kept clean and tidy. Ning Yun, on the other hand, slowly revealed a bashful smile, and then delivered his own critique. The power is good, but it still falls short. Then, it's my turn next. As the words fell, Ning Yun casually raised his hand. Endless points of light converged from all directions, and in an instant, they coalesced to form a huge sword of light hanging under the Red Sea. With that, the index and middle fingers slowly came together and fell abruptly. In a jiffy, the giant sword of light that hung below the dome of the sky fell downward slowly. First course, second course, the third way. Countless giant swords formed by light condensation transformed into countless pillars of light and smashed down on the earth. In this moment, the dark and deep night was lit up as bright as day. The pillar of light lasted for several minutes. The moment the pillar of light dissipated, Pathfinder's entire body had been pierced to the point of being crippled. Every bone was shattered into countless sections. Even if that shadowy cold power was repairing his body as fast as it couldn't be faster than the speed at which Ning Yun was destroying his body. Subsequently, Ning Yun walked in front of Pathfinder and rubbed his chin as he said softly, "It seems that the Klein realm is only at this level." With that said, Ning Yun reached out from the void and grasped the flowing blade Ruofire, preparing to send the Pathfinder to the lava purgatory to be reunited with his two co-workers. The blade came down against Pathfinder's chest. At this point, the Pathfinder's tattered body was no longer able to move, and only his throat was still able to make a weak sound. And so, at this moment when the flowing blade of fire was about to stab down, he spoke slowly and vaguely. "Ahem, what a terrifyingly powerful. But, do you think this is the end of it? You simply cannot comprehend the tactics of the Church of the Ancient God. I wish to die for the Church of the Ancient Gods, to sacrifice my life, to pray the gods to appear in the world." The words, abruptly, God's might, coming down with a bang.